Synopsis. In a world of cycle and regret, a stagnant young man lives a listless life until a tragic accident involving his beloved older sister and former girlfriend changes everything. Suddenly thrown 12 years into the past, he inhabits his middle school self with a chance to rewrite destiny. To save those he loves from a grim future, he must navigate the dangerous world of delinquent gangs and confront his own cowardice. As he reunites with his protective sister and loyal friends, he realizes that changing the future requires the courage to stand his ground in the present. Chapter 1. Muffled by the sound of festivities and the crowds, a woman's retching is barely heard. "Mako, Naoto, quick get some water for her." Right. She can't help but cover her nose and mouth in nausea, the smell of festival food upsetting her stomach with ease as she tried to hide between stalls of foods and games. Her already pale complexion taking on a more sickly shade as her dark locks fall over to obscure her face. Struggling to not sway from the onset of nausea as she tried to breathe through her mouth. Maini, a woman of light brown hair, cannot help but come right to her side, hands firmly, yet gently doing their best to steady the slightly drained ebony-haired woman. "Are you feeling sick still? Maybe it'd be best if we—" "No," the slightly older woman gagged as she continued to cover her mouth and nose with her handkerchief. "I'm fine, really." Taking a few more deep breaths, she finally smiled up at her concerned friend. "I just got a little queasy is all. I'm fine now, Hinata." Frowning, the woman, Hinata, could not help but shake her head. "You're not fine. Hasn't this been happening a lot lately? Even now before we came here, maybe we should go to the hospital. Have you even gone to see a doctor?" Grinning at the other woman, Mako chuckled softly. "You know I have, Hina. I wouldn't want to risk your wrath. She joked before smiling softly as she looked down. "At most I'm just a bit dehydrated from throwing up, but that should be fixed soon enough." "Maini," Hinata stares concernedly. What did the doctor say to you?" Smiling back up at the slightly younger woman, Mako could not help but teasingly hold a finger up to her lips. "Secret Tilda." "Mako," Hinata almost seemed to huff as she glared at the slightly older woman. "It's okay, really," Mako repeated, smiling. "It's just some news I'm waiting to share with everyone." She explained, "At least, not until I at least try to share it with him." Eyes widening, Hinata's breath hitched in anticipation. You don't mean." "Hina, Mako." A dark-haired man, slightly much younger than the two women, comes running up to their side. "Here, I got you water from a vending machine." "Were none of the stalls selling any?" Hinata frowned as the young man shook his head. "Unfortunately not. I'm sorry it took so long." Smiling up at the younger man, Mako could only shake her head as she took the drink from his hands. "It's okay, Naoto. Thanks again for—" An ear-splitting scream broke the festival noise, the sound of a truck engine. Mako's blue eyes widen, Hinata screams in shock, Naoto tries to pull the two women and himself to safety. Now that July has started, the weather in China has been hot, and distribution of air pressure has been bringing in warmth, making the overall temperature higher than last year all across Japan. Within the unkept and littered apartment of a young man, a TV reported on the day's weather. The Kanto Kushinestu area, as well as the Tokai region, will have clear, sunny, summery skies ahead. The temperatures will be hotter inland, so please beware of unexpected rainstorms in areas near the mountains. The owner of said apartment laid lazily before the television screen, munching away on a snack of chips while atop his futon. And now for our next story. The dispute between the Tokyo Majin gang has been intensifying in the city. Recently, uninvolved civilians fell victim to the dispute. 6 were injured in this incident. 1 was sent to the hospital. Wait, seriously, scary. But is in cardiopulmonary arrest. There were 3 fatalities. The ones who died at the scene have been identified as Takebana Naoto-san, 25, from Shibuya, Tokyo. The young man paused in his eating as he repeated the name, Takebana Naoto. Scratching his butt, the young man raised up the volume of his television as he became more engrossed with the news. Also from Shibuya, Takebana-san's older sister, Takebana Hinata-san, 26. The young man's stomach dropped as he heard that name, Takebana Hinata. And finally, from Shibuya as well, Hanagaki Mako-san, 27. The MPD is on high alert. The man's blood ran cold as he sat up from his place staring at the news report. His bottom lip trembled as he stared at the news. 1. Chan. Chapter 2. It seems that my one and only girlfriend who I had dated during middle school, Takebana Hinata, is dead. Hearing banging on his door, the young man stood up absently. Hey, I know you're in there. Silently walking to answer his door, he continued to think. Not just her, alongside her, my older sister, my only sister, Hanagaki Mako, May has died as well. Opening his door, he was met with the angered appearance of his neighbor. Hi, he both nervously and depressingly greeted as the woman yelled at him. How many times do I have to tell you before you get it through your thick skull? Your TV is too fucking loud. I can hear it from a mile away. I'm sorry, he apologized, as the woman continued to rage as she walked away. Honestly, kids these days. The day, far from improved from there. Seriously, how many times do I have to tell you the same thing, Hanagaki take Michikun? He was scolded at work by his superior. DVDs need to go back on the shelves as soon as they're returned. She glared at him from the corner of her eyes. I've told you this before, right? I'm sore. Yeah, I know. All you ever are is sorry. Oh man, I had intended to do it. Take Michi had tried to explain. Only to be cut off as his boss walked away annoyed saying, if you had planned to, please do it before someone has to tell you. Lately, things have been different. We've gotten some complaints about DVDs being put back. Please do it properly before we get any more complaints. I'm sorry, he once more tried to apologize as his boss only scoffed. Yes, all you do is apologize, Tilda. After work, he'd quietly tried to just head straight home, and yet. Laughing from on top of an expensive-looking car, a trio of kids laughed and arrogantly smirked at Take Michi as he walked by. Hey, old guy. Huh? Stopping before the trio in slight shock, one of the other kids continued to mess with him. You got a problem? No, I'm sorry. Take Michi tried to apologize, but it did little to help his situation. As the kids surrounded him, he was easy prey and so, they keyed the expensive car with some spare change they pulled out their pocket, much to Take Mitch's shock. Hi. They then proceed to run laughing as they yelled back at him. Dumbass. Then the owner appeared. Oi, what do you think you're doing? Much to Take Mitch's shock and distress, and he quickly booked it. The owner looking down at his newly scratched car screaming in pain. Ag, this was $80,000. Running almost all the way to the Shinjuku station, before he would become listless and contemplative on one of its ramps as he waited for his train. I never thought that my life would turn out like this. The train bound for Shibuya and Shinagawa will be arriving on track 14. Please stand behind the yellow line. Living in a beat-up crappy apartment with paper-thin walls, treated like an absolute moron by my manager, who's 6 years younger than me, then those punks picked a fight with me and I somehow end up apologizing. I've only had one girlfriend in my entire life, and that was in middle school, so to top it all off, I'm still a damn virgin. Looking down at his feet, he muttered with a tired and regretful smile. Where the hell did I go wrong? He was pushed then. Huh. Landing on the train tracks as the train horn blared, looking up it was as if time had slowed itself down, and the sound of the world around him went deathly silent. Staring blindly up at the train's front, his mind raced. You're kidding. The moment I thought I was going to die, I didn't remember my parents or friends. I remembered Takebana Hinata. His mind foggily remembered the short, rosy, brown-haired girl of his youth. Michi. And my sister. The fogged-up image of a grinning, dark-haired girl of long hair reaching out her hand flashed alongside his lost love visage. Hanagaki Mako. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Apparently, Takebana-san from Class 2 likes Hanagaki. Some girls gossiped back then, his own friends giving him the stink eye. Seriously, why are you so popular? His sister, though, Tilda, how cute. He remembered her clapping her hands together as they'd stood across each other in the school's halls. Your first love confession, my Michi is growing up so fast. Her smile had fell at his unremembered response. Come on, don't be like that. The memory shifted before it could be completed. It's not just him, though. One of the boys had whispered, his sister and Takebana. "What are you going to do?" a female seat neighbor asked. "Some boys from another class came looking for you yesterday." He couldn't even remember his response, but the girl's friend. "Don't give me that. Takebana-san's super popular, you know." Thinking back, my second year in middle school was when I peaked. I was number 2 in a kick-ass gang of second years, and that was the only time I had a girlfriend. His mind and sight slowly cleared, the sight of his shoes coming into view as he absently continued to think. Is this, like, the thing where you see your life flash before your eyes? Looking up, his eyes just barely caught sight of mirrored reflection on the train's window. Something seemed to snap into place, time seemed to move again, and the sound around him returned. "Shibuya, we have arrived in Shibuya. Please make sure you have all your belongings." Being jostled to the side, a bit by a passenger, stepping off, Takemichi absently apologized, as his mind struggled to comprehend the sudden change in events around him. "Oi, Takemichi. Takemichi." Huh? Finally coming to more or less, Takemichi found his hand gripping a hand railing on a train, as he looked up at 4 teens calling back to him as they stepped off the transport. "What are you doing? Get off the train," a red-haired pompadour teen said as Takemichi panicky released rail to hurry after. Who, barely avoiding being caught by the closing door, and he landed off-balanced onto the platform. "Hurry up," the redhead almost huffed, he and the other 3 friends sending Takemichi a bored expression. Whoa, talk about nostalgic, Takemichi thought, as his eyes darted between the teens before him. Makoto, who couldn't keep his hands off his dick, the fool Yamagishi, who thought he'd be smart if he wore glasses, our leader Akun, Takuya, who I knew since we were little. Following close behind, they stepped onto an elevator as those remain oblivious to their friend's sudden shift in demeanor. "Yamagishi, did you see this week's issue?" Makoto asked, looking back at their 4-eyed companion. "Hell yeah, I saw that pinup. It was insane." "Yo guys, we're in public, you know." Akun lightly scolded as he sent the 2 boys an annoyed look. "I'm starving. Wanna get something to eat?" Takuya asked as the teen continued on their way through the station. "I could go for a hamburger," Yamagishi agreed. "I got a coupon." Makoto jumped in as Akun asked curiously. "Got enough for all of us?" "Nope." "The hell, man." Passing by a full-length mirror, Takemichi paused, slowly turning back towards the mirror as he took in his now young 14-year bleach-blonde faux hawk-haired styled self. An open collar and baggy pants. He openly wondered aloud, making one of his friends to stop and look back at him confused. Grabbing a hold of his face, Takemichi felt his heart race. Who the hell is this lame-ass-looking delinquent? Realization began to set in. It's me from middle school. Fuck, I was so lame. But this was supposed to be when I peaked. Takemichi horrifyingly thought, before quickly scavenging in his pockets. What's in my pockets? A single 500 yen coin and a cell phone, he thought after pulling out said items, though his attention became drawn and nostalgic at the electronic device in his hands. Yo, it's a flip phone, talk about memories. Opening the device in hand, he froze as the screen came to life before him, a picture of his current self, and the boys all posing in the front, with a dark-haired girl walking away with her back to them in the top center background, shaking her head. It wasn't just the image that made him pause, though, but the time and date. July 4th, 2005. He stared at the phone in shock. Wait, right now it should be. Absently counting off his left hand, he muttered. 1, 2, 3. His eyes became wide with shock as he realized the time. This is exactly 12 years ago. Hey, Takemichi. His gaze snapped back at the quartet, Yamagishi seeming to be the one calling out to him as he said, "The hell are you doing?" Who knew seeing your life flash before your eyes looked so realistic? Now sitting at a fast food restaurant, the group of 5 all sat together in their own booth, with their orders before them. "Seriously, Takemichi, just fries, and you got a small?" Makoto questioned as he sent the blonde a confused look. "Well, I need change for the train ride home." Takemichi tried to politely explain nervously as his friends are their own full meals of a burger, fries, and drink. "It would have worked out," Yamagishi spoke mouth full before swallowing his meal. "You could have just called Mei-senpai to come pick you up and spot ya." Shaking his head with a sigh, Takuya said, "Seriously, Yamagishi, don't do that to Meiko-chan. She doesn't need another reason to not trust us on our own." Snorting at this, Akun sent Takuya a teasing smirk. You're just saying that 'cause you leaky her. Blushing, Takuya sent the redhead a glare. That's not it. Right, Yamagishi and Makoto both teased, as Takuya now shot them a glare. It isn't, I tell you, I just really respect her. Makoto and Yamagishi proceed to tease poor Takuya by making kissy faces at the boy. Oh yeah, Takemichi silently thought, my sister did used to get brought up a lot when it came to these guys. Remembering his phone's current background, he continued to remember. She had a habit of hanging out with us every now and again, so she was really just one of the guys. He quietly smiled to himself. It used to annoy the hell out of me when they joked about liking her, but thinking back it wasn't ever really serious. If anything, the guys just admired Maini, and she was always fine with teasing the guys if they ever brought it up while she was around. It warmed his heart, remembering such a simple time and experience, though it was cut short when Takemichi caught Akun talking directly to him. I'm so glad your cousin's the leader of Shibuya 3rd Middle School, Takemichi. Huh? Takemichi confusedly responded, as Yamagishi talked once more with his mouth full from across him and Akun. If any third year tries to mess with us, we just need to name-drop Masaru-kun. Wah, Takemichi still continued to be confused, grabbing a fry from his small meal to eat as he looked up and thought. My cousin? Closing his eyes, he recalled a day in his youth where he ran after his older cousin crying as the boy took his bike. Give it back, give it back. His elementary school self cried, just as a small, short, dark-haired girl rounded the corner exiting his home's front yard. What's going AH? Ripping off her sandals, the girl shouted, Don't bully MYMICHI. She chucked the wooden platform with all her might and knocked Masaru clean off a shocked Takemichi's bike. Bakamasa! Then ran pouncing onto the boy, the young Takemichi watching in both awe and horror as she beat their cousin up, leaving the other boy crying now as she reprimanded the boy overtaking Takemichi's bike. Are they really talking about Masaru-kun? He couldn't help but wonder before nervously asking the boys. Hang on a sec. What's so good about having Masaru-kun around? I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. The boys all sent Takemichi a look. WH what? Hi. What are you talking about? Come on, Takemichi. You're starting to sound like Mei-chan. You hit your head or something. Come on, Takemichi. The boys all almost seemed to speak at once, worsening Takemichi's nerves as he tried to laugh off their words, or at least he did till they explained themselves. We're gonna go pick a fight, Makoto determinedly stated, causing Takemichi to gap at the teen. His mind raced to remember how his cousin used to be. Come to think of it, Masaru-kun was a third year like Maini, but at Shibuya 3rd Middle School. He did mention that he was the leader there. What a hoax. Takemichi remembered hearing his sister hiss when he'd recounted that news to her. If Bakamasa is the leader, then we're math whizzes. She almost growled, walking ahead of him as they went home together. He remembered the confusion he felt at his big sister's words, never really at the time understanding why she seemed to dislike their cousin so much. As she turned to face him, Takemichi could only vaguely recall the frown on her face. Michai, whatever you do, don't listen to Bakama. We're gonna have us a little war with the second years at that school, Makoto proudly exclaimed, pulling Takemichi out of his memories. Yeah, Yamagishi cheered as Takemichi was left to stare in shock. We're gonna go over to their school and fight them right now? Takemichi questioned, causing the boys to falter. Hey, someone say something, Yamagishi muttered as Takuya decided to step up to the plate. Takemichi, they think we're wusses. They're looking down on us, you know? The only thing we can do is fight back. Takuya tried to explain, though Takemichi still didn't understand the supposed issue at hand. They look down on us and think we're wusses, and that's why we're fighting. You don't need to act like you're scared. Yamagishi misunderstood, causing Takemichi to sit up straight more. You're gonna give him a back fist as soon as you see him, like always, ain't ya? Yamagishi encouraged, flick his fist back and forth, much to Takemichi's continued confusion. Back fist. Yeah, Takemichi's always all fired up. Lead the way, charge commander. Yeah, Yamagishi cheered, kicking up their table and making Akun scramble to keep the table from actually tipping over. Oi, you're spilling things, he angrily shouted, though the other three boys across him and Takemichi only laughed, with Takuya even giving a woo, as Takemichi stared at the scene. The next thing Takemichi knew, the group was on their way, walking towards this so-called war they were gonna start. Wait, wait, wait. Shit is moving way too fast. I do recall something like this happening. I guess we did go talk to my cousin Masaru-kun about picking a fight at that school in Shibuya. Takemichi thought while holding his own chin. I think we even tried to hide it from Mani. His mind conjured up the image of him and his friend freezing up whenever his older sister passed by. Her head always tilted to the side, confused, before a frown would form on her face as the boys rambled off excuses to run away or hide their plans. Why does it feel like that was my first mistake? Takemichi dreadfully thought, a repressed feeling of guilt and anxiety slowly bubbling within him as he remembered the lead-up to this day. Now that I think about it, what was Mani doing back then on this day, whenever we'd skipped? He pulled out his phone to check for any calls or texts. I wouldn't be long till she'd give a call to give an earful or spam me with texts. But I don't remember that happening at all that day. July 4, 2005, Meiko. On that same day, 12 years from the day she died, Takemichi's sister, Hanagaki Meiko, would begin to entwine her fate with the very people who would end her and two other innocent bystanders' lives. A crowd of both onlookers and normal pedestrians circled around the girl. In particular, a girl of sandy blonde hair and honey gold eyes stared in awe at the glaring teen. As Hanagaki Meiko kept a grown man pinned to the ground before the girl with his arm twisted around his back. "Apologize," Meiko coldly ordered, holding down a young man who seemed around his mid-20s with his arm behind his back. Whining and crying as he was restrained, he tried to call for help. "Ga, let me go." Tightening her grip, the girl pulled more harshly on the young man's arms, causing him to scream as she continued to glare down at him. "That's not an apology, Tilda." "Bitch." How original. Meiko deadpanned just as two of the subway officers finally came into the scene. "Wow, what's going on here?" Turning his tear-stained face up to the officers, the young man all but exclaimed with joy. "Oh, thank goodness, officer, save me. This girl is insane." Twitching, the Meiko tesked as kept her glare down at the man. "Huh, that's rich, coming from scum like you." Refusing to let go of the man's arms, Meiko's blue eyes turned up to the officers. "Officers, I'd like to report this man for sexual harassment." "See, sexual harass, no?" The man panicky squirmed. "Arrest her, she's the one who assaulted me," the man shouted. "What should we do?" one of the officers asked his partner. "Those are both pretty serious accusations." Feeling her brow twitch, Meiko growled as she noted the officers becoming confused and torn on who to listen to. One tiny, surprisingly strong, or at least skilled, Japanese middle school girl, or the young man dressed in a suit and tie she had pinned underneath her. "That's funny, I'm pretty I wasn't the one covertly snapping shots under the skirts of schoolgirls with my phone." Meiko venomously hissed, causing the man below her to sweat as some of the females within the onlooking crowd gasped and even shrieked as they clutched onto the hems of their skirts. Honey gold eyes became wide as the sandy blonde girl who had been attentively following the scene thought. Wait, was that why? It had been crowded on the train, her stop was close approaching, and she was all but ready to jump out of the cart. When suddenly, "Gah!" Whipping her head around, the blonde girl could not help stare in shock as a man in his mid-20s had his phone-clutched hand held up in the air, as a dark-haired girl with deep blue eyes glared violently up at the man. "No more," the girl hissed as the train came to a stop. The events that followed almost seemed to go in a flash, as the grown man tried to break free and away from the girl's hold only for the teen to quickly catch and pin the man down outside on the train's platform, sending his phone flying out of his hand as she did so, and leaving the girl and some of the more curious train riders to follow behind and stare. "You're just making wild accusations," the man argued as he glared up at Meiko. "I don't even have my phone, you have no proof." The man arrogantly laughed, smirking. Meiko's eyes became wide as she took note that the phone the man had was missing. "Shit," looking the man over and the small space around her, Meiko paled as she noticed the phone was gone. "Where is it?" Seeing Meiko's slightly distressed look, the sandy blonde teen took a quick look around the platform, honey gold eyes locking onto the abandoned device, which lay hidden amongst the legs of some of the onlookers. "There!" Pushing herself through the crowd, The girl quickly scrambled to the device, barely managing to grab the cellular phone before it could be stepped on or kicked away, as the group of onlookers began to disperse at the supposed end to the scene. Stepping towards the dark-haired teen, the officers moved to remove Mako from the man she had pinned. "All right, that's enough. Young miss, we will be having to ta." Swiping the open device up off the floor, the blonde-haired teen held the phone up in the air. "Excuse me." The officers, Mako, and the pinned man all turned their gaze towards her. "Is this what you're looking for?" she seemed to almost boredly ask, sending the now pale pinned man a disgusted look as one of the officers came to her and took the phone. Playing with said device, the officer made a disgusted noise, before turning to his partner who stood near Mako and the pinned man to give a confirmative nod. "It checks out." "And no," the man weakly muttered, that's not mine." He tried to deny, though it did little as Mako finally released him into the hands of the police officers. "We will see about that." The officer glared as he secured the man before his partner joined up with him with the other girl. "If it's not too much of an issue, would you girls please come with us to get a statement?" Honey gold met ocean blue, the two girls silently conversing with each other before they turned their gazes back up to the officers. "Sure." Nodding, the officers began to lead the man away, gesturing for the girls to follow as they quietly followed close behind. "You okay?" The blonde questioned, as she turned to look at the dark-haired teen. "That guy stood really close to you on the train," Mako explained before she shivered slightly. "I don't even know how I noticed what he was doing, but hopefully he didn't get a shot of you. Snorting, the blonde shook her head. "No, he didn't, though I'm sure it wasn't from lack of trying. The benefits of being on the short side, right, Tilda?" Snickering to herself, Mako could only nod as she realized that she and the girl were just around the same height. "Oh yeah, Tilda, especially with how easy it is for people to underestimate you cause of it." Laughing out loud, the blonde nodded. "He really didn't see it coming when you tackled him." "I'd prefer detained," Mako poshly joked before snorting to herself, "but nah, I did pretty much throw my whole weight onto knocking that guy to the ground." The two laughed, continuing to follow the officers close behind as they were led to their police box. "Oh, I just realized we don't even know each other's names." Mako realized out loud before she turned to smile at the girl with her hand held out for a shake. "I'm Mako, Hanagaki Mako." Smiling, the blonde took hold of the outstretched hand. "Emma. Sano Emma, pleasure to meet you, Mei-chan." "Likewise, M-chan." This had been the start, the turning point for Mako's life, just as it had for Take Michi as well. July 4, 2005, Take Michi. WURZORREY. Bloody and bruised, tears streaming down his face, Take Michi found himself kneeling alongside Akun after receiving the beating of their lives. His cousin had lied, he was no leader, just a gopher, and all to just show off to him the hapless and naive younger cousin, who believed him and then spread it to his own friends. "Mitch, whatever you do, don't listen to Bakamasa." His sister's words rang through his mind. That coward would rather save face than do or say anything honest. He doesn't have anyone's best interest at heart but his own. Ow, she was right. Take Michi slightly thought in pain, as he and Akun continued to remain kneeling before their attackers. The leader of the group, a third year from the school they had gone to, by the name of Masataka Kiyomizu, better known as Kiyomasa, glared down at them with disgust and annoyance as he talked down to them. "You spineless little dweebs. You've got some nerve, call in yourselves delinquents." From behind Akun and himself, Take Michi could hear Yamagashi hick and whimper as the other three boys lay beaten, and in the case of Takuya, passed out. "From today onwards, you shits are going to be little soldiers for the Tokyo Manji gang. Better work your asses off." Kiyomasa's second-in-command spoke up, though neither Take Michi's or his friend Akun dared to look up from the ground, even as the older gang members walked away into the evening sunset. Even as his Akun rose to check on the other boys, Take Michi himself remained as he watched his blood slowly drip and paint the ground below him. "You okay?" "Just don't tell anyone I cried," Yamagishi whimpered. "The Tokyo Manji gang?" Take Michi thought. "That's right, this is where it all started." His mind conjured the image of days long past, our hellish days spent doing their bidding, all of us. "That's why I got the hell away from my hometown after graduating middle school." His mind flashed to himself walking away from his friends on graduation and pulled up his final conversation with his sister. "Ah, wait, where are you going?" his sister concernedly exclaimed as she tried holding onto the lone duffel bag he'd packed. "Let go. Mitch, please, talk to me," she begged. He had never been used to her begging. "What the hell is going on? Let me help you." "Shut up," he remembers pulling the bag away and shoving her away. She'd fallen back, almost hitting the bottom steps of the stairs, and the sense of guilt only fueled his self-loathing and fear. I don't want your help. I'm not a fucking child Mako. Stop treating me like one, just leave me alone." "Me, Kai. I hate you and everyone in this stupid town. I never want to see any of you again. Chai." He ran, his sister's tear-stained face fueling his run. His harsh words like ash on his tongue as he begged and cried to any god that she'd believe his lies and stay away. "I started living on my own and working. Quit slacking off, you're as slow as a fucking turtle." "Sorry. But nothing went right. I could never do anything very well." "Can't you do anything right?" "I'm sorry." "So I apologized." "I'm very sorry." "And apologized." "I'm sorry." "And apologized." Again and again, I just spent my whole life apologizing. Slamming his face down to the ground, he struggled to not cry as he quietly cursed to himself. "Damn it," clenching his fists beside him as remained curled up on the ground. "This sucks. My life's ending and I'm reliving the worst part of it." Throwing his head back, he yelled up to the heavens, "I get it, God. You're trying to tell me my life fucking sucked, right?" His eyes filled with tears, and the memories of his first love passed through his mind. "I'm sure you'll succeed, Hanagaki-kun." The tears built in his eyes, and the memory of his sister's gentle embrace from their youth joined the ghostly memories. "You idiot, just cause you fell doesn't mean you can't get back up," she cooed as she consoled a crying Takemichi who'd fallen off his bike. "You're stronger than this." Then the news report from that day 12 years into the future replayed in his mind. The escalating dispute between the Tokyo Manji gang has now claimed innocent victims. "Takebana, Maini, the Tokyo Manji gang?" Takemichi thought as he now sat staring off in the direction Kiyamasa's group walked in. "That's right. The reason they both die 12 years in the future. It's all because of them." He glared at the group as they finally vanished from sight but became dejected soon after. "But I guess that has nothing to do with me." Yet his first love's smile flashed through his mind, and Takemichi briefly realized something. Wait, Takebana's. Leaving the park they had been beaten in, Takemichi's group, the Mizu 5, now made their way home as night fell. The group all but licking their wounds as they did their best to support one another. "You okay, Takuya?" Makoto weakly asked as Yamagishi used himself as a crutch for the slicked-back dark-haired teen. "You better not tell anyone that I cried." "Damn it," cursed Akon, the teens walking in almost complete silence as the train passed by. All of them lacking any money now to even take the transport home, but none are willing to even entertain the idea of asking for help from the one person who'd be willing. Least, they have to explain their current state to the elder Hanagaki. "Man, I'm starving," Makoto sighed as Yamagishi whined in agreement. "I want some katsudon." "I can't eat, my mouth's all busted up," Takuya struggled to voice as Takemichi slowed and stopped far behind the group in deep thought. "Takemichi." "What's wrong, Takemichi?" Akon asked. "Are you worried about Mei-senpai freaking out?" Wincing as he held his jaw, Takuya could not help but add, "We can cover for you if we come up with an excuse." Shaking his head, Takemichi looked up at the boys with a set gaze. "Sorry, I've gotta go." "Huh, go where?" Akon asked, as Takemichi turned and ran from the group, leaving the group to stare as he vanished back down the street. Running as fast as he could, Takemichi couldn't help but realize something. "I forgot. What did Takebana look like?" Stopping to finally catch his breath, Takemichi looked up at the apartment complex he ended at. "Here." Looking through the complex's mailboxes, he found the one holding his first love's name, before heading up to her door and ringing her doorbell. There was a moment of silence and then, "Yes." Takemichi stood up straight at the female's voice. "Wait, Hanagaki-kun." "Why, yeah," Takemichi nervously replied, his mind racing as it finally began to hit just what he was doing. Her voice, I remember it, he thought, the sounds of rapid footsteps and movement coming from beyond the door until it was opened. Hanagaki-kun, his eyes could not help but widen as she stepped out her front door. Were you fighting again? You can't keep getting into fights like that. You just got into a fight over the dumbest thing last week. Mei-senpai even got on you for it. The girl firmly scolded, sounding more and more like a concerned wife towards the boy. Are you okay? That looks like it hurts real bad. Did you at least disinfect it? You're all swollen up. Want me to get you some bandages? Ah. Does your sister even know? She was so worried and upset after school, I think she even went looking for you. Have you talked? Takebana, Hinata. Takemichi almost seemed to whisper as tears began to stream down his face. Hinata becoming more concerned as she noticed the almost mournful smile that graced her crying boyfriend's face. This though equally shocked Takemichi as he struggled to speak. Why am I crying? He covered his face as he became embarrassed and tried to walk away. Sorry, it's nothing, I'll go home now. Hanagaki-kun, Hinata concernedly called out, causing the boy to pause as he quietly tried to brush her off. I just wanted to see you. You're lying, something happened, you're not acting like yourself. Taking confident strides forward, Hinata reached out her hands. Takemichi being left shocked as she gently grabbed hold of his face. Hi. Just tell me, I want to know everything about you, she boldly exclaimed at Takemichi's dumbstruck face. I'm your girlfriend, you dummy. Sorry, was all Takemichi could reply though, and try to listen as she spoke to him, though his mind was 1,000 miles away. That's right, she was always getting mad at me. She was small but so strong-willed. It was no wonder she and my sister would get along back then. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow at school, and don't forget to call Senpai on your way home. Hinata smiling said, waving farewell, Takemichi leaving in even more tears. I always loved the cheerful way she'd say, bye-bye, he thought, walking down the street, and yet stopping mid-walk, he desperately tried to whip away his tears. Damn it. Stopping at a park, he took a seat on the lone swing set, pulling out his phone to check the time. Only to wince at the many missed calls and text from a number with the ID of Mei. Did I silence my phone that day? Thumb hovering over the call button, he quickly pressed it and silently pulled the cell up to his ear. It rang once. Twice. Click. His eyes became wide as the call was received, yet as he shakingly opened his mouth to speak, he was cut off. Am I Kai? The angry shout of his sister's voice blasted through the receiver and in his ear as he pulled the device away wide-eyed. The sound of a high-pitched whistle from the other side and a "Someone's in trouble, Tilda," from an unknown voice, barely catching his ear as his sister began to rant at him. Where have you been, mister? Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? I got called into the teacher's lounge and scolded for your skipping class again. His sister viciously shouted, and yet, Takemichi felt a resurgence of tears as he once more heard the familiar sound of his sister's voice. Mei, he almost whispered, voice cracking. His sister's voice went silent on the other end as Takemichi's mind raced. Her too. All I ever seemed to do was cause my sister's problems. With our parents barely around cause of work, she was the one always left in charge. He silently thought, crying. She was the one who teachers got on to try and make me behave. She was the one bailing me out stupid trouble I got into, and she. Mitch, her voice had become gentle and soft now. Are you okay? Did something happen? She was the one who was always there. He struggled not to sob as he shook his head. No, I just realized something today, Mei. And what is that? I hate you and everyone in this stupid town. I never want to see any of you again. He sobbed as he recalled those final words to her all those years ago. That, I really love ya, and that you're the best big sister a guy could ever ask. He cried, saying the words he wished he would have told her sooner, the words he could have told her if she were not dead. And, I'm sorry for not saying it more. Everything was silent for a sec, and then he heard a sound that made him smile. His sister snorting and giggling as she said, You spaz, you really had me worried there, you dummy. Weakly laughing at himself, he said, Did I? Sorry. Geez, there you go apologizing again. I've told you, if you're not gonna do something about it, then don't apologize over it. It really makes you come off as ingenuine when you say the same thing over and over again. Yeah, I mean. Again, geez, just wait when you get home. We are seriously having a talk about this, Mitch. I will tell Mom and Dad. his sister threatened as he chuckled under his breath. Oh, yeah, that sounds nice actually. And don't you dare think you're off the hook for this afternoon, she hissed, showing the motherly traits Takemichi knew she'd developed just from looking after him. You are getting such a tongue lashing. 2 months, I tell you. You owe me 2 months' worth of chores with no whining for covering your ass. Do you hear me? Nodding to himself, Takemichi smiled solemnly. Yeah, I hear ya, see ya soon. HMPH, his sister huffed. Yeah, I guess. Want me to pick you up a bag of your favorite chips? Feeling the tears build up again, he nodded again. Yeah, if you don't mind. Right, I'll see you in a bit then. Oh, and don't eat anything while you're out. We're having takeout tonight since someone decided to send me on a wild goose chase looking for him and his 4 musketeers. Okay, bye Maymay. MH, see ya Tilda. Hanging up the phone with a semi-teasing goodbye, Mako sighed in relief as she looked down at the image of a slightly annoyed dark-haired Takemichi, struggling against her laughing self's hold as she tried to help him bleach his hair. Was that your brother? Emma asked as she stood beside the girl outside the station. Yeah, finally decided to learn how to use his phone, jerk. Mako sarcastically huffed as Emma raised a brow at her. You calmed down real quick after picking up that call. Did he have a good reason for ditching? She curiously asked as the dark-haired teen only shrugged her hands. No idea. Tilda, then why the sudden wind down? Emma exclaimed, staring up at her new friend in shock. If I were that mad at my brother, you bet I wouldn't just calm down in a snap, she said, snapping her own fingers as if to emphasize her point. Flipping her phone shut, Mako only smiled as she gently pulled the device close to her chest. It's 'cause he called me Maymay. Blinking once twice, Emma tilted her head curiously. Maymay. Smiling at the other teen, Mako decided to explain. It's his childhood nickname for me. Huh, the blonde exclaimed. You caved because of that. Looking down at the clutched device in her hand, Mako continued to explain nostalgically. He hasn't called me that. In years. Oh, Emma mumbled, realizing just how significant that action must have been for the girl. Besides, Mako laughed as she finally pocketed the device in her bag. He sounded like he was crying. Mind you, he's such a crybaby sometimes that should be normal by now, but still. Looking directly into the honey gold eyes of her new friend, Mako added, I could just tell something was off with him. I mean, he willingly called me and even used his old name for me. Looking up at the night sky, she muttered. It wouldn't feel right to just rage at him and probably kick him down while he's low. I gotta make sure he's okay first, before I try to teach him a lesson, you know, like a good big sister. Humming to herself, Emma gave a slight nod. I think I know what you mean, sorta. Smiling to herself, she added, I have my own older brother, and he can be so childish and even downright annoying sometimes, but you still want to look out for and support him, and love him either way. Mako cheerfully finished as Emma's eyes sparkled with mirth back towards the girl. Exactly, Emma agreed, and the two girls shared a laugh. You know, you're pretty cool, Mei-chan. Aw, Tilda, Mako cooed before smiling mischievously. You're just saying that 'cause you haven't seen my room. Back with Takemichi, the man-turned-boy was now silent as he repocketed his cellular device as he continued to sit alone in the dark park. Slightly swinging as he quietly and solemnly reminisced over the past events of his day and life in general. That is until the loud noise of a group of boys interrupted him. This isn't all of it, is it? Don't lie to us. Jump, damn it. Looking up from the ground before him, Takemichi watched as 3 younger teens ganged up on a slightly smaller boy still dressed in his school uniform. Said boy was jumping in place with his head down, the sound of loose change even reaching Takemichi's ears as the boys hounded their victim. See, you did have more. Empty him out. So fucking noisy. Takemichi angrily began to think as he glared at the group. Shut up, I'm trying to have a moment here. He angrily hissed to himself with a twitch to his brow. Hurry the hell up. Quit wastin' our time. The boy threatened the shaking teen, only to be interrupted as an annoyed Takemichi spoke up. Oi. Huh? Turning their heads back towards the park, a pissed-off Takemichi charged at the group. Shut the hell up, you dumbasses, and punched the closest guy he could, shocking the remaining 3 boys as he menacingly smiled at the remaining bullies. You just keep running your mouths. Yapping and yapping and yapping. Picking up an abandoned glass bottle near the entrance that they stood at, he broke the bottle, making the teens jump slightly. "I'm seriously in the shittiest mood right now." Pointing the broken bottle at the group, his glare was almost murderous. "Piss off, or I'll kill you." He threatened the boys, scrambling to grab their fallen friend and dragging him away as they ran. "We're sorry. Please excuse us." The bullies shouted, and as they left his view, Takemichi threw aside the broken bottle he'd been using to threaten the group. As only he and their still somewhat nervous victim were left alone, "Go home, kiddo." Yet as he walked away to continue his self-reflection, the shaken teen he saved spoke up. Hi. It's really dangerous to leave that there." The boy stuttered, pointing over at the abandoned bottle. Looking back over at his makeshift weapon, Takemichi paused, remembering that they were in a park where children would play at. "Oh, my bad." Picking up the bottle, he and the boy found a plastic bag and carefully put it and the broken shards aside to be thrown away. Once that was done, Takemichi once more made his way to the swings that he had claimed. Only to once more be stopped as the boy spoke up to him again. Thank you for helping me." Sighing loudly, Takemichi could not help but turn back to look at the kid exhaustedly. It was becoming more apparent with time why the kid was probably targeted by those boys to him. "Listen up, when guys like that bother you, show a little more confidence. You gotta have some guts." Takemichi began to advise. "Prepare to get punched, but don't flinch." Takemichi ranted, stopping as he noticed the boy pull out a notepad and pen to start writing down his words. "You don't need to take notes," he exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head as became embarrassed by his own interaction with the boy. "Anyway, just face them head on. That'll be enough to scare off half-assed punks." "Oh, okay," the boy responded, and Takemichi could not help but fall silent as his own words fell heavy in his mind. Confidence and resolve, guts, all shit I never had, he thought before asking the boy an important question. "So, hey, what's your name?" "Takebana," the boy simply replied, shocking Takemichi. "I'm Takebana Naoto." "Huh, wait, are you Takebana's little brother?" Takemichi exclaimed as the boy, Naoto, stared up at the older teen surprised. "Oh, I do have an older sister." "The hell, man, you should have hurried up and said something." "Wait, are you one of my sister's friends?" Now sitting side by side to one another on the park swings, Takemichi could not help but think about the younger boy's future as they sat beside one another. Takebana Naoto? That's right, in 12 years he's going to die too, he thought before finally deciding to introduce himself. "I'm Hanagaki Takemichi. You can call me Takemichi." I won't, but okay. Are you by any chance related to Mako-senpai?" "The hell, has she already met you?" "Yeah," Naoto nodded. "She came over a few days ago with my big sister to do some studying, I think." Naoto explained, causing Takemichi to slump with a sigh as he muttered. "Course she did, couldn't wait to just wedge her way into my own girlfriend's life. Is nothing sacred?" He could just imagine his sister giggling and mischievous smile at him as she held Hinata away from him. Still, it warmed his heart, knowing his sister had tried to form a friendship with the girl he liked. "You like your sister?" he decided to ask. "Huh?" Naoto exclaimed, turning embarrassingly to a grinning Takemichi. "Where'd that come from? No, I don't, I hate her." He childishly lied, a blush lightly dusting his cheeks. "Really, why so?" Takemichi playfully asked, though in his own mind he wondered. "Was I the same way back then?" "Because," Naoto began to stutter out, "she's always bossing me around and telling me what to do." Grinning at the younger teen, Takemichi could not help but chuckle. "I see. I guess I can get that, my sister's the same way." "No way," Naoto gasped. "Is it a sister thing?" he asked as Takemichi could only shrug. "Who knows, it could just be a sibling thing," Takemichi simply replied before frowning as he became more solemn. "Still, though, take good care of your sister." Takemichi seriously ordered, Naoto becoming confused as noted the change in demeanor from the older teen. "I love your sister," Takemichi confessed. "I love her so much that I don't know what to do with myself." He admitted, looking down at his feet. "Not just her, though. My own sis, too. I've taken her for granted even though she's the only one I got. I remembered that today." Laughing at himself, Takemichi tried to brush aside the darkened mood. "Ha, you don't really understand what I'm talking about, do ya?" Naoto could neither agree or deny, a silence falling between him and Takemichi as they continued to sit in that park. Until This is gonna sound crazy, Takemichi finally spoke up again. But on this day in 2017, I fell off a platform onto the train tracks. I thought I was dead, but suddenly I was in middle school. I was me from 12 years ago again. Takemichi admitted. What do you call that? A time leap, Naoto exclaimed, turning to look fully up at the older teen. Though this seemed to have helped Takemichi's mood as he exclaimed back. Yeah, that. Looking down as hands he muttered. I might just be having a long-ass dream, but you know. He pocketed his hands and rose up from the swing. I think God just let me see Takebana one last time. Let me say the things I wish I could have to my own big sis at least once. He solemnly stared up into the sky. Huh, what do you mean? Naoto confusedly asked. On July 1st, 12 years from now, both our sisters are going to die, Takemichi solemnly admitted, shocking Naoto in his place. And that's also when you're going to die together with them. Dread struck Naoto's heart. July 1st, 2017. Takemichi repeated before turning to stare the boy down. Make sure you remember this date, Naoto, and protect your sister. Protect mine as well. He almost seemed to beg before grinning at the frightened boy. But yeah, I'm sure this is all hard to believe. He tried to once more brush off, though he was solemn as he silently thought. If this is real, then I want to change the future. I fell so far that I forgot about her. His mind flashed to Hinata's determined gaze and his last meeting with her that day, and her. His final conversation with her over the phone until I heard they'd died. Feeling pathetic, feeling grim and frustrated. I want to do all of this over. He thought before holding out his hand to the younger Takebana sibling. I'm counting on you. Naoto's gaze became firm and determined, and as he reached out to take his hand. Okay, I will. It was as if a link had been set in place, the world fading from around Takemichi's eyes before returning to find himself somewhere else. A ceiling light now above his head, the man found himself lying in a bed much to his surprise as he sat up. He's awake. Where am I? Takemichi asked as an officer walked up to him. The infirmary at the station. You fell from the platform onto the tracks, the station officer explained. Takemichi taking this information in mind as he looked around the infirmary, stopping at the calendar stationed on a desk. July 4th, 2017. Was that all a dream then? He wondered. Wait. His mind flashed back to the moment he was almost hit by the train. I actually survived that. Looking himself over, he almost shouted, I don't have a scratch on me. Could I have some time alone to speak with him? A newcomer spoke up. Sure, go ahead. The officer agreed before looking towards the confused Takemichi. This is the man who saved your life. He explained before walking away, leaving Takemichi more confused. Hi. It's been a while, the new man said as he walked up beside Takemichi's bedside. Who are you? Takemichi asked, confused and lost. Looking up at the unknown man dressed in a suit, even when something in him couldn't help but feel there was something familiar about the man. I'm Takebana Naoto, Naoto replied smiling. Hi. That day you changed my fate, Naoto seriously explained, causing Takemichi to become more confused and lost. That day, but wait, you died. You traveled through time, Naoto bluntly replied. That's how I survived and saved you. You changed the present by traveling through time, Naoto declared to the shocked Takemichi. Takemichi-kun, 12 years ago today, this is what you told me. Naoto recounted as both men recalled Takemichi's final words to the boy. Now sitting by Takemichi's bedside, the grown Naoto explained himself. I studied really hard and became a police officer, so that I could protect my sister and help yours. Then there. Takemichi excitedly began to say, pausing as he noticed the upset look crossed Naoto's face as the man looked away from him. I'm truly sorry, Takemichi-kun, my sister, both of our sisters, have died. Naoto frustratingly admitted, I did everything that I could possibly think of, but, looking back up at the other man, Naoto glared in determination. Please help me. I know you'll be able to save our sisters. Naoto begged, Takemichi's stomach becoming knotted as he realized what Naoto had said and his fate like Naoto. Me, I can, save Takebana and Mani. Altered. Chapter 3. Glaring down at the cooking pot before her, Mako fidgeted in place, stirring the stew she was making while she involuntarily tapped her right foot. She thought, where is he? Her eyes flew to the kitchen clock. Where is he? to the stove's clock. "Where the hell is that brat?" she growled, turning off the stovetop, removing the finished stew off the hot surface. Taking off her apron, she flung the garment over the kitchen counter as she picked her cell phone off the kitchen table. Flipping the device open, her brow twitched as she noticed no reply or message from her missing brother. Yet, 2 new unread ones from 2 separate persons. From Michi's waifu. It happened again. Hanagaki-kun just came over. Senpai, he looked even more beat up than before. I don't know what happened and he didn't say, but he seemed different again tonight though. Like that night a few days ago. Sighing at her brother's girlfriend's text, Mako could not help but frown deeply. This had become the norm for the past few days since he last called her by his nickname for her. Eyes wide, Mako looked down at her brother's frowning and slumped form as he begrudged ate the takeout she bought. "Wah, what the hell happened?" Mako recalled asking, as her brother refused to meet her eyes. "Nothing." "What do you mean nothing?" Mako growled. "You called me an hour ago crying, was this why?" she asked. Flinching at this news, Takemichi simply shoveled more food in his mouth. "No, why would I do something like that?" "Are you kidding me?" Mako gasped. "You called me, saying how you loved me and calling me Mei-mei." At this, the young Takemichi became flushed as he snapped, "I did not. I haven't called you that dumb name in years." "Tilde, are you saying I'm lying?" Mako snapped back, slamming her hands on the kitchen table. "I'm saying I don't remember doing that," Takemichi honestly shouted, getting up, and even if I did, there's no way I'd use that stupid nickname again." Tears were starting to form around the corners of his eyes. "Michi. And stop calling me that?" Takemichi all but yelled, grabbing the bag of chips his sister had obviously bought him as he moved to leave and go upstairs. "We're not kids anymore, so grow up." "Wah, hey, get back here, we're not done yet." "No." Staggering to run after the boy, Mako stopped at the bottom of the steps to shout, "You jerk, I wasn't done talking." "Well, I am." "At least disinfect those scrapes." She heard his bedroom door loudly slam shut and screamed in frustration. Not a kid my ass. Later she would leave their home's first aid kit outside his door, finding it used and outside her door the next day with a simple apology note, even as her brother was already long gone. Since then he'd been ignoring her attempts to talk to him, let alone help him, with her brother coming home late, beaten black and blue. She tried speaking to their shared friend group, only to find them just as battered and tight-lipped, leaving only her brother's girlfriend as her last resort for any help, though even she was at a loss of what was going on, much to her own concern and frustration. Looking down at the ground, Hinata sat beside Mako on one of the school steps as she sadly muttered, "He seemed fine after our talk. A bit out of it, sure, but I just thought that was cause of the fight he was in." "Do you know what it was about?" Mako carefully asked, as the short-haired girl only shook her head. "He didn't say. I thought it was just one of those stupid fights again, but now." "Hey," placing her hand reassuringly on the slightly younger girl's head, Mako softly cooed, "It's okay. Maybe it is just some stupid fights they're getting into, and they're not saying anything cause they know I'll discipline their asses." She lightly coughed, causing Hinata to crack a smile ever so slightly. "We'll figure this out somehow. We just gotta work together, that's all." "Yeah," she responded with a quick text, sending a reassurance that she would try to actually confront the boy again to Hinata. Mako opened the next text message from her newest friend, who knew of the situation. From M-chan. "So is your brother still coming home beat up?" Though they'd only met recently, Mako had found herself interacting with and communicating with her new friend Emma since the day they'd first met. Having messaged the girl once she has got home to make sure she herself had gotten home safe. Emma had a vague notion of the frustration Mako was going through when she had tried to check in with Mako over her situation with Takemichi. To M-chan. "From what his girlfriend sent me, it looks like it." From M-chan. "Yikes, sorry to hear that. He's still not telling you anything." Mako sulked as she reread the message. "If he told me anything, this wouldn't still be happening." To M-chan. "No." From M-chan. "And none of you know what's going on." Before she could try to respond, she heard her home's front door open, as a familiar teen finally made it home at last. "I'm home. July 6th, 2017 Takemichi. I'm so tired, Takemichi thought as he absently looked through a laptop laid before him. From behind him, sipping a cup of coffee, Naoto pointed at the screen from over his shoulder. There, that's important. Huh, right, Takemichi tiredly muttered, following the younger man's directions. And there, did you actually read that part? Naoto lightly reprimanded as Takemichi struggled to keep his eyes open. And then the next part, so much so Naoto had to even physically pull his head back up as it started to nod off. You've gone too far. Yes, there. Please remember that part too. Energy drinks littered the space around Takemichi, the lack of sleep both a struggle and annoyance to the man as he tried to remain focused. For 2 days, he had been locked up within Naoto's apartment with no sleep. It was safe to say it was finally getting to the blue-eyed man as he loudly yawned into his man. You need to pack as much information as possible about the Tokyo Manji gang into your head. Naoto seriously reprimanded, lacking just as much sleep as Takemichi, yet somehow more alert and functional compared to his new partner in crime. Naoto's insane, Takemichi thought. He's trying to kill me. Not even Mani got onto me as hard when it came to studying. The man thought, recalling long nights where his sister would try to help drill him over subjects for exams. Sighing aloud, he leaned back in his seat, pulling his tired eyes from the harsh monitor screen for a quick rest. Eyes wandering, his gaze landed on the framed image Naoto's office carried. A framed picture of the older Hinata. 5 days ago on July 1st, Takebana Hinata was caught in the crossfire during a dispute among members of the Tokyo Manji gang and died. Turning his gaze away, his hand grabbed onto a single loose picture Naoto had provided of Takemichi's fully grown sister. My elder sister, Hanagaki Mako, had died alongside her in that same event. A truck drove in during a festival, aiming for some stalls. Hinata was 26, Meimei was 27. Putting the image back down beside his workstation, Takemichi went about to continue his research. In that report, you'll find some of what the Tokyo Manji gang has been up to that hasn't been reported by the media. Naoto informed, noting the file Takemichi had pulled up. That's information my predecessor risked his life gathering. He ominously admitted, as Takemichi became pale and had to cover his mouth to resist puking onto the device. The image of a dead man, front and center for all to see. That last photo is actually him. Huh? Takemichi shockingly asked as he looked up at the solemn Naoto. He was investigating undercover when he was discovered and killed. Takemichi gasped at this reveal. In one of his eye sockets, they found the media device that fully recorded his murder in place of his gouged-out eyeball. Naoto explained, glaring at his coffee. I kept requesting transfers until I finally got assigned to my predecessor's position 6 months ago. Placing his drink down beside Mako's picture, he moved towards one of his many boards lined with notes and pictures on Tommen members and dealings. The death of this investigator is under wraps because they didn't want to cause panic, though that's only part of the reason. The Tokyo Manji gang was already under Kisaki Teta's control before it happened. Takemichi's mind could not help but wander though when he caught sight of Naoto's badge sitting close by. Naoto is a detective in the organized crime department. He's well informed about their internal affairs, and he's trying to fill my brain with all of the information there is about the Tokyo Manji gang. Sighing, he couldn't help but wonder aloud, but is this all necessary to save Takebana and Mani? If there's one problem with your power, it's that you can only go back to this date 12 years ago. Naoto reminded Takemichi of their hypothesis, something they had yet to fully test. But that's just your observation. You're apparently alive right now, so what happened back then must be real, but I don't even know if I can go back, Aga. Takemichi tried to honestly debate, only for Naoto to both angrily and determinedly cut in. If we can go back to the day our sisters died and keep them from going to that festival, it might be possible to save them, Naoto stated, glaring at the board before him. But since we can't go back to the exact date we want, we'll do everything we can right now. Turning to meet Takemichi's gaze, Naoto bluntly stated, you need to go back in time immediately, to when you were in middle school 12 years ago, and meet a certain someone. A certain someone. Slamming his hand between two pictures, Naoto continued. Tommen has 2 leaders, Sano Manjiro and Kisaki Teta. Yikes, Takemichi fearfully shook, staring at the image of the 2 gang leaders. Sano and Kisaki, If these two had never met, the current Tokyo Manji gang would have existed, which means that our sisters wouldn't have to die either. Naoto explained as Takemichi began to understand. I see. If I go back to being in middle school again and stop those two from meeting. Pausing, Takemichi stood up abruptly as he realized one issue. I get it, but how am I supposed to go to the past again? Takemichi-kun, you said that when you came back, you shook hands with me. Yeah. That might be the trigger, Naoto concluded. Takemichi could not help but stare down at his own hands in awe. A handshake, huh? You saved me back then, and because of that, I may have become part of your powers. I see, Takemichi thought in awe. I thought he was a bit crazy, but Naoto really believes I can travel through time. That's why he's so serious. Takemichi-kun, are you ready? Naoto asked. Staring down at his right hand, Takemichi thought, I want to save Takabana and Meimei too, just as much as Naoto. Closing it tight, he met Naoto's determined gaze with one of his own. Sano and Kisaki. They met in August 12 years ago. Find one of them, stay by his side, and stop the two of them from meeting. Naoto expounded, as Takemichi nervously smiled back at him. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. You're the only one who can save both our sisters. Naoto reaffirmed as he held out his hand. Whether it was for his or Takemichi's own sake neither could say, but it did not matter. As Takemichi reached out and took hold of the hand, this was their only hope. He felt the sudden shift, the clicking of some sort of connection. The world went dark around him, and his place in the future was no more. July 6, 2005. Takemichi. Struggling to open his eyes, the world and sound returned around him. A boy around his past self's age, standing directly before with his arms raised yelling. Come on, let's do this. Huh, where'd Naoto go? Blinking once, twice, in confusion Takemichi slowly started to look around, dread filling the pits of his stomach as he caught sight of the crowd all around him. Quit messin' around, you dumb shit. Hurry up and fight. Kill him. Huh, hey wait. Quickly becoming more aware of how lost he was, Takemichi paled as the crowd around him and the boy went more wild. Huh, hey wait. Did you eat good before you came here? Murder his ass. You're putting me to sleep, you dumbass. Come on. Huh. Hanagaki, you little shit. I've got 1,000 yen riding on you. What the hell is going on? Takemichi finally yelled in shock, looking back at his supposed opponent to hold out a hand as he tried reaching for his pocketed cell phone. Hang on a second. Flipping the phone open, he was met by the familiar background and now the date. July 6, 2005. I'm 12 years in the past. No fucking way, it's just as Naoto said. A text alert suddenly appeared on his screen. From Meimei, oi, where are you? We really need to. Oh crap, Takemichi silently panicked. Too much was going on. He'd time-traveled again, he was in the middle of a fight in some park, and now his sister was trying to contact him. Hearing a yell from behind, he turned and tried to speak out to the opponent that charged at him. W.A. to Min, only to be punched, and his lights knocked out with that single blow. All he could do was think, I really did go back in time again. He remembers giggling, laughing as he ran after his sister after school. They were young, just freshly having entered elementary school now alongside her. Trying to keep up with his older sister back then had never been the easiest. Even though he grew to be taller than her by middle school, he never stopped struggling to keep up with her. Meimei, wait, he tried calling out with a whine, you're going too fast. You're just slow, she giggled looking back at him but hardly slowed down. Come on Michai, hurry up. Nah, it's 'cause you're Falling down on his face, the dark-haired young boy fell silent. Slowly tears tried to well up, as his knees and elbows began to burn from the scrapes, and as he opened his mouth to start crying. Michai, his sister was already by his side, sitting the sobbing boy up as she knelt by his side. Oh gosh. He only continued to cry as she looked over his scrapes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have run so far ahead. Doing her best to whip his tears away, she cooed and gently held his sobbing form. Once he had calmed to simple whimpers and stuttered sobs, she moved away from him, kneeling before him as she offered her back, here, get on. She'd smiled, and it made everything okay. I'll get us back home, and we can get Mama to help patch you up. Even as she struggled to carry him back home, and was later scolded by their mother for not taking better care of him. His sister did not falter, and her affection for him held strong. I'm sorry, he shamefully said, after their mother had left to collect the first aid kit. She only smiled though, patting his head as she said, "It's fine." "But Mama, I'm the big sis," she cut off, bending down a bit as she had still been taller than him. "I'm supposed to be looking out for ya." "But I was the one who asked to race. How come you're the one in trouble?" He tried to fight back, frowning as his sister only shook her head. "You're just a kid." "So are you," he shot back. "But a big kid," she finished with a pout, "and you're the little brother, so I gotta take responsive, shaking her head she huffed as she struggled to word her sentence she corrected, "I gotta make sure you're all right. I have to protect you." "But," looking down at his battered knees, the smaller Take Mitchie asked, "Who's gonna protect you?" Giggling, Mako once again patted her brother's head. "You dummy, that's..." Gasping awake, Take Mitchie found himself still on the ground and his vision unfocused. The sun now setting as his tormentors were gathered waiting for his return to the land of the living from his unconscious state. "Oi, Hanagaki's awake." "Did I pass out?" Take Mitchie disorientedly wondered, his vision still struggling to come into focus as he continued to think. Is this what Maymay sees when she tries to read without her glasses? "You fuckhead, that was a one-hit KO. We're all betting money here." One of the smoking teens annoyedly snapped at him as he loomed over Take Mitch's still-down body while smoking. "Talk about a lame-ass match." The older male's companion grumbled as Take Mitch's vision finally stabilized, but he continued to be confused. "A match? Ain't that right, Kiyomasa?" Sitting quickly up from the ground, Take Mitch's gaze shifted over to the leader of this group. Kiyomasa stoically sat and smoking as he counted away at the money they'd earned. For Take Mitchie, though, this was the first time he actually realized who this man was. A scarred eyebrow, the top delinquent of Shibuya 3rd Middle School, Kiyomizu Masataka. Pocketing their earnings for the day, Kiyomasa directed his apathetic gaze towards Take Mitchie. "Even though I gathered up all those spectators, I had to end the fight. If people stop coming to these Fight Club matches to bet, there's no point." Underground fight? Oh right, people were betting on that fight. Take Mitchie thought, now I remember, these guys were in charge of that. "For now, teach that piece of trash a lesson," Kiyomasa ordered, causing the two thugs closest to Take Mitchie to begin beating him, as the blonde could do nothing but curl into a ball and cover his head in an attempt to shield his most vital areas as he was kicked repeatedly. "Hey, what are you, a fucking turtle? Stand up, fucker. Get up, damn it, so I can teach you a proper lesson. I ma beat some fucking guts into ya." Yet Take Mitchie did not move, the trauma and fear of this whole event both in his past and now freezing him. "That's right. I'm their slave. I did whatever they told me to." "What's with this stupid turtle?" the kicker out of breath asked aloud, another of his companions coming over with a malicious smile as he said, "Leave me somewhere to punch, Red." Thus the beating worsened and continued. "Holy shit, you're pathetic." Continuing till the sky was red and Take Mitch's body was beaten black and blue, barely able to even remain conscious, though it was more than likely he had simply regained consciousness and not even noticed he'd been knocked out with how much pain he was in. Being forced to fight guys we don't even know, and if we lose, we get toughened up. Day after every damn day, it was a living hell, and that's why I ran away. Struggling to get back up, he grunted in pain, barely able to even rise to his knees. "I abandoned my friends, Takebana, even my sister, Mako." His last meeting with Hinata flashed through his mind as he desperately glared at the ground. Takebana? His sister's forgotten text, his last phone call, he remembered these two. "Maymay," he muttered. "Next time try a little harder." The one known as Red taunted as he and Kiyomasa's group began to walk away. "You were really fucking pathetic today. Let's go home. Should we get some ramen?" Though his body ached and some part of him wished to just stop, Take Mitchie rose to his feet to call back out to the group. "Hey. Damn, you're actually conscious. Wow, you're persistent." So, nervously holding his arm, Take Mitchie took a chance. "You guys belong to the Tokyo Manji gang, right? I'd like to meet one of the leaders. Someone called either Sano or Kisaki. I was wondering if that be possible somehow." Take Mitchie asked, before noting the suddenly shocked expressions from two of Kiyomasa's lackeys, not really noticing the twitch from the man he had just upset. "Ah, if it's not possible then that's okay." Snapping his cigarette stick in hand, Kiyomasa turned a murderous glare down to not only his subordinates but directly Takemichi as he ordered. "Bring me my bat." The beating was more savage this time, even if he tried to curl up and shield himself. Kiyomasa would just find a way, hitting him harder in one place so he'd falter in his curled-up state, only to then hit him in a place that could very well kill Takemichi, and no amount of begging or apologizing would stop it. I'm sore." Images of his time in the future, all his apologies flashed through his mind. His sister's original words of care and affection ringing bitterly and hollow in his ears. "Geez, there you go apologizing again. I've told you. If you're not gonna do something about it, then don't apologize for it." So he stopped, unable to say the words that always seemed to be his go-to when they really would do him no good. Simply shutting his eyes tight and accepting his fate to be beaten upon. Uncomfortably watching the scene before them, Kiyomasa's men started to whisper among themselves. Hey, maybe we should stop him soon." Yeah. "Kiyomasa, dude, stop, you're gonna kill him." They ran, trying to pull their boss away, trying to stop him from going too far, but it was almost to no avail. By the time he stopped, it was dark, Takemichi's body now bloody and unconscious, yet the brutish thug did not care. "Hey, wake your ass up, Hanagaki," simply kicking onto his back before planting his foot upon the teen's stomach. It worked, Takemichi being forced awake and struggling to even sit up as he looked up at the man with a bloody and bruised face in fear. The look in Kiyomasa's eyes was that of a killer. "The next time Sano-kun's name comes out of your mouth, you get it, don't you? I'll fucking kill you." Scary, Takemichi almost seemed to burst out in tears at this, crying in fear as the man and his minions walked away mentally screaming. What the hell is his problem? You can't even talk to him. This is impossible. How am I supposed to meet them? He said he'd kill me if I ever said that name again. I really will die. Is this guy seriously in middle school? His tears ran free, and he scrambled painfully to his feet. Doing a mixture of running and limping as he fled the scene, get in touch with the leaders of the Tokyo Manji gang. Me, who's basically a slave. Barely stopping himself from tripping, he could no longer hold back his doubts. "I can't," he yelled. "I can't do this. That's impossible. It's impossible, Naoto." Limping through the city, the people around Takemichi stared in shock as he walked by. The boy's head down, shoulder slumped, blood dried, glare directed to the ground before him. His mind was a storm of bitter emotions as he wandered the bustling dark streets. "I forgot. Oh my gosh. Whoa, he's covered in wounds. I'd totally forgotten, I'm just me." He solemnly thought, tears welling up. "Even in my second life, a failure's still going to be a failure. I should just go home, to the future." He painfully cried as he stopped mid-limp. "But how can I get back, though?" He silently whispered, slouching and curling his arms more tightly around himself. "Oh yeah, Naoto told me that a handshake is the trigger if I go see Naoto." Phone vibrating within his pocket, Takemichi ignored the device as he continued on his way. The guilt over another missed call from his elder sister would not be anything new for the man who planned to run away. Arriving at the Takebana residence, Takemichi rang the apartment's doorbell. When receiving no response, he sighed out of breath. "Wait, are they not home?" he wondered aloud. "It's definitely Naoto. As long as I shake hands with Naoto, I can return to the future. You are the only one who can save our sisters." Remembering the future Naoto's words, Takemichi felt his phone go off again. The teen's right hand touched the pocket the phone resided in, staring blankly off into space as he wondered. "Am I running away again?" Clenching his hand in a fist, he shamefully glared down at the floor before him. Hanagaki-kun. Seemingly just arriving home, Takebana Hinata had arrived. "Takebana, why are you here?" Takemichi alarmedly asked as she gave him a slightly unamused and confused look. Why?" She pointed to her apartment door. "Because that's my house." A moment of silence passed. "Oh yeah, that's right." Eyes widening as she finally took note of her boyfriend's battered state, she ran up to the teen and started to become visibly agitated. "Did you get into a fight again?" Faced with her stern glare, Takemichi could only shamefully rub the back of his head. "Sorry." Softening her gaze, she became more openly concerned as she took in more and more of his appearance. "You're beat up more than usual today. Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm totally fine," Takemichi lied, sending her a big close-eyed grin and thumbs up. She sighed at this though, seeing right through the blanted lie, but did nothing to confront the boy as she walked past him. Why do boys insist on fighting so much? Leaning back onto the wall outside her apartment door she huffed. If only I were a boy, too. Hi. Smiling, Hinata sent the confused boy a huge grin. If I was, I'd go. Hia. She excitedly punched the air in front of her. Take that, and I'd protect you. Pulling her fist back, she blushed as she openly smiled at the boy. I know karate, so if I was a guy, I'd be super strong. Smiling back at the girl, he placed himself directly beside her before punching in the same direction she had. In that case, I'll protect you too, Hina. Pausing, the boy began to become flustered as he realized what he had said, refusing to look as he caught sight of the girl being shocked and flustered from the corner of his eyes. Ah, I just accidentally called her Hina. He embarrassedly, though, having to rub the back of his head again as he struggled to hold back a flushed and derpy grin. Okay, Hinata excitedly exclaimed, pushing off the wall to happily look back at the flustered boy. I was just going with the flow. Takemichi tried to explain, while silently and happily thinking, oh man, she tricked me into that. Smiling at him still though, Hinata happily exclaimed, I want you to call me that, causing the blonde to stare, before a smile broke onto his face, and a short laugh escaped his lips as he grinned with pride. That shift in mood, and seeing an honest smile on his face, allowed Hina's heart to swell with pride of her own, as she returned to her leaned-back position with a smile. But I'm going to be the one who protects you. Hi. Well, she blushed and kept her gaze away from him. Mei-senpai. No, Mei-chan is always saying how much of a crybaby Takemichi-kun is, and she isn't wrong. If I were a guy or anything like Mei-senpai, I'd definitely be stronger than you. Hinata mildly teased, blushing, causing the blonde to become more flustered. Oi, that ain't true, you know. When you and Mei-ni say, crybaby, you're talking about what happened the other day, cha. Hina, whatever Mei-ni has told you is a lie. Giggling, the girl turned her back to him. Are you sure? So you didn't share a bed with Mei-chan when you'd cry and get scared as a kid? Why would she please forget she ever said that? Forget the other day, too. Takemichi exclaimed embarrassedly, even as his girlfriend remained amused and giggly. Nope, I'm never going to forget. In fact, I think I'll even ask Mei-ni for even more cute stories about you. Hina. The girl only laughed though, and the boy could not help but laugh with her, talking for some time more after till finally. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow. She waved goodbye as Takemichi smiled back. Yeah, turning to walk away, he listened as she entered her house. I'm home. His smile dropped, looking back to the apartment door with a solemn gaze before finally walking away. Yet as he left the apartment complex, he couldn't help but take one more glance back to the building, stopping as he caught sight of his girlfriend watching from the railing of her floor. She blushed, realizing she'd been caught. Smiling and sending him off with another wave, only to frown when she noticed him become slump and turn away. Biting her bottom lip, she turned and returned inside, quickly making it to her room and picking up her cell phone. She shuffled through her contacts till she found the one she looked for. To Mei-senpai. As he silently walked home, Takemichi could not help but get lost in his thoughts once more. 12 years from now, Hina and I won't be dating. We hadn't seen each other in years. He paused in the middle of a crosswalk. I abandoned Mei-mei too. I told her I hated her. I hurt her to push her away. Even if I should be trying for my sister, I'm not obligated to save Hina. Who's to even say Mei-ni would accept my efforts? I'm going to protect you, Hanagaki-kun. He remembered Hina's words to him and felt tears well up. I gotta make sure you're all right. I have to protect you. But who's gonna protect you? His dream from when he was knocked out replayed in his mind. But the dam broke, hand clutching tight to his chest, as his other hand flew up to try and stop his tears as he cried. They're not supposed to die, he sobbed, remembering the missing part of his dream. I'll do it, the younger Takemichi sobbed, stopping his sister before she could brush him off. I'll protect you too, Mei-mei. Even if you don't want me to, I'll be your hero. Meiko stared in shock at his bold, tear-filled claim, then smiled as threw her arms around him, laughing. Okay, I'll protect my hero and you can protect me. MNN. The siblings clung tightly to one another as the elder of the two rubbed their faces together. No matter what, we'll always be together. Yeah. Yeah. His eyes slowly widened, though, as the memory faded as quickly as it came, and the familiar guilt for his past washed over him. May. Looking up, he realized something, as tears continued streaming down his face. I haven't met May face to face in years. Hearing the timer for the crosswalk ticking down, Take Mitch's heart raced, almost tripping over himself and his still slightly twisted ankle as he rushed down the street. Home? I haven't been home in years. Left. Right. 3 houses down. Left. It had been years since he had been to his childhood home. Years since he ran from the only stability and comfort he had ever known. I hate you and everyone in this stupid town. I never want to see any of you again. Chai. That I really love you, and that you're the best big sister a guy could ever ask, and I'm sorry for not saying it more. You spaz, you really had me worried there, you dummy. Slamming into the corner that led into his childhood home's front yard, Take Mitchie gasped for air, slowly looking up as he noticed house lights still on, and like a moth to a flame it beckoned him close. Home? May. Rubbing his eyes dry, he pushed himself towards the door. Stopping at it with his hand raised up, it shook. Mouth dry, he tried swallowing, using his other hand to stabilize his hand as he reached out, and opened the unlocked door and stepped in. I'm home. July 6, 2005, Mako. Taking a deep breath, Mako quickly put aside her cell phone as she began to make her way towards her home's front door hallway. Okay, May, you can do this, she thought. Just keep your cool. You know Mitch doesn't respond well when you push, so let's try the more subtle approach this time. Nodding to herself with a quick fist pump, she dramatically swung herself through the open door frame with a bright smile on her face. Welcome home, Mitch. Dinner's oh my god, what happened? And promptly dropped it as she noted her brother's bloody and bruised up state. May, Take Mitchie whispered, as his eyes took in the older sister he had not physically seen in so many years. It's her. It's really her. How, when, who? Almost running to his side, Mako hands fretted around his frame, looking him over head to toe. What the hell happened? Fearing where to grab, questioning if she could, and noting more and more just how dirtied and bloody he had actually come home this time, Mako's heart plummeted to her stomach. She wasn't kidding, Mako concernedly realized. He really is worse tonight. Eyes threatening to fill with tears of rage, her hands flew up to his face. Turning to glare and demanding an answer from the bloody boy, she froze as she felt his tear-streaked face and met his tear-filled gaze. Sobbing out loud, Take Mitchie stuttered out, May, before flinging himself into her arms and pulling her tight into a hug as he buried himself in her shoulder. Mayni, Mako, he heartbreakingly wailed, feeling the strength leave his legs as he dropped, dragging his sister down to their knees at their home's entrance as he clung to his sister's form. May, it's really her, she's really here. He wailed harder as he tried to bury his face more into her. I'm home. I'm sorry I ran away, I'm sorry for leaving you behind, he quietly cried, unable to voice those words no matter how hard he tried. I'm sorry I didn't stay, I'm sorry I didn't protect you, May. Feeling tears slowly stream down her shocked face, Mako felt her heart break and pure rage simmered beneath her skin, wrapping her arms aggressively around her little brother and held him close. SHHH. She shifted them, keeping him close as she rocked him back and forth, never letting him go as she caressed the back of his head. It's okay, she whispered, cooing. It's okay now, I've got you, Mitchie, I'm right here. Turning her gaze away from the sobbing and wailing blonde in her arms, though, her gaze became murderous and dark as she glared at the front door. And I swear whoever did this is as good as dead, she angrily thought, none the wiser on how much of Take Mitch's pain and sorrow was actually from grief and guilt than any of the actual wounds he still carried. Nonetheless, she held him as he cried, she held him for as long as he needed her, and silently cried for him. Once his cries had subsided enough, she waited for the blonde to pull away. Finally meeting his sister's gaze once more, Take Mitchie struggled to not cry again, noting his sister now tear-stained cheeks as she gently took a hold of his face again. Hey, he struggled not to choke. Feeling better? She gently asked, brushing away any unshed tear from his uninjured eye. He nodded hesitantly. Yeah. Do you want me to help you clean up? He nodded. You hungry? His stomach growled at this, making him blush as his sister softly giggled at the noise. Okay, do you think you can serve yourself and eat while I get you a change of clothes and the first aid kit? Yeah, Takemichi embarrassedly nodded, though I'm not a kid, you know. He flinched as he felt her gently ruffle his head as she got up. Maybe to you, but you're still my crybaby brother. Watching her walk away, Takemichi felt his heart start to soothe as everything began to set in. I really did miss you. Mei. Watching from across the table, Mako happily watched as her now bandaged and clean-up brother devoured the meal before him. Wow, you're inhaling it tonight. Is it really that good, or did you forget to eat your lunch today? Mako teased, as Takemichi struggled to not cry as ate away more and more of the meal his sister had prepared. It's so good, he mentally yelled. It's been so long since I'd had a proper home-cooked meal, let alone Mei's cooking. Swallowing, he sent his sister the happiest grin he could muster without crying again. It's 'cause your cooking's always the best, Mei. Blushing at her brother's sudden praise, she scoffed. Don't think that just 'cause you praise my cooking you can get out doing your dishes, or that. Done, Takemichi suddenly exclaimed, cutting his sister off as he suddenly stood up. Let me do the dishes. Mako's eyes became wide as she noted the boy grabbing not only his but her finished dishes. Mitch. He smiled embarrassedly as he looked down at his elder sister. You already put my uniform to wash and helped patch me up, and you worked hard on today's meal. So let me help you out, Kay. I mean, I do still owe you those 2 months of chores, right? MNN, Mako quietly nodded, turning in her seat to watch as her usually stubborn and slobbish little brother actively washed, dried, and put away not only his dishes, but hers, and the dirty pot she had left soaking while they ate. Hey, do we have any dessert? Takemichi suddenly asked as he turned to grin at his sister's still shocked form. Yeah, I bought some Purin this afternoon after my parkour. Can we share some? Mako actively stared at the boy as if he had grown a second head, nodding with a noise of confirmation as the boy almost seemed to obliviously go to grab them both some cups of the custard dessert from the fridge. He's different. Mako couldn't help but think, not in a bad way, I think, and it doesn't look like he's trying to force himself. Here, holding out the cup dessert, Takemichi waited for his sister to take hold of the sweet before now taking a seat at her side. But it's still so different, Mako thought, and yet, taking a bite out of her favored sweet dessert, she happily hummed as she savored the creamy sweet. So familiar. In her mind, the happier days of her and Takemichi's youth passed through her mind, she and he happily sitting across from their parents back in their elementary days as they ate this same dessert together. Finishing the sweet at the same time, the siblings happily sighed as they simultaneously said, "Ah, Tilda, that hit the spot." Freezing, the two teens turned their similar blue eyes to one another in shock. Jinx! They shouted, pointing at one another, before snorting and laughing as they realized they had once again spoken in unison. It's so warm, Takemichi thought. How long has it been since I felt so warm and at home? His gaze became solemn as their laughter died. That's right, even back then. This was my safe haven, home with Mei. Takemichi thought, even if it was hell on earth, I always knew if I just got home. If I just made it through the day, I'd be home and safe. Noting her brother's sudden shift to a solemn mood, Mako's smile fell. It's time. Looking down at her empty dessert cup, Mako took a deep breath before she spoke. So, you want to tell me why you suddenly came home looking like a bloody pulp? She caught him stiffening from the corner of her eye, or maybe why you and the guys keep seeming to be getting more and more beat up over the past few days. Leaning onto their kitchen table, Mako tilted her head towards her little brother while she rested it on her hand. Well, Takemichi, I'm waiting. Turning his wide blue eyes to his elder sister, Takemichi almost shook in place. She knows. Of course she does. She knew back then, too. The image of his sister's concerned face and angrily yelling at him back in those days flashed through his mind. But I never told her anything about it the first time around. He regretfully recalled. I'd banked on her prepping for high school entrance exams and trying to keep her grades up during her final year of middle school to keep her off my back. He thought, but she'd still tried. Mitch, noting the darkening of his mood, Mako tried calling out to him again. Noting the boy refused to meet her gaze as he looked down at his hands and lap. Please, whatever it is, let me help you. She firmly yet gently tried to demand, even removing her head from her hand as she slammed her fist onto the table. Should I? Clenching his hands tightly into a fist, Takemichi almost trembled in place. Mei has always been strong. His mind recalled their youth and how she'd been able to carry him for the longest time over her back till he had finally outgrown her in height. And compared to me, she was always the more studious and quick-witted when it came to problem-solving. He recalled how she threw her shoe just to stop their cousin from taking his bike, and how quick she was to beat him up. Hell, she was even the better fighter between us. Kickboxing, he recalled their mother exclaiming, "You let her sign up for kickboxing." She made a sound argument. Their father nervously defended. She swore it was just for self-defense. Then why not karate, or even judo, or... Maybe I should tell her. Maybe she could help, he thought, nervously opening his mouth to speak. It's a sorta long story. I have time, Mako nodded. It's getting late, and we have school tomorrow. Nothing we haven't done before. Part of this is our own fault. Yeah, I can believe that. His sister bluntly replied, making Takemichi feel as if he were stabbed through the heart. Ouch, though she isn't wrong to think that. He mentally cried before sighing to himself. Get it together, man, you're stalling, just tell her what she wants. Takemichi angrily scolded himself with an aggressive shake of his head. You see, it all started when we talked to Masaru-kun. Takemichi began to explain, Mako's eyes sparkling with joy as he started to open himself to her. We were asking about his gang, and she had placed her hand over the top of his tight-fisted hands, and he froze. A sudden spark blinded his sight, and a focused vision flashed through his mind. Kiyamasa's bat slammed against the side of Mako's head with a sudden crack. Takemichi and his friends cried out in shock. He watched as his sister's body dropped, and blood began to fall from her head. Before Kiyamasa murderously glared down at her fallen form with a bloody nose and split lip, and proceeded to bring down the wooden bat down towards the down girl. Die. Flinching back, Takemichi leapt away from his sister's touch, chair knocking over to the group as both siblings openly stared at one another in shock. Wow, what's wrong? Mako concernedly questioned as she quickly rose from her seat, noticing the sudden paleness and fear upon her brother's face as he struggled to breathe. No, Takemichi fearfully thought, confused and disoriented with what he saw. No, I can't tell her. I can't drag her into this, he panikedly thought. She'll confront him. He flinched back when she tried to reach out to him. She'll fight him. Michai, calm down, talk to me. Mako almost seemed to panic too, noting how her brother's eyes remained unfocused as he stared at her. I'll fucking kill you. He'll kill her. Takemichi's eyes shut tight, unshed tears brimming in the corner of his eyes. Or worse, shaking his head, he bolted and ran away again. Takemichi, Mako concernedly exclaimed, trying to run after the boy, only to hear the familiar sound of his bedroom door slam shut and lock. Unshed tears filled her own eyes as she stared up the steps. Oh, Michai, what happened to you? Upstairs in his room, Takemichi slid down the back of his old bedroom door, clutching tight to his head as he struggled to make sense of what he saw and what he felt. Wah, what was that? Was that my mind? Or was that he struggled to not cry, the mere notion of his mind conjuring the image of his sister being battered, or that he'd somehow had a vision doing nothing to help salvage his frazzled mind? No. It doesn't matter what that was, because that was exactly what I wanted to avoid. Takemichi thought. That was why I never spoke up. I didn't want to risk Meimei being dragged into my mess. I didn't want her being beaten or even, he shivered, unable to finish that line of thought. None of us could. He recalled the image of he and the rest of his friends swearing their enslavement to Kiyamasa and his group a secret and away from Mako's ears. It was the one secret we were able to keep. It was the one thing we tried to hide up until I ran away. Slamming his head back on his door, Takemichi silently cried, I can't tell her. Back downstairs, Mako picked up the fallen chair Takemichi had knocked over as she silently stood in their home's kitchen lost in thought. Before he shut down, he'd mentioned Bakamasa and his supposed gang. Narrowing her eyes, she grabbed hold of her cell phone and slowly began to make her way upstairs as well to get ready for bed. But what does Bakamasa have to do with him and the boys being beaten up? Entering her bedroom, she closed her eyes as she began to undress, only to pause. Wait. Just a few days ago. July 1, 2005, Mako. It had been lunchtime, and Mako had decided to take a nap after she'd finished off eating and cleaning her bento. Even with the room abustle with noise from some of her classmates, she thought to try and gain some respite from a late night of binging movies with her brother. Note to self. She tiredly thought. Don't get into a petty test of courage with baby Mitch over the last bag of potato chips. I think my throat and ears still hurt as much as I feel tired from those horror movie binges. She almost whimpered in her arms, ears perking up as a pair of males re-entered the classroom. Did you hear about the fight clubs being run by that gang in Shibuya? Yeah, apparently a bunch of guys from different schools participates in them for cash. Seriously, you mean there's gambling? Yeah, my sister's boyfriend goes to the same school where the main directors of the fight go, Shibuya 3rd Middle School. She had drifted off around then, no longer hearing about the fight club, nor caring to look into or get involved with it and its supposed gang connections. After all, it didn't involve her, nor did it affect her own life or the lives of anyone she cared for, or so she thought. July 6, 2005, Meiko. Eyes flashing open, Meiko felt the hairs of the back of her head tingle. Shibuya, 3rd Middle School. That's. Rage welled up inside her. That's the school Bakamasa goes to. Shaking her head though she tried to calm her anger. Wait, no, there's no actual way Bakamasa could be involved in those fights. The guy's a total pushover in a fight. And besides, he's not that stupid to drag Mitch. Wait, no, he is. She angrily twitched as she began to pace about her room in only her t-shirt. Biting the back of her left thumbnail, she growled. But you can't just accuse the asshole of anything without any legit proof. I mean, Bakamasa, in a gang. Her mind conjured the unappealing image of her idiot cousin cowering and flinching away from Meiko at family gatherings. The guy's a total no-good wannabe gangster monkey-faced loser. She mentally ranted, never having been close or even gotten along with the male closest to her age as they'd grown up. His habit of pushing around and trying to boss her little brother around in their youth, having burnt any goodwill when he failed to learn from his mistakes or even take responsibility for them. Hold on. Grabbing hold of her cell phone again, Meiko muttered. Emma says she hangs in Shibuya a lot. Maybe she's heard something. Quickly typing a new message for the slightly younger girl, Meiko patiently waited for a response with bated breath. Let's just hope she hasn't gone to bed yet. To M-chan. Hey, have you by any chance heard any rumors about a fight club being run by a Shibuya gang? Having been getting a drink before bed, honey gold eyes became wide, as Sano Emma almost spit out her drink as she saw the new text Meiko had finally replied to her with. From behind her, the two boys that walked by the kitchen stopped, as they noticed her sudden coughing fit. Oi tilde Emma, what's wrong? Did it go down the wrong pipe? The smaller of the two asked, as his much taller tattooed friend came up to pat her on the back. Hey, you okay? Coughing up her drink, Emma shook her head, holding up the universal sign to wait with her drink hand, as she quickly began to type a response. To Mei-chan. A fight club run by a Shibuya gang, what are you talking about? From Mei-chan. It's a rumor I overheard at school. Apparently, there's this lame-ass fight club being run by a gang in Shibuya. Specifically by some guys at Shibuya 3rd Middle School. From Mei-chan. I finally got my little brother to open up to me a bit before he shut down. He mentioned our stupid cousin and a gang he was part of. From Mei-chan. He's a student at that school. Michai actually came back home bloody and sobbing and crying his tears out to me tonight. What if he's part of a fight club because of that damn bastard and this gang? Staring down at the text with concern, Emma turned to the two males. Hey, Mikey, Draken, do you guys know anything about a fight club being run by a gang in Tommen territory? A fight club, the taller tattooed male known as Draken frowned, in Tommen space. Frowning alongside his taller companion, the blonde male known as Mikey walked up to Emma with his hand held out. Where'd you hear this? Handing over her phone, Emma concernedly stared down at the device as the two males looked through it. My friend, the girl I told you about. Perking up at the girl's words, Mikey hummed, Ah, the girl from the train. Nodding, she continued to explain. Her younger brother seems to have gotten mixed up in some things for the past few days since we met. He hasn't said anything, till tonight it seems, and she now thinks it may have something to do with a rumor she heard at her school. Now that you mention it, there have been some weird rumors floating around about gambling and fight clubs. Pretty sure some of Pa's guys even go to this school. Draken noted as Mikey hummed in deep thought. Is that so? Lightly tossing back the phone into Emma's hands, Mikey turned to leave. Guess we'll have to look into it tomorrow after school. Turning back to the surprised Emma, he added with a reassuring grin, just let your friend know not to worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. Mikey, she smiled at his words. Though, he childishly pointed a finger back towards Emma, in return, you gotta let us meet this girl. After all, any friend of my little sister is a friend of mine. He almost seemed to sing as Emma sent him pouted glare. What? No way, get your own friends. Come on, I share mine. No, let me have my own friends. Emma shot back, as Mikey simply turned away with a wave. Yeah, remember I want to meet her. Mikey, feeling a hand be placed at the top of her shoulder, Emma blushed as she slowly looked at a tired Draken as he shook his head. Draken. Just let it go, Emma. You know how stubborn Mikey gets once something's caught his interest. Pouting once more, she nodded reluctantly. Yeah. And don't worry about your friend's brother. Draken added, we'll look into this rumor. If there's any validity, then Mikey and I will put a stop to this. Smiling, Emma nodded up at the taller teen. Thanks, Draken. I know I can count on you too. Laying unmoving in bed, Mako jumped as she heard a text response alert go off on her phone. Picking the charging device up from beside her mountain of cryptid and yokai plushies and pillows, Mako's eyes scanned Emma's final text response for the night. From M-chan. Don't worry, I've asked my older brother and our friend. They said they'll look into it. Staring at the screen, though, Mako could not help but frown. I'm sorry, Emma-chan, but I can't do that. To M-chan. Thank you so much. Please tell them both I really appreciate it. I can't just sit idly by as a bystander anymore. Flipping the phone shut, she placed it back down. I will protect Michai. Chapter 4. That'll be 2,900 yen. The convenience store clerk muttered. As the one and only cousin of the Hanagaki siblings, Masaru began to rummage around his pockets to pay for the snacks and drinks he'd been ordered to pick up after school by his bosses before their fights. The store door opened with a chime, and the clerk turned from Masaru to greet his newest guest. Welcome. Ah, Tilda, a familiar melodious voice sang. There you are. Masaru froze as a chill ran down, slowly, almost robotically turning his head towards the door to find his cousin, Mako, innocently smiling at him as she pointed at him. I found you, Bakamasa Tilda. Mako-chan. The sandy bleach blonde-haired teen paled, almost screaming out loud as the dark-haired girl gracefully skipped to his side. To the people around them, she may have looked like a simple, innocent Japanese middle school girl, with her braided hair, black stockings, and bulky glasses. But for Masaru, he saw through that innocent visage and honey-sweet words. Behind the mask his cousin approached him with was an unbridled fury, and venom all being directed at him as she suddenly wrapped her arms around his right arm tightly with a vice grip. Ni, Bakamasa-kun Tilda, Mako cutely cooed. I've been looking all over for you. You wouldn't believe how many people I had to talk to around your school till they pointed me in the direction of this store. Tightening her grip on the boy's arm, Mako looked up at him through half-lidded eyes and a gleam in one of her glasses lenses. So Tilda, do you think you can be a good boy and come with me real quick? The boy became deathly pale, sweat dripping from his brow as he knew there would be no escape from this lion's jaws. Throwing the boy towards the ground in the corner of the street, Mako slammed her foot dangerously close to her cousin's head, watching the boy shriek as he became pinned between a literal hard place and her leg. So Tilda, Mako venomously sang. How's it going? She asked, smiling, watching the boy shake as struggled to stare up at the usually small girl. I've been good, he shakingly replied as the girl hummed. I see. Wanna know what I've been up to? Yes, sir. I've been dealing with my little brother coming home beaten to a fine paste. Mako snapped, causing the boy to scream as she kicked the wall beside his head. It was great. You should have been there last night. He was bloody, black and blue, and crying his fucking eyes out, even clinging to me while calling Emmy. Feeling a bit as though he pissed himself, Masaru whimpered. Oh, really? I wonder how that he'd begun to try and scramble for an excuse only to freeze as he felt a tight grip on the collar of his shirt as he was pulled up towards Mako's unamused face. I know, she bluntly stated, watching the boy shake. Why you know? Oh, I know, Mako repeated, with a sadistic gleam in her eye. So, tell me, Bakamasa. She leaned in close, watching tears start to form in the corner of his eyes. That is unless you really have a death wish. Her sadistic smile fell, and only pure rage covered her face. Tell me how you fucked up and where my brother is. Talking as fast as he could, Masaru scrambled to speak, his eyes drowning in tears and fear as he rambled on. It wasn't my fault. They're the dumbasses who tried to pick a fight with our second years. He screamed as he was shoved into the wall harshly. Our boss Kiyomasa didn't like that, so they beat them up and made them our slaves and part of their fight club. Where are they? She growled, the boy trying to shake his head as he struggled in her hold. And no, I can't tell you, Zell. Twisting the boy around, Mako forced the fake blonde to his knees, planting her foot on his back as she held one of his arms behind his back. Now Masaru, dear, she sweetly cooed, you're not saying you're more afraid of them than you are of me, are you? The boy shrieked as she added, because sure those guys might kill you, but I. She leaned in close, making sure her lips were barely inches from touching his ear. I can make you suffer a hell, even worse than death. Hearing the boy begin to sob, she released him, letting him fall on his face as he turned to look at her menacing form. So be a good little boy and listen to Mommy K. She smiled as she crossed her arms. And Mommy says, lead the way, dog. Walking into the park where the fights were held, Masaru pointed in the direction of where the fights were held. There are some steps that lead down to an open area. That's where they gather and hold the fights. Glaring at the direction, he pointed at Mako, tusked, in an open place like this. What the hell, how haven't you guys been caught by the cops? Scratching the back of his head, Masaru refused to meet the dark-haired girl's gaze. They got guys keeping watch around the entrances. If any cops start heading over, we're supposed to report it quick and scatter. Then where are the lookouts for this one? Mako asked, making Masaru blush. Oh God, you're the lookout? Are they insane or just stupid? I can be a lookout, no problem. You're a coward with the tendency to wet himself when confronted with anyone who even instills a bit of fear in your ass. Mako bluntly snapped, causing the boy to jump and cower from her. You're the only one capable of putting that much fear into anyone. Someone has to be a top bitch at times. Mako huffed before giving the boy a somewhat apathetically sympathetic look. How much trouble would you be in if they find out you snitched and let me through? Looking down in fear, Masaru shook in his place. If you're the judge making me pay for my crimes? Tears filled his eyes again. Then Kiyomasa's the executioner. That man's a walking powder keg. If he finds out I let you through without a fight, he'll kill me. I see. Sighing, she turned to the boy. Then, if you put up a fight, would that soften the blow? Blinking up at the smaller girl, Masaru paled as he realized what she implied. You don't mean for me to fight you. I mean I wouldn't call it a fight, Mako muttered, eyeing the boy up and down, but if you, for example, were knocked out, well, it's not really your fault you got overpowered and I got through, right? So just lay down and pretend to be unconscious. That won't work, they'll know I'm lying, he yelled, catching the attention of two boys who were slowly starting to enter the scene. What's this? Mikey muttered as he and Draken turned to enter the park and pause as they saw a small girl dryly staring up at a panicking delinquent. So they'll need evidence. Yes. Okay, Mako sighed, but just know, I genuinely take no pleasure doing this. You're sadly still family, so I guess I'll help you out by giving you a cover. Huh? Masaru blinked, only to cough and gag as he was suddenly elbowed in the gut. What the? Draken exclaimed, watching as the guy keeled over and the girl righted herself up. She just knocked that guy out with one hit. Who the hell is this chick? Mikey's eyes shimmered in awe, watching as the girl began to roll her shoulder with a sigh. Who indeed? That should leave a good enough bruise, Mako muttered, as she looked down at the passed-out teen with a wince. Oof, never knew the day would actually come when I'd feel bad about disciplining you, Bakamasa, but I guess there are still wonders in this world. Hey. Looking up from the boy she'd just knocked out, Mako watched as both Mikey and Draken began to walk up to her, her eyes narrowing a bit as she stared at the smaller of two. Have I seen that guy before? What's going on here? Mikey casually asked, almost friendly, as Draken looked down at him, a bit surprised. Wait, is Mikey actually starting a conversation with this chick? Looking over at the dark-haired girl, he frowned to himself. Then again, you don't see a girl her size take out someone almost twice her size every day. Holding up her hand, Mako comedically gave a very hurried or uncaring response of, "Sorry, but I don't really have time for small talk or explanations right now. I'm on a mission to save a crybaby and his musketeers." Draken's eye twitched, Mikey actually struggled to not laugh, and Mako began to turn to leave just as both boys opened their mouths. When suddenly, the whole group heard cheers suddenly break through from the path ahead. "Michai," turning her gaze away from the two boys fully, Mako began to book it down the path. "Hey, wait," Draken shouted, reaching out towards the girl. "Let's go Kenshin." Mikey cut him off, pulling out a small bag of dorayaki and taking a bite from it. "It looks like things are about to get interesting down there." "Mikey, that girl is pretty interesting, don't you think?" He smiled, cutting Draken off. "I'm sure she'll be fine," Mikey added as he began to walk ahead. "After all, we're here." "Damn it, at least take this seriously," Draken sighed. "What if that girl were—" He paused mid-speech. "Hey, do you think that girl was Emma's new friend?" Mikey hummed as his dark eyes seemed to brighten with full interest. "Ah, Tilda, that girl. What did Emma say her name was again? Hanagaki? Mako-chan? Running as fast as she could, Mako listened to the shouts and cheers of the crowd of boys from the fight club as she approached the site. "Kill him, Kiyomasa-kun. Give him deaths. Give him deaths. Give him deaths. Give him deaths." Her heart dropped to her stomach hearing these chants. "Take Michi, guys, please be safe." Yet as she arrived at the top of the stairs that led down to the group's makeshift fight club arena, Mako froze as she noted the crowd's excitement wind down and noted the fighters at the center of it all. "Michi." Three of Take Michi's friends, Yamagishi, Makoto, and Takuya, closest to the top of the stairs, had their heads snapped up as they heard the girl's shocked cry. "Mei-senpai. Mako-chan. Mei-chan. Let go, damn it," Kiyomasa yelled as he continued to beat Take Michi down, and yet. The crowd and Mako stared, noting how Take Michi did not fall back, how he did not go down, how he continued to grab on and fight on against Kiyomasa. Finally kneeing the blonde away, both boys were out of breath, yet even as he struggled to stay up, Take Michi cried out, I'm not done yet." Grinning a smile that made Mako shiver in her spot as the boys' gaze snapped back down at their male friend. "That's enough, Take Michi," Yamagishi yelled. "You're seriously gonna die," Makoto shouted along. "Take Michi, just stop," Takuya almost cried, voice cracking as he yelled. Mako quietly began to make her way around the crowd, eyes never leaving the fight, more specifically her brother, as she maneuvered herself closer and closer to the bottom. "Michi, when did you suddenly start to grow up?" Laughing under his breath and slightly off balance, Take Michi only repeated himself, "I ain't done yet," using the back of his right arm to try and whip the blood dripping from his nose. "This ain't enough to cure my weak-ass heart." Mako's eyes filled with tears as she came closer and closer to the scene. "Michi," she whispered as Akan's head snapped in her direction. "Mako-chan. Of the past 12 years. Huh?" Akan's gaze snapped back towards Take Michi. "The hell is he talking about?" Makoto quietly asked Yamagishi, the boy not even able to form a sound. "I just ran and ran, and ran and ran." Take Michi's mind recalled his final talk with the future Nyato. "You're the only one who can save our sisters." The warm and peaceful image of Hina and his sister, turning back to him with reassuring smiles, flashed through his mind as the tears filled his eyes. Pocketing the pocket knife he had held in his hands, Akon shouted out to his friend. "That's enough, Take Michi. You showed us how tough you are." "Why?" Before he could even try to warn his friend of Mako's appearance on the scene, Take Michi yelled back. "I can't turn back." Mako's tears spilled as she finally found herself at the bottom and out of the mass crowd out of her brother's sight. "Michi." Her muscles tensed and her hands clenched into fists. I have a reason why. I can't turn back," he yelled, "Kiyomasa of the Tokyo Manji gang. If you wanna win, you're gonna have to actually kill me." Take Michi angrily declared before grinning up at the man determinedly. "I ain't gonna lose." He watched as Kiyomasa stepped back and rage filled his face. Take Michi's tears finally fell. "I'm gonna save Hina and Maini." "Enough," Mako thought, jumping a bit in place before she started to run forward. Kiyomasa, blinded by his rage, did not notice as he called back to his men. "Bring me my bat." "Hey," Takemichi's stomach dropped, and his friend's eyes went wide. "Get away, from my little brother," Mako screamed, running full speed past a shocked Takemichi towards Kiyomasa before jumping mid-run and slamming her fist right in Kiyomasa's face. The sound of a crack causing the entire crowd to gasp as the taller boy was sent back with a pained cry. His nose was bloody, a tooth knocked loose and out. As the female Hanagaki pulled her fist back and landed shakily on her feet, her fist now bloody and throbbing as she took a defensive stance before her brother's beaten form. "It can't be," Takemichi thought as the tears streamed harder as he stared up at his sister's confident form. "What is she doing here?" "Shit," Yamagishi exclaimed, moving to head down the stairs. "We need to protect them," Makoto exclaimed concernedly while following. "You no good bastard," Mako growled as she glared down at the dazed man. "How dare you hurt my Michai?" She almost snapped, cursing as she shook her bloody hand. "Also, holy hell, talk about having a thick head." Maini, what are you doing here?" Takemichi concernedly exclaimed, causing his sister's angry glare to then be directed at him. "Scary." "Why am I here?" Mako growled as she stared down at the boy with a shaking, bloody fist. Excuse me, Earth to Bakamichi, why wouldn't I be here?" she yelled, turning to face him and promptly grabbed him by the ear. "Ieta ta ta ta," Takemichi painfully exclaimed as his sister literally twisted his ear. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been these past few days, not knowing what was up and why the fuck you been beaten so much?" "Oh ow 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 one-chan," Takemichi exclaimed, still having his ear twisted. "Idiot," Mako shouted, releasing his ear finally, and Takemichi froze as he looked up to see his sister crying as she looked at him. "We promised to protect one another. How can we do that if you keep hiding things from me?" "Mei," Takemichi guiltily thought as he stared into his sister's crying eyes. "I really hurt you, didn't I?" "Look out," Takuya suddenly yelled, trying to shove his way through the crowded stair. "Mei-senpai." "Takemichi." Both Yamagishi and Makoto screamed as Akane stared in horror. "Behind you." You bitch." Looking up, Takemichi's eyes became wide with fear as he noted Kiyomasa now standing behind his sister with his bat ready to swing and strike her. "You die first." His vision from the night before flashed through his mind, and Takemichi felt his adrenaline run through his veins. Mei, noting his sister's shocked expression as she turned to see Kiyomasa and his bat, Takemichi jumped forth to shield her. "No, I won't let you. I won't let you hurt my sister." Throwing his body over top of Mako's, Takemichi braced for impact as he secured himself around his sister's smaller form. She gasped in his arms wide-eyed. "Michai. I promise I will protect you this time," Takemichi determinedly thought, ready for the worst only. "Oi, Kiyomasa." Kiyomasa angrily paused before he could actually swing. "H, he exclaimed, ready to snap at the latest intruder, only pale when he saw exactly who it was. "You've drawn quite the crowd." Pulling a bit away from his sister, Takemichi and her both looked up to see as Draken and Mikey entered the scene. "Who is that?" "Ah," Mako exclaimed quietly, "the two guys from the entrance." "Calm down, dumbass, you're the host, ain't ya?" A blonde ponytail and a shaved head, and a dragon tattoo on his temple. Yamagishi nervously started to note aloud as Makoto stared in shock beside him, and Akane glared cautiously. "No fucking way," Makoto gasped. "The vice commander of the Tokyo Manji gang, Ryuguji Ken, aka Draken." Finishing up his snack from behind his friend, Mikey then spoke up. Ni Kenshin." Twitching a bit annoyed, Draken turned to glare back at his smaller friend. "Why don't call me by that stupid nickname here?" Yet the teen was unbothered as he simply smiled and showed his hand to his friend. "I'm out of dorayaki." "Huh?" Mako blinked in shock at Mikey's words. "He's actually kinda cute." She thought aloud as she noted the slight innocent charm the boy's face now held with crumbs at the corner of his mouth. She'd said this as though she were noting the nice weather. Though this did make Takemichi look at his sister as if she had lost her mind. "You're saying this now? Really? Read the atmosphere." "The hell is up with that guy?" Akane legit could not help but ask, confused. "He can't read the atmosphere of this place at all," Makoto noted, as Takuya finally joined the group. Ah, another Mei senpai. Suddenly, the majority of the third year, and even some of the second year, boys began to bow, much to the shock of the 4 members of the Mizo 5. Good day, sir. Good day, sir. Good day, sir. Mako looked around the arena in slight shock as the many sections and boys bowed to give their respect and greeting. Ending her look around, on Mikey as the boy's expression became more serious and aloof, and he licked the crumbs off the corner of his mouth as he stared directly at her and her brother, before beginning to step forward in their direction. Takemichi instinctually stood up straight and moved his sister slightly behind him, staring at the teen boy before him as he walked in their and Kiyamasa's direction. Wait, is he? Both Mikey and Draken slowly made their way up to the 3 teens, strolling through the parted sea of bowing delinquents as they continued to shout. Good day, Commander, sir. Mako's eyes became wide, and her hand flew to grab the back of her brother's shirt. Commander? She watched as Mikey smiled at her and Takemichi. He's the big boss. He's the head of the Tokyo Manji gang, Sano Manjiro. Takemichi thought in shock as he watched Mikey approach closer and closer. It's the invincible Mikey, the leader of Tamen, Akun exclaimed. Me, Sano-kun, I'm with the 3rd Special Attack Unit. Red, otherwise known as, my name's Akeshi. Tried to greet, as Mikey completely walked past the guy without sparing even a glance. You're in the way, Draken boredly stated while walking by. Mikey doesn't talk to guys he ain't interested in. Oh, sorry about that, Red nervously apologized. Seriously, Yamagishi whispered in shock, as he and the rest of Takemichi's friends stared in awe and shock. Red-kun couldn't say anything back, Makoto noted whispering. Noting Mikey, finally making it up before him and the Hanagaki siblings, Kiyamasa began to bow ever so slightly, causing Mako to wince when he greeted him. Good day, sir. Idiot? Takemichi blinked in confusion at his sister's whispered words, only to jump as he saw Kiyamasa be kicked in the gut so hard by Draken that he had keeled over to hold his stomach. Even I know that's not a proper bow. Kiyamasa, who died and made you king, Draken dryly scolded unamused. You're seriously going to greet the commander with that shallow bow? Make sure you're that far down when bowing to him. Why, yes, sir. Kiyamasa painfully grunted, while secretly glaring up at Draken, his gaze ever so slightly even shifting back towards Takemichi from his bowed state, more accurately Mako, who stared at him as if he were some unintelligent bug. Or at least she did until Mikey finally came up to her brother and her, getting too close to Takemichi's face and sending him off balance as he fell back, almost taking his sister down with him. Michai! Still, she tried to soften his fall, gently holding him up as she helped him sit down on the ground. Are you okay? Are you concussed? She asked, completely ignoring the blonde commander who stared down at them boredly, or at least that what the pair would have assumed. Hey, what's your name? Mikey asked, as now both Mako and Takemichi's attention was turned solely up at the boy. H. Hanagaki Takemichi. Takemichi stuttered out but froze as he noticed Mikey's eyes, then shifted towards his sister. And you. Puffing up her cheeks, Mako turned her head away. I'm sorry, but I prefer to know the name of someone before I hand out my name when asked. Meiko, Takemichi panicky thought, as the whole group of males gawked at the girl as if she was insane. Is she crazy? She's either got balls of steel or a death wish. Senpai. I see, Mikey muttered a slight twitch to the corner of his mouth. Mako, Takemichi exclaimed then, causing both Mikey and his sister to turn to him. Her name is Hanagaki Mako, my sister, he exclaimed. She's just a bit shy with new people. Mako felt a vein pop in her head as pinched her brother's side. Shy my ass, she quietly hissed. What ya doing giving my name out without permission, huh? She quietly hissed, unaware how Mikey's eyes seemed to become more and more amused as he stared down at her and her brother. I see, so Takemichi and I-chan. Huh, Takemichi. I-chan. The 2 siblings confusedly muttered out as they stared up at Mikey. That's what Mikey said, Takemichi, I. Draken bluntly confirmed, as if leaving no room for argument on the matter. Huh? The 2 siblings exclaimed at once before feeling both their heads be grabbed and pushed close to one another, cheek to cheek. Mikey now crouching down before the pair of siblings as he asked, Are you two really in middle school? Takemichi's eyes went wide in shock, while his sister's eyes narrowed at the unwanted touch. Smiling at the pair, Mikey then said, "Takemichi, Ai-chan, starting today, you're my bitches, okay?" Eh? The siblings stared in shock, Mikey releasing the pair just as Mako's eye twitched in annoyance and moved away before the girl could even dare to grab a hold of him. Takemichi even having to grab a hold of his sister's arm as she angrily raised it as she whispered, "Emma hit him." "No, aren't you supposed to be the responsible one between the two of us? You're going to get us killed," he panikedly hissed as the pair watched Mikey walk up towards Kiyomasa. "Are you the one running these matches?" he casually asked as Kiyomasa nervously replied, "Why, yes." Smiling at the teen's response, Mikey suddenly kicked Kiyomasa directly in the face. The two Hanagaki siblings gasped in shock, Mako herself even wincing once she noticed that the teen's nose no longer simply had a popped blood vessel, but had now been broken. As Mikey grabbed a tight hold on Kiyomasa's head through his hair. "Who the hell are you?" he coldly questioned, punching the semi-conscious teen's face repeatedly as the whole crowd watched uncomfortably. "Kiyomasa," Red nervously whispered, watching as his leader was then dropped as Mikey harshly planted his sandaled foot onto the unconscious man's head one final time. "Okay then," Mikey sighed, turning back to his much taller friend with a blood-splattered face and smile. "Let's get going, Kenshin." Stepping over the unconscious Kiyomasa's head, the blonde began to walk away. "Taking bets at this little fight club is lame." Glaring down at the unconscious Kiyomasa, Draken annoyedly ordered before following behind his friend. "Stop bringing Taman's rep down." "Takemichi, Ai-chan," stopping to call back at the two Hanagaki siblings, Mikey happily smiles at the pair. "See you later." He almost burst out laughing as he noticed Mako angrily twitch at his nickname for her. Moving to open her mouth as her brother quickly covered it, to panicky hiss in her ear. "Mei, don't." A chuckle did escape, though, when he noticed the girl able to break her hands free enough to flip him off. "Fuck you stupid. Stranger danger cutie," Mako angrily exclaimed in her mind, still upset with the boy's claims of her and her brother being his bitches. Though he caught sight of this strange interaction between his friend and the Hanagaki girl, Draken simply remained quiet on the matter as he began to order and wave the crowd off. "Y'all wake up and scram already." July 7, 2005 Draken. Falling close behind Mikey, Draken gave a final glance back to the Fights Club area as the majority of the groups left, leaving only Takemichi, Mako, and the other Mizo boys behind. Took them long enough. Ni, Kenshin," Mikey called out, causing Draken to sigh as he looked back at the shorter boy. "What is it, Mikey?" The image of Takemichi holding his ground and Mako running in to save her brother flashed through Mikey's mind. He smiled and turned back to his friend. "I think I really like those two. Let's go play with them tomorrow." Taking note of his friend's interest, Draken only smiled in return. "Whatever you say." The pair began to walk in silence until, by the way, why bitches? Isn't that just a way to call someone your friend? Emma is gonna kill you when she finds out you called her friend your bitch. "Ah, that's right, Ai-chan was her friend first? Oh, well." He turned to grin back at the taller teen. "I've really taken a liking to her, so I think I'll make her mine." Draken's eyes became wide, and a light blush even crossed his face at the implication behind his shorter friend's words. "Wait, when you say yours you don't mean." I'm hungry. Hey, let's go eat Kenshin." "Don't just change the subject." July 7, 2005 Takemichi. As night fell, Mako tended to her brothers and bruises. The other Mizo boys gathered around the pair, holding painfully at their ears, after having Mako both physically and verbally twist them into telling her all that she missed, as well as scolding them after as she was treating her banged-up little brother. "So he's Taman's boss, Sano Majiro," Takemichi thought as Mako pulled away to put the last of her first aid kit materials away. "There, that should do it," she sighed, closing the first aid kit shut as she let two of the boys, Yamagishi and Makoto, take her place before Takemichi. Stare, Takemichi actually flinching back as he finally noted the two boys getting too close for comfort. "That was fucking amazing, Takemichi," Yamagishi exclaimed. "I was totally moved." Huh? Takemichi confusedly blinked, as his sister then smiled down at him. They're not wrong, she proudly noted. The way you stepped in to protect Takuya and the others and stood your ground was really grown up of you. Mani, Takemichi almost began to tear up with a smile until he was flicked harshly by his older sister. But the next time you think of picking a fight with some giant that can snap you like a twig without so much as letting me know. She drew her thumb across her neck, smiling. Wah, seriously, Takemichi exclaimed, gapping up at his sister as she simply shrugged. Hey, I need to have some idea of what to tell our mom and dad when you fuck up and bite the dust. By the way, can I have your motorcycle poster if you do? She nonchalantly explained as Takemichi yelled at her. That's beyond morbid and messed up. Then don't fuck up, Mako yelled back, arms crossed. As Yamagishi and Makoto only continued to fanboy over the siblings and the day's events. Invincible Mikey totally took a liking to you too. That's friggin' awesome, Takemichi-senpai. Huh? Mako blinked with a tilt of her head. We did. Takemichi, on the other hand, had to shut his eyes as he thought. I wasn't imagining it then proceeded to freak out as he grabbed a hold of his face in shock. That monster took a liking to not just me but Mei too. He proceeded to allow his mind and imagination to run wild. I went from being Kiyomasa-kun's slave to the plaything of some eccentric monster. He turned his almost tear-filled eyes up to his unimpressed and uncaring sister as she seemed lost in her own thoughts. This is an even worse hell. I even dragged Mei into this too. I've already failed my own mission. Why us though? He thought, turning away from the two boys to almost curl up into himself. I really don't think we left much of an impression, that guy though, she thought, rubbing the back of her head. Also, why did he look so oddly familiar? Her mind conjured up the image of Emma and the boy Mikey side by side. Wait a second, could they be? Tapping the back of Takemichi's shoulder, Yamagishi and Makoto began to tease their distressed friend. Guess you're Takemichi from now on. That's what Mikey said, Takemichi. Turning to tease Mako, the pair thought twice when they noticed the ominous look she sent them while smiling. But Mako-senpai is fine as she is. Why yeah. Teehee, she giggled, and the boys cheered at their avoided death sentences. Takemichi, though, silently cried to himself, must be nice to be so stupid. Ta-kun, Mako proceeded to move towards Takuya, let me look over your wounds. Huh? Takuya exclaimed, boo, but I didn't fight today, Mei-senpai. But you were hurt before, right? Come on, let me see, we all know you don't have the best constitution. Okay. Watching as Yamagishi and Makoto fooled around and Mako checked up on Takuya, Akan sighed as he watched the two groups from beside Takemichi. They're so dumb. Huh? Takemichi turned to look down at his sitting friend. Oh, you mean Yamagishi and Makoto? Akan nodded. Yeah, I haven't heard them say dumb things like that in a while. Looking towards Mako, as she patted a blushing Takuya's head, he added, it's been even longer since we've had Mako-chan even join in. I'm sure the others were missing her as much as we were. He noted, watching as she shoved Takuya off to the two idiots of their friend group as they tried acting out the events of Takemichi's and Mako's meeting of the Tommen leader. Man, what total kids. Mako huffed, resting her hands on her hips. She moved to go sit by Takemichi and Akan, only to stop when she noticed Akan's sudden dark mood as he spoke to Takemichi. Takemichi, honestly, I was thinking about stabbing Kiyomasa-kun. Mako's eyes went wide, as she just barely caught on to what their friend had just admitted. No way. Hi. I mean, think about it. At this rate, we could have been slaves forever. That would mean we needed to take Kiyomasa out. Akan, the two Hanagaki siblings, could not help but think. Takemichi in particular, coming to his own realization. He always did care about his friends a lot. Watching Akan begin to rise from his seat, Mako quickly turned herself away from the two boys and hoped neither Akan nor Takemichi noted her listening in. Shit. Thanks, Takemichi. Hi. We don't have to be slaves anymore because you toughed that out. Akan boldly complimented as he smiled at his blonde friend. You were really cool back there. Mako quietly snorted to herself, taking the moment to turn to watch her brother become embarrassed by his latest ego boost. Oh, stop, you're making me blush, he said, rubbing the back of his head as Akan laughed. Now, Akan, don't you go saying such things to Mitch. Mako teasingly called back as the boys turned to look at her. We can't risk our crybaby hero getting such a big head now, ni Tilda. Ah, Maini, Takemichi angrily exclaimed as his friend burst out laughing at his sister's latest nickname. How many times do I have to tell you to not call me a crybaby? Oi yakun makun takun, Mako shouted out to the three goofing off boys. Is Mitch a crybaby, aye or nay? Aye, the three boys happily exclaimed, making Akun burst out even harder in laughter. You assholes, just whose side are you on? Obviously not yours, Tilda. Shut up, Mako. The night would end, with the group laughing fooling around. Brother and sister finally at peace once more. July 7, 2005 Emma. She what? Emma gasped at her grinning brother as Mikey sat across from her. Went to save her crybaby brother and punched the guy who was dragging Tommen's name down in the face. Mikey casually hummed, oh, and flipped me off. I guess she didn't like becoming one of my bitches or her new nickname. Twitching at her brother's words, Emma glared at the aloof blonde. I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part? Turning to his sister, Mikey innocently tilted his head to the side. Which part? The new nickname, or how I claimed her and her brother as my bye? He jumped as his sister suddenly threw a couch pillow from her seat. Wah, Emma. You idiot, you don't just tell a girl you just met that she's your bitch. Emma yelled, running after her brother as Mikey ran to try and avoid her wrath. What are you, some brainless dolt? How did Draken let you get away with that? Huh, but her brother didn't seem to care. Mikey. The siblings ran, a good 20 minutes around their home. Their grandfather silently listening as the pair ran and shouted at one another. Get back here so I can teach you some manners. It's not that serious. You jerk, you better apologize to her. No, I-chan and Takemichi are now my bitches. Why should I apologize for making friends? I-chan, that's not how you make friends. Don't just go claiming my friend without permission. Too late, she's mine now. I saw her kick ass and I liked her spunk. You don't even know her, Mikey. Enough to say, when Mako received a text from Emma later that night. To Mei-chan. I'm so sorry for my stupid brother's comment. When he called you guys his bitches, he meant it as if he was calling you his friends. Mako was far from surprised, if a little relieved. Oh, Tilda, so he is her big brother, huh? I guess being cute runs in the family. Mako mumbled around her toothbrush. Who'd have thought? From Mei-chan. It's cool, I guess, if that was his actual meaning. Though seriously, I was about to hit him. Warn him not to call a girl that next time, not unless he asks at least. Emma felt her eye twitch as Mikey stood smirking over her shoulder looking down at her friend's response. See, Tilda, it wasn't that big of a deal. She wanted to hit you. I wonder if she could have. Mikey honestly wondered as he imagined the small Hanagaki girl throwing a punch at him. His sister gaped at him. What are you, a secret masochist? July 8, 2005 Mako. Walking side by side, with one another, Mako yawned as she quietly flipped through her stack of study cards from beside her whining younger brother. Man, going to school right now is harsh. Well, no one told you to get your ass kicked for fucking up. Mako boredly retorted as her brother yawned by her side. That wasn't even my fault. You had Tilda. And besides, 8 a.m. is way too early for school. That's just 'cause you suck at mornings, Mako teased, nudging her pouting brother. Good morning, Takemichi-kun, Mei-senpai. A familiar female voice called out to them. Turning to look back, the siblings spoke together at once. Hina-chan. She sent the pair of siblings a grin and a peace sign. Good for you. You're actually heading to school in the morning like a good boy. Isn't he, Tilda? Mako cooed. Mitch was so good today, he didn't even fight me to get out of bed. Maini, Takemichi hissed embarrassed, Hina only giggling as she ran to stand between the two siblings. You're embarrassing me. Oh, Tilda, but that's my job as your big sister. Mako teased, right, Hina-chan. Giggling at the older girls teasing, Hina nodded. MNN, I do it all the time with Naoto. She admitted. It's definitely an older sister thing. Takemichi muttered to himself as the two girls looked at him confused. Hi. Nothing. Takemichi nervously brushed off, not wanting to risk the wrath of either girl if they were to find out what he and the past Naoto had talked about during his first time leap. "Oh, by the way," Hina said, looking up at her boyfriend, "I have cram school after school today." "Why yeah? Let's go on a date before my cram school." Mako's eyes went wide, looking away to cheer for her little brother and Hina in her mind with a fist pump. "Ah, how cute. You go Hina, get your man, Mitch you better not fuck up." Sneaking a glance back at the two, her smile widened as she noticed the nervous blush start to form on her brother's cheeks. "So cute, Tilda." Sure. Wahoo. Is that really a date, though?" Mako almost tripped as they walked at this. "You idiot. Heading to school together is a date, too." Hina smoothly replied, the teens slowly turning as they noticed the older Hanagaki freeze before she started to power walk ahead. "Excuse me, I can see I am not wanted and needed. Have fun with your date." Turning quickly back to the teens, she held up a proud thumbs up to Hina. "Good luck, Hina-chan. I believe in you, you sweet, sweet cinnamon roll." Hina blushed but nodded determinedly back at her boyfriend's supportive older sister. "Yes, Mei-senpai." Are they having a conversation in their minds? Takemichi could not help but quietly think, "I knew they were getting along, but I didn't know it was this good." Chatting amongst themselves, the pair bonded during their walk, Hina even pouting by the end as she noticed their talk about to be cut short as they neared their school. "Man, I wish I was in the same class as you, Takemichi-kun." Takemichi could not help but have a love-struck face as he stared at the girl he called his own. "Okay, school is the best." Mako looking back at the pair could only be deadpan as she noticed her brother's look. "Oh great, he's checked out for the rest of the day." She sighed though, and could only shake her head with a smile. "Though that's okay I guess, he is in love." July 8, 2005 Takemichi. This part's important, so make sure you remember it. Sitting in class, Takemichi was unable to even try paying attention to the teacher or the lesson before him. He silently groaned and rested his head on his desk behind his textbook. "This is no time to let my head stay in the clouds and have a good time." Sano Manjiro and Kasaki Teta, the future Naoto, relayed, "Stop the two of them from meeting, then we can save our sisters." "Naoto, I met Sano Manjiro." He remembered those final moments before he time leap, glaring up at his textbook as he silently thought to the man, even if it was just a coincidence. He muttered aloud while balancing a pencil between his lips and nose. In order to save Hina and Meini, who died getting caught up in that mess. His mind recalled the photograph of the crime scene where the truck had crashed and killed the girls in his life. Need to stop the strife within the Tokyo Manji gang, and to make that happen, his mind flashed the images of the Mikey and Kasaki of the future. I need to make sure the two heads don't meet in this era. His mind flashed back to his first sighting of the still innocent Mikey as he'd entered the scene the day before. I managed to meet Sano Manjiro, one of the two leaders. He became distressed, though recalling everything the boy had done, from beating Kiyomasa to showing interest in his sister Mako. But I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to do from here. And what's more, he recalled the way Mikey's dark eyes seemed to spark whenever he looked towards his sister and her reactions to him. Mei has now been dragged into this whole mess, even more, all because of me and my big mouth. Groaning to himself, Takemichi aggressively ran his hand through his hair. Making sure they don't meet? That seems impossible, doesn't it? But Meini's life might just really depend on it now. He muttered, only to pause as an angry male voice broke over the teacher's dull lesson. "Oi, you can't just barge into a school however you like. What school you bastards from? Get the hell out." Hearing the sounds of a fight and people being beaten, Takemichi and his classmates turned their gaze towards the classroom door. His heart stopped though when the door opened to reveal a smiling Mikey. "Oh, there he is." "Huh?" Takemichi blinked in shock. "Come play with us, Takemichi I-chan," Mikey happily said as he walked into the room, Draken himself appearing behind the boy waiting outside the classroom door that he actually had to slightly bend to look in through. Mikey looked around though and pouted slightly. "Aw Tilda, but I-chan isn't here. Doesn't she go to the same school?" He quietly muttered aloud, Takemichi palling even more at the boy's words. "Huh. We're in the middle of class right now." The teacher nervously tried to rein in the boy, only to be ignored, though Draken seemed to be the more respectful of the two boys as he simply apologized for the intrusion and the stealing of one of his students. This dude is totally insane, Takemichi mentally screamed, even as Mikey began to lead him away and out the hall. The scene Takemichi was met with left him even more frightened and surprised. Our third years, Maney is sure to hear about this, he muttered, pointing at the scene as Draken came up behind him. What exactly am I looking at here? This, you mean all the trash. His mind pulled up the memory of Mikey and him entering the school and overhearing the boys skipping speak. I'm telling you it's Hanagaki-chan, she's definitely got the biggest rack in this school. Nah, it's gotta be Nozaki. They probably only look that big with how small Hanagaki is. Maybe, but Hanagaki definitely keeps hers more hidden than Easy Noza. Dude, have you seen the way they bounce when she run? He twitched, recalling how the boys then proceeded to notice the unamused Mikey and him, and how that led to the confrontation for the information on the siblings and the scene before Takemichi and himself. They pissed me off, so I hosed them, Draken simply replied, not feeling the need to explain about what he and Mikey had walked into over the boy's sister. After all, the pair had already stepped in to help defend his sister. All of you wimps, line up. Lay down on your stomachs. Draken apathetically ordered, before sending the group of beaten-up boys a glare to hurry. When the boys had aligned, Takemichi was left confused by what was happening, as Mikey seemed to absently look around the hall, ignoring the situation as he seemed lost in thought. Hey, you're too far apart. Draken annoyedly muttered, this is gonna hurt you more than it hurts me. What's gonna happen? One of the last boys preparing to lay down asked, only to be answered as Mikey and Draken proceeded to step and jump upon each of the boys as a makeshift human bridge. Takemichi following simply close behind, walking beside the row of laid-out third years. Yeah, the Tokyo Manji gang is absolutely insane. Apparently Yutagawa's crew is trying to gain control of Shinsen. Draken casually began to say as he and Mikey walked on the human bridge they'd made without a care in the world. Cool, let's go kick their asses, Mikey simply and happily replied. Takemichi had to look at the now smirking boy and Draken as he thought. For them, tormenting people is just a part of their daily routine. It's the same as washing their faces. Hearing the final school bell ring, the trio had now reached and stood amongst the school's shoe lockers. Draken even casually, if perhaps a bit friendly, slinging his arm around the still smaller Takemichi to ask, "You feelin' okay?" Well, it's so soon after yesterday. Takemichi tried to excuse himself as Mikey called out to him. You're free today, right? Actually I'm not. Come hang out with us a bit. We could go find your sister too. Mikey-kun, are you listening to me? Takemichi tried to brush off the two teens, as a crowd of students and onlookers began to gather around the school's entrance. Hanagaki-kun is buddy-buddy with Mikey. Not just him, he mentioned Hanagaki-senpai too. Idiot, you're being too loud. There's someone that awesome at our school. The mass of students muttered and mumbled amongst themselves, much to Takemichi's embarrassment. Hey, that's Takemichi, Yamagishi exclaimed as he and Makoto came to see the scene. I thought Mikey-kun liked him. Makoto confusedly muttered, watching the nervous boy interact with the two Tommen members. What could have happened in a single day? Crap, he's gonna get killed. Should we go get Mei? Yamagishi began to nervously panic, as a familiar short-haired girl determinedly made her way past the two boys and the crowd. Takebana. Mikey from Tommen. Then is the taller dude Draken. Keep your voices down, we'll get our asses kicked again. A trio of third years who'd recovered muttered as Takemichi only continued to become more nervous and lost in thought, and Mikey seemed to note this. You don't need to be so nervous, geez. Right, this is my chance. We're just gonna talk. If I can get close to Mikey and keep him from ever meeting Kasaki Teta. Okay, let's go. Hold it right there. Hina shouted out, marching directly towards the boys as all three turned to her confused. And you are, Draken was the first to speak up. While Takemichi was left aghast at the sudden appearance of his girlfriend. Hina, watching the girl angrily make it closer, Takemichi gave her his best smile as he nervously began to rub the back of his head. I'm sorry, Hina, today is actually busy for me so. Her hand flew up, and suddenly Takemichi was left in shock, as Hina, his girlfriend, slapped the Tommen commander Sano Manjiro in the face. Hina, what the hell are you doing? Takemichi mentally cried. Can this get any worse? July 8, 2005 Mako. Hearing the school bell ring, Mako began to stretch at her desk. As she felt the familiar pops of her muscle loosening with a sigh, MHHH, ah, man, sitting in one place for hours really kills. Oi Mako, a red-haired girl with forest green eyes, called back to the dark-haired teen. Are we good to go do some runs today? Mako hummed, before giving the short-haired girl a pointed glare. Don't you have cram school today, yes? Crinkling her nose, the girl known as Ye dropped her head on her desk and began to moan. Don't remind me. I hate going to those stupid classes. I wish Grandma wouldn't make me take them. How the hell did you and your brother even avoid having to take those classes? Don't you both suck at math? Twitching at her friend's statement, Mako responded, Maybe, but we still get by, somehow, and besides. She sent the moaning girl a pointed glare. We're not the ones fated to take over some clinic. Don't remind me, Ye yelled, aggressively messing with her hair. Why is it that I gotta be the one to become a doctor and inherit some small family-run clinic? I'm 15, damn it. But don't you actually like helping around your grandparents' clinic? Not when it means I have to study more. Ye cried, medical textbooks are one thing, but who needs illusionary numbers or Japanese history when it comes to medicine? Who cares about old dead people? You care when they were doctors. Only when they actually did something. Ye cried and Mako sighed, patting the back of the girl's back. There, I'm sure you'll survive. So cold. Suddenly the classroom door slammed open, and the two girls and their remaining classmates' heads shot up at the person who stood at it. An out-of-breath Takuya and Akane slumped against the third-year classroom door as he looked up towards Mako and began to point outside the class. Take Michi, school lockers, invincible Mikey, trouble. Wait, what? Ye confusedly gasped as she turned to look at her glasses-wearing friend. Eyes narrowing, Mako shot up from her seat, removing her glasses as she did so and handing the lens to her friend. Yai, hold these. Wow, wait, Ye yelled, scrambling to stand up and follow as Mako began to book it from the room. I wanna watch you beat people up. Running down the hall, past some of her fellow third years and other students, before jumping down the stairs and even kicking off the staircase's wall to make her way down to the ground floor faster. Caring nothing if she flashed anyone as she landed, and quickly continued on her way. Ye, Akane, and Takuya following close behind as the two boys openly gaped at the girl's moves. Whoa. So cool. Damn it, Mako, just cause you're wearing pantyhose doesn't mean you can flash people. Ye yelled, actually running down the stairs as the two boys behind her blushed at her statement. Flash. What the hell is going on? Mako angrily thought as she sprinted through the halls. Why was Michai suddenly called out? And by M-chan's brother? Why is he even here? Rounding the last corner before the hall for the shoe lockers, Mako's eyes became wide as she finally pushed her way through the crowd and landed on the scene before her. Mikey with a red cheek facing towards the locker, Draken glaring and holding onto Hina's arm, and Takemichi, her brother. He had planted firmly his hand atop the taller boy's shoulder, shaking. She opened her mouth to step in but froze as she barely just caught her brother's shaky words. Let go of her. Draken's glare shifted to Takemichi and he bent down slightly. What was that? I don't think I heard you clearly. Takemichi's mind flashed to his talk with Hina when he first came back again. I'll protect you. I said to let her the hell go, you asshole, Takemichi yelled, still shaking as he angrily and fearfully tried to stand his ground. I promised that I would protect Hina this time. His sister's crying face flashed through his mind. I promised I would protect Meimei. I need to protect them. Mako quietly gasped, her heart skipping a beat as she stared at her brother's shaking form. You bastard. Draken moved his face to stare directly and threateningly into Takemichi's own. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Hesitantly meeting the obviously much taller and stronger boy's gaze head-on, Takemichi only continued to stand his ground. There are things I just won't give up on ever again. What? Draken released his hold from Hina's arm and even stepped back enough for Takemichi to let him go. Ever again. Huh? Ye spoke as now she and the four members of the Mizo 5 stood confusedly behind Mako. What's going on? It's like yesterday all over again, Akon muttered as he stared at Take Mitch's back. Yesterday? Ye confusedly asked, unaware of what the boy said of as Mako silently stared at her brother from behind. It is. This ain't enough to cure my weak-ass heart of the past 12 years. I just ran and ran, and ran and ran. I can't turn back. It is like yesterday, Mako seriously thought. It's almost exactly like then. Her hands clenched into fists as she continued to focus on her little brother's back. It's almost as if he's suddenly grown up, she thought, noting the slight change that had overtaken her brother the last 3 days. Quietly watching the scene before him, Mikey finally spoke up. Ah, and here I thought you could be my friend. Too bad. Now the question is, Mikey almost seemed to jovially smile before turning to blankly stare Take Mitchie down. How do you wanna die? The ends of Mako's neck hair stood up as she stared at the boy, Take Mitchie shuddering in fear, as his friends quietly gasped from behind Mako. Oh no. Take Mitchie. Isn't that too sudden? Ye gasped as she grabbed hold of the back of Mako's uniform top. Aren't you gonna do something, Mako? Senpai, Akon almost hissed, looking up at the shocked Mako, wondering why she had yet to speak up, let alone jump as she stared at the scene. No way, Mako quietly thought. Just promise me one thing. Take Mitchie nervously but strongly asked, don't ever lay a finger on Hina. Hina gasped as she heard her boyfriend's request. He can't be seriously going to hurt Mitchie. What did he and Hina even do? Mako tried to think. There's no point to this. He has to be joking. And don't touch my Maney either. Whatever reason you had for looking for her, forget it and leave her alone. Take Mitchie. Mako's eyes became wide at this, as she watched Mikey reel back his fist. What, like I care? Take Mitchie closed his eyes tight, and the sudden sound of a clap from flesh meeting flesh reached his ear. No pain, though, bloomed from his face, and as he hesitantly opened his eyes. Take Mitch's jaw dropped as he stared into the back of his sister's head, as she stood directly before him holding onto Mikey's wrist. Wah, Draken gasped, eyes widening as he realized who had stepped in. It's her. Mikey's dark eyes were wide as he stared at the small girl that had stopped his stride. She's strong. He secretly flexed his muscle, feeling the girl's grip tighten to resist any attempt for him to break free. His heart skipped a beat as the girl's gaze finally looked up through her bangs, and he realized who it was that had caught his wrist. Ah, Tilda, there you are, Ai-chan. He smiled at the girl as Mako threateningly tightened her grip on his arm. I don't care who you are, but don't you dare even joke about throwing a punch at my little brother while I'm around. Huh, Jay joking. Take Mitchie stuttered as he stared at the two older teens in shock alongside Draken. She knew. Smiling at the girl, Mikey actually began to laugh out loud as he broke his wrist free from the girl's vice grip, smiling, ahaha, so you could actually tell I was kidding, Ai-chan, that's kinda cool. He proceeded to start smacking the girl's shoulder lightly. Though geez, Take Mitchie sure is gullible, maybe you should fix that, like I'd ever hit a girl. Suddenly smiling up at the half-ponytail boy, Mako giggled, is that so? And proceeded to harshly flick Mikey in the forehead, much to the crowd, Draken's, and Take Mitch's shock. Ah, Mikey yelped, feeling himself be flicked a few more times. Hey, stop, Ai-chan, that hurt. He childishly whined as he covered his now red forehead. Good, Mako almost seemed to shout, as she pointed a finger in the boy's pouting face. You deserve that after that whole bitch comment from yesterday. Whining Mikey glared at the girl. I thought you forgave that. I didn't get to hit you then. And then of course was the whole heart attack that was this whole visit. Do you have any idea how fucking panicked I got when people said my Mitch was in trouble? I mean, honestly, who jokes about killing a friend? But it's not my fault Take Mitchie's a dummy. Oi, the only one who can call Mitch a dummy is me, and my precious future sister-in-law Hina. Hina's and Take Mitch's faces both exploded deep red at Mako's words. Future sister-in-law? They nervously sent one another a side glance, blushing even fiercer as they had to turn their heads away embarrassed. Dummy, dummy, dummy. Mikey childishly shot back, moving out of Mako's reach. Get back here. Staring at the two teens, Draken sighed, chuckling under his breath. Well then, I guess it makes sense now. He muttered to himself, watching as Mikey enjoyed the ruffling of the Hanagaki sister, as well as how the girl, even if riled, seemed to be able to handle herself without issue against his friend. Finally realizing that everything was alright, Takemichi sighed as he looked at his sister and Mikey strangely interacting with one another. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Seeing the younger Hanagaki sibling now calmed down, Draken threw his arm over the top of the boy's shoulder. Takemichi, you actually threatened me. He watched as Takemichi tensed up again. Sorry. It's cool. There are times when you can't give up. There aren't many guys who'd say that about a girl these days. He smirked down at the boy, now finally getting the read that had attracted Mikey to the two siblings. It's pretty old school. Releasing the younger Hanagaki and walking over between the still, playing Mikey and Mako, stopping to look down at the girl as she and Mikey both looked up at him. Kenshin. Yes. You're pretty sharp, not to mention ballsy, that's pretty rare for a girl. Mako only slightly twitched before sighing. I'd just call it not being blind and having a never-give-up attitude. Mikey blinked a few times looking at the girl before gasping. Ah, that's it. Both Mako and Draken turned to look at the blonde boy. You're not wearing your glasses, I thought you looked different. Both teens deadpanned as they stared other teens down. Are you serious? Nee, so are you pulling the reverse of Badgie? Mikey curiously asked as Mako took a step back at the boy, leaning into her personal space. Badgie, I don't even know who that is. Oi Mikey, it's rude to just ask things without context. Draken scolded, you're just gonna confuse people. Tilting his head as he stared at Mako, Mikey hummed, where are your glasses, by the way? Are you even listening to me? Draken hissed, as Ye, hearing the teen's question, quickly took the opportunity to step in. Ah, here they are. Running to join up with the other teens, she held out Mako's glasses towards the girl. Here, May, I guess you won't be needing to keep them off for safekeeping, since you're not gonna fight. Nodding at her friend's words, Mako reached out for the spectacles. Yeah, thank you, Yai, she said in almost perfect English, only to have the lens swiped from the red-haired teen's hands. Eek. Hey. Mikey. The three teens yelled, turning to the boy as he opened and looked through the spectacles confused. Are these real? Of course they're real, Mako shouted. Then how come you can see just fine without them? I'm farsighted, you jerk. I get headaches from having to look at things too long up close, and contacts are a pain to use. But I can't risk breaking these and being forced to use them, so I take them off as needed. So give them back. Staring at the girl a bit, Mikey then smiled as he placed the lens back directly upon the dark-haired girl's face. Ye and Draken's eyes widened as they watched Mako blush at Mikey's next set of words. There, you know I think you're pretty cute with your glasses on. Cute, Mako gasped, facing exploding red as Mikey finished putting her glasses on her with a mischievous smile. What is this? May's blushing, cause of Mikey-kun? What, when, how, why? Takemichi gasped, staring at the scene, while Hina, like Ye, silently gasped looking between the pair. Even Takemichi's own friends were quietly freaking out amongst one another as Hina slowly turned to her boyfriend to point at the scene. Takemichi-kun, what's with those guys and Mei-senpai? Takemichi began to say, as a flustered Mako shouted. Wait, hold on, why were you guys even here in the first place? June 8, 2005, Takemichi. Hinata, Mako yelled, staring down as Hina bowed deeply before Mikey, now outside their school's doors with Takemichi and Draken. I'm so sorry, Hina embarrassedly shouted as she was now cleared upon who Mikey and Draken really were. But in turn, Mako had discovered what events had transpired to lead to the whole debacle she came to. I had the wrong idea, Hina blushingly admitted as she stood back up embarrassed. It's fine, Mikey replied, before rubbing his cheek with a teasing smile. That was one hell of a slap, though. But completely uncalled for if that was the case. Mako scolded, making Mikey snicker. Hina, I love your enthusiasm for protecting Mitch, but jumping to conclusions like this over just appearances and assumptions will just make an ass of you, plus it's dangerous. At least come and get me next time, I'll even put myself on speed dial. She's one to talk, Takemichi silently thought, staring at the three. I'm sorry. It's fine to do what you can for the one you like, Mikey simply smiled at the girl's apology. but don't push yourself too much. Mako nodded, at this as Mikey came up to Hina and began to lightly scold her too. Things would have been bad if you'd hit someone that was willing to hit back, you know. Exactly, know your strengths before you pick a fight, don't pull a Bakamichi. Mako added, making Takemichi flinch as if he was stabbed. She doesn't have to use me as an example. Right, Hina simply agreed, standing up straighter with her blush as she took to heart what the two older teens said. Mikey and even Mako lightly laughed as they noted how serious the girl took their words. Smiling back at the two teens, Hina finally turned back to look at the slightly depressed Takemichi. Okay, I'm gonna go. Sure, Takemichi began to reply as she turned to walk back inside for her things. Only for his eyes to go wide as he remembered something. Wait, what about our date? Looking back at the boys and Mako, she waved back and said, We can do that another time. Your friends came to see you, after all. Be safe at cram school, Mako called out, waving back. Tell Naoto-kun I said hi. Oh, and make sure to drag Yae with you, I think she's gonna try and skip. Bye-bye, don't slap me in the face next time. Mikey teasingly waved goodbye as Mako looked back to him and asked. If slapping's off the table, does that mean we can still flick you if you're being dumb? Mikey only seemed to laugh at the obvious joke Mako had made. She seems nice. The nicest, Mako proudly stated. Mitch really scored himself a treasure. Humming at the elder Hanagaki's words, Mikey turned to look at the stunned Takemichi. It's rare to find someone like her. Make sure you take good care of her. Ah, Mako then exclaimed, Shit, I forgot my cell in my bag back inside. Turning to the three boys, Mako pointed a stern finger. Wait here, I need to go get it in case our parents call to check in, Mako panicky stated, turning to run inside. I'll grab your bag too while I'm at it, okay, Michi? Yeah, thanks, the still stunned Takemichi replied, staring as his sister went back in. Shit, I forgot that Mikey wanted us both to hang out with him, Takemichi thought, sending a side glance to silent Mikey. Maybe I could convince the guys to just go without her. Her too. Takemichi blinked owlishly at the Tommen commander. Smiling once more to Takemichi, Mikey nodded to himself. Your sister, she's a pretty rare one too. Are you taking care of her? Blushing at the teen's words, Takemichi looked down at his feet. I think so, though, Maney is actually the one taking care of me. Takemichi nervously admitted, his heart filling with guilt as he recalled his sister's tears from the day before. Idiot, Mako shouted, releasing his ear finally, and Takemichi froze as he looked up to see his sister crying as she looked at him. We promised to protect one another. How can we do that if you keep hiding things from me? Honestly, I've only recently started to realize just how much it is my sister takes care of me. Mikey hummed at this. Well, that makes sense. Takemichi looked up at the older boy and froze as he noticed an actual soft smile being directed in the school's direction where his sister had disappeared. That's just the way it is sometimes with siblings. Grinning back at the boy, he added, But you're doing your best now, right? Takemichi was unable to respond as he openly stared back at the older boy in shock. All right, I got them, Mako shouted while running out of the school. And just in time, too. Mom was actually calling about exams and woo, let me tell you, Mitch, you better hope you passed. She was not playing. Mako sternly reported as she came up to the teen, before blinking confused as she noticed a strange mood between Mikey and Takemichi. Did something happen? She looked between the two boys, and then to Draken, who silently observed the whole scene. Nope, Tilda, Mikey easily replied, turning to walk away. Kenshin, you take Ai-chan K. Takemichi, you can drive for me. Takemichi exclaimed. Got it. Oh, are we taking bikes? Sweet, I love riding the back of bikes. Mako cheered Mitch, don't fuck up and crash this time. I was 6, when are you gonna let that go? We fell in the river. I said I was sorry. Riding for a good while, the 4 teens had ridden out to near a riverside with the sun begging to set around them. Takemichi could hear his sister Mako, making small talk with Draken, as she sat side straddle on Draken's bike. So does she know that you guys skipped to come and see us? Mako quietly called up to Draken. It's fine, Mikey simply called back as Draken sighed. We do things like this all the time. Just cause Emma's used to it, doesn't mean that it's fine, Mikey. Yeah, at least invite her next time. I would have loved to have seen her again. It's been a while. Mako sighed as both boys replied at the same time. No way. Wah, rude. I'm telling M-chan what you said, jerks. They seemed to be talking about someone. Some girl, though Takemichi had barely caught much of their conversation, as he'd become lost in his own thoughts over this whole debacle of the day as he bicycled. From what Naoto told me, 12 years in the future, the Tokyo Manji gang are involved in gambling, fraud, violence, and murder. They're an evil organization that'll resort to anything. Taking bets at this little fight club is lame. Like I'd ever hit a girl. He remembered how so contradicting the younger Mikey was to this image of the future Tommen. Is he really the head of that evil Tommen? Catching the fact that the other older teens had fallen silent in their ride, Takemichi took the chance to speak up. Say, Mikey-kun. So, why did you take a liking to me and Maney? Mako hummed in agreement. I've been wondering that too. Draken only smiled as he watched Mikey lean back to respond. What a dumb question. Takemichi paled while Mako twitched. Sorry. It's not dumb if the two people honestly can't tell what it is you're talking about. Unable to really argue with Mako's argument, Mikey closed his eyes and decided to clarify. Well, I have a brother who's 10 years older than me. Mikey began to nostalgically explain. He's dead now. Both Hanagaki siblings' eyes went wide as they gasped at the boy's response. He was totally reckless. He had no problem picking fights with guys way stronger than him. I see, he must have been pretty cool, Takemichi said as Mako hummed in agreement. He sounds really cool. I bet he was an even cooler big bro. Smiling at the two teen words, Mikey added, You two kinda remind me of him to some extent. Huh? Mako blushed, hearing the fond tone Mikey had taken when referring to his late brother, and implying that they reminded them of him. But I'm not that cool at all. How do I seem like that? Takemichi embarrassingly replied as Mako laughed. Oh, definitely not cool. You should see his sense of fashion when he's left alone. Oh, Laughing, Mikey agreed. Yeah, he definitely wasn't lame like you, Takemichi. Now that's just mean. Parking the bikes off to the side of the river channel and a baseball field, the group stood overlooking it, and the city bathed in the setting sun. Pretty, Mako whispered, as she openly stared in awe at the scene. I never knew there was a baseball field here. Mikey then spoke up. Nowadays, people just think delinquents are lame. I see, I guess he's been hearing that even now. Takemichi thought, after this time, delinquents will keep being called stuff like that. When my big bro was alive, there were so many biker gangs around here. You could always hear their super loud bikes as they went by. They all acted super tough. They fought all the time, but they cleaned up their own messes. What's so lame about that? But that's the issue, ain't it? Mako cut in, making Mikey, Takemichi, and Draken look at her. The delinquents these days are usually total posers. They're no better than thugs preying on the weak for their own gain, like that Kyo what's-his-face. She closed her eyes as she felt the wind move past her and the group. If they were anything like the ones from your brother's time. She opened her eyes as brushed away a few strands of hair, or maybe like the two of you. She recalled the same moments that had confused her brother. Then, maybe the term delinquents wouldn't leave such a bitter taste in people's mouths. The boys were left in shock at the girl's words. Mei, Takemichi especially, being in awe as he thought, I'd forgotten she'd never been one for labels or following the status quo laid out by society. Touching his own bleached hair, he blushed, thinking. She was even the one to support me during my delinquent days. What matters to Maney has always been a person's heart and their actions. As she helped dye the pouting first-year Takemichi's hair, Mako hummed as she responded to a question her brother had for her. Why help you with this? Yeah, if Mom and Dad find out. She lightly bonked him on the head with the comb she was using. Ow. It's fine, she continued to part his hair to apply the bleaching substance. I know you, Michai, I know. Being a delinquent is the coolest thing in the world to you. She hummed, and I know. You won't let being one change who you really are inside. Openly staring at the older Hanagaki sibling, Mikey felt his heart skip a beat as he smiled at the girl. Exactly. He turned away from the dark-haired girl's gaze as a blush ever so slightly colored his cheeks. Sitting down on the slope that led down to the river and baseball field to better take in the setting sun. That's why I'm gonna make a new era for delinquents. he stated, before turning to look back at Takemichi. You should come with me. Standing up he added, I like you too, Hanagaki Takemichi, Hanagaki Meiko. The two siblings stared in shock. There are plenty of guys who are good at fighting. Draken finally spoke up, catching the two siblings' attention. But you know, Draken recalled the way Takemichi was beaten up by Kiyomasa and tried to stand up to him and had even been ready to take a hit from Mikey. He recalled how Meiko, a tiny girl around almost the same size as Mikey's own sister, ran into the Kiyomasa fight to save Takemichi and then stood her ground and even seemed able to easily understand and deal with Mikey. Unafraid by either his or the boy's appearances when she had been confronted by either boy in their first meetings. Standing up to anyone for something you won't give up, there aren't many people like you too. He praised, making Takemichi smile and Meiko blush as she scratched the side of her face nervously. Oh, think about it, Takemichi. The two boys walked away to their bikes, leaving the siblings to themselves as they parted ways. Walking home together, Meiko sighed to herself. And here I thought I was just being brought along as some witness of some sort. May. Waving her brother's nervous look off, Meiko scoffed. Yeah, cool your jets, Mitch, I won't be joining any gangs. She huffed, you know I'm not really a fighter, I'm more of a lover. You mean a punisher, Takemichi joked, as Meiko lightly punched his arm. Only to those who deserve it, and I'd prefer defender of justice. That's still a fighter. Shush, Mitch, I'm older, therefore you should respect my opinions. Even when they're wrong. You don't do that for me. That's 'cause you're younger and have a habit of running into fire. I don't run into fire. Kiyomasa. I retract my statement. The two snorted and began to laugh at this, returning to their walk of silence from then on, as the sky darkened around them. Takemichi became lost in his own thoughts from there. Mikey's a delinquent, but he's not a bad guy. At least, not the kind of guy who'd crash a truck into a festival and kill Hina and Mei. He thought, as the contrast of the past Mikey and the crime scene of his sister's and girlfriend's future death clashed with one another in his mind. The Tokyo Manji gang of 12 years in the future, that guy is definitely not their leader. What changed Mikey? Nee, do you want to go out to eat or can you wait until? Walking past a group of boys led by an oddly familiar boy, Takemichi felt the world drown out around him, as his mind recalled the future Nayato's words. Sano Manjiro and Kasaki Teta. If these two had never met, the current Tokyo Manji gang never would have existed. Stopping mid-walk, he paused alongside his confused sister. What's wrong, Mitch? She watched as he looked back at the trio of boys walking in the opposite direction to them. It's not like you get do-overs. I know, right? Mitch, Meiko repeated, looking back at the confused boy. Why do I feel like I've seen that guy somewhere before? He nervously muttered, making Meiko's heart stop a bit in concern as she looked back towards the boys they had walked past. I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 5. She had suddenly appeared before his eyes, catching his arm before his planned stopping point. It had sent a shiver down his spine just feeling her touch and grip on his arm. I don't care who you are, but don't you dare even joke about throwing a punch at my little brother while I'm around. He looked up, and deep blue met pitch black, his heart stuttered in his chest. Even without her glasses he knew it was her. Ah, Tilda, there you are, Ai-chan. He smiled at the girl as Meiko threateningly tightened her grip on his arm. Closed-eyed, his hand absently went to his forehead. Like I'd ever hit a girl. She smiled and giggled, and Mikey could not help but be caught off guard by the almost innocent face she'd made. Is that so? She had then proceeded to harshly flick Mikey's forehead. Ah, Mikey yelped, feeling himself be flicked a few more times. Hey, stop, Ai-chan, that hurt. He childishly whined as he covered his now red forehead. Good, Meiko almost seemed to shout, as she pointed a finger in the boy's pouting face. You deserve that after that whole bitch comment from yesterday. Opening his eyes, Mikey still could not stop reminiscing on the other day's events. She's actually kinda cute when she glares, he thought, still rubbing his forehead, and apparently flicks pretty hard. I wonder just how hard she can really hit. His mind conjured the image of Meiko elbowing that one random boy the first time he and Draken saw her, and the punch she gave Kiyomasa that knocked out one of the teen's teeth. She probably could have broken his nose if she aimed higher. Suddenly, his mind recounted their last conversation. When my big bro was alive, there were so many biker gangs around here. You could always hear their super loud bikes as they went by. They all acted super tough. They fought all the time, but they cleaned up their own messes. What's so lame about that? But that's the issue, ain't it? Mako cuts in, making him take Mitchie and Draken look at her. The delinquents these days are usually total posers. They're no better than thugs preying on the weak for their own gain, like that Kia what's-his-face. She'd closed her eyes, and the wind passed through their group. Mikey's heart skipped a beat once more as the setting sun reddish light bathed the girl in a warm glow as her loose bangs flew in her face. If they were anything like the ones from your brother's time. She'd opened her eyes and elegantly brushed away the few strands of hair from her face, or maybe like the two of you. Mikey felt his stomach flutter and his body stands up more. Then maybe the term delinquents wouldn't leave such a bitter taste in people's mouths. Her words had left them shocked, so honest, so open, so genuinely supportive. She didn't deny Mikey's dream or words, nor did she fully agree. Mikey could see with her words an expression that she did not like the new age of delinquents they lived in, but that the one he described, the one of his brother's time, was one she could live with and even one she associated with his and Draken's characters already. So he turned away, unable to meet the girl's deep pools of blue, and felt a blush ever so slightly color his cheeks. "She's something else," he quietly muttered. Did you say something, Mikey?" Looking towards her brother as she put on her outdoor shoes, Emma stared a good few seconds before she looked over to an also starring Draken. Why is he touching his forehead? He did that a few times last night. Staring at the sono male, Draken could only hum to himself as he crossed his arms. He must be thinking about I, Emma confusedly asked, as her brother finally looked over to them. "It's my nickname for Mako-chan, remember," he nonchalantly admitted, making Emma gap at him. "Wait, you're seriously just gonna call her that?" Mikey could only shrug. "Why not? I think it's a good name." Sighing at her brother's laissez-faire response and manner of being, she looked back to Draken. "Okay, but what does him touching his forehead have to do with May?" Mikey cheekily cut in, making his sister twitch. "Chan," she finished, glaring at the older boy as he simply smiled smugly back at her. "Probably 'cause she flicked him there a few times." Draken shrugged as Emma whipped her head back to him. "She what?" "A good 3 or 4 times, I think." Caught Mikey here off guard, enough to whine at her to stop. "That's so mean, Kenshin. Chan's flicks actually hurt, you know, Tilda," Mikey childish whined, as Emma openly gaped at her brother in shock. "And you just let her do that?" "Honestly," Draken cut in with a raised brow, "I'm more surprised you're still feeling that and not the slap take Mitchie's wifey gave you." Mikey could only shrug. It was a pretty good slap for sure, but Chan was definitely the one to stand out more. Especially with her entrance and the way she then jumped to defend my honor. Mikey dramatically exclaimed near the end, before snickering. "She and her brother are definitely pretty interesting. She still scolded your ass for your poor taste in jokes, and the only reason she defended your honor was because of the misunderstanding that led to it," Draken dryly pointed out as Mikey only shrugged. "Hey, you went along." Wait. Emma shouted, looking between the boys. "Hold up, rewind, what joke? What slap? Who slapped you? And why did May-chan?" "Chan. Flick and scold you, and then defended your honor? I'm so confused," she moaned, holding her head. "Well," Mikey began, "you see, it all started when July 9, 2005 Mako. Sometime after school, quietly texting as she walked through an apartment complex, Mako quietly ate a lollipop and stared down at her phone. Still dressed in her school uniform, she had not had much of a chance to change after her usual after-school errands, as she had been called over to the residence she walked to. From M-chan. "Did you really flick Mikey in the forehead?" To M-chan. "If I say yes, how much trouble would I be?" From M-chan. "None, I'd hug you. Sometimes my brother really needs to be brought down a peg, you know, especially with bad jokes like his." To M-chan. "Oh, I feel you there. Mitch, I can get a really big head sometimes." From M-chan. "Also," Draken mentioned, "a girl slapped him." To M-chan. "If by him you mean your brother, then yes. That was Hina-chan, my little brother's girlfriend. She thought Mikey and Draken were the ones getting Mitchie hurt and got all protective housewife on them. To M-chan. If it weren't for the fact she technically jumped to conclusions, and therefore her slap to your brother technically uncalled for, I would have been so proud. To M-chan. Okay, that's a lie, I'm still low-key proud. From M-chan. Aw Tilda, that's so cute and sweet. He must be really lucky to have a girl like that. To M-chan. She is my future sister-in-law. That boy better make her his bride. I will go down with this ship. From M-chan. I want to meet her. She sounds like a really cool gal. To M-chan. I'll see what I can do, though she's been a bit busy with cram school and brother as of late. From M-chan. Boo, get to it, Mei-chan. Don't let that girl waste her youth away studying. Let's try hanging out all together. Oh, and that other girl too you mentioned. To M-chan. K tilde. Ringing the Takabana apartment doorbell, Mako waited patiently to be allowed in. Who is it? Oh, Mako-chan. An older woman's voice came from the doorbell's intercom. Hello, Takabana-san. Mako smiled, waving at the doorbell's camera. Naoto-kun asked me to come over for some help. Is he home? Oh no, Naoto-kun hasn't come home yet from helping me with some errands. I see. Oh, but where are my manners? Please come in. You can wait for him inside with Hina. Oh, but she does have company over. And it's a boy too. Ah tilde, they grow up so fast. Just give me a moment to let you inside. The Takabana matriarch happily said as Mako heard the familiar sounds of someone moving to open the door. A boy, Mako thought aloud, pausing as the image of her brother and Hina leaving school together flashed through her mind. Oh, she must mean Michie. The door opened, and Hinata's and Naoto's mother smiled as she gestured for Mako to enter. Make yourself at home. I was just about to bring some drinks and snacks to Hina and her friend. Smiling at the woman, Mako bowed respectfully. Thank you very much. Entering inside the home and removing her shoes, Mako looked up to the older Takabana woman and asked, Would you like some help with those snacks and drinks or? Oh no dear, it's fine. I was almost done already. Just go on ahead and join Hina and her friend. You still remember where her room is, yes? Yep. Walking away from the apartment's kitchen area, Mako made her way further into the actual living space of the residence. Quietly walking up to Hina's bedroom and carefully opening the door. Peeking inside, she struggled not to laugh when she noticed the two sitting across from one another at the small table on Hina's floor. The girl, obviously the more relaxed one between the two, while Takemichi himself looked around the room in a state of bliss and awe. What's wrong? I've just never been in a girl's room before. Twitching at her brother's statement, Mako propped herself in the doorway as she stared down at the boys. Ah, I see. Gah. Eek. The two teens exclaimed, jumping as they turned to look at the deadpanned Mako. It's so nice to know my brother doesn't see me as a girl. Aya Mani, that isn't what I meant. Takemichi exclaimed as the dark-haired girl menacingly smiled down at him. Oh no. Walking fully into the room, she began to pinch his cheeks and pull at them. Then, what was it that you meant? It's not the same when it's your sister. Takemichi muffledly cried as his sister continued to pull at his cheeks. Ah, but I'm still a girl. And you know it doesn't seem fair just to write me off just 'cause I'm your big sister. I'm sorry. Hina giggled watching the two siblings interact. Mei-senpai. I'm sure Takemichi-kun really didn't mean anything by that. Hina tilde, Takemichi almost seemed to cry tears of joy at his girlfriend's rush to his defense. Sighing, Mako reluctantly released the bleached blonde boy's cheeks with a pout. Fine, I guess he's safe. Oh, thank God. For now. Seriously. Laughing at the siblings' banter, Hina smiled as Mako took a seat between the two on the face of the table. Mei-senpai, not to be rude, but why are you here? I was actually wondering the same thing, Takemichi muttered, rubbing gently at his two bright red sore cheeks. Looking to the other female, Mako smiled. Ah, Hina-chan, I've told you it's okay if you just call me Mani. Wait, what? Takemichi almost yelled as the brown-haired girl blushed. But as for why I'm here, Naoto-kun asked me over. Naoto? The teens exclaimed, openly gapping at the dark-haired teen. Yeah, he wanted some help with some studying. Why? What's with your reactions? Before either teen could even respond, the current eldest of the Takabana family, Hina's mother, came in holding a tray of snacks and drinks. "I'm so sorry for the delay. This was all so sudden, so I couldn't prepare much." Placing her hand on her face, the Takabana matriarch began to gush over the teens. "It's a shame because this is the first time Hina's brought a boy home." "Mama," Hina embarrassedly exclaimed, rushing up from her seat to intercept the woman. "Oh, don't worry about me," Takemichi politely replied as Mako sent him a teasing look. "Says the boy who's never said no to a free meal." "Who says no to a free meal?" "He's a cutie. How long have you two been close?" Hina's mom teased as her daughter panikedly stood in front of her. "Are you in the same class?" "That's enough, Mom. Get out," Hina exclaimed as she tried gently pushing the woman out of her room. "Ah, is he your boyfriend?" "Mama," Hina almost seemed to whine, as Mako jokingly added from behind. "He's also my brother Tilda." "Mani," Hina embarrassedly exclaimed, looking back at the dark-haired teen flustered. "There you go, see that wasn't so hard." Walking past his giggling mother and looking into his sister's room confused, Naoto finally appeared to speak up. "Huh, what's with all the noise?" "Now Kun, welcome home," Mako happily exclaimed, getting up from her seat, quickly hugging the boy from behind and causing him to blush as she began to lead him away. "I have quite the funny story for you." Hina, realizing what the girl implied, reached out calling at the girl as she led her brother away. "No, Mani. Wait, come back." "Well, it's nice to know I'm not the only one she does that to now." Takemichi quietly muttered to himself in relief until Hina sent him an upset look with a pout. "Ah, not that I'd wish that on you, Hina." HMPH. July 9, 2005 Takemichi. Later into the day, once the sun had set and the sky had become dark, Takemichi still sat across from Hina as he tried to study with her help. "Yeah, I don't get this at all." "I explained that before." Hina patiently sighed as Takemichi nervously laughed around the pencil in his mouth. "If it's any consolation, my sister has the same issue when it comes to helping me." "I don't think that's actually a good thing." Hina frowned as Takemichi dropped his head in shame. "You're right." "Oh yeah," Hina then exclaimed as she recalled something. "Thanks for looking after my brother." "Hi." "He said you saved him from some delinquents." "Ah," Takemichi exclaimed, smiling, finally realizing what she was talking about. "Our papa is usually really busy and doesn't often come home, so Naoto hates him for that, but he suddenly started saying recently that he wants to be like him." Hina continued to say until she noticed Takemichi's confused face. "Our papa's a police officer." Blinking in shock and awe, Takemichi slammed in a fist in his hand. "I get it. That's why Naoto became a police officer." "Huh?" Hina exclaimed, now confused. "But he isn't though. I mean, that's still impossible, he's too young." Right? What am I even saying?" Takemichi stuttered out, laughing to himself, as Hina continued to stare at him confused. So to avoid her gaze and maybe even shake her off his tail, Takemichi leaned back as he sat and avoided her eyes by looking up at her ceiling. "Honestly, I wonder if he might have saved me instead." "Hi." "I think he'll make a great police officer," Takemichi proudly admitted, Hina's gaze becoming soft and admiring as she rested her head in her hand to watch the boy she loved. "Though he might turn out a bit loopy and lack maybe common sense." "You've changed, Takemichi-kun." Jumping straight up in his seat, Takemichi became nervous once more. "Why you think so? Like how?" Placing her index finger underneath her bottom lip, Hina turned her gaze towards her ceiling. "You seem nicer than before, even more open with Mei-senpai, and maybe more mature," she muttered before smiling at the boy. "I feel like I'm talking to someone much older." Laughing nervously, Takemichi began to rub the back of his head. "Is that so, Tilda?" "No way," he denied, before panically thinking in his mind. "She's sharp, I'm 12 years older." Or maybe that's just a side of you I never knew. Hina quietly wondered, causing Takemichi to blink in shock. "Hi." Looking off to the side, Hina's eyes were filled with a warmth and longing that made even Takemichi freeze in shock. "I'd love to know more about you." A high-pitched whistle slowly rose, and then... Boom, Tilda. "Ah, fireworks," Hina excitedly exclaimed as she rose from her seat. "That's right, today's the fireworks show." Running to her bedroom window, she pulled back the curtains and stared in awe at the lights outside before turning to smile excitedly at her boyfriend. "Hey, let's go up to the roof and watch." With no real reason to deny the girl her request, the pair left her room and home, making their way up to the roof where some families and residents already were. "Oh, look. Wow." Hina excitedly ran towards the roof's railings. "Wow, it's so pretty." Eyes trained to the multicolored fireworks till she turned back to her walking boyfriend. "Hurry up, take Michi-kun." "Damn, I'm really happy," Take Michi thought as he watched his girlfriend happily stare up at the fireworks. "This never happened in my old life." "Wow, a heart," Hina exclaimed, pointing up to the pink heart-shaped explosion. "Hey, did you see that one? I want to stay here forever," he thought, slowly making his way up towards the girl. "I don't want to go back to the future, because in the future, Hina and Mei are gone." Getting to her side, he blushed as he realized they now stood so close to one another. "I wonder if it's okay to hold her hand?" Closing his eyes, he reached out to take hold of her hand. "It's warm," he quietly thought, smiling as he opened his eyes to turn towards the girl, Hina. Only to realize he was holding the hand of Naoto, who now stood between the two teens confusedly. "Yo," while Mako cheerfully smiled and greeted them from behind the younger boy. "We noticed the fireworks, and I thought we could come up to watch them, to give Naoto-kun here a little break," Mako casually explained as Takemichi continued to stare down at the younger with a lost expression. "Hi," Naoto finally awkwardly replied, as Takemichi had still not released his hand. "Naoto," the gears of Takemichi's mind began to spin as his stomach twisted into knots. The handshake is the trigger. He remembered future Naoto's theory and freaked out. "Naoto?" Yelling out as he then thought, "You've gotta be kidding me." Hearing one last firework go off before he leaped into the future screaming. July 9, 2005 Mako. Oh, finally realizing that her brother and Mako had joined them, Hina turned to the pair. "You two were up here too." "Yeah, Mei-senpai invited me to watch the fireworks with her," Naoto explained as Mako giggled from behind him. "All work and no play makes Naokun a dull boy," she joked, causing the young dark-haired boy to blush and look up at the older girl. "I am not dull, am I?" Giggling at the boy's flushed reaction, Mako patted the boy's head. "It's just a reference, Naokun, a joke." "Oh," Naoto embarrassingly muttered as his sister lightly laughed at her brother's flustered expression. Neither of the three teens noticing as Takemichi became a panicked mess next to them. Laughing at the young Naoto's nervousness and his sister lightly teasing him, Mako's smile dropped as she noticed Takemichi's form suddenly stagger from right beside them. "Michi!" His head had dropped down, and his grasp on Naoto's hand dropped. "Takemichi!" she called out again, causing the two siblings beside her to look towards the silent blonde teen in concern. "Takemichi-kun. Is he okay?" Head slowly raising back up, the now real Takemichi of 2005 slowly opened his eyes. Blinking once, twice, his eyes struggled to focus on the three figures standing before him. Eyes focusing on the familiar, concerned gaze of his elder sister as he disorientedly muttered, "Maini." "Hey, what's wrong?" Mako almost seemed to softly ask, reaching out towards the boy. "Do you want to go back inside Takemichi-kun?" Hina worriedly asked, coming up beside Mako as Naoto stepped back to allow the two girls to get close. Where, eyes narrowing, blue eyes rapidly scanned the space. Noting the rooftop they stood on, the night sky and fireworks, and most of all, having no memory of how he'd got there. Eyes widening, his gaze became panicked, stepping away from the two girls who tried reaching to him as his breathing became rapid and shallow. "Is he having a panic attack?" Mako concernedly thought as Hina once more tried to reach out to the boy. "He's getting pale." "Take me." He ran. Hina gasped in shock as the boy just left without a word. "Take Michi-kun." "Oi," Mako shouted, trying to go after the boy before stopping to look back at the surprised and worried girl. "I'm so sorry, I'll go see what's going on." "All right," Hina quietly muttered, unsure if she should follow as her brother comfortably placed a hand on her arm as they watched the Hanagaki siblings both disappear into the night. Running down the stairs, Mako's heart hammered in her chest as the boy she chased after kept barely out of her line of sight. "Take Michi," she yelled, barely able to keep up for once, jumping down the final set of stairs to the ground floor as the boy ran out of the apartment building and complex. "Wait, take Mitchie," she continued to yell, pushing herself harder as the boy refused to slow down as he ran. "Hold up, what's wrong?" she screamed, wondering what sort of sight the two of them must have made as they both struggled to weave past people still wandering the night down the street they ran. "Mitchie, talk to me. What happened?" Feeling tears building in his eyes, the young Hanagaki could only shake his head as he ran, pulling out his phone as he ran and saw the date and time. "July 9th? Why?" "Michi," Mako yelled again, and the boy's eyes slammed shut as he shut the phone and started to run harder as he realized she was closing in. "Leave me alone." Eye twitching and noticing a crosswalk coming up ahead, Mako's mind and body worked fast, barely avoiding tripping mid-stop as she moved to pull off one of her shoes before taking aim. "Please hit." Winding up her arm, she chucked the shoe. Take Mitchie just stepped to turn the corner before the crosswalk, freezing as a pair of familiar teens exited a store that sat in that corner. "Hey, it's Take Mitchie," Draken noted, staring down at the very pale and wide-eyed teen. "Yo, Tilda," Mikey greeted mouth full, a dorayaki in his mouth as he used his free hand to wave. "Wah," the younger Take Mitchie began to exclaim, only for his sister's shoe to slam into the side of his head at a high force and speed. Knocking the boy out, his eyes rolled into the back of his head, and the two other teens became wide-eyed as the boy dropped all but dead to the ground before them. "Take Mitchie." "What the hell?" The two teens ran up to the passed-out boy. "Who?" Mikey began to ask before he and Draken looked down the path Take Mitchie came from. Noting a red-faced and slightly disheveled Mako, standing on one foot, missing a shoe, her arm stretched out in a pitcher's throw. "Whoops," she embarrassedly said, almost as if she simply spilled or knocked over a drink. "Whoops," Draken chimed in as Mikey held in a fit of laughter. "You just chucked your shoe at someone's head and knocked them the fuck out. What did you expect would happen?" "It's not my fault," Mako flusteredly denied. "He's watched enough horror movies with me by now to know. You don't stop when you're being CHASED," she shouted, looking at the knocked-down boy, watching as he simply twitched but did not rise up or regain consciousness. "Well damn, I guess I really did knock him the fuck out." "Ya think?" Draken shouted, as Mikey proceeded to just laugh his ass off at the girl's nonchalant response. "Oh, it's fine, I once dropped a door on his head." "You did what?" Draken deadpanned at the girl's laissez-faire manner of dropping this information. "In my defense, he knew Dad was changing out our second-floor bathroom door with me as help, and shouldn't have run by me. Besides, a scar in his hairline seems like a pretty fair trade for the one he gave me on my face by making me trip into a glass coffee table when we were babies." Draken became confused at this as he looked over the female Hanagaki's face under the streetlight. "You have a scar." Before Mako could reply, she felt her face suddenly grabbed once more by a pair of familiar hands. As Mikey appeared before her face, pushing up her glasses and staring at her with his almost dead black eyes. "I'm sorry, can I help you?" Mako asked, annoyed with a closed-eye smile. "What is with this guy and touching my face? I don't like being touched by strangers," Mako angrily thought, preparing to slap the boy the same way Hina did, when suddenly she was let go as he exclaimed. "Ah, I see it," Mikey happily exclaimed, making Mako's eyes go wide in shock. "It's exactly on the corner of your left eye," Mikey noted, pointing to the corner of his own as he turned to look at Draken. "Like right here, Kenshin, you can barely see it when she closes her eyes." Blushing at this, Mako quickly pulled back down her glasses as she stared at the Tommen leader. "The heck? Was he really trying to see about my scar?" Mako embarrassedly thought, shaking her head as she tried slapping her face a few times to clear the blush. "He's probably the first person to pick it out, without me having to point it out or already knowing about where it is," she silently thought, before moving to walk past the two teens to the still unconscious Take Mitchie. Something wrong, I-chan?" Mikey curiously asked as he and Draken watched Mako stare down at Take Mitch's unconscious form with a heavy sigh. Shaking her head, Mako picked up the thrown shoe, pulling it back on before she stared down at her unconscious brother as she enthusiastically muttered out loud. "Heavy?" The idea she would have to carry the boy all the way home passed through her mind. "I know I can, but he's still heavy." I need to get him home. Mako thought, sighing. It had become obvious her brother would not be waking up anytime soon. Reaching down to start picking up her little brother, Mako stopped as she felt a hand be placed on her shoulder. Oi, Kenshin, let's help Ai-chan carry Takemichi home, Mikey casually said, being the one who came up beside Mako and placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her from straining herself. Smiling down at the now wide-eyed girl, Mikey asked, "That's okay, right?" "You ask that after the fact?" Mako and Draken both asked as they stared the other blonde teen down. Draken, having already moved to sling the younger Hanagaki sibling over his shoulder, as Mikey simply smiled at the two deadpan teens. Seeing no other way, though, to get her brother home safe without overworking herself, Mako agreed. "I mean, it can't hurt to accept their help since they asked, right?" she thought, leading the two teens towards her and her brother's home. Unlocking their front door, she gestured for the boys to come in as she turned on the front entrance hall lights. "Our rooms are upstairs. You don't need to take off your shoes if you're not able." She excused Draken, moving further into the home to turn on more of the lights. Looking around the home, as he and Draken removed their shoes, easily Mikey called out to the elder Hanagaki sibling. "Your parents out for the night, or something?" "More like away for the month," Mako bluntly replied, making her way up the stairs. "There's some conference in Hokkaido, and their bosses wanted them there," she simply replied, leading the two boys up to her home's second story. "It's fine, they do it all the time. Mitch and I might as well be living on our own." She didn't see how the two Tommen teens looked to one another, a bit shocked. "Here we are." Opening up her brother's door, Mako gasped as she turned on the lights. "Ugh, that brat." Marching into the room, glaring as she began to pick up the many scattered articles of clothes littered about the floor. "I told him to clean his room." She growled under her breath, Draken stepping in with the still unconscious Takemichi over his shoulder. As Mikey remained outside the room, curiously looking over at the bedroom door across from Takemichi's, that bore Mako's name on a butterfly-inspired door sign. "Here," Draken gestured to the bed, as Mako glared, seeming a bit unhinged at the unmade bed. "Yes," she grounded out, throwing her brother's clothes into the clothes hamper she had given him just this very morning. "Okay." Dropping the teen onto his unmade bed, Mako and Draken both watched as the unconscious Takemichi simply remained face down on the bed. "You sure you didn't kill him?" "Wait for it," Mako whispered, then hearing her brother loudly snore as he shifted his face out of his pillow sheets. "There it is," she muttered, Draken nodding only to look around the room confused as he realized something. "Wait, where's Mikey?" "Wo tilde Kenshin, check out Ai-chan's room," Mikey excitedly called out, as both Mako and Draken stood up straight at the boy's words. "My room." "Her room," the two teens shouted, running out of the sleeping Takemichi's room to enter Mako's, angrily shouting. "Mikey." The blonde only grinned at the pair as he stood at the center of the lavender and blue-themed room. "It's cute." "Mikey," Draken angrily hissed, marching into the room to grab the shorter boy, only to pause as he took note of some of the room's quirks. Mako became flush and embarrassed as she now watched the two boys look around her room. It was a simple room, really, at least to Mako, nothing too feminine or masculine. Spacious like her brother's, filled with things she'd loved or needed. Like a solid bed frame, lined with shelves and drawers for extra storage. Like her alarm clock and mangas, and even some of her handheld games. A mass of stuffed plushies of many cute yakais and cryptids from around the world, and a fluffy body pillow laid atop her bed. Across from it was a horizontal black-stained bookshelf, filled with foreign movies and textbooks, a simple TV sitting over top with both current and retro gaming systems with a few games on the side. A desk for studying by the bed in front of her only window, framed by blackout curtains. A punching sandbag, off to the corner opposite of her bed, posters for both movies and artists scattered about her walls with butterfly stickers. Her ceiling was covered in glow-in-the-dark galaxy stickers, and lastly a full-body mirror beside her room's closet and vanity. A vanity, surprisingly enough, covered with some simple makeup, perfumes, nail polish, a small contact case, and a small music box with some small jewelry. "Huh," Draken muttered, "it's very." "Not," Mako snapped, glaring at the boys, "a word." She growled, pointing a finger at the two boys, blushing. Hey, it's cool. Draken tried to awkwardly pacify the blushing girl. It's nothing to be too embarrassed about. Who's embarrassed? Mako snapped, angrily glaring up at the teen as Mikey looked at the banged-up sandbag. I just don't like relative strangers invading my personal space. It really wasn't that her room embarrassed her, or that she was even ashamed of the space. Mako honestly could care less of what people thought of her room. It was far from childish even with the plushies and stickers that helped make the space hers. The wood of her furniture was all stained black. Many of the posters were for foreign bands and movies. Her work desk was littered with school supplies and reference books for study. Even her vanity and body mirror were framed with photos taken from the start of middle school. Her room, if anything, showed the truth of who she was. A young woman who was still very much a kid even when she was being forced to grow up. I get it. Understanding where the girl seemed to be coming from, Draken bowed. I'm sorry, Mikey. Whoa, Kenshin, check out these movies. Twitching at Mikey's seeming disregard for his invasion of Mako's space, Draken turned to snap at the teen. Can you not right now? Can't you see she's uncomfortable thanks to your dumb ass? Mikey hummed, turning to look at the glaring Draken and Mako. Why, I thought her room was pretty cool. He casually said, it definitely screams Ai-chan, you know, cute yet unique. Mako began to blush at this, feeling her heart skip a beat as the boy once more called her cute. It was not a word she often had associated with her, let alone by boys. Though she was small by stature, and supposedly popular by some in regards to being confessed to. Mako was not used to being called cute, or even openly complimented. Perhaps with Take Mitch's friends, sure, but there was this understanding between the four boys and Mako. Unspoken as it was, that she was not necessarily someone they'd honestly consider or pursue, even if they were attracted to her. She was very much just one of the guys to them, just one who was also female and just happened to be attractive. She teased them, they teased her, they screwed up, and she'd come to either save or kick their ass. That was it. So to have a stranger like Mikey, calling her cute from almost the start of their interaction. Shaking her head, Mako prepared to open her mouth to snap at the boy, only for a loud growl to fill the room as the two boys turned their heads to her. Her hands slowly went up to her stomach, and she laughed nervously. Ah, I'm hungry. I forgot about dinner. Seriously, Draken deadpanned as Mikey laughed at the girl's loud stomach. Fuck you, Mako snapped. Mitch, I ran from the place we were gonna have dinner at, so we didn't get to eat, Sumi. She growled, turning to partially face away from the boys to start biting at her thumbnail. Now I need to figure out what to make to eat, and even if I should make some for the jerk. I mean, he's passed out and he fucked up, but I don't want to starve the dummy. She began to mutter to herself as the two teens watched her. Well, that was a sudden mood change. Draken almost sighed before twitching to hold his head. And yet so familiar, he thought, eyeing the Sano boy as he walked up to the deep-in-thought Mako. Coming up to the girl, Mikey pulled out a dorayaki from the bag he carried. Snapping it in half much to Draken's sudden slack-jaw shock and holding the sweet pastry out for the girl to take. Here, to hold you over till you get dinner done. Oh, Mako blinked in shock, before softly smiling as she took the half pastry from the boy's hand. Thanks. Nodding at the girl, Mikey half turned to the wide-eyed Draken. Hey, Kenshin, let's go. It's getting pretty late for us too. Yeah, Draken muttered, watching the shorter blonde turn back to smile at Mako. We'll be on our way, but let's hang out again sometime, Kay. Watching as Mikey moved to leave her room and in turn her house with Draken close behind. Mako looked down at the half piece of dorayaki before biting her bottom lip, running out her and towards the stairs to call out to the two descending teens. Wait! The two boys turned back to her and she blushed shyly. Han going to play with one of her braids as she asked, Would you like to stay and eat, you know, as payback for helping me drag Mitch home after knocking him out? Turning to glare at Mikey and scold the teen, Draken was once more left in shock when the boy this time responded opposite of what he expected. Let's have a rain check, Mikey waved. You look like you've had a long day. Did he just say no to free food? Blinking at the boy's response, Mako became aware of just how tired she actually felt. Ah, he's right, she thought, frowning as she moved her hand to hold her slowly beginning to throb head. Yeah, now that you mention it. Smiling, Mikey nodded. Thought so, Tilda, you should just get something simple to eat and go off to bed, Ai-chan. I guess, Mako muttered before staring at the boys a bit more. Finally sighing, she made a choice. No use fighting it, I guess. Reaching into her skirt pocket, she pulled out her phone and held the device out towards the boys. Here, let's exchange numbers. She smiled, watching Mikey's eyes become wide. I don't have either of your numbers, and if we're supposed to be friends, that doesn't really feel right. Besides, how else are we supposed to reschedule my dinner invite to you? She teasingly winked at the end, causing the shorter blonde to blush as he stared at the girls, now playful, speaking to them. Fair enough, Draken replied, first taking hold of Mako's phone first, much to Mikey's sudden tense awareness, as the taller teen started to add on his contact and send himself a text from Mako. Hey, Mikey, hand me your phone so I can. Snatching Mako's phone from Draken's hand, Mikey turned away from the two surprised teens as he proceeded to add his own contact to Mako's before sending himself a text with her phone and tossing the item back to the surprised girl. Looking down at the new contacts, Mako read aloud the contact names. Ken Ryugyuji and Mikey-kun? Who's Ken Ryugyuji? Mako confusedly exclaimed. That's my full name, Draken muttered before his eye twitched and he fully turned to glare at an angrily pouting Mikey. And not what I usually go by, the fuck Mikey, you changed my name on her phone. Kenshin, you idiot. Mikey angrily continued to pout as Mako stared at the two fully confused. Huh, what did you say? What's with the sudden attitude, you damn midget? Okay, now I'm confused, Mako thought watching the two argue. What's with the sudden shift in attitude? July 9, 2017 Takemichi. Erg, the now 26-year-old Takemichi shot up from the bed he laid upon. A medical Roman 4 attached to his arm, stopping him from fully flinging himself off the bed as he cried at his misfortune. Takemichi-kun, Naoto concernedly exclaimed, shooting up from his own seat by his work desk to run up to the still crying man. You've regained consciousness. Damn it, I came back, Takemichi whined as Naoto stopped beside his bedside. Huh, does that mean you were able to go back to the past? Naoto excitedly began to say, holding up his hand in awe. So shaking hands really is the trigger. Turning to glare up at older Naoto crying, Takemichi said, What the hell were you and Maney doing there, man? Huh, what are you talking about? Naoto asked deadpanned, before shrugging the crying man's complaints off. Anyway, that means my hypothesis was correct. Yeah, good for you, I guess, Takemichi grumbled, covering his eyes while still crying. And now you're back. Sniffling at the other man's words, Takemichi looked up to Naoto, noticing the man's sudden change of tone. I now understand everything, he seriously stated before smiling at Takemichi. So how'd things go? You came back because something changed, right? Realizing what the other dark-haired male asked, Takemichi became nervous as he began to explain. Well, I may have, sorta, accidentally shook your hand in the past. You shook my hand by mistake? Naoto snapped, clenching both of his hands into fists. You need to take this seriously, he yelled as Takemichi embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. Finally calming down from his annoyance at the Hanagaki male, Naoto pulled him off the Roman 4 drip he'd been on and began to discuss the new info they had learned. There's something we know now because of your second trip into the past. Oh. Walking to one of his makeshift office's whiteboards, he began to draw a diagram on the untouched board. Your ability to time travel allows you to return exactly 12 years into the past. For example, today, you'd go back to today 12 years ago, and if you come back here after spending a week there, a week would have also passed here. He explained, drawing what he was saying. And while you were back in the past, your body was in suspended animation. Wait, so I was dead, Takemichi concernedly exclaimed as Naoto began to clarify. It means that only your empty shell remains here in the present, meaning you stayed in a death-like state. You could think of it like a coma of sorts. Ah, so that's what you meant by suspended animation. It's very dangerous, so whenever you're going to time travel again, we'll make sure you're in my room. I've already secured the means to keep taking care of your body while you're away. Naoto explained, gesturing to the Roman 4 drip Takemichi had been originally connected to. So how did the mission to keep Sano and Kasaki from ever meeting go? Well, becoming nervous once more, Takemichi admitted, I met Mikey-kun. Mikey, Naoto confusedly repeated before realization hit him. Oh, you mean Sano. But listen to this, Naoto, Takemichi exclaimed, rising from his seat on the bed to walk up to the other man. Mikey is a delinquent, but he's a really good guy. Huh? Naoto angrily exclaimed in shock. Why didn't you kill him? Why kill him? The guy who killed our sister's a good guy? He slammed his hand on his whiteboard. Did you get tricked into believing that in the past? No, you're right. Listen, Naoto snapped, pointing his other hand to Takemichi. That Mikey is now a man so involved in every crime imaginable, the police can't even touch him, Naoto yelled. If I could. He glared down as he pulled a clenched fist to his chest. I'd kill him with my own 2 hands. He shook, and unable to restrain himself any longer slammed the fist back into the whiteboard, shaking it. Noting how distraught the man had become, Takemichi moved, taking a seat on one of the man's office couches as he refused to meet his gaze before he could finally look up to him with a determined expression. Naoto, let's go talk to Mikey-kun. It's too dangerous. I want to see him and talk to him in person. There's no point in talking to him. Mikey-kun's someone we can trust. I want to hear from Mikey-kun himself about why Tommen changed. Takemichi argued, standing up. I want to know before I go back into the past again. He stared Naoto down with a determined glare. Help me find Mikey-kun. Please, Naoto. Staring the older man down, Naoto tried to stand his ground. Yet as he stared, he couldn't help but see the image of the adult Mako giving him the same look overlaid with her brother's. His heart clenched at the memory of the woman, and he sighed in defeat. I don't know what happened in the past, but you've changed, Takemichi-kun. I'm sure Maney would have been proud. He muttered, walking away, heading to his laptop as Takemichi followed close behind. Huh, you think so? Like how? Takemichi curiously asked as the other male gave him a proud smile. Your weak side seems to be gone now. Well, at least a little of it. Does that mean I'm cooler now? Takemichi asked, pointing to himself anxiously. Naoto ignored him. Right, let's try to figure out how to meet with Mikey. Nee, or do you mean I'm super awesome now? Hey, come on, don't stop there. Takemichi almost begged as Naoto sent the older boy an annoyed look. You get carried away far too easily, he muttered before passing him over a stack of papers. I need you to organize these documents. A few hours passed, and neither Naoto or Takemichi could seem to figure out a way to contact the future Mikey. As both men tackled trying to look for any information or lead through the 2 forms of documentation they had. Naoto, his computer, Takemichi, the many stacks of documents and papers Naoto had on the gang. The Tokyo Manji gang is crazy. Having said that, Mikey is careful to a frightening degree. Even the police haven't gotten any leads on him. His phone is also probably a burner that he got under a fake name. Naoto explained as he continued to scroll through the many files on his computer screen. Wait, who is this? Nea muttered as he stared at the image of a permed red-haired man wearing sunglasses. Coming up from behind Naoto, after hearing the man's words, Takemichi began to read out the article attached to the photo. Sendo Etsushi, part of Tommen's upper echelon? That's Akun, Takemichi exclaimed, causing Naoto to turn to him in shock. Akun, was that one of your friends? Yeah, Takemichi nodded, as Naoto felt his stomach begin to twist in knots. Something's not right here, he muttered, before recalling some of the information from before Takemichi's second-time leap. If that's him, he should have been arrested for stabbing a guy named Kiyomizu Takamasa from Tommen when he was 16. He should have just been a small-time hoodlum after being released from prison. I was thinking about stabbing Kiyomasa-kun. Takemichi paled, remembering how his old friend had admitted to wanting to stab the man who had tormented them. Yeah, he said he was planning to, but he didn't because... The past has changed. The 2 men almost shouted in unison as they turned to look at one another in shock. Akun never stabbed Kiyomasa-kun, so he was never arrested. Takemichi, noted as Naoto equally now as pale as him, continued the thought process. You became friends with Mikey, which could mean that Sendo also. Akun's part of Tommen's upper echelon. Takemichi muttered, the full extent of his actions in the past and how they affected the future slowly starting to dawn on him once more. I've got it, Naoto almost exclaimed. Are you able to get a hold of Sendo? Yeah, as long as his number hasn't changed. Since Sendo Etsushi's in the upper echelon now, you might be able to get through to Mikey. Naoto explained, leaving Takemichi in stunned awe. Not that long after, the two men would take a trip though, heading to Takemichi's apartment, as the older man did not recall his friend's number off the top of his head. Just be warned that my place is a disaster area. Staring at the other man, Naoto could not help but become a bit nervous, though Meiko was known to be a rather organized person who maintained her home and spaces. Naoto could not help but be worried about whether or not the younger Hanagaki sibling had any actual skill or effort in maintaining their own home. I figured as much, though even having this in mind did little to prepare the younger man for what he would walk into. Oh, God. He almost jumped back into Takemichi's front door as he pinched his nose shut. It's so dirty. How can someone actually live here? I warned you, didn't I? Takemichi angrily huffed as Naoto just continued to back away from the pigsty that was the older man's home. No one should live like this. Meini would be rolling in her grave over this. Naoto almost hissed as he watched Takemichi walk through the piles of trash scattered about his living space with much practice and ease. Hang on one sec. Reaching his closet, he opened the storage space to smile towards the uncomfortable Naoto. Believe it or not, I did keep a few things that my sister drilled into my head growing up, like having a filing system. Suddenly, much of the junk stored in his closet fell out onto him, kicking up years of dust and grime. Ow. Naoto became pale, and goosebumps slowly began to appear throughout his skin as the dust cloud slowly edged towards him. I'm going to break out in hives. This dust is just. I'm going to buy some masks. He almost hyperventilated, running out the front and accidentally kicking up some abandoned mail as he escaped the disgusting home. Well, hurry up, Takemichi angrily shouted out, huffing as the door closed behind. Jerk, he muttered, shifted the fallen boxes and junk from his closet off him to the ground, and prepared to jump into looking for a notebook. Only to pause as he noticed a single soft pink envelope mixed with the pile of bills and junk mail that had fallen to the ground when they'd entered his home and been kicked up by Naoto accidentally. Crawling over to the stepton post, Takemichi frowned as he picked up the unique pink envelope. Flipping it over, though, his heart stopped. His eyes became wide and his face became pale. His stomach twisted into knots and a single teardrop landed on the envelope front. May. From Hanagaki Make. To Hanagaki Takemichi. He was crying. His hands shook and Takemichi quickly pocketed the pink letter as his heart raced over what he had just found. This wasn't here, he thought shakingly. This wasn't here before my first leap, I'm sure of it. Trying to even his breathing, he took many deep breaths. I've been gone for a bit, could it have come then? Some of that mail did look new. But wait, how is it that it's only here now? When was it sent? Was it before she died? Was it around the time she and Hina? Did it come before and I just didn't look at it? Is this another change cause of my screwing with the past? Slamming his hand to the ground, he scrambled back to his closet. He did not know if he could handle looking at the letter right now. Akon first, he thought, then Mikey, and then, he almost bit his lip as the envelope weighed in the back of his mind. I'll look at it. I'll see what you sent and go back. He determined thought, pulling more of his junk out of the closet. I'll go back and save you and Hina both, Mei. I'm back. Entering the apartment once more, Naoto frowned, noticing a slight dark cloud overtake Mitch's head. The older man aggressively pushing and throwing aside trash and junk as he sifted through his boxes. Is everything okay? Yeah, Takemichi almost seemed to snap, just getting through this stuff. He almost muttered by the end, I'll look here, can you look over there? That notebook isn't that big, so it might be buried under something. He pointed to the small storage space where his TV sat before continuing to sift through his things. Okay. Naoto nodded, walking over towards the small entertainment set. He shuffled around some of the objects on the shelf and paused as he noticed a single framed photo hidden behind some knickknacks. A photo of middle school Takemichi and Meiko. Grinning and laughing on what might have been Takemichi's first day of middle school, as the younger Hanagaki boy struggled to carry his smaller yet older sister on his back after she had surprised him by having jumped on his back. Naoto's heart broke, and the memory of Meiko serving him a cup of coffee flashed before his eyes. As behind her sitting on the back countertop of the cafe he sat in was a very similar photo with the siblings posing with their friends at their childhood home, the words, Happy Birthday Meini, written on the front, alongside the date of June 15, 2005. He looked back at the younger Hanagaki sibling and could not help but feel his pain. Take Michi. I know, you can save them. They spent a good 40 minutes shuffling through Take Mitch's belongings, so much so Naoto had to move on to other places in Take Mitch's apartment as the older man continued sorting through the items in his closet. Naoto even found, much to his gag reflex's disgust, a moldy sock that had fungus growing off it. Tossing it aside as he muttered, "How can two siblings be so different when it comes to their own standards of hygiene?" He shuddered in disgust, grateful to have also gotten gloves with his mask. "Found it," Take Michi exclaimed in relief, sitting up straight as he held the middle school notebook he'd been looking for. "Here it is. Whoa, this takes me back." Flipping through the pages a bit as Naoto slowly came up from behind. "Talk about a trip down memory lane. Whoa, what's this? Oh, hey," he seemed to gush, flipping through more of the pages. Naoto became frustrated and annoyed at the man's short attention, especially after having to deal with all the older man's filth. Glaring at the man as he almost threateningly growled down at the supposed older man, "Do you mind picking up the pace a little?" "Oh, right," Take Michi nervously stuttered out, "Akon." Flipping through the page, Take Michi focused till he reached the page. "Found it." Pulling out his cell phone, he began to type in the old number. Hopefully his number hasn't changed. Pulling the phone up to his ear, he waited alongside Naoto, listening as the phone rang and rang. "Akon." Take Mitch's mind wandered off to a short time in the past and a conversation he had with his old friend. July 7, 2005. Take Michi. "See you tomorrow. You boys be safe now." "We will. See ya." It was the night when he'd first met Mikey and Draken. The Mizu 5 and Mako going their separate ways for the night. Takuya, Yamagishi, and Makoto went one way, Akon, Take Michi, and Mako the other. The group of Take Michi, his sister, and Akon all going to a nearby bus stop and waiting for one to hopefully come. Mako hummed, looking between her phone and the bus schedule routes that were posted at the stop. "It looks like the last bus won't be here for another 40 minutes. Lucky us, huh?" "Yeah," Akon nodded, "Thanks again for spotting me tonight. I promise to pay you back, senpai." Waving the boy off, Mako laughed. "It's fine, Akon. Seriously, you say that every time. If you really want to pay me back then, just do me the favor of staying out of trouble more often. I swear it's almost like you guys start to share a brain cell when you're left alone to get into the type of trouble you do." Laughing at the older girl's joke, Akon nodded. "Yeah, sorry about that." "God, my whole body hurts," Take Michi whined as Mako sent him a half-smile. "Yeah, well, no one told you to try going all Rambo against a guy almost twice your size." Pouting at the girl, Take Michi sent her tired glare. "Wasn't that more you?" "Who, me?" Mako innocently smiled, pointing to herself. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I just wanted to be Batman for a bit and save my Robin." "Why do you have to make such weird references?" Take Michi winced as Akon laughed at the siblings' banter. "At least you get most of them." "That's 'cause I've helped raise him well," Mako proudly proclaimed, puffing up her chest as she placed her hands on her hips. Her eyes softened, though, as she turned a more concerned gaze to her brother when she heard him even struggle to laugh due to the pain. "But if you're still hurting when we get home, do you want to try taking a nice warm bath in some of my Epsom salts? It'll help." Sighing at the mere idea of such relief, Take Michi nodded. "Yes, please. I won't even complain if it's the flowery-scented kind." "Lavender it is then," Mako nodded, as Akon smiled at the pair. "Though if anything, I'm sure Ye wouldn't mind coming over to give you a quick checkup." "Good to see you guys, getting along again." "I know, right?" Mako exclaimed, pointing an excited finger to the red-haired boy. "It's like he's suddenly grown up." She cheered, making Take Michi freeze in his spot. "He's not even getting mad at me for calling him Michi, and get this. He actually did the dishes last night and this morning without my prompt or any complaint. He's even calling me Meme again, you know, that nickname me and Takun told you about from our youth." "Whoa," Akon teasingly exclaimed. "Way to level up, Take Michi, finally chilling out when it comes to being a little bro." Shut up, you two. You make it sound like I was bad when you know Maney frickin' likes to push my buttons." Take Michi blushed as Mako didn't even deny his claims and only laughed harder with Akon. "Damn it, that was close. Meme is way too sharp for her own good," he thought, looking away from the teens. "I'll admit I was a bit of a brat back then, but I'm 12 years older. I've changed at least. A bit since back then." I mean, that's why she's noticing stuff, right? It only makes sense since we're siblings for her to notice, he thought, before frowning. Right. Shaking his head, Takemichi refused to stay on that thought, instead turning to look at the bus stop ceiling to try and calm his rapid thoughts. Time passed, and before calling out to his best friend. Hey, Akun, Mani, if we all graduated and went our separate ways and totally stopped seeing each other. I wonder what we'd all talk about after we became adults. Huh? Mako openly exclaimed, confused. What's with that sudden negative thinking? Stopped seeing each other? Tilda Earth to Bakamichi, I'm your big sister. Graduation or not, we'd still be seeing each other. Mako replied deadpanned, as she lightly knocked on the blonde's head. Seriously, you sure you weren't concussed back there? Smiling at the elder Hanagaki's words, Akun could not help but agree. You dumbass. Senpai's right, nothing would change, not for you two or even for us. We're friends for life. Akun confidently said, smiling as Mako stood straight up with pride. July 9, 2017. Takemichi. Takemichi couldn't help but smile at the memory, finding comfort and peace in the moment, till the other line finally picked up on his phone. Hello. Takemichi's mouth went dry and his stomach knotted into a pretzel. Akun. Takemichi. Takemichi smiled bright, hope ignited in his veins. Looking up to the wide-eyed Naoto who waited with bated breaths and nodded. It was him. They'd contacted Akun. Less than an hour later, the pair of Naoto and Takemichi would now stand before an establishment within the red light district of Shibuya, a club of sorts, owned by the Tokyo Manji gang. This is where Sendo is. He told you to come here. Yeah, apparently, he's running this hostess bar. Takemichi explained as Naoto sent the smiling man an unamused glare. Are you sure it's okay for us to just show up here? Sendo's one of the higher-ups at Tommen now. He seriously warned, though Takemichi was undeterred. And none of that matters because Akun is just Akun. Takemichi confidently declared, his smile never leaving his face even as he looked up at the building before them. I mean, he sounded a little older over the phone, but otherwise he hadn't changed. Frowning Naoto could not help but stare at the ground. I'm concerned that you just came out and told him you wanted to see Mikey. Why? Takemichi honestly asked, confused. You're being too frank. He's someone the police can't get close to. We might have come here just to get killed. Naoto cautiously warned. Wow, you're dumb, Naoto. It takes more than that to change a friendship. Takemichi laughed, causing Naoto to twitch annoyed. Come on and just follow me. Takemichi confidently exclaimed, marching into the hostess establishment. Only to freeze up once he was confronted by the row of beautiful hostesses and the high-end decor that lay just beyond the door. Welcome, who will it be? A doorman politely asked, standing opposite to the girls as he'd greeted Takemichi. Huh, you Takemichi became a stuttering and almost blushing mess at this. Naoto coming up from behind him and asks him with a deadpan stare, Are you going to be all right? Still highly nervous but unwilling to back down, Takemichi went up to the man who'd greeted them and began to explain. I've got an appointment with Sendo-san. What, you, with our boss? The man openly questioned, not believing Takemichi. Takemichi nodded rapidly at this though, so the man called into his earpiece to confirm his claims. Hey, some twerp is here. Does the boss have any appointments? Takemichi sighed in relief, and Naoto, who still stood quietly behind the man, could not help but try to stifle a laugh. The shift between overly confident to nervous wreck far more amusing than the younger man would have ever thought. Suddenly, the doorman's posture shot up, still listening to his earpiece as he got a response. Then, he suddenly turned, slouching his body and rubbing his hands. His tone and voice even changed as he began to basically kiss up to Takemichi. Goodness, you should have just told me earlier, Hanagaki-san. I would have let you right in if you just told me you were the boss's friend, he exclaimed, making Takemichi and Naoto blink in shock at his sudden 180. 2 VIPs coming through. The man yelled, gesturing for Naoto and Takemichi to follow before walking ahead. He's totally mocking me, isn't he? Takemichi angrily cried, pointing after the man as he looked to Naoto. Nah, of course not. Naoto sarcastically replied with a straight face. The two men following close behind only then, as they were led to a private area to be seated. Drinks were served, and Takemichi took it upon himself to actually partake of the free beverage, though his hand shook as he held the amber drink in hand. Your hand is shaking, take Michikun. Naoto noted aloud as he stared the trembling man down. I ain't scared, Take Michi tried to deny, even going so far as to give himself a pep talk in his mind. It's okay, no matter how different he looks, no matter how important he is now. He tried to calm himself, now having to hold the drink with both hands even as he continued to tremble more. Akun will always be Akun. You're shriveling up. Naoto sympathetically sighed, feeling a bit bad for the man's failing efforts to remain calm after his initial gusto. Take Michi. At the sudden call of his name, by a deep yet familiar voice, Take Michi set down his drink and quickly shot up in his seat to stand up. Behind you, genius. Slowly turning around, Take Michi stared, as his eyes landed on the shaven, tattooed, and obviously haggard form of one Sendu Atsushi, the adult Akun. You haven't changed a bit, Take Michi. Akun. Akun chuckled at his old friend's surprised tone. Didn't recognize me without my pompadour, huh? Yeah. Senpai used to joke that might be the case if we ever met up. Take Michi and Naoto's eyes became wide at the plum red-haired man's words. Mei. He was still in contact with Meini. I was gonna say something earlier, but it's been so long. Akun admitted nostalgically before bowing his head, especially now with Senpai gone. I'm sorry for your loss, you have my condolences. Akun trailed off sadly, Naoto's hands curling into fists as he glared at the man. As if you have any right, he angrily thought. It was your group that killed her and my sister. He wanted to shout, biting his tongue as he had sworn to let Take Michi handle this. Noting his old friend's saddened tone, Take Michi could not help but stare sympathetically. It's really Akun. He looks totally different, but it's definitely Akun, he thought before, smiling at the man. Yeah, Thanks for your condolences. She didn't deserve to die so young. Akun bitterly muttered, catching both Take Michi and Naoto off guard. I really am sorry for her loss. The world's a darker place without her. He eyed Naoto with guilt from the corner of his eye. And Takebana-san. Naoto's stomach nodded, both his and Take Michi eyes shooting a glance to one another as they pondered over Akun's words. Did he recognize Naoto? Was he still in contact with Hina before her death, like he implied with Mako? So many things had suddenly come to light, and the two men did not know what to do with this sudden drop of information. So you wanna see Mikey-san, right? Akun had suddenly changed tones, looking up at Take Michi with a tired smile as he said, I've been waiting all this time for you to show up, Take Michi. What do you mean? Take Michi struggled to not stutter out, watching as Akun simply continued to smile before standing from his seat. Let's go talk outside. Walking up to the two males, Akun now only kept his gaze directly to Take Michi. Just the two of us, you good with that? He looked to Naoto at this. Seeing a deep sadness, and perhaps even guilt, Naoto could only nod, watching as Akun started to walk away before turning to Take Michi. I'll wait here. Okay, Take Michi nodded, moving to follow Akun. Be careful. Naoto still warned, unsure why, but feeling a sense of dread in the pit of his stomach as he watched Take Michi follow after the red-haired man. It's all good, there's nothing to worry about. Take Michi reassured, turning and leaving the younger man behind as he followed after his old friend. God, I hope you're right, Naoto muttered to himself, becoming lost in thought as he wondered. If Meini was still in contact with Sendo-san before she died, does that mean she had connections with Tommen? That led to her and Hina's death. Stepping out onto the rooftop of Akun's bar, Take Michi found himself being suddenly pulled close as Akun threw his arm over his shoulder. How have you been, Take Michi? Ow, 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 that hurts, Akun. Take Michi shouted in pain, as the grip of Akun's arm actually almost strangled him. Akun only laughed though. I'm just so happy to see you after so long. It's been years, he happily said, bringing Take Michi towards the edge that overlooked the town before letting him go. Have seen you since middle school, right? Rubbing his now sore neck, Take Michi smiled nervously. Yeah, almost 10 years since we last saw each other, Akun. Frowning, Akun stared at the surviving Hanagaki sibling, but did nothing to further question Take Michi as he instead decided to go down memory lane. It's funny. You remember when, recounting a tale from their childhood, he watched as Take Michi's nervous posture relaxed as he listened. even smiling nostalgically and laughing at certain parts until. Oh yeah, and Yamagishi ruined the mood with a huge fart. Yeah, and when I looked so awesome too, Senpai really handed our asses to us then. Laughing at the man's words, Takemichi said, Akun, you were so lame. Of course, that big speech wasn't gonna do shit to calm Meimei down, we should have just ran like Takuya recommended. Takemichi laughed, holding tightly onto his stomach, never noticing the slight glint to pass through Akun's eyes as he noted Takemichi's choice of name when referring to his sister. Ha! But man, Akun, you sure are amazing now. Takemichi sighed, looking up at the sky. You're the owner of a huge hostess club like this one and you're in Tamen's upper echelon, right? Frowning Akun refused to meet Takemichi's gaze. Yeah. You've got an expensive car, expensive clothes, and you get to screw the best ladies. You're basically on a different planet than me. Takemichi couldn't help but praise, feeling a bit envious. Akun, though, found no pleasure in Takemichi's words and turned his back to the other male. It's all because I know how to get my hands on money, but you can't buy everything with money. His hands tightened into fists within his pocket. Man, I hope I can say something like that someday. The guy who came along with you is a cop, isn't he? Akun suddenly asked, causing Takemichi to freeze up a bit. It's all right, you don't have to hide it. It's completely obvious. Akun bluntly replied, he's Takebana Hinata's younger brother, isn't he? Takemichi's eyes had gone wide as Akun put two and two together. I had no idea she had a brother, though I probably should have realized it with how Senpai had his picture with Takebana's posted on her wall alongside ours. How do you know that? Takemichi nervously asked, watching as Akun fell silent before finally responding as he turned back to him. That's just the kind of organization the Tokyo Manji gang is. He seriously admitted, watching as Takemichi's mouth seemed to have gone dry as he tried swallowing. Hey, do you remember the summer of our second year in middle school? The day you defied Kiyomasa-kun? After everyone went home, you asked Senpai and me this. What would we talk about after we all went our separate ways and then met up again as adults? Akun's mind pictured the talk clearly in his sorrow-filled mind. Yeah, I remember that. Takemichi happily exclaimed, smiling, believing this was proof of his faith in Akun and his friendship. Well, what do you think about this conversation? Akun began, the person who pushed you onto the tracks. He looked Takemichi directly in the eyes, was me. Takemichi's eyes went wide, and the wind howled as it moved by. Takemichi's stomach knotted up as he muttered, what? It should have killed you. Akun's mind replayed the way he pushed Takemichi's down onto the tracks, but someone saved you. He remembered Naoto suddenly appearing on the scene and reaching out for Takemichi. It was Takebana Naoto, he almost yelled, recalling how the man just barely saved Takemichi from his untimely demise. When it happened, it looked like he knew you were gonna fall onto the tracks. This probably sounds insane, but could you by chance be able to return to the past, Takemichi? Takemichi flinched back at this, surprised at his friend's deduction. Didn't you ask Takebana Naoto from the past to help you? That's it, right? He almost shouted desperately, throwing out his hands. Otherwise it just doesn't make sense. There's no way anyone could have saved you without knowing that was going to happen. He finally yelled, grabbing Takemichi's shoulders tightly and began to shake the shorter man. Right, it'd be insane otherwise, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? That's why you were acting off back then, right? Slapping Akun's hands away, Takemichi snapped at his friend. Stop it, who's the crazy one here? The hell are you talking about, Akun? This isn't like you, man, he yelled. You were always calm and collected. You were always willing to put your friends first. He remembered their talk about him almost stabbing Kiyomasa. You were kind, reliable. He clenched his hands into fists and began to shake. That's why. Tears started to fall from his eyes. It has to be a lie. He sobbed, there's no way you would kill me, or just stand by and watch Meimei die. You're our friend. He cried out, trying to whip away his tears with his arms. Unable to watch the man cry, and overcome with grief and guilt, Akun turned away from the crying man. Takemichi? Tears filled his eyes as he looked up at the night sky. I wonder how things ended up like this. He almost sobbed as Takemichi looked up at him in shock. I'm one of Kasaki's men now. Kasaki? You mean Kasaki Teta? Takemichi almost exclaimed, taking a step towards his crying friend. Everyone in Tamen has to obey Kasaki. I haven't even seen Mikey-kun in years. He almost sobbed, holding his arms open towards the city night. Akun, it's not too late. Takemichi tried to say, just leave Tamen. I can't, Akon laughed, crying, grabbing tightly onto his tattooed arms to hold himself. I'm scared. I'm terrified of Kisaki with every fiber of my being. Akon. A cold silence passed between the two men. Akon looked down at his feet as he held himself in pain, as Takemichi helplessly watched the grown man suffer in silence. Takemichi? Mikey changed after Draken died. What? Takemichi gasped. Draken died. Looking back at Takemichi, Akon frowned. He wasn't supposed to die. Draken shouldn't have died, but he did, Akon explained, slowly climbing onto the roof's edge. And now here I am thriving off of dirty money. He stared out at the open city. I always looked up to you. The way you'd be crying, but hold your ground. Senpai, no, Meiko, she was always standing strong even after all these years. He muttered, even after you left, even though she was sad and suffering. She always stayed true to who she was and still accepted my sorry ass in her life. He recounted, letting the night breeze pass through him. Takemichi, when you left, I swore that I would look out for her in your place. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect her till the end. I failed you both. Akon, Takemichi almost cried once more, heart racing as his stomach knotted. Is the one you want to go back into the past and save? Is them, right? It's dangerous up there, get down, Takemichi nervously called out. That's some real love right there. He laughed bitterly at this. I'm rooting for you, Takemichi. He turned, giving his one friend a final tear-filled smile. Please save everyone. Akon. Our crybaby hero. Don't do it, Akon. He jumped, and Takemichi's hand shot out as he screamed. AKKUN, followed by the sickening sound of a thud. Takemichi felt his lungs constrain, and his heart pounded rapidly in his chest. The tears sat in the corner of his eyes, struggling to fall, as Takemichi struggled to steady himself as he shuffled to the edge. Peering over, his pupils shrunk and blood ran cold. His best friend, Akon, lying dead on the street, with blood splattered around his head and his limbs twisted unnaturally. His breathing accelerated as he fell back away from the edge, staring off into space as his throat slowly closed, and the shocking realization of what had occurred finally set in and his tears finally fell down his face. Aagh, he screamed and wailed into the night. His friend is now dead, just like his sister, just like Hina, and he was made to watch it. He was made to witness it. He was helpless to save Akon. By the time police had arrived, and Akon's death was confirmed on the scene, Naoto and Takemichi had been reunited and led aside by the responding officers. I'm sorry, but could you give him some time? Naoto desperately asked his fellow officers. They stood in an alley by Akon's former workplace, Takemichi seated quietly on a set of stairs, hunched over in grief and silent tears. As Naoto handled the police and other matters to try and give the older man at least some time to grieve in peace. Just leave him alone for now. It's fine, Takemichi hollowly muttered. They want to talk to me, don't they? Frowning at the man's words, Naoto made his way to his side, gently resting his hand upon the mourning man's back in comfort as he quietly whispered, Takemichi-kun, please don't push yourself. You should get some rest. I'm sure Mei and Sendo would have wanted that. He tried comforting the older man. Naoto, Takemichi began, I need you to find out about the day Ryugyuji-ken died. What? Naoto gasped, watching as Takemichi tightened his grip on his arm as he shook where he sat. The one who turned Tommen evil is Kisaki Teta. Takemichi almost seemed to growl, choking up, causing Naoto to flinch back in shock and concern. Naoto, I want Draken Akon, he sobbed, struggling to speak, and Hina and Mei. He cried, I want to save all of them. Chapter 6. Entering his apartment, Naoto looked back at the still distraught Takemichi. It had been a good 2 hours since his friend Akon committed suicide, and they had only now been able to return to his apartment space after Takemichi had willingly gone to be questioned by the police. In that time, Naoto had collected what records he could from the police database over various Tommen-related events of 12 years ago. Unfortunately, there was more than he'd have imagined, and Naoto knew he would have to shuffle through the many articles and reports if he wanted to find the right information on Draken and his demise. Looking outside his window, though, he noted the sun beginning to rise and sighed. Turning back to the silent Takemichi, he said, The sun's coming up, we should probably get some sleep and try to collect ourselves. He closed the blinds to his living room It's been a long night. You okay with sleeping in the office? Shrugging Takemichi could only laugh hollowly. Yeah, that's fine, I was already doing it before. He muttered, smiling, shuffling past the concerned Naoto as he slowly made his way to the room. Naoto hesitated, unsure what he could do or say to the wounded man. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath before calling out to the man. Takemichi-kun. The man stopped right outside the office door. If there is anything that you need, please, Naoto emphasized, don't hesitate to ask, even if it's just to talk. Thanks, Naoto, I'll let you know if I do. Takemichi sorrowfully smiled, turning to enter the room only to be stopped once more. Takemichi-kun, one more thing. And yes, I'm sorry for Sendo's death. Naoto sympathetically added, even when he himself still could not tell if should be upset at the deceased man who allowed himself to become a pawn of one of his sisters and Mako's killers. Or upset to have learned that in the end, the man was just as much a victim to Toman's evil as the two women Takemichi, and he desperately wanted to save. Good night, Naoto. Takemichi simply entered his room then, closing the door shut before leaning against the wood door. Slowly reaching into his back pocket, he pulled out a familiar crumpled pink envelope. It's now or never. June 28, 2017, Mako. Before Takemichi started leaping, before he began to alter the events of the past to change the future. A certain Hanagaki sibling had spent her final days before death, contemplative and nostalgic. Sitting silently in the darkness at her apartment's kitchen countertop bar, the 27-year-old Mako stared blankly at the finished sheet of paper before her. Her only source of light being a small kitchen light that was directed above the bar. Absently, she twirled her pencil in her dominant hand, her second lying motionless on her lap, touching her flat stomach. A pair of arms slowly wrapped around her, pulling the older woman close to the male's chest as the blonde-haired figure softly began to caress her neck with his lips. Chuckling at the man's caress, she laid her pencil down and moved her hands to touch the arms that held her. What are you doing? The man hummed, Me? I'm simply trying to draw my woman back to our bed where she belongs. The man tiredly muttered, burying his face into her neck. With me. My Tilda, you're being extra clingy tonight. Mako teasingly muttered, nestling herself more into the man's arms. However do you sleep without me to warm your bed when you go away, Manjiro? The man, the adult Sano Manjiro, Mikey, of the Tokyo Manji gang smirked as he only held her closer. Who says I do? She lightly flicked him on his head, sighing as she quietly muttered, That isn't good, Manjiro. You overwork enough as is, so please take care of yourself. Chuckling, Mikey could only tighten his grip on Mako's form. That's why I have you, isn't it? Burying his face in her shoulder, he laid down a few more kisses. You are my home, my light, and the one last good I have left in this world. Mako shivered as she felt her lover's hands move to caress her arms, Mikey's eyes becoming much darker and hollow as he muttered, If anything ever happened to you. She turned in her seat and quickly caught the gang leader's face in her hands, looking up to him as she softly shushed him. SHHH tilde hey, don't start with that, Mako whispered, pulling the taller man's face close to touch foreheads. Nothing bad is going to happen to me. To us, Mako tried to reassure. You have to have faith that things will be okay. Especially with recent events, we're supposed to be happy, Manjiro. Even with all these obstacles, we're still finding our own happiness. She nuzzled his nose lovingly, so don't let worry and other people ruin it for us. For you. Softly smiling at his lover's words, Mikey pulled her into a kiss, holding her in place for a solid few seconds before pulling away. I love you. I love you too, Mako smiled back. Looking over his lover's smaller frame, Mikey's smile dropped, and a look of anger briefly flashed through his face. Is that the letter for him? He almost seemed to hiss at the mention of the person Mako wrote to. An obvious dislike was on full display. As his eyes became apathetic and cold looking over the letter, he knew his lover had poured her heart, soul, and tears into over the past few days since first attempting to write the offending message. Frowning at the man's words and looking, Mako slightly pulled away from his touch to grab hold of the letter. Please don't start, Manjiro. He's my brother. He abandoned you, Mikey almost growled, ran away like a coward with his tail between his legs and left you all alone. He glared while looking at her, not at her precisely, no, never at her, but at the phantom of a man he knew used to resemble his love in many ways from the old photos she still carried from her youth. He glared at the phantom that was Hanagaki Takemichi, the brother who ran away and left his poor sister behind with a shattered heart. If I ever met this asshole face to face, I'd. Mikey, please, Mako begged, placing a desperate hand on his tensed arms. I know you don't like what Michai did, but he's still my family, she steadfastly declared, rising from her seat. He hurt you, Mikey seriously stated as Mako wet her dry lips. Siblings do that all the time. Not like that, Mikey snapped, making the dark-haired woman jump back, his eyes widen realizing he'd raised his voice to her. Softening his gaze, he tried to redeem himself. That bastard left you over 10 years ago. He never even contacted you in all these years. Everything that you've told me about that brother of yours has only ever made it seem like he never appreciated you with the way he just up and left. He sighed. Siblings should never hurt one another like that. His eyes became glazed as the memories of his past still haunted his very present. Trying not to cry from frustration, Mako bit her lower lip as had to hold her head. I know, she muttered, but he's still my Michai, my little brother. Mako sighed before looking up to Mikey directly in his eyes. People make mistakes all the time, especially as kids, and I know him. You mean new, people change, May. Shaking her head, she grabbed the paper off her counter and began to fold the letter. I know Takemichi, she firmly declared, looking back to her lover to give a scolding glare. He's reckless and stupid at the best of times. He struggles to just open up about his own problems. Even when he's quick to let himself be dragged into others' messes, he was a fool at times, sure, but he was still loyal and reliable. He's my brother, damn it, she said, becoming more frustrated as she spoke. Mikey's own eyes become conflicted, and sad hearing the way she spoke of the absent Takemichi. He's just lost. He's been lost for the past 10 years. No, maybe even longer. She almost growled, tears finally escaping her eyes as she tried to whip them away. Please, I'm not asking you to agree with my choices, Mako finally grounded out, hugging herself as she cried, but you don't get to question them, not when you won't even let me question yours. She glared through tear-stained eyes. I've loved and supported you for years now. She smiled mournfully, and you've always done the same. So please, if nothing else, for my sake, for theirs, her hand slightly shifted to caress her stomach. Let me at least try to reclaim part of my family, just like you would if you could. There was a long stretch of silence between the lovers, Mako silently crying as she held herself while Mikey's dark coal eyes bore into her crying form. He sighed in the end, running his hands through his long hair, pushing the strands out of the way of the dragon tattoo that decorated his neck, in memory of his late friend. Okay. Mako's eyes widened. Okay. Okay, Mikey nodded almost apathetically. Oh Manjiro, she was cut off when he raised a hand in a gesture to stop. On one condition, he clarified, making Mako's smile drop as she stood straighter, glaring at him. Go on. One shot, Mikey started, emphasizing his point by holding up a single finger. He gets one shot to not fuck this up. If that bastard doesn't even respond or turns you away, or... Mako's form slouched as she realized what he implied. I understand. He frowned though, feeling no joy in having her deflate the way she did. May. And I agree. Mikey's eyes became wide as he was met by Mako's saddened blue ones. I agree, she repeated, holding herself tightly. I can't keep hoping and waiting for that dummy to finally reach out to me. Her hands dug into her arms. I can't fix what doesn't want to be fixed. Tears silently ran anew. I can't be the be-all and end-all corrector of our issues. She smiled tearfully. If really wants no part of my life. In theirs. He'll still be my brother, but I can't keep waiting for him on the wings to let me in. I'm ready to move on. Walking towards Mako, Mikey gently brushed away her tears and stared deeply into her tired eyes. Does this mean you finally say yes? She smiled. Yeah, it's a yes. She opened herself to his touch. I'm ready to be yours, Mako muttered. I'm ready to have a family again, even if it's just us. July 11, 2017, Naoto. It was raining the next day. Hey, Naoto. The man barely looked away from his laptop. Do you know where Manny is buried? Naoto's eyes became wide, turning in his seat to look back at the still somewhat quiet Takemichi as he absently stared down at the meal Naoto had ordered for themselves. You mean her grave? Naoto asked, unsure what else to say. Since his sister's and Mako's demise, Naoto had not visited the two girls' graves. Not since he and Takemichi reunited and his abilities were confirmed to them. Visiting would do nothing but sour their motivation, and the two men were working to prevent their demise. So the fact Takemichi had asked at all now was a shock to the younger male. "Are you wanting to go?" He trailed off, unsure on how to word his next words. "Yeah," Takemichi muttered, putting the untouched meal aside. I have to go see her," he quietly explained. "But why?" Naoto questioned. "Why now?" Reaching under his makeshift bed's pillow, Takemichi pulled out a familiar crumpled-up sheet of paper, rising from his seat to walk over and hand Naoto the sheet, as he sighed. "'Cause I got this letter when we went to my place. It's dated just a few days before Maini died," Takemichi explained, leaning against Naoto's desk as the other man looked over the letter in shock. "Happy birthday, Michi. Or perhaps I should be calling you Takemichi. You really didn't like the whole Michi nickname during our last few years together. But surprise! It's me, your girl, your overly annoying big sister Mei. I mean, Mako, you still celebrate our birthday, right? I mean, it is our birthday, you still owe for the first, and definitely more now. You're 26 now, right? I mean, of course, you are, you're only a year younger, but who knows, maybe you've lost count to avoid hitting 30. God, this is weird. Writing this to you, maybe I should be typing this. I thought it felt more sincere by hand, but God knows if my chicken scratch is still readable to you after all these years. So, how have you been? I bet you got a bit taller, maybe you're finally good-looking. Have you finally gotten a sense of fashion, or is that still crap? Are you still dyeing your hair, or have you finally decided to go all natural? Maybe you've got your shit together." There was a gap in the page that showed aggressive erasure, as if she had written something and found it so bad that she had to erase its existence, even if it smudged and almost ruined the page. The fact the letter was still written on this page was perhaps a way of showing her desire to express her struggle when writing the letter. That last part was a joke, so it's been over 10 years. I gotta say it's been a heck of an adjustment, not having you around. It's sorta been weird, cooking for only one, cleaning for only one. Gotta say the house was. Naoto could only imagine the amount of pausing Mako had probably had to have done when writing this. Though he had been young at the time, Naoto still recalled the way his sister would worry over the remaining Hanagaki siblings after Takemichi left. It did not matter that Hina and him were no longer dating. Hina and Mako had still remained friends. So much so that Naoto would honestly admit that the girl had become a somewhat extension of their own family, with how often Hina would bring her along. "Really quiet without you around, and the messes are more scarce. Never knew I'd miss fighting with you over picking up your shit, but hey, I've been shocked by less. I've missed you, like a lot, if I'm being honest. I keep wondering where it all went wrong, why you suddenly left and ghosted us all. Mom and Dad were beside themselves, not that they really had any right to be. I just wish I understood why. Was I too overbearing? Were you scared about the future? Was your and Hina's breakup worse than either you let on? Why did you guys even break up? Why wouldn't you talk to me and let me in? Why did you start shutting Akon and the guys out? Why'd you leave them? Hina, Mom and Dad, why did you leave me?" Naoto could only wince as by this sentence, dried-up tear stains began to appear upon the letter, letting him know that either one or both of the siblings had begun crying by this point of the letter, and he didn't know who he wished it on less. "It's been a question that's haunted my mind over the years. Maybe you felt unappreciated, maybe I wasn't around enough or was there too much. Maybe I just wasn't good enough to replace the absent love and attention of our parents. Maybe I just wasn't what you wanted or needed. I used to think you'd come home on your own. I used to think I could just wait and you'd come back to me. Open up to me, be a family with me again. I'm starting to think I failed you by doing that. Failed you for not trying to reach out sooner. But some things have come up in my life, wonderful and scary things, world-changing things. In truth, I want to share them with you, this life-altering change. I want you to be there with me while it happens. I want you to be a part of it. I want us to be a family again. So, let's meet up. My number's on the back of this letter. I tried contacting you through your work, but the manager there didn't seem really keen about you or giving out your info due to legal reasons, I'd guess. So I'm giving this to her to mail to you or pass it along. If by any chance you feel the same, please call me. Even if it's just to say no and to never contact you again, call me. Whatever our differences, you are still my brother Michi. I still love you and I still miss you. So even if you turn me away, please know. You will always be my little brother, and I will always love you. But I can't hold out for you anymore. I need to move on, with or without you. Forever your Mei. Meika. Putting the letter down, Naoto could not help but cover his eyes. So this is why, he sadly thought, struggling to not cry at the letter he'd just read. She'd been trying to get in contact with. Looking towards Takemichi, his heart ached for the older male. I need to go see her, Takemichi repeated. Takemichi-kun. I know this won't change anything. Takemichi cut in. Naoto froze as he noticed the silent tears running down the man's face. But I can't just pretend I didn't see this, that I didn't read this. Clutching his chest, Takemichi slightly slumped forward slightly. Not after everything I read. I need to go. I need to clear things up. But what good will it do? Naoto tried to argue. I feel your pain, but she's gone. She and my sister, they're not here, not anymore. We should focus on finding out why Draken died and saving them. Then you can. No, Takemichi almost seemed to snap. I need to do this now, he sobbed. These feelings, these thoughts. He desperately looked Naoto in the eyes. I made her feel that, I made her think that. He choked. I'm the worst. My sister was my best friend. She was my family. When our parents weren't around, she did everything she could to make sure I didn't feel alone or hurt. His eyes drifted to the ground in pain. She stepped up so I didn't have to. She supported me with a smile and scold, cause no one else would, but what did I do? Angrily, he threw some of Naoto's papers off his desk and slammed his fist on it. I didn't do shit, he almost yelled. I ran away, I left her behind, I left her alone. He slowly started to fall onto the table as his legs slowly gave out from under him. I wasn't there for her. Akan knew it. He saw it. I bet Hina did too. I broke our family and made my sister feel like she was at fault. 10 years. She waited for me to come back on my own for 10 years, and the moment she finally tries to kick my sorry ass into action, what happens? Rising from his seat, Naoto tried to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. Takemichi. She dies, he yells, her, Hina, and you. He snapped his head towards Naoto's direction, showing his distraught expression. You all died together, and even when I accidentally saved you, they still died. And now Akan is dead too. Sobbing, he fully collapses to the ground. I have to see her. Even if it's just her grave. I need to go see her and at least let the Mei of this timeline know I would have said yes. He cried. I would have said yes to being a family again. Naoto could only watch as the man cried, quietly placing his hands upon the man to show his sign of support. Nothing else could be done, after all, nothing else could be said. The pain they shared was deep and similar, but perhaps for the first time, Naoto understood that the pain of Takemichi perhaps ran deeper than his own. All right. Takemichi hiccuped before slowly looking up. Meeting Naoto's gaze as the younger man silently shed tears for him. I'll tell you where Maini was buried. July 11, 2017. Yay. How is it? A 27-year-old, long red-haired woman with tired green eyes began to mutter around a candy cigarette. That it always seems to rain. She quietly ponders, looking up at the night sky. When I want to come to see you, May? The woman was the now adult Yae, dressed in a large raincoat and a simple white blouse and a black pencil skirt. The woman's work ID noting her position as a clinic doctor still on full display. As she walked with a transparent umbrella in one hand and a small bouquet of simple white kiku, better known as chrysanthemums, in the other. She walked up the lone steps of a graveyard, her heart heavy and her mind a tired mess. The loss of her best friend still fresh in her heart, even with the funeral now past. He's a complete no-show, she mumbled, the image of the younger Hanagaki sibling from their middle school days flashing through her mind as she frowned. He didn't even come forward to claim your body. She sighed under her breath, walking farther into the cemetery. So now he's pissed. The image of a blonde-haired man with a dragon tattoo on his neck glaring down at the ashes of his deceased lover, after her cremation flashed before her eyes. Yae watched silently from beside, opening her mouth to try and say something, only flinching back in fear when the man's gaze came up to her. No words needed to be spoken, no sentences exchanged, the look in his eyes alone told Yae everything. He was murderous. Shivering, she struggled to not hug herself at the memory, not wanting to risk crushing her bouquet. That man, how did you ever deal with him, May? Stepping off the final step, Yae froze. seeing an unfamiliar, dark-haired man standing before Mako's grave with his hands in prayer without an umbrella. Before the grave were a new set of flowers, ajaci, otherwise known as hydrangea, of pink, blue, and purple. "Who are you?" she loudly called out, but the man did not respond, and as she walked closer cautiously, she froze. "Hanagaki." "Take Michi," she gasped in surprise, realizing who the silently praying and crying man was, as he seemed to finally hear her as he turned to look up at her. Staring up at the red-haired woman before him, Takemichi's eyes narrowed slightly in deep thought as he stared at Yae without recognition before they widened, and he fully turned to face her shock. "Shimizu, Yae-san." Silently staring back at one another, Yae felt her stomach twist into knots, rage slowly bubbling up from beneath the surface as she muttered. "You." "Yae-san, what are you doing here?" Hearing the dark-haired man say this, Yae snapped, marching up to the shocked and confused man before slapping him with the hand that originally carried her bouquet. Takemichi's head snapped with the sharp slap, as his eyes widened in shock at the sudden hit. Slowly turning to look back at the shorter woman, he was slapped again, before feeling himself being hit repeatedly on the chest, as if Yae were trying to stab him with her fist. "What am I doing here?" Yae almost whispered before hitting Takemichi once more in the chest. "What am I doing here? What are you doing here?" she angrily snapped, causing Takemichi to flinch back. Where have you been? Where were you when Emi died?" Takemichi's eyes were wide as he struggled to speak. You didn't even try to claim her body." She watched as Takemichi flinched back. "You didn't even try to come to her cremation," she screamed. "It was on the news, damn it. Did you really not care?" "No," Takemichi finally snapped back, catching Yae's fist to stop her repeated abuse. I did care." His mind replayed the news of Hina, Nayato's, and Mako's deaths. "I did," he shouted back, but He hadn't even been given much time to mourn. He hadn't even begun to consider trying to contact their parents or even going to claim his sister remains himself before. "I was pushed onto a train rail," he muttered, releasing the older woman's wrist. And then Yae stared at the distraught man out of breath, staring as he looked down at his hands with guilt, as tears once more began to build in the corner of his eyes. "I lost track of it all," Takemichi finished, unable to say more. "What more can I say?" he thought, ashamed. "I experienced my first-time leap, and from that saved Naoto. But because of that, Naoto and I, have been completely focused on saving Hina and Meimei. I couldn't go to their wakes because their wakes were held while I was in the past the second time," he thought, recalling how Naoto explained this to him as he told Takemichi where his sister's remains had been taken. "While I was able to attend my sister's wake, Mainie's was held around the same time," Naoto quietly admitted. "The one who carried out your sister's final requests was." He looked up at the angrily glaring Yae as she continued to stare him down. "Yae-san. So she was the one who had to step in because I wasn't there. Again," Takemichi almost bitterly thought as Yae continued to glare at him. "It's no wonder she's so pissed. Completely deserves her rage." Closing her eyes, unable to keep staring at the sad display of the man before her, Yae growled, running her fingers through her hair as she began to count under breath. "Ikai nai-san, she go?" She tapped her foot irritatedly while doing so, turning her body away from Takemichi as she lightly passed before the grave of her childhood friend. Reaching 20, she stopped to turn towards the Hanagaki male, opening her mouth to speak, only to freeze when the familiar sound of a familiar motorcycle engine approaching from off in the distance. Eyes becoming wide and filled with fear, she looked up at the confused Takemichi. "Oh no. Yae-san, wa. He's coming," she grabbed onto his arm. "We have to go." "Huh?" Takemichi exclaimed, feeling himself being tugged by the shorter woman. "WH. We have to go now, Hanagaki," she panikedly snapped, dragging the man by the arm. "He'll kill you if he sees you. He'll definitely snap," she almost yelled, leading Takemichi off away from the stone steps that had led up to the platformed area Mako's and many others' graves sat on. "There's another entrance this way. We'll leave that way." "Wait," Takemichi tried to argue and fight back as he was led away. "Who are you talking about?" Takemichi exclaimed. "Who's gonna kill me if he sees me? Who's gonna snap?" "Him," Yae hissed. "Now shut up and follow, don't say a word. We can't risk him catching wind of us." "But who's he?" "We don't have time," she almost yelled, freezing as the motorcycle engines suddenly stopped. Shit, come on, we really don't have time, I'll explain everything. But we need to go now, trust me. She almost cried, staring at Takemichi desperately for him to just shut up and follow. So he did, Takemichi seeing just how desperate and fearful his sister's old friend had become, and feeling uncomfortably scared when he realized the fear on her face was almost that of Akon's before he died. I can't, Akon laughed, crying, grabbing tightly onto his tattooed arms to hold himself. I'm scared. I'm terrified of Kisaki with every fiber of my being. Okay, I trust you, lead the way. Ye almost sobbed tears of relief, keeping her hold firm on the younger man even as he willingly followed her out and away from Mako's grave and the cemetery it laid in. At the abandoned grave, a familiar man dressed in all black and carrying his own bouquets of dark red roses came forward. Finding the abandoned bouquets of Yae and Takemichi before his lover's grave, Sano Menjiro coldly stared down at the abandoned flowers. Damn, must have just missed him, he muttered, before turning his gaze longingly and sorrowful towards the tombstone of his lover. July 11, 2017. Takemichi. Sitting on a small clinic cot, Takemichi found himself changed out of his original wet clothes and into a change of fresh clothes while drying his hair off with a clean white towel. The clinic he sat in was the Shimizu family clinic that was owned by Yae and her family. Though he and his sister's best friend had never been close, Takemichi was no stranger to the clinic that his sister and he frequented for treatment or help. The Shimizu clinic was known as a very open and very supportive clinic towards the community. Many families with financial struggles or kids who'd gotten into scuffles here and there were known to come to the clinic. Takemichi remembered some of his many visits to the clinic in his youth, as, at least as far as Takemichi remembered, the clinic was one willing to work with people to get the treatment or help they needed. Then again, it's been years since I've last been here, Takemichi silently thought, giving the private office space a quick once-over. It's definitely changed a bit over the past 12 years. Me and my friends wouldn't even come here to get treated after we were made Kiyomasa-kun's slaves, not with how risky it was that Yae might spill to Meimei or even worse, Meimei being here to catch us. He recalled, remembering how the guys and he had started to get good at first aid just because of those past events. Looking towards the doctor's desk, Takemichi froze. Standing up from his seat, the towel fell, being left behind as the dark-haired man made his way over to the desk, finding an array of photos from over the years framed on the desk. But the one that stood out most was of his sister and Yae from 12 years in the past posing and smiling at the beach with Mikey, Draken, a blonde-haired girl, and a whole bunch of other boys he had never seen. When? You okay with coffee? Yae walked in, carrying 2 mugs of hot coffee in hand as she walked up towards Takemichi. Yeah, Takemichi began to respond as he took the offered beverage from Yae, looking down at the drink, a bit concerned. Don't worry, Yae took a seat on her desk chair, it's not poison. Like I was actually worried about that, Takemichi rapidly exclaimed, should I be? Chill, idiot, it was a joke. Yae sighed, I made it the same way your sister took hers. I seem to remember that was the only way you could handle it the first time you tried some. Yae muttered nostalgically, gazing down at her own dark brew as Takemichi looked down at his own mug solemnly. Oh, thank you. Looking back over at the framed pictures, he shook his head before asking. So, I've got a question. Takemichi began only to be stopped as he was met with a raised hand of silence from Yae as opened what looked like a pack of cigarettes before his eyes with one hand. She smokes. Answer mine first. Placing a cigarette in her mouth, she offered Takemichi some, only for the young man to aggressively shake his head. Oh, I don't smoke. They're candy, dumbass. Oh, sure. He took one then and bit into the chalky sweet, minty. Hiding a laugh behind a cough, Yae only shook her head. God, you haven't changed. Thanks for the change of clothes. Takemichi then said awkwardly, pulling at the shirt he'd been given, though where'd she get men's clothes from? Shrugging, Yae pulled another candy cigarette out to eat. No problem, my husband keeps a spare set of clothes here for when we both get off of work late, or he decides to spend the night here with me. She casually explained, making Takemichi's mood lighten slightly. Oh, you're married now. He noticed the wedding band then on her ring finger. Congratulations, I guess I can't call you Shimizu anymore, huh? Nope, you still can. Hi. I kept my maiden name. Ye bluntly replied. It's the name I had when I became a doctor, and it'd be a pain to change it, especially with the clinic's name. Oh, Takemichi replied, I guess that makes sense. So, my question. Oh, right. What was your question? Takemichi nervously questioned as Ye stared him down with her deep emerald eyes. You said you were pushed into train rails, right? Was that why you never tried to get into contact or appear at your sister's wake? Ye asked, causing Takemichi to begin to sweat a bit in place. Yeah, he nervously replied. I mean, that's sorta true. Was that why you were passed out, were out all this time? She asked, face becoming filled with concern as she began to give Takemichi a better once-over. You do look a bit paler than before. Eyes becoming wide, Takemichi's jaw dropped as he openly gaped at the red-haired woman. Wait, how do you know about that? He exclaimed, almost dropping his mug as he jumped away from the red-haired woman. Well, that would be because Naoto-kun called me over for a consultation and supplies. How else do you think he got that equipment? Magic. He may be a cop, but he can't just stroll into any clinic or hospital and flash a badge to get what he wants. Well, at least not without gaining specific clearance from his bosses. Ye simply replied, I'll admit, I didn't realize it was you at the time, but given what you just said and what I saw. Her brows furrowed and her lips dipped into a frown from around her chalky sweet. Standing from her seat, she bowed, I'm sorry. Hi. What I said back then, at the cemetery, it was all wrong, Ye explained as she slowly stood up back straight, face now stricken with regret. If I'd realized sooner that was you comatose in Naoto-kun's apartment, I wouldn't have said such cruel words to you. You had legitimate reasons. Oh, Takemichi mumbled in surprise, and I guess you wouldn't have hit me too. Pointing to himself, Takemichi nervously repeated, and you wouldn't have hit me, right? She smiled at him, and Takemichi shivered as he noted how similar the look was to one his sister used to give him. She still would have hit me. Dropping her smile, Ye frowned as she fell back into her seat with her arms crossed. Though that begs the question, how did you get pushed into train rails? Eyes becoming filled with concern, she asked. You didn't. No, Takemichi quickly exclaimed, I would never. Akun was the one who, his hand shot up to cover his mouth. Akun, Ye's eyes became wide with shock. Atsushi-kun pushed you, she exclaimed in shock, slamming her hands on her chair's arms. But she stopped, facing becoming pale as her left hand rose to cover her mouth. Oh goodness, is that why he committed suicide? Takemichi sadly thought. I can't believe it. Why would he? Takemichi could only shake his head, not sure what he could even say to Ye with everything that had occurred. Sighing, Ye could not help but cover her eyes. It seems like death wants to haunt all our steps this year. Yeah, leaning back on Ye's desk, Takemichi couldn't help but frown. So I answered your question. Does this mean you'll answer mine now? Dragging her hand away from her eyes, Ye sighed, nodding. Yeah, hit me. Silently staring at the older woman, Takemichi began to contemplate his next question. Do I ask about why she was so scared back at Meimei's grave? The image of Ye's fear-stricken face flashed through his mind. Do I ask about who he is? His mind replayed Ye's words. He'll kill you if he sees you. He'll definitely snap. Oh, Ye suddenly exclaimed, reaching in her lab coat's pocket. I almost forgot, this was in your pants. She held up a familiar, now slightly damp letter to him. Luckily, I pulled it out before stuffing your clothes in the dryer. Don't worry, I made sure not to read it. Takemichi's eyes became wide as he recalled a certain line within the letter. In truth, I want to share them with you, this life-altering change. That's it. Feeling tears well up in his eyes again, the dark-haired male gently took the letter from the red-haired woman's hands. Pulling the letter close, he closed his eyes before taking a deep breath. Ye-san. Looking at the green-eyed woman, he trembled a bit in place. Do you have any idea on what news Meimei was trying to tell me before she died? When I showed Naoto, he was just as much in the dark as I was. Holding back out the letter to the older woman as she frowned at his question. I would kind of hope you'd know, given that you were her best friend. Taking the letter from his hands once again, she opened it and began to scan through the page, brows furrowing as she read more and more of the letter. Reaching the end, she sighed and returned the letter to Takemichi, slouching on her seat to hold her head as her eyes were hidden by her bangs. Of course, she'd try to tell you. Yae-san. Sighing once more loudly, she leaned back in her seat, staring vaguely up at her clinic's ceiling before asking, I don't think I should tell you. So you do know, Takemichi exclaimed hopeful, please Yae-san. Telling you now won't change anything. She turned her seat away from him. If anything, it'll only make her death worse. She almost inaudibly muttered, Takemichi hands clenching into a fist by his side as he glared at the back of the woman's head. Please, I need to know. Takemichi desperately demanded, moving to try and force Yae to look him in the eye. Even if knowing only makes it worse. He froze as he was met with a dark glare from Yae. He shivered but refused to back down. Even if, he nodded, she was my sister, I have the right to know her final message to me. You have the right? She almost growled. Yae's eyes flashed with rage, and she jumped from her seat, pointing an accusatory finger in Takemichi's chest as she yelled. You lost the right to be a part of her family when you ran away. Why do you suddenly care about them now? She froze and paled. Shit, she whispered. Takemichi's eyes became wide. Them? What do you mean by? His heart stopped, his stomach twisted into knots as his legs gave way underneath him and he fell back on his butt. I want you to be there with me while it happens. I want you to be a part of it. I want us to be a family again. His sister's letter once more flashed through his mind, and his hand flew up to his mouth as bile rose up from his throat. Takemichi. Yae's hands flew to a small trash bin by her desk and tried handing it to him. Here, throw up in here. Tears leaked from the corner of his eyes, grabbing the bin he hurled, gagging and heaving as he lost everything and anything from his stomach. Pregnant? He thought, crying, Yae kneeling by his side, voice muffled as she tried calming the shocked male. She was pregnant, he sobbed. I didn't just lose Hina and Meini that night. His throat constricted and he struggled to not wail as sobbed out. I was going to be an uncle. Yae's eyes filled with tears, seeing the distraught look in the male's eyes as the realization sunk in. She reluctantly nodded. Yes, she was just around 3 months along. I was the doctor who'd confirmed it. Takemichi, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to let it slip. I told you it would only make it worse. She cried, as Takemichi shakingly looked up at Yae wide-eyed. That man, the one you were afraid to run into cause he'd kill me, was he? Yae could only close her eyes and nod sadly. Yeah, he was Mei's lover, and the father of her child. Takemichi's eyes welled up more, collapsing into the older woman's arms and crying. The present was only getting worse and worse the longer he stayed. Meme. Wrapping her arms around Takemichi's shaking and sobbing form, Yae could only cry silently, her heart breaking for him and the loss of her friend. I was wrong, Takemichi. I was wrong. You really do care. I'm sorry. July 11, 2017 Naoto. Passing back and forth within his office, Naoto kept glancing at his laptop's clock. 11:45 p.m. Where are you, Takemichi-kun? He worriedly muttered. I should have never agreed to letting you go on your... His office door opened, and his head snapped back to see Takemichi tiredly walk in. Takemichi-kun, you're back. I was starting to get worried. You've been gone all day. What happened? Naoto concernedly asked, noting the ragged look Takemichi had left with seemed to have gotten worse. Are you okay? Looking down at his feet, Takemichi nodded. Yeah, I ran into Yae-san. Ah, Shimizu-sensei. Naoto gasped, staring at Takemichi in shock. You ran into her. Walking past Naoto, Takemichi nodded. Yeah, she was visiting Meini's grave. Sitting down on Naoto's couch, he tiredly smiled up at Naoto. She told me that she was the contact you got the stuff to take care of my body while I was in the past. Sorry for being such a hassle. Frowning at the older man's words, Naoto crossed his arms over his chest. It was honestly not as bad as you think. At least thanks to it being Shimizu-sensei, she didn't ask many questions and trusted that my reasons were sound. I should probably be questioning that more myself, though. Naoto quietly muttered under his breath, glancing off to the side where the medical supplies Yae had given them sat. Sadly smiling up at Naoto, Takemichi added, I showed her the letter. Eyes widening, Naoto's gaze snapped back towards Takemichi. You did? Hand flying to his chin, he mutters, Wait, no, of course. If anyone knew what Meini was wanting to tell you in her letter, then it would be Shimizu-sensei. She's the only other person, outside my sister, that probably would have known. Looking cautiously towards Takemichi, he asked, "Did she?" Nodding, Takemichi looked down at his hands. "Yeah." "And?" Takemichi frowned as he looked up at Naoto. "She was trying to tell me that I was going to be an uncle." "An uncle?" Naoto exclaimed, heart dropping to his stomach. "You mean Meini was?" "So you didn't know?" Takemichi cautiously asked as Naoto angrily shook his head. "No," glaring towards the board that held Mikey's and Kasaki's picture, he growled. "The damage my sister and Meini's bodies sustained was too great for an autopsy to be done." His hands clenched into fists as he looked down at the ground. "We couldn't even have an open casket for them if we'd wanted." "I see," Takemichi sadly muttered, looking down. He laughed under his breath. "So you were in the dark just as much as I was." Ashamed, Naoto nodded. "I can't believe I didn't see the signs. In hindsight, they were there." He recalled seeing Mako pale and seeing her avoid certain drinks and food. He remembers seeing her become ill over his cologne when he'd come to see her at her shop. Remembers how Hina stopped wearing perfume after Mako reacted with throwing up when Hina had tried to share the new scent. She'd been eating more. There was a glow to her face and her eyes. "I should have seen them," he angrily hissed. No longer was it only his sister and Takemichi's they lost that horrible night. Now they knew there had been a third, another innocent soul snuffed out before it even had the chance to live. Eyes narrowing, Naoto looked at Takemichi curiously. "Wait, that begs the question though, who's the father?" "You don't know," Takemichi almost exclaimed in shock as Naoto shook his head. "No, as far as I knew your sister was happily single, perhaps mine knew, but..." Entering a thinking pose, he asked, "Is it Sendo?" Takemichi quickly shook his head. "No, Akon and Meini never had that sort of relationship, cross my heart." He made the gesture as he said this. "Then who did Shimizu-sensei say?" Frowning, Takemichi could not help but stare down at the ground. "No. But apparently, I almost ran into the guy today at Meimi's grave." "What?" Naoto gasped. "Wait, what do you mean almost? Why didn't you then?" "Yae-san dragged me away," Takemichi explained. "She said if he saw me, he'd kill me." Frowning, Naoto felt his stomach twist in dread and concern. "That's a little dramatic, don't you think?" "Yeah, but the thing is..." He met Naoto's gaze head-on and seriously. "Yae-san really believed it. She was so terrified she dragged me out of the cemetery. It almost reminded me of the way Akon spoke of Kasaki." He nervously admitted, watching Naoto frown as he turned his gaze towards the open laptop. "That doesn't sound very reassuring. Did she at least tell you who they were?" "No," Takemichi regretfully admitted. "She refused to say more on the matter, and honestly, I didn't know if I could bring myself to ask, knowing how much they seemed to hate me." "Takemichi-kun," Naoto began with a scolding tone to his voice, as the other man groaned, grabbing his head. I know, I should have made her tell me like I did my sister's message." He grumbled, ruffling his own head. It was just too much. I couldn't really think all that straight after all these bombs that had been dropped." Sighing, Naoto could only hold his head. I understand, but the fact still remains." He stared Takemichi down. Meini was apparently still in contact with Sendo, and Sendo was a part of Toman's upper echelon and one of Kasaki's soldiers. What if? "No," Takemichi cut him off. "It's something to consider." "It's not," Takemichi tried to defensively snap, as Naoto only stared him down. "There is no evidence to say she was." "Naoto," Takemichi angrily warned, but Naoto only stared at him coldly. "But there is the chance your sister has connections to Toman that we don't know about." Takemichi shot up from his seat. "There's no way," he yelled. "My sister." The image of the past Mako smiling at him flashed through his mind. "There is no way my sister." The picture in Ye's clinic office flashed through his mind, and he angrily shut his eyes tight. "There's no way my sister would ever willingly get involved with Toman, especially not the evil Toman of this time. She could never just turn a blind eye and stand by while innocent people get hurt." Silence fell upon the office as Naoto watched Takemichi shake in place. Frowning, he turned away from his partner, having to clench tight his own fist as he felt himself shake at the mere notion of what he had put forward, and yet, it's just something to consider. He tried sending Takemichi a reassuring look. "I'm sure that, whatever her connection, she is probably innocent. You're right in that Maney isn't the type of person to just turn a blind eye. Walking to his desk, he once more began to open up files and archives upon the device. There's no way she'd be involved with Tommen if she knew half the things they've done. But even still with her business, it is still a possibility. What do you mean? Takemichi cautiously asked, giving Naoto a concerned look. It's nothing illegal really, it's not even anything you could say could be questionable. Pulling out his phone, he sent Takemichi a link. Here, take a look. Opening the link on his own phone, Takemichi frowned. Butterfly Effect Cafe? Wait, I've heard of that place. Takemichi exclaimed, looking at Naoto in shock. This place is supposedly really popular with the newer generation and some of our own for openly supporting the supposed outcasts of society. This was her business. Nodding, Naoto sighed. Yeah. Your sister was known for employing a lot of people who society would have deemed useless or no good. A lot of ex-delinquents with records, people with certain issues, or part of certain movements. Swiping through some of the photos posted on the cafe, Takemichi smiled as he noticed his sister, Yae, and some teens waving different flags from the LGBTQ+ community, and even her serving drinks for a get-together for what seemed to be a teen support group. There were people with tattoos openly showing them in the store, people dressed in both regular and more eccentric outfits. The atmosphere was warm, it was open and supportive. Everything his sister was in that shop, and the people there happily enjoyed it. Shaking in his spot, Takemichi muttered, but if this is how my sister's work went, how can you think she'd ever be connected to Tommen outside Akon? It's unfortunately because of her work, that's what makes it possible. Naoto sighed. I'll admit, your sister would ask me to do more thorough background checks when it came to the people she planned to hire. Outside committed offenders of highly inappropriate sexual matters. He shuddered in disgust. And those who seemed to be repeat offenders, your sister was willing to give a lot of people the second chances they needed to get their lives in order. Turning to look at his screen, he added, a lot of them were known to have had past gang connections or to have fallen into the wrong crowd due to both external and internal circumstances. Your sister was definitely too kind at times for her own good. I'd hate to think that nature may have helped place a target on her. Clenching his hands into a fist, Takemichi sent Naoto a determined glare. Have you found anything yet about Draken? Not yet. We have 12 years' worth of records to look over and through, so it might take a bit. Especially with me looking into if Maney had any Tommen connections beyond just Sendo. Frowning, Takemichi looked towards Naoto. What can I do to help? Slowly turning back to the older male, Naoto responded with the only way he felt it was best that he could. Rest and mourn. It's just like you said. After all, the past few days have been nothing but bomb after bomb on your mental and emotional fortitude. Turning away from Takemichi, he returned to his searching. Maybe even see if you can't find out about Maney's lover from Shimizu-sensei. I can't very well say why, but I can't help but feel concerned with what little we know about this mystery man. Looking down, Takemichi could not help but agree. Yeah, me too, Naoto. Me too. July 12, 2017. Yae. Longingly staring at the pictures that decorated her desk, Yae sighed as she heard her cell go off. Picking up the phone, the caller ID read unknown, but she picked up anyway. Yes, Tilda. He was at her grave, wasn't he? Silently breathing through her nose, Yae composed herself. Mikey-san, it's been a bit. Who's this he you speak of? Don't play coy, Yae. She shivered at the almost venomously kind way he worded this. You know exactly who I mean. Hanagaki Takemichi. Mouth running dry, she wet her lips. Oh, him. Yes, I saw. He finally woke up from his coma. The line went silent from the other side. A coma. Hearing the curious tone to his serious question, Yae almost sighed in relief. Yes, it seems the poor boy was in an accident not too long after Mei's death. Pushed onto train tracks by Sendo Etsushi. That's why he was a complete no-show till now. Kisaki. Gripping his hold on the burner phone he used, Mikey glare darkened as he stared out at the city skyline at night. Is there any proof? Treated the poor boy myself. Didn't realize who he was at the time or even just what was wrong, but he was out. I can tell you that much. Is that good enough? More silence, her hands clutching at the arms of her chair. The line went dead and she sighed a sigh of relief. Apparently yes. She all but whispered before looking at the image of her dearly departed friend solemnly. Glad to see he still hasn't gone too far over the edge. You owe me for trying to help look after that man of yours. Rising from her seat, she picked up her finished mug and began to walk away. Though, I don't know how much I can do to try and keep that idiot brother of yours from the jaws of Kisaki or Mikey. Turning off her office light, she looked back at the darkened room solemnly. There's no telling who now would be the lesser of two evils. She shut the door tight behind her and began to walk away. Chapter 7. Laying off her bed with her legs crisscrossed leaning on her bed, dressed in her nightclothes of simple blue flower print shorts and a Flatwoods Monster t-shirt and a tanuki plush on her stomach, Meiko boredly stared up at her television screen upside down, flipping through the channels idly. Beside her sat Ye, dressed in her own nightclothes of a simple oversized checkered green button-up shirt, painting her nails two different colors of dark blue and violet on the floor next to her. So, is Takemichi-kun staying at Atsushi-kun's house? Yep. He's been acting pretty strange recently. Again, did something happen? Ye curiously asked as Meiko sighed, closing her eyes. You could say that. Pausing mid-coding, she turned to look at Meiko. Do you want to talk about it? Rolling into her stomach, Meiko pouted as she glared up at her bookshelf. I dunno, she mumbled, as her friend moved her nail polish to the side to shift her full attention to Meiko. Come on, maybe I can help. You don't even like Mitch, Meiko rebutted, raising a brow. Ah, but I don't dislike him either. He's like bread to me. Bread? Yes, like that simple cheap kind. You know, the one you have to slather a lot of jam or butter on or toast just right to stomach it. Not bad, but not good either. Giving her red-haired friend a confused look, Meiko muttered. Just what sort of bread have you been having? My point is, while I don't necessarily care for that sweet little brother of yours, I don't necessarily not care either, especially since he matters to you. Ye explained, blushing, so. Snickering at her friend's obvious awkward attempt to support her, Meiko hummed to herself. I see. Okay, it all started. July 11, 2005. Meiko. Watching her brother drag himself to their kitchen table, Meiko watched as Takemichi moaned and groaned as he rubbed his sore head. Good morning, sleepy head Tilda. Glaring up at his sister tiredly, he muttered, just what the hell is your shoe made of? Or are you really just as freakishly strong as a… he groaned as he collapsed into his seat. Something, my head hurts too much to think right now. Pain pills are to your left, Meiko shrugged, rolling her omelet. Glass of water on your right. Looking up, Takemichi almost cried tears of joy. Oh, thank God. Hey, Meiko exclaimed, looking away from the plate she was serving. I'm the one who got it ready for you. You did this to me? Takemichi shot back with an unamused scowl, his sister blinking at him for a bit before shrugging, innocently. I guess I did. No, there is no I guess about it. Takemichi sputtered before shoving the medicine into his mouth and swallowing it down with the glass of water. You were the one to chuck a shoe at my head like I was some sort of bug. To be fair, you were the one who refused to stop running from me, and stupidly stopped while we were in mid-chase. Have you learned nothing from our horror movie marathons? Meiko scolded, serving the boy his breakfast as Takemichi slammed his hand on the table. That's a complete contradiction. Moving to join her brother at the table, Meiko began to say, so anyway. Don't just change the subject. Mind explaining why you suddenly ran away from a fireworks show and your girlfriend, leaving behind not only your own, but also my school bag at her place, because I had to chase you down. Meiko simply finished, ignoring her brother's originally annoyed response as the boy became quiet and contemplative instead. You know you're lucky I talked to Hina this morning. She's willing to bring them with her to school to give them to us, but that's still not cool. Staring down at his meal, Takemichi poked at his food. Staring at the boy, Meiko sighed. This again? I thought we were getting better at this whole communication bit. Meiko muttered, staring her brother down as she took a bite out of her bacon. Really thought you were growing up there. Sneaking a glance up at his sister, Takemichi frowned. Looking back down at his meal, he shoved a spoon full of omelet into his mouth and mumbled. I don't remember. Huh, Meiko frowned. Michichu then talk. Meiko scolded as Takemichi swallowed his meal. I said, I don't remember, he repeated, words now clear. Narrowing her eyes, Meiko set her utensil down. This again, what do you mean by you don't remember? He looked away and Mako slapped her hand on the table. Oh no, not this again. Talk to me, damn it. Just who the hell do you think I am? A mind reader. Cause newsflash, I'm not. Mako exclaimed, watching the boy shove more food in his mouth and refuse to meet her gaze. Growling, she rose from her seat, shaking the table as she hit it. Damn it, this is exactly the kind of shit I hate about you. She yelled, causing her brother to flinch as his gaze turned wide-eyed to look up at her. Don't you realize I'm trying to help? You're 14 now, I get it, but that doesn't mean you have to do shit on your own like you're Batman or something. Batman's? Even fucking Batman doesn't work alone as much as he claims to, she continued shouting, ignoring her brother's confused face. Look! She took a deep breath before giving her brother the most serious expression she could. I know I can be a bit overbearing and protective at times. A bit, Takemichi muttered, only to flinch as his sister's expression became a glare. Shutty, she warned. Shutting up. Softening her gaze, she sighed and fell back into her seat, resting her hands on her head. But I really do just want what's best for you, Takemichi. Takemichi's eyes became wide as his sister used his whole name. You're practically all I have, with mom and dad away all the time. Bakamasa and his mother and father barely count as family. Takemichi starred as his sister figure hunched in her seat. Who else am I supposed to look towards for support? Yay. The guys? Hina. Looking up at her brother, Mako watched as Takemichi's jaw slightly dropped when his gaze met her own same blue eyes with sadness. I love those guys, but they're not you, Michai. They're not my family. Not the same way you are. So please, just talk to me. She pleaded, even if it changes nothing and I'm no help. She reached a hand out to him, barely touching his hand. I want you to know I'm on your side. I always will be. Staring at his sister, the actual Takemichi of the year 2005 felt his stomach twist into knots and his body shakes. Looking down, the boy pulled his hand away, making Mako's heart break until her brother's hand clamped tightly onto her own. Mei, Mako's heart soared. I'm scared. Then fell, as her brother's voice shook watery and fearful. Michai. Looking up, the younger Takemichi struggled not to cry. I don't know what's happening to me. He stuttered, keeping his grip strong on his sister's hand, even as she rose and moved around the table to kneel next to him. What do you mean, what's happening? Takemichi could only shake his head. He couldn't help but release his sister's hand to stare down at it. I've been blacking out. Blinking in shock, Mako tilted her head confused. What do you mean? Trying to find the right words, he hesitated. Looking to his elder sister once to see her full, silent support, he wet his lips as he continued to explain. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, 1 second I'm here, it's Monday and I'm talking to you, right? Yuha. Looking away, he then finished, but then I'm not. Becoming concerned, Mako placed her hands on Takemichi's shoulders. Explain, what do you mean by you're not? She asked while thinking. Does this have to do with those weird moments of his these past few days? I mean, just the other day I remember being in a fight, but then suddenly 2 days had passed. He explained, it wasn't after school anymore, it was night. And I wasn't at the park fighting a guy, but on Hina's apartment roof with you guys. And I remembered nothing as to how, when, or why that was. Shivering, Mako tightened her grip on her brother's shoulders. Yo, you're joking, right? Takemichi remained silent. Hey, come on. She shook him lightly. This isn't funny. What do you mean you didn't remember? Shaking his head, the younger Hanagaki sibling nervously met his sister's gaze. It's exactly like I said. I didn't remember what happened and freaked out. That's why I ran. Wait, you just said you didn't. Does that mean you remember now? Mako hopefully asked, staring her brother directly in the eye. Takemichi winced though and had to hold his head in pain. Sorta. It's foggy. I only sorta remembered after going to bed and waking up. He tried to explain, like a dream maybe, but not. Like as if you were sleepwalking, Mako asked as her brother snapped his finger. Yeah, exactly, Takemichi exclaimed. I didn't remember at the time I freaked, but once I passed out and woke up, it was like I dreamed the whole thing. Sorta, kinda, not really. He held his head and groaned. It's so painful to even try to wrap my head around. I know I didn't live those events, but, I know they're not a dream. He tried to describe. It's like I was watching myself do all these things, interact with all these people, but I don't have the why behind it. Or even the what that me was trying to do. Hunching over, he rested his head on his sister's shoulder. And whenever I try to think about it, bam, headache, I'm so confused, this is the second time it's happened. Second time? Mako exclaimed in shock before her eyes widened, recalling the first night Takemichi came home beat up and acting like he didn't recall their phone call. Hold on, then last week, when you said you didn't remember calling me. He nodded and buried his head further in her neck. I really didn't remember. I was on the train with the guys, and then I was at a park with Hina's little brother shaking hands, and nothing made sense. Pulling away, he glared at the ground. It wasn't till the next morning that I sorta remembered what happened. Looking up at her, Mako's heart broke as she noted his guilt-stricken face. That's why I apologized. I really didn't remember anything, May. Frowning at her brother's words, she leaned close to his face. Why didn't you say anything sooner, Takemichi? This sounds serious. Why would you keep this from me? Pushing his sister away slightly, Takemichi glared. It was only the once, he debuted. I didn't think it was anything serious. And besides, looking away, he glared at the space away from his sister. I had other issues to deal with being a slave then. Blinking in shock, Mako could not help but frown looking away from him. I guess you have a point. Looking back to him, though, her gaze was set, determined, and firm. But still, you should have said something, even if not to me. Have you told anyone else, the guys? Hina? She watched him shake his head at all her options. No one. I said it was just the one time. Takemichi huffed. At least, it was till last night. Bringing her hand under her chin to think, Mako hummed to herself, and this time was 2 days. Moving to stand up, she began to turn from her brother. All right, I'm calling the school. Huh, why? Takemichi exclaimed, looking up at his sister as she stood up fully. To call us out, dummy. We're going to the clinic and seeing about getting you to a specialist. What? No. Takemichi fell from his seat as he shot forward, grabbing onto his sister's arm as he stared up at her in fear. Huh, what do you mean no? Mako questioned, breaking free from her brother's grasp. No doctors, Takemichi all but shouted. Huh, you just said you're blacking out and having memory problems. This sounds like a doctor problem. Mako retorted, moving once more to reach for her phone as her brother flung himself around her waist. Huh, hey, let go. No, Takemichi repeated. I don't want to see a doctor, damn it, What, want to ignore it? Mako shot back, annoyed. Michi, that isn't a really smart move. Maybe it was a fluke. A fluke? Takemichi, you're literally freaking out over a blackout and memory problems. Please, he begged, I don't want to make this a big deal. It's obviously not that serious. Not that, knocking on her brother's head, she shouted. Hello Tilda Earth to Hanagaki Takemichi. This is your sister speaking. Having blackouts and spotty memory issues is not a not serious thing. Mako scolded, feeling the boy tighten his hold on her waist and try to go dead weight on her as he shook his head. But I still remember some things, he responded back, and obviously I'm still here, sorta. I mean, none of you even realized it happened. Mako froze, stomach twisting into knots at her brother's words as they sunk in fully. I noticed. She tried to argue back. Akka noticed? And Hina? She got quieter as she said this. They noticed something off. But did we question it any further? Or did we just accept it and go on with our lives? She quietly wondered guiltily as she looked down at her brother. But it wasn't enough to raise alarm. Takemichi shot back, releasing his sister as he noticed her sudden frozen state. So, please, it's probably nothing serious. Maybe it was stress cause of exams and stuff. Takemichi tried to argue. Summer's almost here, so maybe it won't happen again. Takemichi. It's only been twice now, right? Let's just forget about it for now. Takemichi begged. If it happens again, I'll tell you right away. They stared into one another's eyes. I'll get myself checked if I have to, just please. I just want to move on from this. The room fell into a deep silence. The Hanagaki siblings stared one another down, neither wanting to back down. Seeing no other options outside forcing the matter, Mako sighed with a shake of her head. Fine. Takemichi's eyes sparkled with relief. Mani. But, she sent him a glare causing him to freeze up. You better not be lying. If this happens again, you say something, Michi, I'm not gonna play with this. I also apologized to Hina. Turning away from the boy, she walked to finish her cold meal. Hi. You totally ditched her last night and left her confused and concerned. Mako scolded, so make sure to clear things up. Staring at his utterly confused and distressed Takemichi gaped at her. What but? How am I supposed to do that? I can't just tell her all this. It's one thing to tell my sister, you're supposed to believe me, but if I tell Hina she'll totally dump me. Scratching the back of her head, Mako shrugged. No clue, Mako hummed as she retook her seat. But you better figure something out. You don't want to avoid her and hope she'll just forget about all this. Entering a thinking pose, Takemichi muttered to himself, avoid her and hope she'll forget. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I said don't do that. July 16, 2005, Mako. And that's what happened. Mako finished explaining, now painting her own toenails red and purple as Yae stared at her deadpan. I even had to give the boy a deadline for the first day of summer to come clean to Hina-chan. So you're telling me your brother is having blackouts? Hi. That seems to work like sleepwalking. Yep, Mako nodded. And memory problems. Plus the headaches when he tries to force memories. And you didn't force him to see a doctor. Yae sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Well, what was I supposed to do? Mako shot back. The boy was adamant on not going. Force him, Yae bluntly retorted. You forced him over stuff for less. Moaning, Mako fell on her back. Ugh, Tilda. But my New Year's resolution was to not do that. Mako. He hasn't had any episodes since then. That's not the point, Yae groaned, shaking her head. The point still stands that it happened, and you're now just as much responsible as he is if something goes wrong. Turning away from Yae, Mako pouted. I know, but, curling into herself, she muttered, I didn't know what to do. It's so hard to try and be an adult for Mitch. I'm just a kid, damn it. Curling tighter into a ball, she tried her best not to ruin her painted nails or carpet. I don't know what to do all the time, for either him or me. That's why I'm trying to work with him here. Feeling sympathy for her friend, Yae reached out to her friend. May. We're both starting to grow up, Mako mumbled. I can't keep bossing him around like I used to. Even if I want what's best for Mitch, how am I any better than our own parents if all I do is force my own wants on him? Yae did not know how to respond. The girl herself, having never had the best relationship with her own parents, could do nothing to really comfort the Hanagaki girl. Mako. That's why I'll support him, Mako admitted, sitting up from the ground. Whatever mistake he wants to make, I'll let him. But that's, Yae stopped as Mako looked at her determinedly. I'll let him make his own mistakes, even if he won't listen to my advice and when he falls or can't get up. She smiled sadly. I'll be there to help him up and help him any way I can. Sighing, Yae could not help but grab the abandoned controller Mako had been playing with earlier. I swear, you say you're just a kid, but what kid says shit like that? You're such a mom. I'd prefer a strong matriarch. For fuck's sake, does that even really matter? That's practically the same thing. Nuh-uh, sticking out her tongue at her red-haired friend, Mako replied. A matriarch can be a grandma or a big sister. It's just the oldest living female in charge. Okay, I'm starting to see the family resemblance now between you and your brother. Huh, are you calling me stupid? No, maybe did you just throw an octopus at me? His name is Cthulhu, and he is an eldritch plush. Oh, that's it, Yae exclaimed, grabbing the pillow she had been sitting on. Your Toa, ow, stop hitting me, Kaya. She was pelted into submission by Mako in the end, the dark-haired teen smirking down at Yae as she whimpered in a curled-up ball. Now that's just not fair, you know you're stronger than me. Cry me a river, Mako shrugged, throwing a kame-tachi plush she'd planned to pelt the redhead with back on her bed. So, any idea on what we should do for our day off tomorrow? Uncurling with a pout, Yae muttered, so mean. Oh, how about we hang out with my friend Emma-chan? Mako exclaimed. You know Tilda, that girl I told you about, from the train. I haven't seen her in forever even with all our texting, so maybe now would be a great time to get to see her again before summer starts up. Plus, she's been wanting to meet ya. It'll be 2 birds with 1 stone. Humming to herself, Yae shrugged. I guess I have been wanting to meet this girl. But that doesn't seem all that different from our usual plans of just hanging out around town with friends. Oh. Jumping in her seat, she quickly flipped through the channels before reaching a news broadcast giving out the weather forecast. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she looked up at Mako. The beach. The beach, Mako curiously tilted her head. Yeah, Ye excitedly said. Let's go to the beach tomorrow with your friend Emma-chan. Raising from the ground, she excitedly explained, it's been getting so hot lately even though summer still isn't in full swing, so there shouldn't be too much of a crowd. It's a change of scenery, and it'll be a great setting for us girls to hang out and chill and have fun. We could even invite Hina-chan. Humming to herself, Mako entered a thinking pose. That's not a bad idea, though Hina-chan's definitely a no-go. Huh, why not? Ye curiously asked as Mako sighed. I tried inviting her to spend the night today, remember? Her dad apparently has the day off tomorrow, and apparently wants to spend it with her and the family. The guy's a total workaholic with being a cop, but Hina-chan's excited to have him willingly spend time with her and Nyato-kun, so she turned down my invite. Oh, Ye muttered, that's too bad. Yeah, nodding in agreement, Mako did smile as she moved to grab her cell phone off her desk. Though Emma-chan still might be our best bet, let me call her up now. Oh, Ye exclaimed then. But wait, what about train or bus fees? I've got enough for me, and I know you probably got some money stashed away. Of course, Mako proudly grinned. But what if Emma-chan can't afford to go to the beach? Ye concernedly asked as Mako already had her phone up to her ear, waiting for the girl to pick up. That's cool, I can just cover her costs. I do it all the time for Take Michi and some of his friends. That's not a good thing, Ye shouted as Mako turned her back to her smiling. Emma-chan. Mei-chan, Emma excitedly replied from the other line. The girl in question stopped mid-walk as Draken and Mikey, who walked ahead of her with grocery bags in their hands, stopped to look back at the blonde girl as she shifted her whole attention. Hey, long time no see. What's up? Ahem. Yo, Emma, say hi to I-chan for me, will ya? Mikey shouted, back as Emma simply waved the two off. Hearing the girl's brother on the other line, Mako laughed and said, I see you're with Mikey. And Draken, Emma explained, they were helping me with groceries. Oh, Tilda, how much threatening did you have to do to Mikey? Mako teased, causing Emma to smirk as she looked over to her older brother. Oh, Tilda, not much. He whined and pouted like a baby. But our grandpa and Draken made sure he came with me to help. Hey, Mikey exclaimed, I am not a baby, pouting as he glared his giggling sister down. Oh, really, Tilda? Draken smirked. So you're saying we didn't have to drag your ass out the house half asleep? Mikey only turned his face away from the taller blonde, grumbling. I was napping. You do that all the time, Draken retorted as the two proceeded to argue between themselves as Emma rolled her eyes. So, any reason you decided to call me up? Smiling at Emma's amused tone, Mako asked. Yep, you still wanting to meet one of my friends. Perking up at Mako's words, Draken and Mikey both stopped grappling with one another to look over at her as they noticed the excited gleam in her eyes and posture. Yes, yeah, I do. You free tomorrow? Yes, Emma excitedly exclaimed, more than happy to be hearing all this. Well, Tilda, Mako sang, turning to hold a raised thumb up to Ye. How would you like to go to the beach with me and Ye tomorrow? The beach, Emma exclaimed in shock. The beach, Draken and Mikey looked at each other surprised. Yeah, Mako exclaimed, I know summer break is still a few days away, but it's been really hot the past few days, and exams weren't that long ago. So what the hell, why not go treat ourselves to some fun in the sun? Mako cheered. We can smash a watermelon, get some shaved ice or ice cream, build a sandcastle or bury Ye. Hey, don't make me your Tech Mitchie in this. Swim in the sea, oh, and we could even light some fireworks for ourselves. We could do sparklers, Mako excitedly exclaimed, ignoring Ye's puffed-up, annoyed expression. Don't just ignore me. That sounds like so much fun, Emma excitedly admitted, before looking to her brother and Draken, who had both made their way closer to her to try and hear what was making her so giddy and excited. Turning her back to two, she muttered into her phone, so what's the plan for transport? Oh, we were thinking taking the bus or train would be the best option. Oh, and don't worry about the fare, I can cover it for you if you want. Mako offered, as Emma hummed to herself, sending her brother and Draken a side glance. If they can, could Mikey and Draken come with us? Thinking it over, Mako looked at Ye before shrugging nonchalantly. Yeah, sure. The more the merrier, my brother's probably not gonna come even if I invite him. so it wouldn't do us any bad to have some guys come with us, though I'm definitely not paying for their asses. Great, let me ask them real quick. Emma smiled, before turning to give Mikey and Draken the best puppy dog look she could as she covered her phone's receiver with her hand. Hey Tilda Mikey, Draken. Yoo-ho, Draken muttered, I know that look. Smiling at his sister, Mikey almost sang back, Yes Tilda Emma. Do you mind if we all go to the beach tomorrow with Mei-chan and her friend? The boys blinked at her before Mikey's eyes suddenly became alight with excitement as he exclaimed. Whoa, for real Tilda, is that why I-chan called? Yep, she said happily, grinning. Since exams are over and it's getting so hot so early this year, Mei-chan's offering to go to the beach together. She's even offering to pay for my fare. Screw that, Mikey excitedly shot back. If we're going to the beach, then we're definitely going in style. Right, Kenshin? Hell yeah, Draken grinned. Who needs trains or buses when you got bikes? You girls can just ride with crap. Draken's grin fell. We can't. Huh, Mikey and Emma both exclaimed. Why not? I's friend, Draken pointed out deadpanned. There's 2 of us and 3 of you girls. It's fine if we each took one of you on our bikes, but 3 people on a bike? No way, not happening. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Draken exclaimed, feeling a bit saddened as he watched Emma's mood drop slightly. Sorry, Emma. No, I understand. There's still the bus or train, though. No way, Mikey huffed, grabbing the phone from Emma as the girl and Draken both sent the boy a confused look. Hey, I-chan. Jumping fully alert to Mikey now coming from the other side of her phone, Mako turned away from Yae as the red-haired girl talked over her own cell with her grandparents on their change of plans. Yes. Ever ridden a motorcycle before? Huh, Mako exclaimed, no. Grinning Mikey simply said, cool. Then I'll be the one to help fix that. We'll come get you around 10 a.m. at your house, okay? Huh, Mako almost yelled, wait, at my house. I'm sorry, why now? To go to the beach, of course, silly. Don't worry about transportation. We got it covered, okay? Huh, wait, what do you mean? She stopped as the phone call dropped. She twitched and pulled the phone away to glare down at the device. Son of bitch, you did not just hang up on me after stealing my call with Emma. Covering her receiver as she stared at her cursing friend, Yae turned her back to the raging girl. So yeah, would it be okay if we came over to get those fireworks and my bathing suit? Yeah. Love you too, boss-on, see you soon. July 16, 2005, Mikey. Mikey, Emma angrily exclaimed, rushing to grab her phone once she realized what he did. You did not just hang up on Mei-chan. Yep, he simply said, being smacked hard in the back of the head by Draken as the taller teen shouted. Dumbass, you don't just end calls like that. Also, what did I just say? The bikes are definitely a no-go. Why the hell did you lie and tell we got the transportation covered? Oh, Tilda, Mikey whined childishly. Kenshin, you're so mean, I didn't lie. He huffed, holding the back of his head pouting. Holding her cell phone protectively close to her chest, Emma pointed at her brother accusingly. Oh yeah, how? Like Draken said, it's 2 of you, 3 of us. Correction, it was 2 of us, 3 of you. Huh? The 2 teens shouted, gapping at Mikey as he began to walk ahead of them again. Let's hurry home. Mikey, Draken shouted, quickly coming up to the teen. The hell you mean by was? Emma rushed to the other side of him. Yeah. Well, it's simple, Mikey boredly stated. We just bring along more of us. What? Emma exclaimed. No, Mikey, you can't. I asked Mei-chan only about you and Draken. She's right. You can't just invite others to a get-together you're not even planning. Draken tried to argue as Mikey only grinned at the 2. Oh, come on, Tilda, it'll be fine. Turning to look at them, he walked backward without a care in the world. We'll just invite the captains, maybe even their vice-captains if they want. It's been a while since the 5 of us have had any fun outside Tommen business. So let's have a little R&R under the sun and even introduce I-chan to some of our guys. You're not even listening to us, are you? Draken growled, watching as his commander simply pivoted without issue to turn away from him. Moaning, Emma clung to Draken's arm. If he ruins my chance to have actual girlfriends, I'm killing him. Patting her head, Draken simply muttered in response, Don't worry, I'll help you hide the body. I heard that. Good, the pair shouted. watching as Mikey simply stuck his tongue out at them as they continued to make their way home. July 17, 2005 Mako. They were packed and ready to go. Mikey and Draken parked outside the Hanagaki household, Mako and Yae standing before the pair. Mako smiling ominously in a sundress with her arms crossed, while Yae awkwardly stood beside her, in a simple off-shoulder t-shirt and blue jean shorts. Both girls had their own bags around their backs as they stood before the guys. "Yo," Mikey greeted, smiling. "Hi," Mako curtly replied, a smile very much forced in the eyes of Yae and Draken. She's pissed, they thought. So, Mikey's gaze shifted towards the awkward Yae before shifting to Mako. "Who's your friend?" "Why don't you ask her yourself?" Mako replied, still smiling as Mikey just shrugged at her. Don't wanna." Mako's brow twitched and Draken and Yae both shot a glance at one another. Coughing into his hand, Draken looked to Yae fully. "If I remember right, you were that chick from I's school, right? The name's Ryugyujiken, though I go by Draken, the little shit over there." He gestured to Mikey, who simply waved to Yae. "Is Mikey?" "I?" Yae confusedly asked, looking at the still smiling Mako. "It's Mako began to explain as Mikey cut her off. "My nickname for her." He pointed to Mako grinning, "Suits her, don't it?" Yae could only stare at Mako, knowing exactly what the dark-haired girl was thinking. "Ma hit him." "Sure," Yae drawled out before bowing to him and Draken politely. "I'm Shimizu Yae. May likes to call me Yae for short. It's a pleasure to officially meet you, Mikey-san," Draken-san. "No need for formalities," Draken shrugged. "We're all around the same age here." "Ma keep the formalities," Yae bluntly replied, and Draken could only raise a brow at this. "Well, okay then," Draken shrugged, not really sure on how to take Yae's statement. "It doesn't feel personal." "Don't mind Yae," Mako giggled. "She's awkward around most people she doesn't know. You either gotta be a really cute girl or an Eichmann guy in her eyes not to get the awkward treatment." Blushing at Mako's words, Yae stuttered, "May." "What, it's true," Mako shrugged. "Shut up, that doesn't mean tell." "So anyway, don't just change the subject." Yae tried to snap as Draken was only able to shake his head as he felt for the red-haired teen. "Where's Emma-chan?" Mako asked, as Mikey simply smiled at her. "Oh, she's waiting for us, with a couple of friends at our usual base of operations." Crossing her arms once more, Mako frowned. "A couple of friends?" "Yep." "Sorry, Draken apologized, sighing. "The dumbass here thought it would be a fine idea to just invite a few of our friends along to the beach so we could all just take our bikes there. It's faster and cheaper than taking the bus or train," Mikey argued proudly, as Mako's hand twitched. And how much is a few?" "Just 5 guys," Draken explained. "Not a lot of the guys were free, and the ones who were are technically the ones who we're closest to." "I see," Mako sighed. "I guess that's okay." "Wait, seriously?" Draken asked in surprise, thinking the girl would have been more upset as Mako simply shrugged. "Well, there's no use crying over spilled milk now." Yae sighed. "You'd be surprised what does and doesn't count as upsetting for May. Just watch." She smirked, and Draken could not help but sit up straighter to look at the 2 shortest teens of the current group. "See, Kenshin, I told you it was okay. So, Ai-chan," Mikey patted the back of his bike seat. "Hop on and let's go. I'm sure Emma and the others are getting bored waiting for us." Smiling at Mikey, Mako pointed towards Draken without turning away from him. "Sure, I'll just ride with Draken." "Wah," Mikey exclaimed. "No way, I said I was gonna be the one to take you on your first ride." "Oh, I'm sorry," Mako innocently cooed, "but I'm still mad at you for last night and might hit you. Therefore, Draken," Mako shrugged as Mikey pouted. Mad about what?" "About what? You stole my call with Emma-chan and then hung up on me without so much as a goodbye," Mako shouted, with a stomp of her foot, pointing at Mikey accusingly. "That is so rude, have you no manners?" "I have manners." Draken snorted at this, muttering under his breath. "Yeah, manners." Yae snickered by his side. "Yeah, right," Mako huffed, crossing her arms. "Tell you would apologize for last night." "And I might just go with you on your bike." Mako smiled wickedly, Draken's eyes widening as he looked between the two before looking at a smirking Yae. "She can't be serious." She is. Puffing up his cheeks at Mako's words, Mikey turned his head away annoyed. No way. I don't need to do anything I don't want to. Mako only hummed at this. That's fair, Tilda. She slowly began to walk away, catching Mikey's attention. But since you don't want to, that means I don't have to ride with you if I don't want to. I'm sure Kenshin, Tilda, Draken, and Yae watched Mikey twitch at Mako's playful use of his nickname for Draken. Wouldn't mind if I rode with him instead to meet up with the others and Emma-chan. She paused between the two bikes to smile up at the taller boy. Your bike looks super cool, Mikey twitched again, and super fast. If I ever rode a motorcycle again, yours would be the one I'd compare all of them to, Tilda, Mako cooed, as Mikey looked over his shoulder to the three teens to glare. Draken struggled not to grin at the girl's obvious manipulation, as Yae shook before her friend, staring at the glaring teen. Scary. Sure, Tilda, Draken decided to play along. My Zephyr, she's one of the coolest of all of Japan. A Zephyr? Mako excitedly exclaimed. Whoa, Tilda, I don't think I've ever really seen one in real life outside my little brother's posters. Mako clapped her hands excitedly. Lucky. Yai, you gotta snap a photo of me on Kenshin's bike and send it to Michai. He's gonna be so jealous. She giggled, as Yae gave her a salute. Taunt the idiot brother, on it. Twitching on his bike, Mikey's hair fell to hide parts of his face as he looked away. RRY. Mako hummed, turning to look back at Mikey with her hands clasped behind her back. You say something, Mikey. Draken's eyes widened as he noticed hints of a blush peeking down his friend's neck. No way. Ari. Tilda, she leaned close. I can't hear you. I said, Mikey, blushing and pouting, turned to glare at Mako as she leaned in close. I'm sorry, he shouted in Mako's ear, making the girl shriek with a jump as she covered her ear. Ow, my ear, she whined as Mikey smirked in victory at her as Yae bursted into laughter. Draken snorted amused at the pair's interaction. Well, I apologized, Mikey smugly said as Mako rubbed her busted eardrum, pouting. That you did. Well played, you adorable jerk. Mikey felt his heart skip a beat as she grinned at him with those words. Well played. Looking back at her laughing friend, she said, You good riding with Draken, Yae. Waving her friend off, Yae snorted, Yeah, sure, we cool. Yae pointed between her and Draken, looking up at him. Yeah, we're good. Just know I already promised Emma she could ride with me to the beach. He explained as Yae nodded understandably. That's fine. So, Mako began with a tilt of her head. Riding a motorcycle, is it like a bike, and I gotta do a side saddle cause of this? She lifted the hem of her skirt, slightly causing Draken to gap as Mikey blinked at her. Or will it be okay for me to bunch it up between my legs to sit normally on the bike with you without flashing someone? She dropped the hem to continue staring at Mikey. Looking up at the sky, Mikey shrugged. Whichever should be fine. Okay, Mako nodded, moving to get on Mikey's bike as Yae looked back at Draken, smiling. She's an odd one, right? Draken could only shake his head. Yeah, that's becoming more and more apparent. He stared at Mikey and Mako, though, as Yae got on behind him. Mikey grinning, his eyes sparkling with mirth, as Mako seemed to become visibly excited as she looked over the bike and even seemed to be asking Mikey various basic questions about it. So what type of bike is this one? It's... Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Draken looked back to see Yae holding up her phone. Hey, do you think you can snap a shot of those two before we set off? I'm not the best at pictures, but May did want a picture to share with Take Michikun. Yeah, sure. Taking the phone, he lined it up, waiting for the phone's camera to focus when he noticed Mikey laughing and Mako sticking her tongue out at him. He quickly took the shot. Looking back at Yae, he asked, Mind if I send myself a copy? She blinked but only shook her head, smiling. Sure, I don't see why not. Thanks. He glanced at his blonde-haired friend, smirking as Mako flicked the boy and Mikey whined at her abuse. Looks like you found someone else to get ya, huh, Mikey? I'm sure Emma will love to see this. All right, Kenshin. Mikey started up his engine. Let's go meet the others. Wahoo, beach time. Mako cheered, making Yae sigh from the back of Draken's bike as he smirked. Yeah. July 17, 2005, Emma. Pacing back and forth at the bottom of the shrine steps that Tommen would have their meetings at. Beside her sat 5 other boys, members of the Tokyo Manji gang, all hanging around on their bikes watching the blonde pace. "Yo, Emma, you all right?" a long dark-haired teen asked as Emma looked over at the male with a pout. "I'm fine, Badgie." The male, Badgie Kasuk, hummed unimpressed. "Yeah, cause you pacing back and forth pouting definitely means you're fine." "Is she nervous or something?" Badgie's second-in-command and companion, Matsuno Chifuyu, asked as he sat with Badgie on his captain's bike. "Dunno," Badgie shrugged. "It's not every day Emma acts like this." "Yo, any idea where Mikey and Draken are at?" Another of the group's members and friend group, Hayashida Haruki, better known as Pachin, asked as he and his second-in-command, Hayashi Ryohei, known as Peiyan, shared their own ride. "We've been waiting for over an hour now." Sighing, the last member of their beach outing group by the name of Mitsuya Takashi gave Pa a slightly annoyed expression. "It hasn't been an hour, Pa. It's literally been less than 20 minutes since we all got here." "Huh, seriously?" Pa exclaimed in shock. Pa's brain really is shit for telling time. Pei hummed as his captain sent him an annoyed look. "Hey, you know I'm not that smart." "Obviously." Mitsuya sighed as the two began their usual banter. "There they go again." "Yep," Chifuyu nodded. "You think they'll start their own fistfight again?" Badgie jokes, grinning with a playful wickedness as Mitsuya sends the long-haired teen an exasperated look. "Don't encourage them. We're still banned from that one place thanks to that." Opening her mouth to speak to the guys, Emma and the whole group fell quiet as a familiar motor sound approached from the distance. That's," Mitsuya began to mutter as Badgie grinned. "Mikey." "They're here," Chifuyu nodded as the group turned to see Mikey and Draken's bikes approach from a distance. "Finally," Emma excitedly exclaimed, almost jumping in place as the two teens finally pulled up to the group. "So, what did you think?" Mikey grinned as he looked over his shoulder at Mako, as she looked up from her leaned-back position holding onto his bike seat. She laughed. "Oh, come on, you're asking me that already. We haven't hit the highway yet. I was fine with just holding the seat." Puffing out his cheeks, Mikey pouted before smirking. "Oh, so you have a need for speed." "Hell yeah, I do," Mako excitedly exclaimed. "I'm an adrenaline junkie. Roller coasters are a must at any amusement park, and that's why I'm a Trasuse." "A Trasuse?" Mikey asked as Ye got off Draken's bike as the taller teen looked to her for hopes of clarification. "It's the term used for someone who does parkour, you know, like freerunning, which she also likes to do." Mako grinned at this. "What can I say? Finding ways up a building and jumping between rooftops while doing a flip can be hella fun." "Whoa," Mikey's eyes sparkled excitedly. "That sounds so cool." "And dangerous," Ye huffed, arms crossed, "though I guess it is cool," she muttered under her breath. "Says the girl who comes along with me to try and get over her fear of heights." Mako teasingly shot back as Ye blushed. "It's a perfectly normal fear, and exposure therapy is proven to help." "Hey," Mako huffed, "I never said anything about it not being normal and okay, just that you have no room to talk when you actively take part." Mako sighed as Ye covered her face. "Don't remind me." "Mei-chan," Emma joyfully exclaimed, running over to her brother's bike as she went directly to the dark-haired girl seated behind her brother. "It's been forever." "Emma-chan," Mako happily cheered, throwing her arms open for the girl to squeeze in between her and a pouting Mikey as the boy was being pushed slightly forward on his bike. "It's been too long." "Hey, I'm being squished here," Mikey huffed, looking back at the two girls over his shoulder. Emma simply stuck out her tongue at him as she pulled away from her friend as Mako grinned sheepishly. "Sorry," looking to Ye as she walked over, Mako smiled as she gestured between Emma and her. "Oh, Emma-chan, this is my friend Yai. She's been my bestest friend since elementary school. Yai, this is Emma-chan." "Suzumi Ye." Ye simply nodded, holding out her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Emma-chan." Smiling at the girl, Emma nodded, taking hold of the girl's hand. "Likewise, Yai-chan." "Yo," Badgie shouted, "Mikey, Draken, there you are. What took you guys so long?" "Yeah, I was starting to get bored," Pa shouted as Pei nodded in agreement. Pulling his bike closer to Emma and Mikey's side, Draken glared at the pair. "Don't look at me. Mikey's the one who had to apologize for pissing I off last night." "Huh?" Badgie's eyes narrowed, looking between the red and black-haired girls curiously. "I." Mako waved boredly as Emma, Mikey, Ye, and Draken all pointed to her. Yo. Hold on, Badgie blinked in shock. You saying that four-eyed chick got Mikey to apologize to her? Seriously, Pa exclaimed. Is it really that surprising? Chifuyu asked. Though he was Badgie's second in command, he wasn't that close to, or used to the commander and the other captains. Thus seeing how they reacted over their commander's supposed apology to the girl dubbed I by their commander and vice-commander confused him to a degree. Damn, Mikey, what did you do? Mitsuya asked as Mikey pouted at the group. Oh, come on, I'm innocent here. Ai-chan was just being too sensitive. He hung up on her. Emma huffed, arms crossed. After stealing Emma's call with I as she invited us to the beach, Draken clarified. Without so much as a goodbye, Mako huffed, glaring at the back of Mikey's head. Seriously, Badgie frowned, so lame, I thought it was something else. I don't get it, that doesn't sound so serious. Pa frowned, how come Mikey apologized? The better question is, how'd they actually get him to apologize? Mitsuya hummed, as the whole group looked to Draken as the tallest teen smirked looking over at the Tommen commander. That's 'cause it's Mikey. The teens all blinked in confusion as Mikey silently pouted. Smirking, Mako looked up at Mikey as she started to poke his cheek. In other words, she began to snicker, you're an easily jealous kinda guy, huh? Jealous? The whole group and Emma exclaimed in shock as Mikey pushed Mako's hand away, glaring. Am not. I said I was gonna show you what riding a motorcycle was like, and I was gonna do it. I couldn't let you ruin your own first experience riding Kenshin's stupid Zephyr. You Hatilda. Hey, Draken shouted, my Zephyr is not stupid. Draken angrily glared as Mikey simply stuck his tongue out at him. In other words, Mitsuya began. She played Mikey, Badgie finished. Wow, Pa shook his head, as Pei and Chifuyu both stared at their commander in shock. Seriously? Nice, Emma laughed as Ye shook her head. Hardly, he apologized by basically yelling in Mei's ear as payback when she pushed it. Wah, Mikey, Emma began to become upset. Okay, Mitsuya sighed, that sounds more like it. Oh, definitely, Badgie snickered. Giggling, Mako waved both Ye and Emma off. It's cool. He got me fair and square. I think that's a good enough comeback for basically forcing him to swallow his pride. You really shouldn't excuse him, Emma sighed as Mako just laughed more. Nah, really it's cool. I'd rather get to know someone to the fullest than just a polite mask. Besides, where's the fun of teasing someone if the person doesn't fight back? Badgie grinned at this. Hell yeah, finally someone who's speaking my language. I think I like this girl. Chifuyu sighed, smiling. Only you'd appreciate someone being so openly honest about their madness. Seeing Mako's honest acceptance of her brother's childish behavior, Emma could only blink before sighing in relief. Okay then, if you say so. See, Emma Tilda, Mikey snugly began to tease as his sister glared at him. I didn't ruin your chances to have some girlfriends. Emma's cheeks exploded with color as her hands came up to threaten her brother, embarrassed. Mikey. Ah, Emma-chan. Mako almost cooed. You didn't need to be so nervous about your brother ruining anything. See, Mikey smugly grinned. Even if he had, I'd have just shunned him from my life, while accepting you with open arms. You too, Draken, you and me could still be friends if you wanted. Mako smiled at the taller teen as Mikey's gaze whipped to her. Hey, Mikey exclaimed, that's so cold, Ai-chan. Hey, I said if you're still good, for now, she shrugged nonchalantly. Ai-chan, Mikey whined as the rest of the group seemed to only laugh at the duo's banter. Looking at her phone, Ye frowned. It's almost 11. She looked up to the sky. If we want to get to the beach and enjoy the sun at its fullest, we should probably save most of the introductions for the beach and get going. Looking at their own phones or the sky, the group agreed. All right then, Mikey began, pointing to Ye's. Yech. Yechai, Ye gasped as Mako smiled at the red-haired girl. Congratulations on the new nickname, Yai. Don't patronize me. You'll be going with Mitsuya over there. He gestures over to Teen as the boy held his hand up for Ye to see. Sup, Yai? Please don't, Ye almost moaned as Mitsuya gave her a slanted smile. All right, what would you prefer to be called then? Blinking up to the boy, Ye blushed. Looking away, she muttered. I'm not too impartial to Yai as is, or just my name being used. Got it, he nodded. Yai-chan it is then, you can just call me Mitsuya-K. Mitsuya-san, he twitched at this. Maybe you could drop the san. Would kun be okay? Yae asked as she came up to the boy fully. Sure, that seems better. He nodded as Yae got on behind him. Just so you know you might need to hold on to me once we hit the highway, okay? Yae nodded at this, okay. Getting on the back of Draken's bike, Emma almost wanted to squeal in joy as everything seemed to be falling into place. A nice day at the beach, riding with Draken on his bike, and she got to hang out with her new friends. Today just might be a sign of good things to come. Hey, Emma. Looking up at Draken, she frowned as he held out his phone to her. Look at this. Taking the phone, she stared at the screen and smiled. Ah, Tilda. She almost exclaimed, they look so good, send it to me. I thought you'd like it. Draken chuckled under his breath as the group began to drive off from the shrine's bottom steps. Mikey really seems to be taking a shine to eye. Smiling as she returned Draken's phone to him and wrapped her arms around his midsection, Emma cuddled into his back muttering, yeah, I'm actually pretty glad. July 17, 2005. Driving through the city, Mikey sent a glance back every now and again to Mako and the other members of their little group. Though they had picked up more speed as they pulled further out of the urbanized areas of the city, Mako had still remained leaning back on the bike and using the seat as her only support. Her head was tilted back, and she seemed to enjoy just feeling the breeze run through her hair, as she had it loose today. Not even her usually front braids were in place, as she hummed to herself. Enjoying the ride, Mikey shouted back as Mako smiled. Yeah, so far you're proving to be a real good driver, Mikey. She lightly teased, and Mikey smirked. Course, I've been driving since I was 12, maybe even younger if I really tried thinking about it. Mikey admitted, my brother was actually the one who taught me. I see, Mako muttered before grinning. That's actually so cool. I wish I had a big brother who was cool enough to show me how to drive a motorcycle. She pouted then, maybe I should ask Wakane next time I go to his gym. It's been a while, but I'm sure I saw him with a bike once. She muttered to herself as Mikey looked back at her. If you really want to learn, I could teach you. Seriously, Mako exclaimed, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yeah, that is, he smirked, noting the ramp for the highway towards the beach. If you think you can handle speeds like this, hang on. Hawaa! Her hands shot up, grabbing onto the back of Mikey's shirt before wrapping her arms around his waist. Hey, Mikey, Draken shouted, annoyed at having seen Mikey speed up without warning and heard Mako's scream. Don't just speed up like that when you know you got a basic rookie as your tag along. Seriously, Mitsuya huffed, he's gonna hurt someone like that. Looking back at Yae, Mitsuya warned, hang on a bit, okay? I'm about to speed up, okay? K, Yae nodded, ready for when she felt the motorcycle she rode sped up. Is she okay? Emma concernedly began to ask as Draken, and the others began to speed up after their leader, only for Mako's laughing to suddenly reach their ears. This is so much fun, Mako cheered, tightening her hold around Mikey's waist, laughing into his back. Ahahaha, Mikey laughed alongside her. Seriously, Draken and Emma seemed to shout together as Mitsuya and Yae pulled up beside them. She's an adrenaline junkie, what did you expect? Yae shouted to them as Mitsuya seemed to chuckle at the girls' blunt words. You sure your friend isn't just crazy? You sure yours aren't? Yae shot back, and Mitsuya laughed as Emma and Draken snorted at this, especially as her point was proven as Badgie and Pa both began to speed up after Mikey. Oh no, you don't, Badgie shouted, grinning wickedly. Hey Mikey, let's see who reaches the beach first. If anyone's getting there first, it's me and Pei. Yeah. Grinning back over his shoulder, Mikey shouted to Mako, what do you say, wanna race them? She blinked in shock before smiling mischievously. Oh come on Tilda, weren't you the one saying you were gonna show me what riding a motorcycle was like? Well, she winked playfully, show me what this beauty can do, boss man. All right, Mikey yelled, this is an official Tommen order, guys. Last ones to the beach become the group's pack mules at the beach today. Seriously, Yae exclaimed in shock. Of course, Mitsuya groaned. Damn it, Draken growled, only for Emma to tug on his shirt. What's up, Emma? Smiling at the older boy, Emma blushed as she shouted up, "Don't worry about me, Draken. Let's show Mikey and Mei-chan what we got." Staring back at the blonde girl, Draken smirked. "All right, whatever you say. Better hang on tight." "Yeah." "Please no," Ye groaned, still not used to riding the motorcycle yet. "What hang on?" Mitsuya tried to argue, as Draken and Emma began to speed off past him. "Sorry, Yai-chan." "Better luck next time, Mitsuya." "Seriously?" Mitsuya glared before shouting back to Ye, "Hey, I'm gonna speed up a bit, okay?" He felt her shake and tighten her hold around his waist. He frowned, but felt no annoyance at the girl's obvious discomfort at the makeshift race that had come about. "If it gets too much, just let me know. I'll slow down." Ye's eyes became wide at this, but if you do, that will definitely lose." "It's fine," Mitsuya sighed. "I'd rather not have my passenger having a panic attack over these guys deciding to screw around." Ye frowned, staring at the back of Mitsuya's head before biting her bottom lip. You promise to slow down if I ask." "Huh, yeah, I do." "Nato." "Huh." Blushing, Ye tightened her grip around Mitsuya's back and closed her eyes tight. "If I can't handle it, I'll shout Nato." "What?" Mitsuya exclaimed. "Why that?" Ye moaned, embarrassed. "'Cause I hate that stuff, and Mako made it our safe word for when I can't handle stuff when she takes me freerunning." Hearing this, Mitsuya snorted. "Seriously? Don't judge me." No, it's fine." Mitsuya laughed. "It just caught me off guard. Nato, right?" She nodded into his back. "All right, then I promise to slow down if you shout that." "You swear?" "I swear. Now hang on tight and keep your eyes shut." "Got it." Up ahead, Mikey continued to keep the lead, the person behind usually shifting between Draken and Baji as Pa maintained third till Mitsuya began to catch up. "Was wondering if he was gonna keep up. I take it your friend delayed him?" Mikey asked, as Mako simply giggled at his question. "Don't let Yai's cautious nature fool you. She might look like a straight lace and maybe even act like it, but there's a reason she still sticks with me to this day." "That honestly wouldn't surprise me." Mikey smiled. "You're honestly turning out to be a real fun gal." Tilda, was that even in question?" Mako huffed. "Were my glasses and supposed prim and proper appearance really throwing you off that much?" "Nope," Mikey grinned, making Mako blink in shock. "Huh." He looked back slightly as they entered a tunnel. "Honestly, I could just feel it." "Feel it?" Mako almost seemed to quietly ask, though it seemed she was close enough for Mikey to hear. He grinned. "Yeah, something in my gut just told me." They exited the tunnel and Mako's eyes clamped shut as she was blinded by the sunlight. When she was finally able to open them, her heart skipped a beat at what she saw. Mikey smiling, with the ocean glittering beside them in the sunlight. "That you were special." Chapter 8. That you were special. Those words left Mako's mind spiraling in shock, her stomach in knots, and her cheeks aflame. Especially with the smile he sent her, Mako counted her blessings when Baji and Chifuyu temporarily passed them, as Mikey's attention was stolen away. Thus she was left alone, and their conversation dropped. Though Mako's mind didn't really drop the subject even as the group continued to race towards the beach. "Special? What the hell does he mean by special?" Mako quietly wondered. "He's probably the first guy to have ever called me special. He's definitely the first guy to call me cute so frequently without ulterior motive," she thought, tightening her grip on Mikey's waist as she hid her face in his back. "Why am I feeling like this?" she thought, confused, unaccustomed to this form of attention, let alone the way it made her feel at times. Though she was playful, and perhaps even aloof at times when it came to the opposite gender, Mako was not unfamiliar with having boys' attention on her, nor was she blind to what that usually meant. "Please go out with me." She stared as a slightly older boy by the name of Kondo, or something like that, tried asking her out, her stomach twisting with disgust, though as she recalled the way she'd overheard him talking to his friends. "I'm telling you, she's pretty developed." The brown-haired male laughed with his friends a few feet away from the gym. "Like the girls in my class got nothing on that Hanagaki chick. You know she is sorta pretty for a 4 eyes. Yeah, but once she loses the glasses, she definitely goes up in the looks department. Like damn. But guys, isn't she like 12? 13, I heard she had a birthday recently. I think I saw Sensei giving her some gloves or something when it happened." The guy defensively cut in before arrogantly saying, "And besides, that just means she's an easy pick. Girls like her, they're itching to get on the dating scene." The guy laughed. "It'll be easy to win her." "No thanks," Mako bluntly replied after recalling the boy's words, shocking the teen. "I'm not interested in dating or anything like that." She boredly yet honestly replied, her gaze not even focused on the boy as she turned to continue doing her sets. "Oh, come on." The guy began to nervously say, "Can't you give me a chance? I really do like you." He laughed, making Mako frown. "Like me?" she quietly asked, before turning to bore into the teen with a cold stare. "Have we ever even talked before this?" Boy almost seemed to begin to sweat. "What is it that you even like about me, Percy?" she sarcastically asked as the guy became tongue-tied. "Oh, I like?" She watched his eyes look everywhere but her eyes, from the ring to his friends to her chest, her legs, the rest of her body, to even above her head at the poster behind her. Everywhere but her face and eyes. He brightened up suddenly as an idea came to him and tried to suavely say with a sexy smirk, "Your wonderful personality, yeah, that's it. I've seen the way you talk with some of the girls around here. You're pretty mature for your age." Her eye twitched at this, and her gaze traveled over to her teacher and owner of the gym who was coming to see what was going on. And an idea came to her then, as she smiled up at the slightly older teen. "Really, you think so?" she innocently said, making the boy smirk in victory. "Oh, but I don't know, I really was serious about the whole not dating thing." "Then it doesn't have to be a date," the guy said. "We could just have some fun with one another." Mako's hands clenched into a fist at this, bringing them up to her face to cover her mouth. She innocently said, "Fun? Okay." The boy began to grin, as Mako then pointed at him smiling. "Let's have fun. Sensei, Kondo-kun here wants to have a quick match with me." She venomously smiled, a predatory glint in her eyes as the boy gaped at her in shock and confusion. "Do you mind if we take the ring?" "Wait, what?" "Ha!" She roundhouse kicked the boy flying into the ropes. Breathing heavily, she watched the boy drop groaning, as his friends and some of the other gym members watched. "Whoa. Scary. Who'd have thought a chick like her could kick butt?" "Damn, she was fierce," one of the older gym-goers muttered. "Who pissed off the little lioness?" One of the women in the crowd chuckled. "Now, that's what I call a woman's scorn." Hanagaki Kondo, out of the ring. The tired-looking, or perhaps more accurately bored ponytailed man with blonde and purple streak-haired, and owner of the gym, ordered as he stared at the obviously down teen. "Take 5, Kondo, Hanagaki, head home." "Huh?" Mako exclaimed, running to the edge of the ring to hang off the rope. "What do you mean head home, Imashi-sensei? I still haven't got to train with you today." The lilac-eyed man sighed from around the stick in his mouth. "Maybe, but it's getting late." He held his hand out, making Mako pout as she was helped out of the ring. "I don't care how good you think you are, Mako, but you're still only 13 and a girl." He side-eyed some of the young men in the age closest to Mako's, who eyed the tang-top teen. "It's far from safe for you to be walking home on your own in the dark, especially around these parts." "But Wakasa." "Home," he bluntly ordered, before sticking a lollipop in her face. "And don't argue with me. Besides, don't you have a little brother to get home to? You sure you want to leave him home alone at night?" She frowned but took the sweet reluctantly, knowing this was his way, his sort of peace offering for sending her home sooner than she had intended. "No, I get it." "Good, get cleaned up and head out then. We can continue tomorrow." She sighed, pouting as she shoved the sweet into her mouth. Yeah, you say that every night." Mako grumbled as the man just amusedly smiled at the pouting girl. "Just looking out for ya," Wakasa decided to gently admit as he ruffled the top of the short-haired girl's head. "Now get out, or I promise next time I won't share my lollipops with ya." Mako jumped at this. "Wah, no fair, that's extortion," Mako shouted. "I think you mean blackmail." "Same difference," Mako huffed, cheeks puffed out as the man just stared at her with an expression that blended boredom and amusement perfectly. "Hey, we're almost at the beach," Mikey excitedly shouted, looking back at Mako. "And we're definitely in the lead." He grinned, before frowning as he noted Mako's sudden silence. "Hey, you okay?" Mako's grip tightened, before smiling up at the boy. "Yeah, just thinking about how mad my brother's gonna be for saying no to the beach," she lied, and Mikey knew it. He said nothing, though, as he looked ahead a bit perplexed and even a bit disappointed. You know you're pretty hot for a girl with glasses, wanna go out. It was at school that time, and Ye, who'd been standing near her, winced at the boy's blanted and monotone way of asking her out in the middle of lunch. Mako twitched annoyedly. No thanks. Hanagaki-chan, behind school. Hanagaki-senpai, outside her class. Mako-chan, on a school trip. You're so over. Pretty and over. Beautiful and over. Hot. Great personality. She twitched at every confession, forced a smile for every rejection, felt sympathy for only a select few she could tell that were honest. But for Hanagaki Mako, the idea of romance was nice. Even beautiful, it was something she could long and dream for, but when given the chance for it. She stared at herself in the mirror confused. Why don't I like anyone? She had crushes, many fictional in nature, but she knew she'd had real ones too. There was a boy in her childhood that her brother and her befriended. She was pretty sure she'd started crushing on her wakanae before she decided he was too old for her, and even Ye, her best friend, had made her stomach twist into knots for a short while before she came to solidly view her nothing more than a friend. There's something wrong with me? Yes, Mikey shouted, pulling up to the beach. What'd I say? He turned to taunt the others coming in behind him and Mako. My bike's the best. Oh, fuck you, Badgie shouted in second. You had a head start. Says the guy who challenged him, Draken smirked, in third as Emma cheered from behind him. We were so close to second too. Draken, you were awesome. She praised, and the blonde-haired teen blushed slightly as the younger Sano sibling clung to him tighter. Yeah, well, next time I'll make sure we win, he confidently said as Emma cheered in agreement. Yes, not last, Mitsuya cheered as he rolled in soon after. Pulling his bike to a stop, he turned to try and check on Yae. So hey, you ga. Yae flung herself from the bike, face green and sheened with sweat. She almost dragged Mitsuya and his bike down with the way she flung herself off. She moaned and groaned, landing on her face, legs like jello as the world spun all around and she shivered in place. Nah, TTO. Yai, Mako exclaimed in shock, getting Mikey's help to get off his bike as she quickly rushed over. Shit, Mitsuya quickly secured his bike in place before getting off to kneel beside the sickly-looking Yae. Hey, what's wrong? Is she okay? Emma and Draken concernedly ran up as Pa and Pei finally caught up raging. God damn it, Pa shouted loudly as he and Pei angrily sulked beside his bike. How'd they beat us? Damn you, Mitsuya. Bystanders on the beachside stopped to either stare at the biker group or hurry by even faster as the two boys raged. Mikey curiously stared at the group that formed around Yae as they helped her up, and Badgie and Chifuyu came up behind curiously. They definitely cheated. Pei yelled, he and Pa not noticing yet what had occurred with one of the girls. Or you just got too damn cocky, Badgie yelled, pointing at the pair. That's what you get for gloating dumbasses. Also, read the room. Can't you see we got a man down? I wonder what's wrong. Chifuyu wondered as he watched Mitsuya move away from the small group, jogging towards a snack bar. Did one of the girls get sick or something? Don't know, Mikey muttered, looking towards Draken, who looked back at him to give him a reassuring nod. It wasn't anything too serious, it seems. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Pa yelled. Yeah, you trying to pick a fight, Pei shouted as the group ignored the two. Shaking from her place beside Mitsuyu's bike, Yae whimpered as Mako and Emma now both stood beside her cooing and trying to soothe the green-faced teen. Oh my god, we weren't last, Herg. She covered her mouth as the urge to gag came to her. My stomach's still in knots. There, Mako sympathetically cooed, rubbing her friend's back guilty. I'm so sorry, Yae, I totally forgot about your motion sickness. Seriously? Draken concernedly asks, standing crossed-armed by the three girls. But she seemed fine before we left the city. Swallowing loudly, Yae groaned as she leaned into Mako's gentle touch. That's because we started out slow for a while before picking up speed. I was able to get used to that before my stomach really got too upset or my head dizzy. She explained before moaning into Mako's shoulder. Talk about embarrassing. If it's any consolation, you did better than I did the first time I rode a motorcycle. Emma tried to console. I let Mikey distract me and fell off our brother's bike when he tried taking off with me on it. I did not, Mikey shouted. Badgie was the one who did it. Huh? The long dark-haired male shouted. Don't lie, I wasn't the one teasing Emma about being nervous about her first time. That was all you. Was not. Was so. Was not. Was so. Both of you shut up, Draken snapped, noting the way Ye whimpered at the added loud noise. Can't you see we're dealing with something now, thanks to you dumbasses? It was then that Mitsuya came back from a nearby snack bar by the parked bikes to hand Ye a water bottle. Here we go, drink this. This should help calm your nerves a bit. Thank you, Ye almost cried while taking the drink in hand. I'm sorry again for jumping off the way I did. She apologized, embarrassed. I promise I'll be better on the way back. She mumbled around the bottle before sighing in a bit of relief, before blushing embarrassedly. That is if you're still fine with me as your passenger after what just happened. She quietly muttered near the end. Only if you promise to actually use that safe word of yours like you said you would. Mitsuya sighed, as Draken, and some of the more cultured individuals of their small group all whipped their heads towards Mitsuya and Ye, wide-eyed, while Mikey and Badgie just stared at the pair confused. I know, Ye almost sobbed, but we were so close to catching up and getting out of last place, I croaked under pressure. I'm sorry, Mitsuya, was it? Mako asked as the silver-haired teen nodded in confirmation. All right, got it. As I was saying, sorry about this. I'm partially to blame for Yai being in this state. I should have probably warned you guys about her motion sickness. At this, Ye could only shake her head. No, it's my fault for not speaking up sooner. She quietly muttered, leaning back on the bike a bit. I just really hoped I'd be able to handle it. Hey, it's fine, Draken reassured. Would it have been nice to have this info ahead of time? Sure. But you girls technically didn't even know about the change of transportation plans till we got ya. He sent Mikey a glare at this as the blonde stuck his tongue out in retaliation. And hey, if you were handling it up until the race, I'd say you were doing pretty okay for a chick who gets motion sick. Emma nodded at this, brushing a bit of Ye's hair out of the redhead's eyes. He's right, just don't force yourself next time. Thank you, Emma-chan. Mitsuya-kun, Draken-kun. Ye blushed embarrassed as Mako lightly patted her shoulder. Better. Better? Ye nodded, smiling at her dark-haired friend as she held out her drink to her. Want some? I'm good. Mako shook her head smiling, as Ye shrugged, finishing off the drink slowly. So, we're at the beach. I know your name's Mitsuya. She pointed to said boy as he nodded. But what about the rest? Leaning her body somewhat, she looked towards Pa and Pei, then over to Mikey, as he and Badgie bantered with Chifuyu close by. Right, we haven't really done proper introductions. Emma hummed, before gesturing to the two girls to Mitsuya. Mitsuya, this is my friend Mako-chan, and her friend Ye-chan. They're the ones who came up with the whole coming to the beach plan today. I see. Hanagaki Mako, Mako quickly established, though I usually go by May, and apparently I now thanks to Mikey, I guess. She sighed, as Ye gave a nod. And I'm Suzumi Ye, though I'm fine with Yai. Can I please not be called Ye-cha? Sorry, Yai-chan, Emma apologized. Once Mikey nicknames for ya, it tends to stick. Damn it, Ye groaned as Mako laughed at her friend's suffering. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. If I remember right, you used to hate being called Yai by me, and look at you now, you don't even blink twice at telling everyone to use it for ya. Maybe Ye-ch will grow on you too. Sure, grow on me, like mold, Ye dryly muttered as Mako only laughed. So I and Yai, Mitsuya hummed, seeing the girls nod in approval. All right, I got it. Name's Mitsuya Takashi, though everyone just calls me Mitsuya. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Mikey hasn't really shut up about you or your brother since you met. Ah, Tilda, that sounds so sweet. Mako cooed before dryly asking, did he tell you how he called me and my brother his bitches, and how I flipped him off while him and Draken walked away? Mitsuya snorted, no, he did not. At least tell me Draken told you about how my sweet, precious future sister-in-law slapped him, and I flicked him a few times. Oh yeah, Draken chuckled, definitely told them about that. I still want to meet the girl who did that. Emma whines, I need to hug her for doing what no other girl has tried before. You mean outside you and I? Draken asked, as Emma just huffed. Hit Mikey when he's being a total dumbass. Ye blinked before pointing to Emma as she looked to Draken. Can we take that as a yes? That is a yes. Mitsuya and Draken bluntly replied at once, as Mako blinked a few times. Seriously, no offense, but I'm actually shocked the list is so small. Don't be. I think the only reason it's not bigger is cause Mikey tends to be so aloof and not talk to people unless he really has to or they caught his attention. He scares most people off half the time with just his reputation alone. Ah, see that? Mako nodded, pointing to Emma, that I can believe he's got that face, you know. Draken blinked, surprised. What face? You know, that I'm so bored I could sleep all day sort of face that cats make. I bet he even sleeps a lot like them. At this, Emma, Draken, and Mitsuya all imagine Mikey with cat ears, Taiyaki in his mouth, boredly sitting with his usual aloof expression as he ate the sweet. Meow Tilda. Emma's hands flew to her mouth, a snort barely contained as she tried to stop herself from laughing out loud. She failed once. Draken and Mitsuya burst out in their own laughs. Oh shit, Draken snickered. She's right. I've seen strays with that exact same look near my place. He's even needy like a cat if you think of it. Mitsuya snorted as Emma struggled to breathe. He's just like one, aloof 1 second and needy the next. He even sleeps the day away like one if you don't stop him. Oi, Mikey shouted, noting the trio laughing as Mako mischievously smiled from beside them. What are you guys laughing about? I want to know, Mikey curiously asked as Ye looked at him with a deadpan stare. I don't think you do. Mikey frowned at this. Yeah, I do. Why wouldn't I? I want to know what's so funny. He pouted, lightly glaring at Ye as Emma, Draken, and Mitsuya had to face their backs to him, unable to unsee the cat comparison as of yet. Ye nervously began to say as Mako simply walked over to Mikey unbothered. You really want to know? Yeah, of course I do, Mikey pouted as the other came up behind him. So what's all this commotion about? Chifuyu asked as Mako only smiled. Placing her hands on Mikey's shoulder, the boy blinked, allowing her to turn him around to face the other four as she leaned on his back to peek over his shoulders. So, honestly speaking, Mikey-kun here, doesn't he just scream bored and aloof kitten Tilda? The males blinked once, twice, 3 times. Badgie exploded with laughter, alongside Pa. Pei and Chifuyu froze up in shock. And Mikey. Mikey's head whipped back to look at Mako as she mischievously smiled up at his wide-eyed expression. Whoops, I meant cat. Badgie fell and laughed even harder. Oh shit. I can see it, I just imagined your cat when he's bored next to Mikey, Chifuyu. It's true, I can't breathe. Wah, it can't be that funny, Chifuyu shouted, trying to snap his captain out of his hysterical laughter. Badgie-san, you need to stop and breathe. Breathe. Pa? Pei confusedly asked as Pa continued to laugh, leaning forward a bit. No, I see it. Mikey's definitely a cat, even my pea-sized brain can see it. Whoa, then it must be true, Pei exclaimed in shock, gapping at Pa as he and Badgie continued to laugh. Glaring at Mako, Mikey began to huff. Only to stop as she pulled away with a pat on his back. Sorry, Tilda, it was just an observation. She innocently apologized. If it's any consolation, I'm definitely more of a cat person myself. She jokingly purred, making kitty cat paw gestures with her hands cutely as Mikey pouted at her. Yeah, well, he paused, having to think while looking the girl over before a comeback finally came to mind. If I'm a cat, then you're definitely a cat too. You're just as mischievous and mad as them. He proudly exclaimed, pointing at Mako, imagining the day they'd first met when Mako angrily flipped him off, and the image of a hissing cat side by side. The girl blinked in shock before smiling playfully, hands going behind her back as she tilted herself slightly while looking up at Mikey. Well, that's cool. I love cats, Mako happily admitted, Mikey's heart skipping a beat as he noticed the pure playful joy as she continued to play around with him. I guess we can be cats together, Naya Tilda, she playfully meowed, causing Mikey to blush. Hold on, Mitsuya muttered, gapping at the 2 teens. What am I watching? Are they flirting? Emma almost seemed to be shocked, asked, as she watched her brother and Mako banter with one another. Draken scratched the back on his head, honestly, no clue. Blinking at the scene, Ye only shook her head. Nah, the trio asked, turning to the calm short-haired teen. That's just Mako in general with people she's comfortable with. Ye explained. She's the same way with Take Michikun's friends. One time, I walked in on a conversation between Mako and Atsushi-kun, that's his best friend. Ye clarified as the teens all nodded attentively, sharing stupid and outrageously corny pickup lines just to make the boy squirm. It's hilarious. She smirked amusingly as Draken laughed at the mental image of Take Michi squirming in place over his sister, jokingly flirting with one of his friends. That sounds amazing. Looking back at the bantering duo, though, Ye frowned slightly, noting a slight spark in her friend's gaze as her cheeks slightly flushed. At least, I don't think they're purposely flirting. All right, that's it, Badgie exclaimed. Jumping up from the ground, walking over to Mako, he threw his arm around her shoulder, grinning, causing Mikey to freeze up when he noticed Mako tense up under Badgie's touch. You and me, Badgie grinned, pointing between Mako and himself. We gotta be friends. Name's Badgie Kaizeki, but everyone just calls me Badgie. You're I, right? He slightly tightened his hold on Mako's shoulders and stared at the smaller girl a bit curiously. She definitely isn't some dainty girl, Badgie noted, feeling the tense muscle of the girl under his arm. She's definitely unique. Realizing that the boy was just trying to be friendly, Mako relaxed slightly, shrugging his arm off with a slight twitch of her brow and a quiet mutter of, "Personal space, please," as she leaned back from the taller teen with her hand confidently propped on her hip as she stared up at the grinning teen. I guess that's what Mikey-kun's been telling people, but the name's actually Hanagaki Mako. She explained before playfully winking, I usually go by May, but call me I if you really want. Looking towards Chifuyu, Pa, and Pei who'd been listening, she added, that of course goes for all of you too. Let's get along, Kei, she carefully smiled, as Chifuyu and Pei blushed at the girl's closed-mouth smile. Pretty. So pretty. The boys both muttered aloud, as they seemed to notice now up close how attractive the dark-haired girl in the sundress actually was. Mako twitched, body a bit stiff, Ye, who watched from afar shaking her head, only able to imagine just what was going on. Yeah, that's typically the result of Mako being playful. Badgie could only shake his head, as Mikey stared at the three boys. Oh boy, here we go again, Badgie muttered. Him and Mikey were more than used to the guys having a bit of weakness for what they deemed to be a pretty girl, and if nothing else both boys could admit, Mako was attractive in a physical sense. Mikey pouted a bit though, noting the attention Mako received. Unsure what to feel about his friend's reactions to Mako's smile, but also unsure of how to feel about her obvious discomfort to their sudden attention. Stepping forward, blushing nervously himself, Pa puffed himself up and aggressively said, I'm Hayashida Haruki, call me Pa-chin. I'm not really smart, but if you're a friend of Mikey's, Draken, and Badgie, then you gotta be a friend of mine. She blinked at the boy, Mako exclaimed. Ah, smacking her fist down in her hand, I see you're a proud idiot. I am, he proudly nodded. We are, Pei-yan shouted, coming up beside Pa blushing. Ryohei Hayashi, Pei-yan, I'm Pa-chin's right hand. Let's get along, Okay, Mako decided to laugh, as she agreed to the boy's offer to get along. Maybe if I treat them like the guys, the image of her brothers and her male friends came to mind, I'll feel less awkward. Ye watched this from beside Emma, and Mitsuya and couldn't help but feel confused. Why are those two scary-looking guys proudly announcing they're dumb? Humming from beside her, Emma could only shrug. Pa and Pei are a bit weird. Don't worry though, they may look and act a bit aggressive, but the guys aren't all that bad, Mitsuya reassured as Draken nodded. Yeah, they're just a bit unique. I see. Throwing his arm over Chifuyu's shoulder, Badgie dragged the blonde and black-haired teen forward. Hey, Chifuyu, come on. Don't just hang around back there, come and introduce yourself. Ah, Badgie-san, wait, Chifuyu exclaimed, almost feeling himself trip as his captain and friend pushed him forward. Catching himself, Chifuyu nervously looked up at Mako and froze when he noticed her smiling at him. Ahem, Chifuyu questioned, just as Mako giggled. He's so cute, Mako thought before holding out her hand. Chifuyu-kun, right? Hi, Chifuyu almost stuttered, taking Mako's hand and blinking as he stared down at their joined hands. They're not that soft. He thought confused, taking note of the slight muscle on the girl's arms as well. Chifuyu Matsuno, nice to meet you. Ni, "Yai, come over here and introduce yourself to these guys," Mako called out to her red-haired friend as said girl sighed. Kay, brushing some of her hair behind her ear as she began to move to join her friend. Yay, not realizing she had caught both Draken's and Mitsuya's surprised attention when they noted the cuff chain, earring, and stud that had been hidden beneath her hair. The supposedly reserved-looking girl, even with her fiery red hair, seemed to have some stylish piercings. "Whoa, nice piercing," Mitsuya muttered before wincing to touch the upper corner of his ear as he noticed the piercing Ye had there. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, she was definitely coming off as a straight lace. Draken agreed as they saw Ye introduce herself more standoffish with the others. Emma asked, "Did you guys just notice her piercing now?" She asked as the two boys turned to her surprise. "Wait, you knew?" Emma nodded. "Yeah," Emma hummed. "When I was soothing her with Mei-chan, I noticed a few on one of her ears." She explained, "It surprised me, but I didn't think it was my place to ask." "Oi, Emma, Draken, Mitsuya," Mikey shouted as the small trio looked over to him and the others. "Let's go get changed," Mako waved. "We don't want to miss out on the fun in the sun." "Yeah," Mikey shouted. "Hurry up, you slowpokes." "Oi," Draken growled. "We're not slow." "Hurry," Mikey whined as Emma sighed. "Calm your horses." July 17, 2005. "Oi, Mitsuya." Draken crossed his arms as he and the guys, minus Pa and Pei, all stood outside the changing rooms after getting changed themselves. "Go help Pa and Pei set up our spot." Mitsuya frowned. "Why do I gotta go?" "You were the one closest to last place in the race," Badgie teased as the silver-haired teen glared at him. "With good reason, and if I remember right, you just barely avoided losing to me." "Yeah, but I still won," Badgie arrogantly shot back as Draken frowned at the two. "Look, I don't care who goes, but we all know those two are bound to get into some trouble if some dumbasses piss them off. We don't need a fight breaking out and dragging the girls into a mess." "Then send Chifuyu," Mitsuya argued, pointing to Badgie's right-hand man. "The kid's got a good head on his shoulders. I'm sure he can make sure those two don't get into too much trouble." "Oi," Badgie snapped, "don't just offer up my guy without permission." "I'm just saying, it's an option," Mitsuya glared. "Why do I always have to play the second babysitter?" Mikey hummed, looking over at his arguing guys. "If it's that much of a problem." He held his fist up, grinning. "Why don't you rock, paper, scissors to see who goes with help the guys?" "You mean leave it up to luck?" Chifuyu asked as Badgie grinned. "I'm down, you good with that, Mitsuya?" Sighing, the silver-haired teen smirked. "Sure. You suck at rock, paper, scissors anyway." "I do not," Badgie snapped, as Draken glared at Mikey. "Seriously, you couldn't have just ordered one of them to go." "Tilda, come on, it's beach day, Kenshin. There's no need to be so serious and order the guys around." "You literally ordered a race." "Yeah, before we got to the beach," Mikey shrugged, "plus it was all in fun." "You literally dubbed Pa and Pei the group's packed mules for the day and sent them to put our stuff down somewhere." Draken deadpanned as Badgie shouted in frustration. "Chifuyu, you traitor." "Sorry, Badgie-san, but Mitsuya's right." Chifuyu laughed. "You do suck at rock, paper, scissors." "And with that, you're on babysitter duty." Mitsuyu smugly smirked. "Good luck." "Yeah, fuck you," Badgie huffed, looking at Chifuyu. "You staying or you wanna come with?" I think I'll come." "Great. If only to keep Badgie-san out of trouble too." "Chifuyu, I swear I will." Inside the girls' changing room, Ye twitched as she stared at Emma, adjusting her two-piece bikini. Shifting her gaze to Mako then, who was already dressed, the girl, having apparently come with her swimsuit under her clothes, placed her glasses aside in their case before she tied a sheer skirt cover around her waist. "Hey," Ye began, looking down at her own swimsuit-clad body and then Emma. "So, no offense, Emma-chan, but how old are you?" Emma blinked, confused, looking over at the red-haired girl, giving the now short ponytail-haired girl a quick look. Oh, she even has a piercing on her belly button. She noted the small star piercing before answering. "I'm 13, soon to be 14 this year. Why?" Ye's head smacked into a wall, depressed. "Life's not fair." What's that supposed to mean?" Emma exclaimed, staring at the redhead in shock. Mako sighed at the redhead's depressed reaction. "Not this again." "Again?" Emma exclaimed as Mako sighed. Yeah, Yai's a bit self-conscious of her assets. Mako lightly gestured to her chest area as Emma silently mouthed. Oh. It just doesn't make sense. Yai muttered. My mother's practically a model, and even boss-on stacked. Why am I a goddamn ironing board? Yai, for the last time you're not that small. Mako deadpanned. You're relatively developed and 15. You've got maybe another year or two to grow a bit more. Why does it even matter if your boobs aren't big? I say you should take the blessing. Mako sighed, rolling her shoulders stiffly, causing a few crack sounds. At least you don't have to deal with back pain, or struggle with finding cute clothes you like that aren't snug, or have to deal with unwanted attention. Emma nodded in agreement and understanding, as Mako voiced their shared struggles. Yei glared, pouting. At least you weren't mistaken for a guy until you put on a skirt. People thought you were a guy. Emma shrieked in shock, gaping at Yei, but you're so pretty. At this, Yei's green eyes sparkled with almost unshed tears as she looked to Emma. Really? Do you really think so? Oh, come on, Mako almost yelled. I've told you you're pretty all the time. How come you believe her but not me? Giving Mako a deadpan face, Yeo answered. You're my best friend, therefore you're biased. I am not, Mako huffed. I can totally be brutally honest, I'm not blind, you know. You, huh? Ye sighed, shaking her head. Yet you still go totally soft whenever it involves your brother. Ye thought. Oi, what's with that look? Mako glared, noting the unamused look Ye gave her. Nothing, Ye just looked away. That's definitely not nothing. I still can't believe people confuse you for a guy. Emma frowned as she looked at Ye. You have pretty long lashes, and Mei-chan isn't wrong when she says you have a figure. Sure, maybe not to my and Mei-chan's levels, but you're far from being flat, Emma observed, looking the red-haired teen over. Sighing, Ye could feel her cheek become flush. Yeah, well, that's now, and that was then. Turning, she began to walk away towards the exit. Look, I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just go join up with the guys. I'm sure they're getting tired of waiting for us. Emma opened her mouth to try and speak out and apologize, thinking she might have crossed a line. She was stopped when Mako laid a gentle hand on her shoulder and shook her head. It's okay, Emma-chan. Yai's not mad right now, just embarrassed. Really? Smiling at the honey-eyed girl, Mako nodded. Yeah, Yai's a bit standoffish with people she first meets, but I swear if she were mad you'd know. Grabbing hers and Yai's things, she began to walk ahead. She's just not used to having someone other than me or her grandparents get mad on her behalf. She'll come around soon enough. Emma smiled at this, feeling a bit proud of this, but most of all reassured that she had done right. That's good. I'd really like to be friends with her. At this, Mako smiled in return. You know, I think she'd like to be your friend too. Stepping out the changing room together, the two girls found Ye, awkwardly standing outside and even talking to Draken with Mikey and Mitsuya. Huh. Emma blinked in surprise. Where's Baji and Chifuyu? Looking away from Ye, Draken began to open his mouth only to pause as he stared at Emma. Mako and Ye blinked in shock at the tall teen's sudden silence. Mako looked at Emma, then Draken, then Ye, Mitsuya, and finally Mikey. Stopping on the girl's brother, Mako's eyes became wide. The boy was slightly smirking, eye between his sister and Draken, as if expecting or waiting for something to happen. The realization hit her when her gaze snapped back to Emma, and she noted a familiar love-struck and hopeful look in her eyes. She'd seen her brother and even Hina share that look towards one another a few times as of late. Mako almost squealed internally. Oh my God, she thought. M-chan and Draken? No way, no way, no way, she thought. I can't believe I didn't see it earlier, and look at that. She looked directly at Mikey, catching his gaze as he blinked at her suddenly grinning expression. It seems I'm not the only older sibling trying to play matchmaker. She giggled into her hand, eyeing the two lovebirds. Not realizing, Mikey was now looking her over a bit with a slight blush, as she mischievously smiled up at the silent Draken. Nee, Draken-kun? The braided teen's head snapped to Mako when he noted a familiar teasing tone in her voice. What's wrong? Mako hummed, noting him twitch a bit annoyed when he noted her mischievous smile. Cat got your tongue? She'd thrown her arm around Emma, making the blonde-haired girl blush as she realized what Mako was trying to ask Draken. Draken began to growl as Mikey, noting what Mako was doing, began to smile smugly as he looked up at his much taller friend. Yeah, Kenshin, what's up? Something wrong with the way the girls. The entire group could hear that he really meant Emma. Look. Here we go again. Mitsuya quietly sighed, shaking his head. Mikey, Draken warned, glaring, as Yae looked between everyone. Okay, I'm so confused, Yae thought. I think I know what's going on. She looked between the glaring Draken and hopeful Emma, but she gave the smiling Mako and Mikey a deadpan expression. I don't think those two are really helping the situation right now. Sighing, Yae mentally cried to herself. Welp, here I go. Turning to Mitsuya, Yae smiled. So, you were saying Baji-san, and Chifuyu-kun went ahead to help Hayashida-san and Ryohei-kun. Seriously, Mikey and Mako both mentally screamed, glaring at the smiling red-haired girl. Damn it, Yae. We almost had him. Draken almost sighed in relief as he side-eyed Yae. Oh, thank God, Yae, I owe you, like 10. Emma pouted a bit upset, dang it. Blinking at the redhead's obvious redirection, Mitsuya nodded with a relieved smile. Yeah, we wanted to make sure those two found a good spot. I see. She turned to Mako and the pouting Emma, trying her best to ignore Mikey's glare. So, I know putting Draken-kun on the spot must be fun. Hey, the taller teen snapped as Mikey, Mako, and Mitsuya all seemed to snicker at this. Okay, I take back what I said. But come on, we came to the beach to have fun, right? Yae tried to say with pep, looking to Mako for help. Her eyes screaming for her friend's help as she said, so, why are we all just standing around messing with the poor guy when we could be having some fun out on the beach? Sighing at her friend's obvious discomfort at trying to hype up the group, Mako decided to take charge. You know, she's right. She is, the group asked. I am. Yae felt her stomach knot up once she realized the look on Mako's face. Oh no. Yeah, so what if Draken got a little tongue-tied thinking Emma looked cute in her swimsuit? I thought no such thing. Draken shouted as Mako smirked at the braided teen, making him freeze up, as he was met with a predatory look in the smaller girl's eyes. Yae facepalmed at this. He walked right into her trap. Really? Mako hummed. So you don't think Emma looks good in her bikini, and after she worried so much over whether or not it looked good on her? Mako lied, as Emma stood up straight at this. That's so cold, Draken, and here, I thought you were a pretty cool guy who could give a girl a nice compliment in her time of need. Draken flushed as he noticed Mikey snickering from beside him, alongside Mitsuya. Oi. What about you guys? Mako confidently exclaimed, pointing to Mitsuya. What do you think of our swimsuits? Put on the spot, Mitsuya stood up straight, looking the three girls over quickly, before nodding with a gentlemanly smile. I'd say you all look great, cute but still stylish in a tropical sense. He looked at Yae then. I say I like yours most though with the flower patterns you got going on. Oh, Yae smiled at this. Thanks, I was honestly worried the flowers would clash too much with my red hair, but I really like them. Nah, they're fine. You got the right colors going to make them work. Nodding at Mitsuya's and Yae's conversation, Mako pointed to Mikey. And you. Mikey hummed boredly at this and threw his arms behind his head. I guess you all look cute, though I don't really know what that would mean for a girl wearing swimsuits. He looked the girl over, lingering on Mako's Cheshire grin before smiling at Emma. Though I'm sure I'm just biased since I'm such a great older brother, I think Emma's definitely looking good for the day. Emma blushed at this, smiling at her brother's help. Mikey. Of course. Mako nodded to herself, then looked up at Draken. So you see, Draken, there's no need to get so shy. Mikey and Mitsuya quietly snorted at this. It's okay to give us girls and Emma, she emphasized, an honest opinion on how we look. Clicking his tongue, Draken turned his gaze away, only turning his eyes back to the three girls for a bit from the corner of his eyes as he muttered. Fine. You look great, especially you, Emma. Don't see why you were even so worried about the damn two-piece. Emma smiled boldly at this, cheeks flushed as she slightly wiggled in place excitedly. Oh, you know Tilda new swimsuit and whatnot, I wasn't sure I got the right one for myself. Oi, Badgie's loud yell cut into the group's moment. Hurry up, guys, we got the spot set up. Coming, Mikey shouted before turning to the others, specifically Draken, smiling smugly. So, we all ready to go? The taller teen glared but nodded. Yeah. Laughing to herself, Mako grabbed Emma's hand. Then let's go, I want to crack the watermelon open now. She began to drag Emma away as the blonde gaped at Mako in shock. Huh, watermelon. Wait, where did she get a watermelon from? Mitsuya asked as the three guys turned to Yae as she stared at the three deadpan. You mean you didn't notice how big her bag was? The guys shook their heads rapidly. She sighed at this. Seriously, what did you think she had in that thing? A bunch of towels and a beach ball. Don't answer that. She began to jog past them. Come on, or she'll somehow convince the others to crack it open with her and leave us nothing. The guys quickly followed at this. July 17, 2005 Emma. Bam! Crack! Splat! The teens gaped and broke into cheers. Whoa! Go Emma! Yeah! How hot. Slowly standing up with a slight twitch, Emma pushed up the white blindfold she wore. Ah, it splattered everywhere. She moaned, trying to whip away the watermelon juices that splatter her face as she looked down at the open fruit. Here, Draken said as he came up beside her and began to whip her face like a concerned mother making her pout in frustration. Hold still. I know, she huffed as the other quickly came in to grab at the watermelon. And here I thought he was starting to see me grown up. She annoyedly thought, watching as Draken snapped at the others, specifically her brother and Pa who tried taking more than their fair share, even as he managed to tenderly help wipe the watermelon off her face. I knew she could do it, Mako giggled as she ate a piece of her share. Licking her lips as she pulled back from her watermelon slice, Yae hummed. It was taking forever. I'm honestly shocked you missed May. Usually, you're really good at getting the watermelon. Huffing at her friend's words, Mako glared at Mikey as he sent her a smug look. Yeah, well if someone didn't purposely screw with my directions. Hey, what comes around goes around Tilda. For the last time, it was an accident, Mako shouted. I got my lefts and rights mixed up. It happens. Baji and a few of the guys snorted at this, Mitsuya and Chifuyu both sending them looks as they said. You've done the same thing while driving. Well, what do you know, it was an accident for me too. Mikey shrugged, as Emma and Draken finally took a seat on either side of him. Now listen here, you smug little. Yae stood up smacking Mako's back. Eek! Making the guys and Emma blink and stare at the girl's high-pitched squeal. So cute. Ma, I'm still hungry after that. Anyone want to go with me to grab some food from the stands to share? She pointed to the stalls that lined the outer parts of the beachfront. I think I saw a stand selling some teiyaki and yakisoba not that far. Count me in, Baji shouted standing up. Chifuyu, you want to go get some? Baji excitedly asked as he stared down at his second grinning. Sure, the boy nodded before looking to the others. Any of you guys wanting some? Sure. Yeah. I'll help you bring it back. Yai, if you see any yaki dango, get me some please. Mako quickly shouted out, as Yae, Chifuyu, Baji, Pa, and Pei all headed towards the stand Yae had mentioned. Hi Tilda, Yae, boredly replied, waving back at the girl without looking back. Bring me some too, Yae chai, Mikey shouted out as Yae quietly grumbled to herself. I'm not your pack mule. Baji laughed at this, slapping the redhead lightly on the back. Don't worry, I'll get it. Thanks, Yae sighed. I'm already gonna have to murder my wallet to feed her. Huh, so you have that problem too. Baji jokes and the group laughs as they walk further away. So how did you carry a whole watermelon on your back this whole time? Mitsuya curiously asked, looking at Mako curiously. Oh please, like it's that hard, she scoffed, leaning back. No offense, but, Draken hummed, you're kinda tiny. He pointed out, making Mako and Emma both twitch. Draken? Emma lightly scolded. Feeling offended on behalf of the girl, she's seen pin a grown man to the floor with his arm behind his back. What? Draken blinked in shock. It's just an observation. He remembered then how he and Mikey first saw Mako, then again. Mitsuya, ever the peacekeeper of his friend group, decided then to try and step in. To be fair, Emma, I does kinda come off like you appearance-wise. What's that supposed to mean? Emma glared, making the silver-haired teen jump a bit in fear. Yeah, look at your boss, Mako retorted, waving her hand towards Mikey, who seemed to just wave nonchalantly at the situation. Granted he has visible muscles, but my point still stands, he looks small too. He just has a mean kick. Ah, Tilda, you noticed. Mikey teased before Emma hummed, looking Mako over. Though speaking of muscle. She leaned over and poked Mako's stomach, noting the flat stomach, though lacking any signs of, say, abs, was toned enough to know there was muscle built up. Even though you're barely any taller than me, your muscles are actually a bit notable. At this, the boys all turned to stare at Mako as she blinked at them. Huh, what do you mean? Flexing her arm a bit, she watched the muscle tighten a bit, but found nothing to warrant Emma's remark. I mean, of course they're notable, I work out. That's normal. Oh, Tilda, Mikey leaned into Mako's personal space to look at her arm. Can I feel? Oh yeah, sure. Mako nodded as both he and Emma began to poke and squeeze at her arm. Huh, I know you felt strong, but I didn't realize you were this fit. Mikey absently noted, remembering the grip she had on his wrist back when he first visited her school. What does he mean by she felt strong? Mitsuya asked Draken, as the taller teen could only shake his head. You technically already know. That doesn't answer my question. Mei-chan is so deceiving, Emma absently hummed. She looks so small and delicate most of the time, but then you see her like this or kicking someone's ass. Mikey hummed, nodding at his sister's words. I know, and then it's like she's still small and cute, but she's secretly deadly too. Okay, I'm starting to feel really uncomfortable here. Mako muttered, having both Sano siblings continue to basically grope at her arms. Please stop. What did we come back to? Yay, deadpan disturbed, the 5 teens turning to look at her and the others as they stared at the group with food in their hands. Mako seemed to dramatically start to cry as she called out to her friend. Yai, help, they won't stop groping me. Baji spit takes his ramyun drink on Chifuyu, as Pa and Pei began choking on the food in their mouths. Yay, almost stunned, gaped at the trio. Who's doing what to who now? Seriously, context, Draken shouted, glaring at the teens as Mitsuya snickered next to him. July 17, 2005 Mako. Mako stared down at the sleeping boy. From behind her, Pa and Pei were trying to see who could dig the deepest hole in the sand, while Mitsuya, Ye, and Draken all blew up some pool floaties and a beach ball. Emma and her were supposed to be picking up their small mess with Baji and Chifuyu. So, is this just a today thing, or does Mikey falls asleep after every meal? Mako curiously asked as she looked back at the others. It's a Mikey thing, Draken sighed, throwing the beach ball he inflated up in the air. Definitely a Mikey thing. Emma nodded, yeah, though him falling asleep is just sorta his thing. I still don't know how he passes his classes when he sleeps through them. Draken darkly muttered at this, truly life's greatest mystery. I see, Mako nodded to herself, eyeing a bucket and pail close by. And, how deep of a sleeper would you say Mikey is? Ye's ears twitched at this, and she accidentally released the inflatable ring she was trying to inflate as she looked back at her friend in fear. Mako. Baji shrugs at this, it depends mostly. Sometimes he's quick to wake up, Emma nodded. And sometimes he's a pain in the ass to drag out of bed. Draken finished, as Ye became more and more nervous as she noticed the slight mischievous grin that began to form on her friend's lips. And now, walking over to his friend, Baji lightly nudged Mikey with his foot. I'd say out like a light. Why? Baji stopped as he noticed the smile on her face. Who wants to bury the lazy butt in the sand? May no, Ye squeaked. May yes, Mako mischievously snickered. Do you have a death wish? Draken deadpan staring at the girl. Oh come on, Mako grinned. The guy's asleep and left the cleanup to us. Even Pa and Pei did their fair share of cleaning up before dicking around. She pointed out, as she gestured to Pa chasing Pei while shouting about the other boy, about getting sand in Pa's shorts. What do you say? A little bit of karma, a little bit of fun. Emma-chan, you in? I'll let you choose the body we make him with the sand. Mako excitedly turned to Emma. The girl twitched, eyeing her brother's vulnerable form before shifting her gaze towards Draken, who stared at Mako as if she had lost her mind. I think I'll pass, she muttered before holding up a camera from her bag, but I wouldn't mind taking pictures if you do it. At least someone's being mature. Draken huffed as Mitsuya sent him a smirk. Like you have room to talk, don't tell me you're not half tempted to take up her offer. Twitching at the other teen's jab, Draken felt heat try to rise up his cheeks as he glared at the silver-haired boy. No, I'm not. Sure. Yai. Oh hell no. Ye almost yelled, making an X with her arms. Look, I'm all for watching your chaotic reign of terror, but I'm not about to risk my own neck to help you burn the world down. Boo, Mako huffed before pouting, you stick in the mud. Oi, Ye snapped, eye twitching. Yeah. Mako waved her quietly glaring friend off before looking to the other boys. What about you guys, interest? No thanks, Mitsuya sighed. I'll have to agree with Yai and Draken on this. I don't need Mikey after my ass for burying him alive. Chifuyu-kun. The blonde blinked a few times, nervously looking between the whole group and Mikey. Oh, come on, Mako huffed, turning to Baji. Okay, Baji-kun, what about you? You look like a chaotic force of nature waiting to cause mayhem. You want to help me mess with Mikey a bit. Baji crossed his arms and glared down at the shorter, dark-haired girl. You want me? To help you bury my best friend in the sand while he sleeps. You are some special kinda stupid, he said, making Mako pout, until a wicked smile spreads across his face, stretching ear to ear. I'm down. Yeah, Mako cheered, double high-fiving the teen, as Draken groaned into his hand. Great, there's 2 of them now. Ye pulled out her phone. Should I call an ambulance? Emma waved her off. Nah, they'll be fine. Probably. I meant to send them to a mental hospital. Ye deadpanned, cause obviously they're crazy. Oh, Emma looked over to the 2 dark-haired teens, who had now roped Chifuyu into their plans. Maybe. Mitsuya laughed at this. I mean, who's crazier them for doing? That. He gestured in the general direction of Mako and Baji. Or us for being friends with them. It could be worse, Draken muttered jokingly. It could be contagious. Guys, Ye points to the group where now Pa and Pei had joined in the process of burying Mikey, and Emma, camera in hand, was helping direct the construction of her brother's mermaid tale. Pretty sure it's contagious. Taking a step back, the whole group stared down at their masterpiece. Baji's arms were proudly around Mako and Chifuyu as he patted their backs, Pa and Pei proudly patting their backs, Emma snapping a few shots as she smiled at the scene. It's perfect. Who knew you were good at fine details, Pei? Thanks, Pa. I can't believe he didn't move the whole time. Chifuyu gaped as Baji laughed. Lucky. Good call on the seashells, Emma. It had to be done. What self-respecting mermaid doesn't have seashells? Truly a crime. Mako nodded in agreement. Luckily you were here to stop it. She high-fived the girl, as Draken, Mitsuya, and Ye watched from the side, struggling not to laugh at the sight of Mikey's new body. Holy shit, they did it, Ye snorted. The mad lads. Mitsuya had to cover his mouth and look away. They're dead, Draken nodded, as just that very second. The victim of the group's prank seemed to finally decide to wake up. Scrunching his face in discomfort, Mikey grumbled as he began to wake up. Heavy, he tiredly thought, blinking his tired coal eyes a few times, before realizing he couldn't move his body. Hold on, blinking a few times he looks down at himself. K. Looking up, he noted the snickering, grinning, and mischievously smiling culprits that had buried him alive. His gaze darkened. Who? Every man for himself, Tilda. Mako shouted, shoving Baji with Chifuyu to the front as the pair started to run. Hey, you traitor. Sorry, Baji. Sorry, Chifuyu-kun. He did it, Pa and Pei shouted, pointing at each other as Mikey burst from the sandy sculpture to start chasing the 2. Baji, I-chan. Emma began snapping more photos, as Draken, Mitsuya, and Ye laughed at the scene. Ah fuck, Baji cursed, being tackled to the ground face first. Ha, Mikey shouted, grinning down at his friend. How do you like that? Ah, sand in my mouth, sand in my mouth. Man down, Mako shouted before squealing when Mikey's attention snapped towards her. No, Tilda, Kaya, she ran as Mikey shot after her. I do not consent, I do not consent. Get back here, you. Don't just stand there, help me. She ran towards Draken, trying to use him as a shield. Oi, get off, I want nothing to do with this. Ye doubled over laughing when she saw Mako trip Draken into Mikey. Oh god, my stomach. Shit, Mikey yelped as Draken landed on him. Fu, Kenshin, get your fat ass off me. I'm not fat, Draken yelled, before glaring at Mako as the girl owlishly gaped at him as Mitsuya, Pa, and Pei joined Ye on the ground laughing. Emma snorted as she struggled to hold the camera they brought steady. That's it, you're dead. Getting off the smaller teen. Mako squeaked, once more running around the sand as both Mikey and Draken now chased her. It did not take long for the leading men of Tommen to nab her and begin to carry her towards the water together by her hands and feet. Huh? They got her. Throw her in the ocean. Is no one gonna help me? No. Well, screw you too. Mako watched as Ye and Badgie flipped her off. Mikey and Draken Evil smirked down at the struggling Mako. Any last words, I-chan Tilda? Only 3, Mako huffed as the 2 teens stared at her. I regret nothing. They swung her in, eek. Splash. Mako's head popped up, spitting out water like a fountain statue before shaking her head like a wet dog. Ah, salty. Mikey and Draken began to laugh as they pointed at the soaked girl. Ha, serves you right. Payback's a bitch, huh? Mako quietly glared at the boys, angrily blowing bubbles under the small waves before another idea came to her. She slowly began to rise from the ocean. Yeah, I deserved it, fair game boys, fair game. She sent Ye a look, causing the girl to stop laughing and freeze up. She quickly turned to Emma, scrambling to the giggling girl's side before whispering in her ear. Emma stood up straight, looking between Mako and Ye secretly before smiling mischievously. Perfect. Mako thought before holding out her hand innocently. Now, could you fine men? Help me out, I think I twisted something when you threw me in. Oh no, Draken shook his head. We're not falling for that. Yeah, Mikey laughed. Who do you take us for pa and pay? Hey, the duo yelled, only to freeze when Mitsuya silently nodded to Emma and whispered something in their ear. Wide eyes, the pair looked at the silver-haired teen and smiling Sano female. They grinned in anticipation. Close by Badgie, who had finally whipped his face clear of sand with the help of Chifuyu, who snickered at his repeated attempts to spit out sand, froze when Ye whispered something to both him and Chifuyu. He grinned wickedly and gave Chifuyu a look. The boy nodded with a thumbs up and grin. The whole group slowly closed in as Mako distracted Mikey and Draken. I'm telling you it's not a trick, she childishly huffed, splashing the water with her hands as the waves hit her from behind. I just want help. All right, Mikey smugly began to say, I'll help. He closed one eye and began to hold out his hand as he entered the water slightly. If you apologize. Mako dramatically gasped, hand over her chest, you fiend. Using my own tactics on me. As the saying goes, what comes around goes around, right eye? Draken smugly smirked, more than happy to let Mikey get his way after the chaos Mako had helped fuel. Well played. Mako struggled not to smile as the group finally began to come up behind the pair. Fine, damn jerks. She reached out her hand begrudgingly. Mikey's hand clasped onto hers, and she smirked as she clasped it tight. Sorry, Tilda. Mikey's eyes went wide as he made to move back, only to freeze as he and Draken were tackled from behind by the rest of the group. Pa pay Emma, Chifuyu tackled Draken from behind. Badgie, yeah, and Mitsuya taking Mikey. Mikey felt his heart skip a beat as his body shifted forward. Eyes firmly set on Mako's smiling face as the sun's light seemed to bath her in a halo, making his heart skip a beat. Mako's other hand shot up, grabbing Draken's hand and fell back into the sea, grinning. Dragging the boys and the whole grinning group in turn down with her. Water fight. The area exploded with the sounds of cursing and splashing. The teens actively throwing water at one another and trying to pin each other down. Ha, Badgie maniacally laughed as he drowned Chifuyu. Badgie-kun. He turned and screamed when Ye used her hands to squirt seawater in his eyes. My eyes. Chifuyu burst out the water gasping. Air. He flung himself into his savior's arms. Yai-san, you saved me, thank you. Ye smiled before dunking his head back under and quickly ran away laughing. Ha. Betrayal, Badgie laughed at Chifuyu's cry. Ahaha, serves you right, Tilda. Kaya, Emma screamed, feeling Draken pick her up. No, Draken put me down, she giggled. Draken smirked, you want down, he laughed. Yes. Okay, Tilda, Mikey catch. She was lightly tossed towards her brother and Mitsuya's direction. Eep, she laughed, struggling to cover her mouth and nose before she landed in the water with a large splash and hit the two boys. Aw, come on, Mitsuya shouted. That's not fair, Draken. RAWR. Pa flung Pei towards Mako, making the girls squeal as she fell back under the waves to avoid their team splash. Ha, you miss me, now you gotta kiss me. She flipped them off as Pei bursted out coughing out water. Ah, damn it, Pa Chin, why did you do that? Huh, you're the one who said we should get EI. You didn't have to throw me. How else were we gonna get her, stupid? You're stupid. I know you are, but what am I? Stupid. Mako quickly swam away giggling. Well, that was eek. She felt her ankle be grabbed and she was dragged under. Opening her eyes underneath the waves, Mako blushed as she noticed Mikey grinning at her under the waves he had dragged her under. She pouted and tried lunging for him, the blonde easily breaking away as they came up for air. Ugh, you ass. Mikey only laughed, his dark eyes sparkling with life as he splashed the dark-haired girl. You started it. Laughing, she flung herself at the boy. Yeah, so. She squealed as her attempt to dunk him failed as he caught her arms. You-ho. They began to wrestle against one another. Admit it, you like this. Mako giggled, struggling against Mikey. The blonde smiled, a bright closed-eyed smile. Ha ha ha, you got me. Smirking, he pulled on Mako's form close and pinned the girl's arms to her side, pulling her close in a hug from behind. Ha, no escape. No Tilda, Mako whined, struggling against Mikey's hold as the boy continued to smirk. Ugh, no fair, I'm too used to wrestling Mitch and his friends. You're on a whole nother level. She huffed, freezing as she felt the boy's hot breath next to her ear. She shivered, realizing then the position they were in, and became flushed when she realized just how close and tight Mikey held her to his chest before he spoke in her ear. You really are a special girl, Hanagaki Mako. Before she could blink, Mako found herself shoved back into the ocean, heart racing and shivering still even as she rose up from the salty water's waves to Mikey laughing as he pointed to her. Got ya. Well, I got you. Badgie tried to tackle Mikey, and Mako watched as the two teens proceeded to fight one another in the water. Emma giggling swam to her side with Ye. This is so fun. I can't believe you came up with this on the spot without warning. Did you guys plan this? Huh? Shaking herself free from her confused thoughts, Mako smiled at Emma. Oh, nah, this is just how we usually do things at the beach with my brother and our friends. You mean your friends? Ye huffed. I don't think, having Yamajishi-kun actively trying to flirt with me and profess his love. If it's any consolation, I think he's being honest. Mako cut in innocently as Ye gave her a deadpan stare. While his friends and your brother actively watch and be awkward towards me, hardly counts as us being friends. At the most, they're a friend of a friend and a friend's brother. To be fair, you are intimidating to them. Mako pouted out as Emma looked at Ye confused. Huh, how come? Ye blushed. Mako snickered. Should I tell her or do you want to? Ye sighed. No, I will. Grumbling quietly to herself, Ye looked away from Emma. I may or may not have helped give them a talk. A talk? Emma curiously asked, confused. What sort of talk? Mako snickered. The sex kind. Emma's eyes widened as she looked towards Ye in shock. Eyes Ye-chan, that type of mature woman. Huh, no. Ye's face exploded, blending with her red hair. I'm a complete virgin. She squeaked and looked around, sighing in relief when it became apparent the guys were too busy with one another to hear what she said. Mako giggled from her side and Ye glared at her embarrassed. Shutty, you were the one who dragged them to the clinic for that talk in the first place. You're the reason I'm now intimidating to them. Mako swayed back and forth in the water innocently. As the group's de facto big sis, I thought it was best if they got the actual talk instead of whatever the school tries teaching. Lies, Ye's voice dropped as she pointed accusingly at the innocently smiling teen. You just wanted to watch those boys squirm. It was an important life lesson. Don't use half-truths to justify your sadism. She watched Mako turn away. Don't just ignore me. Emma stared in awe. Whoa, Tilda May-chan really is cool. Don't just idolize her actions. Hey, Tilda. Swimming back towards the shore, Mako began to wave her arms in the air, catching the whole group's attention. The sun's gonna set soon. Let's go take a group picture and get some ice cream before it's too late. Hell yeah. I'm in. Last one out has to pay for everyone. Wah, hey, don't just decide things on your own. The group laughed and bantered, exciting the ocean. grabbing their frozen treats as they debated on how to get their picture taken. Set it on a timer. We'd need to prop it up. Oh, we could threaten someone. Don't joke about that. In the end, they, thanks to Emma, found an elderly couple close by that the group was able to convince to help take their photo. The whole group arguing once more over their poses and placement till finally, something stuck. Mikey, Emma, Mako by the center as the shortest members. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you two are cool. Mako angrily pointed to Ye and Emma, who both gave her a thumbs up. Fuck all, you tall bastards. To Mikey's right paw, then Pei. I'm telling you we should switch sides. My best side's my right. Pa tried arguing as Draken glared at the male. For the last time, we're not changing positions. To Mako's left is Ye, then Chifuyu. You know I'd argue Ryohei-kun is technically taller than Mitsuya-kun, so shouldn't he be near the back? Yeah, but he's not a division captain, Chifuyu pointed out. Then why isn't? Can we not? Mako shushed. We just got them to not fight. Baji, Draken, and Mitsuya towards the back, as the group formed a type of close huddle. We sure this is gonna work. Seeing how it was Mikey's idea, I'll give it a 50-50 shot. Hey, what's that supposed to mean, Baji? My plans still work more often than yours. Oh yeah, you wanna. Not the time you two, Emma snapped as Draken groaned. Seriously, let's just take the damn picture already. Okay, on the count of 3, say beach day. The old man kindly ordered as he counted down. The guys all eyed each other mischievously as the girls nodded at the man's order. 1, 2, 3. Beach day, the girls all smiled. That is until they realized what the guys had shouted. Beach day, bitches. The guys bursted into laughter after the picture was shot, the girls all turning to yell at the boys as they laughed. Mikey, Draken. You assholes. Seriously. The elderly man chuckled at the teens as his wife came up. My, what a rowdy group of children. How vulgar. His wife huffed before giggling as she noted Emma and Mako both grabbing some of the boys, specifically Draken, Mikey, Baji, and Mitsuya, by the ears as Ye groaned into her hands shouting about. Stupid boys, and something around the lines, still just immature kids. As Chifuyu, Pa, and Pei cowered under the Sano and Hanagaki girls' glares as they scold the whole group of males. Though I'm sure those girls will whip those rascals into shape. The old woman's husband lovingly gazed at his wife's smiling face. You mean like you did, back in our wild days. Oh, Kyosuke, you dog. July 17, 2005 nighttime. What the hell, why? Now dressed once more in their usual clothes, the teens all still stood upon the beach they had spent the day off on. The whole group staring in awe at the array of fireworks laid about before them for their pleasure and play. I said sparklers, sparklers. Mako shook her red-haired friend. Why the hell did you bring all these? She yelled, gesturing to the laid-out pile. Whoa, Tilda, the whole group stared in awe. I'm sorry, Ye shouted. Abu refused to give me only sparklers, he said. Mako began to imagine an elderly man with aging tan skin, pale green eyes, and peppered red and gray hair in a low ponytail, saying, if you're going to do fireworks on the beach, you might as well go big then go home. And your grandma? Mako asked as Ye shook her head. Abu just had to go? Pero mi amor Tilda, don't you remember our first date? All Spanish suave and romantically, and she was putty in his hands. Ye sighed. That man is too wild sometimes, I swear. Mako sighed as Ye gapped at her friend. Pot calling the kettle black. Dude, look at these, Baji giddily said. Roman candles, single-shot shooters, ground and wall spinners, fountains, cones, and multi-shot cakes. How'd you get this stuff, Yai? The group all voiced their agreed curiosity and even concern. Seriously? You didn't take these, did ya? Ye groaned as this. No, these came from my place. My Abu. Her grandpa, Mako clarified. He's pyrotechnician and owns his own craft store. He likes to keep a surplus of this stuff for outside festival use. Pyro. Technician. He makes fireworks. Mako once again clarified as the whole group stared at Ye with awe. Whoa, Tilda. So cool. So does this mean Ye Chais knows how to blow things up? Mikey asked as Ye began to blush under all the group's attention. I mean, well, technically yes. Then I guess this means you're our pyrotechnic for the night. Chifuyu jokes, as Yae groans, muttering sarcastically under her breath. Oh joy. Mako smirked at the girl. Oh shut up, you know you love setting them off. Yae blushed looking away, maybe. At least that's better than letting Badgie light the fuses. Draken sighed in relief as the long dark-haired male glared at him. What's that supposed to mean? The car. I was hungry. Mako quietly stared at the two before looking to Chifuyu. Do we want to know? Don't worry, Chifuyu smiled, it was abandoned. Yae quietly deadpanned at the smiling boy. That's not very reassuring. Let's start a small bonfire. Yae whipped her head towards Mako. I'm sorry, how? Badgie raised his hand before pointing to himself, grinning. Leave it to me. No. 20 minutes later, a small fire was lit, though maintained by Mitsuya as the group prepared for a show. Sitting back in the sand, Mikey smiled, staring as Yae began setting up some of the fireworks. The most surprising thing being the fact she allowed Badgie and Chifuyu to help her. The red-haired girl ordered the boys around, directing them on where to put down the fireworks as the others played around with the sparklers. From Pa and Pei dual-wielding sparklers, and pretend sword fighting from a safe distance. If you guys light yourselves on fire, I swear to God. Mitsuya tried scolding, doing his best to oversee that no one accidentally hurt themselves. Don't worry, Mitsuya, Pa yelled, giving the silver-haired teen a thumbs up. We know to drop and roll. You mean stop, drop and roll. Is stop what? Mitsuya sighed, shaking his head. Hey Draken, look, Emma giggled, drawing a heart in the air with her sparkler at the taller teen. It's pretty right. The older teen thanked his luck. It was dark, doing his best to hide the small blush that tried creeping up his face as he looked away from the girl. Yeah, pretty. Hey, Mikey blinked, turning to see Mako smiling down at him as she pointed down to his hands where he held an unlit sparkler. Aren't you gonna light yours up? Mikey smiled as he waved it up to her. Oh yeah, with what? He looked over to Badgie and Yae, watching as the pair seemed to argue over a fireworks placement as Chifuyu stood wide-eyed between the two. Those two took our only lighters, and I don't think using the small bonfire to light this up is safe. Humming at the boys' words, Mako motioned to her lit one. Now, who said they were the only ones with lights? Pulling her hands out from behind her back, Mako grinned. Tada, I swiped Yai's spare lighter while she wasn't looking. Oh, nice, Mikey grinned before he frowned. Wait, why does she even carry a lighter to begin with? Looking around, Mako leaned down to whisper in Mikey's ear, once she was sure no one would be close enough to overhear. So, promise you won't tell Yai I told you this, but she really hates the dark. Mako teasingly explained. It's so cute. She hates it so much, she'd rather carry a lighter around in case of any emergency than risk being caught in the dark. Oh Tilda, Mikey nodded before laughing. That's so lame. What teenager's still afraid of the pa, ga, he had sand thrown in his face. What was that for? For laughing at my friend's fear, you jerk, Mako pouted, before holding up her sparkler and the lighter. HMPH, maybe I won't help you light your sparkler. No Tilda, Mikey whined, throwing his arms around Mako. I-chan Tilda, don't be mean, I was joking. He childishly whined, rubbing her cheek against hers like a needy cat. Please light my sparkler. Blushing at the boy's whine and impromptu cheek rubbing, she sighed. Damn it, he's lucky he's cute. Mako thought before pushing the boy off. Fine, you damn cat boy, get off. Meow Tilda, Mikey childishly snickered, playing along, watching Mako blush as she pouted at him. HMPH. Looking down at her hands, she began to move her sparkler away from them. Hold out your sparkler away from us crossing mine. Blinking, Mikey did as he was told, like this. Perfect, Mako smiled, pressing a bit close to Mikey as she reached to light the two sparklers. Watching the sticks come alive with light, she giggled with joy. There. Remaining seated, she began to move her sparkler around, drawing small circles in the air a few times. The pair find the simple enjoyment of watching the sparklers burn and go out peacefully. As the sparks began to fade, Mako turned to speak to the blonde male. Wanna light Ano? Gio. Yae's excited yelling stole their attention, the two teens looking up to see Badgie, Chifuyu, and Yae run away from the fireworks they'd set up. Tilde boom, boom tilde. The teens all stared in awe. Fuck yeah, we did it. Yeah, shouted cheering, Chifuyu and Baji whooping from beside her. Yes. Ha, I told you it work. Everyone stared in awe, Emma clutching on to Draken's arms. Chifuyu and Baji excitedly cheered at their part in getting the display up. Pa and Pei praised Ye and the others' work, while Mitsuya, Emma, and Draken silently stared up at the sky in awe. Nice. Whoa Tilda, Mikey muttered. Yach, I really knows her stuff, huh? For sure Tilda, Mako seemed to almost breathe out excitedly, but you know, the boy looked towards her. His cheeks became flushed as he and Mako's eyes met, and she was bathed under the lights of the fireworks with a warm smile. I'm so glad we all did this today. This. She shut her eyes, looking back up to the sky. This really helped make me feel better. Seeing the look of peace on the girl's face, he realized for the first time that there had been a tension the girl tried to keep hidden all day. As bright and happy, playful and friendly as she may have seemed. Something had bothered her, something she didn't share, and she used the day, this outing, their presence, to wash it all away. Yeah, Mikey nodded, grinning, even as he silently wondered what had caused that original tension. We should do this again sometime. Mako laughed at this, and Mikey felt his stomach flutter, as a gust of wind blew by throwing the dark-haired girl's wavy locks around. Definitely, we should try this again with everyone. Standing up, she brushed off the sand from the back of her dress skirt and legs. I'm getting cold over here. Turning back to the blonde, she smiled and held out her hand. Let's go join up with the others, she recommended, holding her hand out for the male to grab if he wanted. He stared at the still slightly sandy hand before reaching out and allowing the dark-haired girl to help him up. Sure. Ally oop, nodding to the teen, she didn't let go as he expected. Come on. She gently pulled him forward, and he allowed himself to be led away, staring at the back of Mako's head as she led him closer to their now shared group of friends. Oi, Emma-chan, Draken, stop standing so far out to be romantic and get over here. It's getting cold and both your hair are definitely still wet. She shouted out concernedly, as Mikey quietly watched as his best friend whipped his head towards them to yell at Mako. Seriously. I'm telling you so you don't get sick, Mako shouted back, still not releasing Mikey's hand. Now hurry over, you guys can be lovey-dovey when you're not at risk of getting sick. Mei-chan, Emma angrily whined, though the two did make their way over, and even had Draken start to mother Mikey and Emma. This is why I told you two to dry yourselves earlier. Draken grumbled as he dried both the Sano siblings' heads when he noted them still wet now under the light of the small fire. Emma pouted, watching as he started with her brother. Quietly, Mikey tightened his grip on Mako's hand as this happened, feeling even as her attention was pulled away to Pa and Mitsuya. As she returned his grip, he smiled. The bond forming between them slowly began to tighten into place. Chapter 9. Also warning, talks about sexual assault. July 19th, 2017 Takemichi. Hanagaki Takemichi-kun, you're fired. Takemichi's manager, or rather ex-manager, boredly and rather annoyedly told him as she dragged out the syllables. Huh, he stared in shock. Don't me, it should be obvious. You missed 2 weeks without permission. And who do you think took the flack for that, I am sore. Fired, the manager simply cut in, not allowing Takemichi to even apologize. Right, it's been 2 weeks. Takemichi thought quietly. If time passes while I'm in the past, time passes in the present too. And while I did come back, his mind wandered to the days and nights he'd spent at home mourning as Naoto had asked, to Naoto's apartment poring over files for info on Draken and Mako. To finally visit the adult Yae, who'd taken to be waiting for him with a plate of home-cooked food or a cup of tea as he tried to get her to tell him about his sister's lover. I'd completely forgotten about work till now, he thought, before nervously looking at his ex-manager as she walked off. About my pay. Look for a direct deposit, goodbye Tilda. Takemichi twitched a few times, but left without further issue. He could have cried though when he did go to check his bank account. My account balance is 20,580 yen. He felt sick to his stomach. I won't be able to pay my rent. He sulked as he pocketed the bank statement. How am I going to live after this? I can't see tomorrow. Why couldn't I have taken a page out of Mainie's page when it came to saving on the side? Takemichi sulked, recalling the manner in which his sister in the past would find change in the ground sometimes and pocket it. Yahoo tilde lucky, Mako squealed in joy as she held up the 500 yen coin. I'm ma put you away for safekeeping. Meanwhile, behind her Takemichi himself was losing his own spare change as he tripped and it fell into the gutters. Ah, my 500 yen. He quietly cried at the memory. We really are the complete polar opposite when it comes to things like this, he thought. Someone like me is gonna save Mani, Hina, and Akon, and Draken when I can't even save myself. His body slumped. How depressing. Walking back to Nayato's apartment, Takemichi could not help but quietly think over his visits to the Shimizu clinic and his talks with Yae for the past few days. Please, Takemichi begged, bowing as deeply as he could before the exacerbated redhead as she pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm begging you, I need to know who it was that my sister was involved with. No, you really don't. I do. Yae sighed as she swirled her seat to face her back to him as she continued to look over her paperwork. Seriously, why are you so adamant about this? What does it matter who May's lover is? Was? Yae grumbled, shaking her head. What are you only now gonna try to play the overprotective brother role? Takemichi frowned as he sat up at this. It isn't about wanting to play at anything. He quietly muttered, He quietly debated on how to tell her Nayato's theory of Mako's lover being connected to Tommen and that leading to her death. It's important. Yae sighed and turned back to him slightly to stare him down over her shoulder. I swear you're not gonna drop this till I tell you what you want, aren't you? Takemichi set his eyes in a determined glare as he looked up at the red-haired woman. Yeah. Even though you won't tell me why this is supposedly so important. His gaze briefly shifted towards the beach picture still on her desk, before looking towards her and nodded. Yeah. Yae groaned loudly and dragged her hand across her face. Fucking Hanagakis, I swear. She smiled solemnly. You really have grown up since back then, finally getting that unshakable Hanagaki determination and conviction, I see. Looking towards the beach photo, she sighed. Still, I don't feel it's safe to tell you who he is. Because he supposedly hates me, or because he's dangerous? Takemichi wondered, opening his mouth to ask. But, she looked back at him unemotionally. I can see this is important to you, so I'll offer you a hint. A hint, Takemichi blinked in shock. Of course. Yae smiled nostalgically. I seem to remember you were quite the problem solver back in the day. Unless you mean to tell me you no longer enjoy solving puzzles anymore. So, what do you say? Will you take it? Takemichi frowned, contemplating the woman's words. Is this the only way you'll tell me? She nodded. Okay, I'll take your hint. All right, Yae sighed. Similar to you, Mako met her lover in middle school. Takemichi blinked at this in shock. Unlike you, once she and him got together they stuck. Takemichi felt as though he were stabbed in the chest, but knew better than to take what Yae said to be anything against his failed love life. It was just a sad fact. You, she pointed to him, then making the dark-haired teen blink in shock, know this boy now, man. In fact, you and her befriended him around the same time. That's my hint. Entering Nayato's apartment, the sky was now dark, and Takemichi frowned at the memory. So my sister met her future lover back in middle school, and supposedly I know and befriended the guy. His mind wandered back to his youth as he entered Nayato's office. Welcome back. Nayato greeted, frowning when the Hanagaki male ignored his greeting to pace back and forth. Well, okay, Nayato grumbled, turning away back to his computer. But that doesn't make sense. When I ran through the list of people we knew. He recalls naming off all his male friends from the Mizo 5, including Akon and his technical childhood friend Takuya. She said no, so who else did me and my sister know back then that could have grown up to be her lover? The image of Draken and Mikey flashed through his mind, and he paled shivering before shaking his head. No way. Draken is dead for one, so he's definitely not it, and the Mikey of this timeline is one of the whole reasons my sister and Hina died. So there's no way it could be him. He held his head frustrated. What a mess. Why does this have to be so hard to figure out? This would all be so much easier if I could just tell. He stopped pacing. That's it, he excitedly thought, looking toward Nayato. His stomach twisted into knots nervously as he decided to share his idea. Hey Nayato, so random thought, but What if I told Hina and Mei of the past about their futures? You know, just like I did with you. Absolutely not. Denied. Naoto bluntly shut him down as he looked over some documents before looking back at the older man. Takemichi gulped as he noted the scolding glare that Takemichi recognized the mail shared with Hina. Takemichi-kun, are you trying to just throw in the towel and take the easy way out? No, that's not. Takemichi nervously waved his arms around, watching as Naoto's eyes narrowed, and Takemichi swallowed loudly as he began poking his fingers nervously in front of him. I'm not trying to take the easy way out because life is hard right now or anything. What if my sister ends up thinking you're crazy and disliking you? Naoto pointed out harshly, Takemichi paling as this was pointed out. She'd never believe a story like that, would she? No one would under ordinary circumstances. How stupid are you? Naoto sighed, exacerbated at Takemichi's leaps of logic. Wait, did you just call me stupid? He was ignored as Naoto took on a thinking pose. As for Mei, Naoto became contemplative and Takemichi jumped at this. Do you think she'd believe me? Naoto frowned. As much as I like to believe Mei is a very sound and rash individual. He looked at Takemichi a bit annoyed. There could be a chance. Back then, when I believed you at the time, it was because I was crazy about the occult at the time. Yeah, you were pretty sharp. But the reason I was so into it at the time. Naoto began to blush slightly as he looked away from the older man. Was in part due to your sister. Huh? Takemichi exclaimed in shock, making the dark-haired man twitch. Naoto, don't tell me. Did you have a crush on my sister? It was just a schoolyard crush. Naoto defensively shot back, but did not deny Takemichi's claims. Nothing more. She was mature and older, and I thought she was cool for liking some of the things I liked. Takemichi struggled not to laugh. That's so cute. Naoto threateningly held his fist up. Drop it. Takemichi flinched, realizing he may have crossed a line, dropping. Sighing, Naoto rubbed his forehead. As I was saying, at the time part of the reason I was so into it was thanks to Mei. When we first met, a classmate of mine had lent me a manga focusing on the occult. Naoto's gaze became nostalgic as he recalled his and Meiko's first meeting. And this is my little brother Naoto. Hina excitedly introduced the pair, as the young Naoto stared up at the glassless beauty of Meiko as she smiled down at the still shorter boy. Naoto, this is my senpai from school, and a good friend of mine, say hi. Tatakibana Naoto. The young Naoto stuttered, as Meiko warmly smiled down at him. Ah Tilda, what a cute, handsome young man. Meiko teasingly said, causing the boy to blush more. I'm Hanagaki Meiko, it's a pleasure to meet you Naoto-kun. Pleasure, Naoto nodded. Naoto couldn't help but smile at the memory of his past self's nervous stuttering when first getting to know Meiko. When Mei saw the manga mixed into my school books when I'd ask for help from my sister and her for some homework. Oh Tilda, Meiko's hands reached out for the manga book. Mind if I see? Naoto exclaimed. That's not mine. A classmate lent it to me. Really? Hina curiously said. That's nice. Who was it? Was it a girl? And no, it was a guy. He stuttered out, glaring at his sister as she giggled at his nervousness. Okay, I'll be careful. Meiko misunderstood, flipping through the pages. Yuha. Oh Tilda, she giggled. Ah, Kittery, you're the best. Mei senpai. He stared in awe as Meiko carefully shut the book shut before handing it to him. She smiled and Naoto felt his heart skip a beat. It's pretty cool that you decided to read this. Are you interested in the occult too? Huh? He blinked a few times. Do you like the occult, Mei senpai? Yes, Meiko grinned. I really love spooky and mysterious stuff. She'd paled though remembering something and hugged herself, slightly shivering with fear. Except ghosts, keep those things away from me. She quietly shuddered as Naoto looked down at the manga shyly. Well, I can't say if I really like occult stuff, but... He shyly looked up at her. Do you think you could tell me a bit about some things? Meiko blinked a few times before brightly smiling at the boy. Sure, Tilda. Where would you like to start? Home sweet home, China, England, Australia, or maybe America? Huh? Why are you naming off countries? Meiko giggled, cause silly. She planted her chin in her hand and tilted her head at him. There are stories on all sorts of occult stuff all over the world. Really? Hina curiously asked, like what? Well, laughing to himself at the memory, Naoto looked at Takemichi. Even to this day, your sister was still interested in that sort of stuff. From his slack pocket, he pulled out a charm and tossed it to Takemichi, who scrambled to catch the small clothed charm. That charm, for example, was just one of many she liked to give me since I joined the force, Naoto admitted as Takemichi stared down at the protection charm in awe. Takemichi chuckled under his breath as he stared at the charm. Of course she did. I still remember her giving me one for good luck. He in turn shared, frowning slightly. Though I only got it after being beaten up so much by Kiyomasa that Meimei thought I needed one after lying about falling down some stairs, he thought, tossing the charm back to Naoto. But I lost it after running away, and my past self probably didn't get one with how much I didn't like getting them from her. He sighed before looking at Naoto again, so in short, if anyone in the past besides myself would believe in your time-leaping abilities, it very likely would be her. Naoto nodded, before frowning. The only issue, of course, being proving to her that what you say is true, and that's not even considering the fact that we don't know what this could mean for your abilities. Blinking confused, Takemichi looked at Naoto lost. What do you mean? By telling me and saving me from dying, you and I somehow set up a system for your powers to leap back and forth in time. Who's to say what will happen if you tell Meini? Takemichi's stomach curled as he found himself sitting on the ground, holding his knees close to his chest as he took all of this in. You mean, we could accidentally change the whole way my power works and screw not only ourselves, but Hina, Akon, Draken, and Meimei over. Naoto nodded sadly as he picked back up the documents he'd been looking over. That is a risk. While I'd still vote against telling anyone else in the past what's going on, I wouldn't fault you if you tried seeking out support from your sister. Just be careful if you do. Okay, Takemichi could only nod at this solemnly as he became lost in thought. Damn it, does this mean it's a no-go? There's a lot we don't know about this power of mine, and we still don't know about how to save Draken so that Hina, Akon, and Meimei won't die. As his mind wandered to their reunion in the past and how she held him as he cried, his arms tightened around his leg. What should I do? Idiot, he remembers Mako shouting at him, releasing his ear after stepping in to protect him from Kiyomasa, remembering how he froze as he looked up to see his sister's crying face. We promised. To protect one another? How can we do that if you keep hiding things from me? Meimei, he buried his face in his arms and knees. How do I keep our promise and still save you and everyone else? Looking over his documents, Naoto frowned as he put them back down. Sendo is dead, so we won't be able to see Sano. In the end, the only way to save our sisters is to go back into the past and do something about Tommen. So we're still stuck at the beginning, huh? Takemichi mumbled before sighing dejectedly. If only Draken were alive. Naoto curiously hummed, looking towards Takemichi. He was the number 2 member a long time ago. Are you talking about Ryugyuji-ken? Yeah, Takemichi nodded. Have you found anything? About him or Meimei's connections to Tommen outside Akon? In regards to your sister, no. Naoto turned back to his computer and began to type away at it as Takemichi rose from the floor. But if we're talking about Ryugyuji-ken, then yes, here's the newspaper from back then. Naoto stated as he pulled up the article and Takemichi came up to his side from behind. On August 3, 2005, in the parking lot of Musashi Shrine in the Shibuya ward of Tokyo, 50 members of a biker gang had a brawl. A young man in his 3rd year of middle school was beaten and stabbed in the abdomen and later died the same day. Naoto explained solemnly, looking up to see Takemichi's face stricken in pure shock as he stared at the article. A number of posts about the incident are still available. According to them, because of the inner strife between the Mikey faction and Draken faction of Tommen, Ryugyuji died. Huh? Takemichi blinked in shock. Wait, hang on a sec. August 3rd is only 2 weeks away. Correct, but 12 years ago. And what's this about a dispute between Mikey and Draken? There's gotta be some kind of mistake. That's absolutely impossible. Takemichi tried to argue as Naoto stared at him contemplatively. Draken-kun understands Mikey-kun more than anyone else. If Draken were still alive, I don't think Tommen would have turned into such a horrible organization. Akon said it too. That Mikey-kun changed when Draken died. So you're saying there's more to it? Naoto asked as Takemichi became nervous. Huh, I dunno. He nervously admitted but remained determined, thinking of how the pair of Mikey and Draken were like before he'd left. I just know that this isn't possible. But it's indeed a fact that Ryugyuji died that day. Naoto thought aloud, biting his thumb. It's also true. Takemichi stared at the younger man in shock. That Taman's descent into evil was caused by Kisaki becoming number 2. He admitted, recalling how his research over the past few days showed most of Taman's shadier and more corrupt business began around the time of Draken's death and Kisaki's entering of the organization. Then, you agree there has to be more to it? Takemichi nervously asked as Naoto frowned. Let's look into it more. Naoto finally nodded. Today is July 19th. We have 2 weeks. We need to find out how he died, and then on August 3rd, you'll save Ryugyuji Ken. That is your mission this time. Naoto explained as he broke down what they knew. Sano Manjiro apparently changed after Ryugyuji's death. Sendo Atsushi committed suicide because he feared Kisaki Teta. Hanagaki Meiko, your sister, seemed to have some form of bonds to Taman through Sendo Atsushi, but others could have been in place, such as with the unknown lover of hers. And possibly either for that reason or simply Taman becoming so brutal and evil, they killed Takebana Hinata, my sister, alongside yours. Rising from his seat, Naoto met Takemichi's gaze with his own determined one. If this mission is successful, we should be able to save all of them. Draken Akon Meimei and Hina. Yes, Naoto nodded, smiling hopefully. That's the perfect solution then, Takemichi smiled back determinedly, holding out his hand. I'm going to save Draken, no matter what. I'm counting on you, Naoto clasped Takemichi's hand with a determined look in return. The world vanished around Takemichi then, body slumping into Naoto's arms as the man returned to the past. Good luck. July 19th, 2005, Takemichi. Takemichi felt himself slowly seem to wake. It's dark. I can't see SH. He almost groggily thought. Something's really heavy. Is someone sitting on top of me? He wondered as his vision slowly started to adjust to the dark. His eyes widened, and his heart began to race as the half-naked form of a girl he did not recognize, sitting atop of him, finally came into focus. No kissing! The blonde, golden-eyed girl seemed to seductively whisper, as Takemichi struggled to wrap his head around what was going on. His mind began to race and become dizzy as he became a blushing mess. What the hell is going on? What's this development? No kissing. Exactly what else is on the menu then? He panikedly thought, shaking in place, as he tried to take what little information he got from first waking up in the past into mind. I'm at a karaoke bar with a big-breasted, half-naked girl that I don't know on top of me. The room's phone rang, and both his and the girl's attention were pulled to it. He almost sighed in relief as she got off, watching as she walked towards the wall phone and picked it up. He watched her silently listen to the other line as he realized this would be his only chance. Sure, could you add another 30 minutes? She turned to smile at the place Takemichi last sat in. Want anything to drink? She blinked a few times, realizing she was now alone. Running out of the karaoke bar and onto the streets, Takemichi's mouth flew open. WHA. He panikedly and anxiously screamed as he ran through the streets. What the hell? What's going on? He screamed mentally, continuing to scream and yell as he ran until he was so out of breath he had to stop before a convenience store to catch his breath. My past life changed. A forever lone virgin like me somehow ended up at a karaoke with that cutie. His stomach twisted into knots as he realized something. Did past me almost cheat on Hina? He began to shake as the image of Hina's glaring and distraught face, and his sister angrily glaring down at him with disgust flashed through his mind. Takemichi-kun, how could you? Imaginary Hina shouted, as his imaginary sister cracked her knuckles. Disgusting, I can't believe I'm related to you. You sick cheating pervert, go die. He almost cried at his own imagination. I can never tell Hina and Meimei about this. I need to make sure the two never find out. He determinedly thought aloud to himself as he looked to the sky. Find out what? Takemichi screamed bloody murder, as his beloved girlfriend Hina now innocently stood behind him. Hina? His heart raced in his chest. He looked nervously around now, expecting his sister to appear, as well as Hina tilted her head confusedly at the boy's sweating and nervous figure. WHWH, what are you doing here? She frowned, realizing something must be wrong. I'm on my way home from cram school. she explained, giving the boy the same scolding glare Takemichi noted Naoto and her shared. What are you doing, Takemichi-kun? He jumped to face her fully. I was just. He quieted when she brought her face closer up to his, almost glaring. What? Is there something on my face? He stuttered, touching his face in hopes he felt nothing like lip gloss or even lipstick. HMPH. She looked away and turned away from him, frowning with her arms crossed. Don't tell me. His mind flashed to the half-naked girl from the karaoke. Does she already know? He panickedly thought, becoming a stuttering mess as he tried to explain himself. About that. I don't really remember what happened. What are you talking about? Hina frowned, not knowing what the boy was talking about. Takemichi-kun, you've been acting weird lately. Hi. Mei-senpai and I talked a bit about it. Her mind wandered to Mako apologizing to her at school not that long ago, a nervous look of concern on her face as she tried to ask Hina to give her brother some time after the fireworks incident at her home. He just has something on his mind. Mako tried to explain. I don't really know much about it, but we had a talk, so hopefully he'll open up to at least one of us soon. She'd bowed and Hina had felt embarrassed as she waved her arms panikedly at the girl's apology. Please don't feel obligated to accept this excuse. I just thought that I should try to step in as both your friend and his older sister to explain what I could. Mei-senpai, Hina could not help but stare in shock at the older girl's actions. It caused her to frown as she muttered aloud. Today, you're the adult Takemichi-kun. Hi. Turning her back to the boy, she muttered. The night we were watching the fireworks from my roof, you suddenly panicked and went home without a word. Mei-senpai had to go right after you, and then you've been cold to me at school. She glared at the open space before her when she heard the surprised gasp from Takemichi. Mei-senpai, she even apologized on your behalf, saying something was on your mind. And yet, today you have that gentle expression. Takemichi was left in shock at this as he realized what Hina was saying. That's right. Whenever I go back to the present, the me that's here in the past has no idea what's going on. No kissing. His mind recalled once again the girl from the karaoke, and he angrily twitched at his past self. How the hell did I end up in that situation, though? He smacked his head a few times frustratedly. You're such a fool, past me. Mei raised us better than this. Suddenly his phone began to go off. Takemichi-kun, your phone's ringing. Hina pointed out, surprised as she realized that the boy had somehow drowned out the ringing. Opening the phone, his eyes widened as he read the caller's idea. Oh, it's Draken-kun. He paused for a second. Wait, when did I get his number? Picking up the phone, he pulled it close to his ear. Hello. Takemichi, what are you doing right now? Well, whatever. Head over to Musashi Shrine on the Tama River. We're getting everyone together. Draken ordered as Takemichi had moved to look over at Hina. Now's not the best. He tried to excuse himself, as he didn't want to end things off badly with the girl he loved, but Draken had hung up. Takemichi pulled the phone away and stared down at the device a bit annoyed. He twitched and sighed through his nose before pointing to the device as he called out to his girlfriend apologetically. Hina, sorry, Draken-kun wants to see me. At this, Hina turned to Takemichi, smiling. Then I guess I'm going with you. Seriously. July 19th, 2005, Emma. Thank you, come again? The karaoke front desk employee bowed as Emma exited the place, pouting. Aggressively tying her school's sweater around her waist, she began to walk away from the building. What a waste of time. She huffed, glaring down at the ground as she left the district. I thought for sure I could use that wussy-looking boy to make Draken jealous. She thought aloud, huffing to herself, her mind wandering to how she ended up meeting Takemichi. She'd come to this part of town straight after school with a plan. Dressed still in her school uniform, she made sure to pop a few buttons off the front of her shirt, tousled her hair a bit more, and applied an extra sheen of lip gloss over her lips. She was a girl on a mission, that mission. Operation Become a Woman and Make Draken Jealous is a go. She nodded to herself as she began to scout out potential partners for her plan, honey gold eyes moving between the different options that walked by. Too old, too ugly. What is with his hair? Nope, no, Snorefest, no, no, too clingy, too dull, too loud, too cocky, not tall enough. No, She almost slammed her head against a wall as a good few hours passed, but nothing came of her scouting. Some boys, and even men, would come up to her and flirt, but Emma's gut would curl up in disgust, or they would just bore her to death, making her leave. Am I being too picky? She shook her head aggressively. No, no. Of course, I'm not. If I don't find a guy believable enough for me to hook up with, Draken's never gonna get jealous, and I'll have wasted my virginity for nothing. She mentally groaned as she curled up into a crouching fetal position off to the side of the street. Damn you, Draken, you've made my standards too high, she cursed at her crush. I'm never gonna find a guy half as good as you. Hey, miss. Looking up, Emma was met with the concerned gaze of the past take Mitchie, unaware of who the boy was, let alone the slight connection the two shared through the boy's sister, as she stared innocently up into his deep blue eyes as he innocently tilted his head. You okay? The boy asked, genuinely concerned. Emma blinked in surprise as she realized that his gaze was directly focused at her eyes and nowhere else. He held out his hand. Do you need help? She blinked a few times as for a split second the image of her friend Mako's concerned gaze overlapped with the boy's. Shaking her head, she took the boy's hand and let him help her back up. I'm fine, she lied, and blinked a few more times as she noted the boy's touch to be gentle. She watched as he quickly released her hand as soon as he was sure she was okay standing. You sure? Take Mitchie asked. You looked a bit upset. Did something happen? He got an angry, determined face. Did some guys mess with you? Emma snorted at this. Guys mess with me? Yeah, right, she thought. She was the sister of the invincible Mikey, for Pete's sake, the commander of Tommen, the very gang that basically controlled Shibuya. If any idiots tried forcing themselves on her, any Tommen who knew who she was would automatically come after them, not to mention if her brother or Draken found out. Let alone what she herself would do if she felt threatened. Emma may not have actively been a fighter like her older brothers before her, or their friends, but her grandfather made sure that she was far from helpless. Still, she thought, staring at the young Take Mitchie before her, noting how he didn't seem to be focusing on her looks as he prioritized her well-being. It's nice to see someone who doesn't know actually care, she thought. In fact, she suppressed her urge to smirk as she began to look down dejectedly. And no guys tried. I'm just struggling with a broken heart right now. She pretended to stutter, watching the boy nod relieved before frowning. I see, that's good. I mean it's good no guy tried anything bad. Not the broken heart thing. I can't believe a cute girl like you could have her heart broken like that. Emma slowly smirked as she watched the nervous past Take Mitchie ramble and struggled to talk to her. Bingo Tilda. Emma crossed her arms, annoyed and sighing over the memory. Stupid wussy boy running out on me. If he really didn't want to do anything, then why the hell did he even go in with me to the karaoke room and go along with my flirting? She huffed, confused by Take Mitch's actions. I'm pretty sure I was being obvious with what I had in mind when I said for us to go in there, wasn't I? Well, I sure as hell got my point across when I stripped. She almost screamed before covering her face with her hands to lean against another convenience store's wall dejectedly. Stupid, this was a waste of time. I shouldn't have done this. She growled, feeling the urge to cry. I don't want some wussy boy I can easily push around or some cocky hotshot who thinks he can get in my pants. She whimpered as the urge to cry grew greater. I just want you to notice me, Draken. But I thought it was pretty obvious that he did. A familiar female voice set up close to Emma's ear, making the blonde-haired girl scream and jump. As she turned around to find a concerned Mako and confused Yae coming out of the convenience store she had come to stand outside of. Mei-chan, Yae-chan. Hello, Tilda, Mako waved with her only free hand as she carried a small convenience store bag in her other filled with some sweets and a drink. Sorry to scare ya. Yo, Yae greeted from around her candy cigarettes, hands occupied by a can of coffee and a bookstore bag full of textbooks. Mei-chan, Yae-chan. Emma sighed in relief with her hand clutched over her racing heart. What are you doing here? Oh, Mako gestured to Yae as the girl held up her bag. Well, there was a flash sale happening in a bookstore nearby that Yae likes. She had cram school today, so I went and got them for her till she got out. She explained. We met up here so I could pay her back and get myself some brain food, Yae explained, shaking her can of coffee and candy cigarettes as Mako hummed. Yep. I see, Emma smiled. That's nice. Yae sighed in relief, smiling. tell me about it. I've been waiting to get these mangas and high school cram books for weeks now. Thank God for sales. Hey, Mako deadpanned. I was the one who went and got them. Yae happily nodded, bumping her shoulder into Mako's, and I will forever be grateful. Damn right you will, Mako smirked, and Emma could not help feel at peace now that she had the two girls to help distract her from her woes. So, M-chan, how's it going? Is everything okay with you and Draken? Mako concernedly asked, accidentally bringing back up the very thing that had had Emma upset. Ah! Mako became slightly panicked as she noticed Emma's face become flushed and her cheeks puff out upset. That bad. Emma couldn't help but look away embarrassed. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, sweetie. Mako frowned. Yae winced sympathetically. Ouch, that bad. Mako smacked her. Ow, Yae winced, rubbing her arm. What'd I say? Yae gasped as Mako sent her firm glare. There, sweetie. It's all right. Mako cooed, pulling Emma close. There's no need to be embarrassed. I'm sure whatever it is that's got you upset will be okay. Letting herself be pulled into the older girl's arms, Emma continued to pout embarrassed. Really? Of course, Mako nodded, holding Emma closer. Even if it's sorta my fault, Emma muttered, trying to figure out what she would do now that her original plans had been derailed. Mako stopped caressing the girl's head as she recognized the tone of voice Emma had taken. Oh, Emma-chan, what did you do? The tone of a child who'd just gotten into trouble. Emma winced, realizing Mako had quickly picked up on her guilt. Well, she began to open her mouth, reluctantly preparing to recount her ordeal. She sighed in relief when her cell phone suddenly went off. Oh, thank God, she thought, pulling away from the dark-haired teen's arms to pull out the phone from the pocket of her skirt. Oh, Tilda, will you look at that? It's Mikey. Better pick this up. I might just take this right over there. Mako sent Emma a familiar, disappointed, sisterly glare. We are not done with this talk, Emma-chan. She watched Emma walk away slightly to take her call, Mako's hands firmly on her hips as she stared the teen down. Has anyone ever told you you're very motherly? Even in a scary way at times. Yae boldly proclaimed, causing Mako to send her red-headed friend a glare. Blinking a few times, Yae decided to loudly sip from her canned coffee and partially turn away from the Hanagaki sisters' glare. This only proves my point. Yes, Mikey, Emma greeted, as she heard Draken speaking in the background of her brother's call. Oi, Emma, where are you? Mikey asked as he watched Draken talk on the phone with Take Michi. Raising a brow at this, Emma looked up and around, taking note of hers, Mako's, and Yae's current location. I'm with Yae-chan and Mei-chan a few blocks out from Musashi Shrine at a convenience store. Why? Ah, Ai-chan's with you? That's perfect, Mikey exclaimed, making Emma hum curiously as she looked back at Mako to find her glaring at a deadpanned Yae. Oi, Kenshin, don't bother asking Takemichi about Ai-chan or calling her. She's with Emma. Mikey shouted on the other end of his call towards Draken, receiving only a thumbs up from the taller male. Interesting, Emma thought, realizing her brother had planned to contact the dark-haired girl with her. So Emma, we're getting everyone together for an important meeting at the shrine. Can you come over with Ai-chan and Yae-chai? Mikey asked as Emma blinked in shock. Huh? A meeting at the shrine? Haven't you guys already had your meeting for this month? She asked, confused, and froze when her brother suddenly began to speak to her seriously. Yeah, but this meeting has to do with what happened a few nights back with Pa. Emma's stomach dropped, at this remembering the night her brother spoke of, for it was the night they had all come back from their supposed perfect day on the beach. We really should do this again sometime. Mako laughed, hugging Emma goodbye for the night, and I don't just mean the two of us. She winked over to the guys, making Badgie laugh. If you're as fun here as you were on the beach, then I'm game. He looked to Yae, then as she and Chifuyu seemed to be talking. So yeah, Nana is my. Especially you, Yae-chai. Huh? Yae blinked and looked at the long-haired teen confused. Say what now? Badgie grinned at her. I'm saying don't be a stranger, next time we meet. Me and Chifuyu will show you a great place to get some good yakisoba around these parts, Kay? You were actually pretty fun to blow up shit with, even if you were bossy. Yae stared at the male deadpanned. I'm sorry, but why does that feel like it was both a backhanded insult and a compliment? Chifuyu nervously laughed from beside the older girl. Knowing Badgie-san, it may very well be both. Suddenly, Pa's phone went off in the middle of his conversation with Mitsuya and Pei. Hold on guys, let me take this. He turned and answered the call. Pa-chin speaking, what's up? Draken nodded, as he and Mikey walked over after having their own private conversation towards Mako and Emma. Is Yai going back home with you, or do we need one of the guys to take her home? Oh well, we'll have to ask her, Mako began to say until Pa's rage-filled yell cut her off. Wait, say THAT again? The whole group turned to look at the bulky male. What hospital? Yuha, I'll be right there, man. Pa turned to Pei fuming. Pei Yan, we gotta go. Huh? Pei exclaimed in shock, noting the agitated and concerned mood that had overtaken his captain. What's happened? I'll tell you on the way. Pa, what's wrong? Mikey concernedly called out towards the scared teen, as the whole of the males all looked at Pa ready to jump to his aid if need be. Don't really know yet, Pa growled angrily, but a friend of mine just called, something bad happened Mikey. I gotta go see him. I see, Mikey muttered seriously as Draken frowned from his side. Pa, you want us to come with you? Badgie asked frowning, watching as the male only shook his head. Yeah man, we don't mind coming to back you up. Mitsuya nodded in agreement, stepping up. Nah, you guys get Emma and the girls back home safe. He glared in the girls' direction, but everyone could tell from the flash of concern in his eyes that the glare was the farthest thing from hostile. Please. He mounted his bike with Pei. Pa, wait, Mikey shouted out, once you know what's up. I'll let you know. Pa finished nodding. Don't worry guys, I will. Pa-chin, Emma concernedly called out as Mako and Yae stared at the boy with concern. Whatever happened? I hope that your friend's okay. Pa smiled awkwardly. Thanks, Emma. Me too, Mako joined in. Whatever happened, I hope it's nothing serious. Same, please be careful. Yae nodded, noting how angry the boy seemed and worrying about what that would mean for his ability to handle his motorcycle. Pa blushed slightly at this and looked away. Thanks, Yae-chai. He looked back at the group and gave them a final nod. I'll call you later, Mikey. Covering the receiver, Emma turned her back to Mako and Yae. Is it serious? Yeah, that's why we're having the meeting. You gonna be okay to come with Ai-chan and Yae-chai? Emma frowned. Let me just ask. She turned back to Mako and Yae. Mei-chan, Yae-chan. The two girls turned back to Emma. Yeah, everything okay? Mako asked as Emma frowned slightly. Yeah, just. Would you guys be okay coming with me to a gathering at the Musashi Shrine? The Musashi Shrine? Yae muttered. Wait, isn't that the shrine where we met up for the beach? Mako frowned, crossing her arms. I take it this is Tommen related. Emma nodded. Does it have anything to do with Pa-chin? Emma nodded again, watching as Mako and Yae turned to each other silently for a bit before nodding. Sure, I've been wondering about Pa-chin since we last saw him. Same, Yae agreed, crossing her arms. The way things ended left a sick feeling in my gut. Okay then, Emma nodded. We're good, Mikey, we can meet you there. Great, Mikey nodded. Make sure to stick together though, and if anything happens. I'll call you or Draken. Emma sighed, rolling her eyes. I know, Mikey, I know. We'll see you in a bit. Tell Draken hi for me. Sure, Mikey hummed, before smirking mischievously and shouting to Draken as he waited for Mikey. Oi, Kenshin, Emma says she loves you. Emma's face exploded red. Mikey. Draken only glared and shook his head at his friend as he came up to him. Give me that. He ripped the phone from the snickering blonde's hands. I swear one of these days she's gonna kill you for making jokes like that. Draken scolded, and Emma, blushing face, turned deadpanned as she heard the older boy's words. But it's not a joke, she angrily thought, wondering just what the hell she needed to do to get him to see her feelings for him. Everything all right? Mako asked as she came up to Emma's side. Yeah, Emma muttered as Mako frowned at the obvious lie. You good, Emma? Draken spoke from over the line once he finished scolding her brother. Yeah, she lied through her teeth yet again. I just wanted stupid Mikey to tell you hi and that Mei-chan and Yae-chan would be seeing you soon. Draken nodded at this, noting the slight tension in her voice. All right, I'll see you soon then. Be safe, okay? Her anger simmered down at his final words and her stomach fluttered with butterflies. Yeah, see you soon. Mako stared at Emma for a few seconds, contemplating if she should ruin her friend's now brightened mood. What did Mikey do? Her curiosity got the better of her. Mood darkening, Emma shook in place. I ma kill him. Mako winced. That bad, huh? Looking between the two girls, Ye decided to lighten the mood up again. I know how to hide a dead body and get rid of evidence if you need help. Mako and Emma slowly turned to look at the deadpanned Ye. What? I watch a lot of true crime stories. Remind me to not let you anymore. Mako deadpanned as Ye threw her arms up. Well, remind me not to remind you. Ye shot back, leading to the two girls bantering over the shows they watch, and Emma could not help but giggle at this. The tension she had been feeling all day slowly faded away as she led the two older girls to the shrine. July 19th, 2005. Take Michi. After asking and looking for some directions for the shrine Draken had told him to meet them at, the young couple walked in a brisk yet peaceful silence. As they walked, the pair would brush up against one another every now and again. Take Michi-kun, Hina began, deciding to finally end the silence. What do you consider important? Huh, important? Take Michi asked, humming to himself as he tried to think it over. For me, it's times like this. Hina explained. We don't even need to do anything. Just the two of us walking together, talking about nothing important, just being able to spend time with you. Take Michi had almost slowed down fully to a stop from the shock he felt hearing his girlfriend's words to him. As she turned back to smile at him, his heart both skipped a beat and clenched in regret. I hope I get to spend even more time like this with you. Time, that's right. Take Michi thought, staring at the girl he loves. What's important to me is... The image of his sister's teasing smile and scolding frown flashed through his mind. Akon and the guys goofing around flashed through his mind as he stared at the smiling girl. Is all of them? He thought. No kissing. He cringed at the memory of the girl from the karaoke flashed through his mind. I don't know what's going on with my past self, but hesitantly reaching out his hand, he struggled to grab onto Hina's hand. I hope he realizes how important everyone is cause. On August 3rd, save Ryuguji-ken. That's your mission this time. You, Ye pointed to him, know this boy now, man. In fact, you and her befriended him around the same time. That's my hint. Pulling his hand back, he clenched it into a fist as the future Naoto and Ye's words entered his mind once more. Cause, in order to save Hina and Meimei, I have to identify the reason for Draken's death 2 weeks from now and save him. Take Michi determinedly thought as he and Hina stopped at the bottom of the shrine steps. I need to find out the reason. You guys are meeting here? Hina curiously asked, blinking a few times as she noticed Take Michi's face set in a determined glare of deep thought before he snapped out of it to nervously smile at her. Yeah, he nodded, and Hina could not help but quietly remember once more what Mako had told her recently. He just has something on his mind. Mako tried to explain. I don't really know much about it, but we had a talk, so hopefully he'll open up to at least one of us soon. Could the face Take Michi-kun was making right now have anything to do with what Meini was talking about? Hina quietly wondered as she tried to take note of all the strangeness that had been going around with her boyfriend as of late. Suddenly, the loud noise of multiple vehicles began to fill the night air, and as the two teens turned to look down the road, they both paled and stepped closer to one another as many headlights flooded the road. A large group of bikers, all wearing the same black uniform, pulled into the large open space at the bottom of the shrine steps. Take Michi subconsciously placed Hina firmly behind him protectively as the girl nervously peeked over his shoulder at the many gang members starting to park their bikes. Are you sure it's here? Hina nervously stuttered as Take Michi stared at the gang members even more nervously and pale. Why, yeah. They look really scary. Should we call Meini? Hina nervously asked, slowly bringing out her phone to call up the older Hanagaki sibling as Take Michi shook his head. Don't worry, I'm here, Take Michi tried to confidently say, just don't stare at them. He muttered, quietly trying to follow his own advice as his heart raced through his chest. Who wears biker gang outfits nowadays? And there are so many of them? Take Michi thought, wondering just who these guys were, let alone where Draken and possibly Mikey were if they were supposed to meet here. Hey, a random gangster shouted, causing the two teens to jump in fear as their heads whipped to see a taller male angrily marching up towards them. Who the hell do you think you're starrin' at, huh? Scram. Take Mitchie paled, feeling himself sweat bullets as the older-looking male came up to his face. What the hell's your problem? I'll murder you, another gang member added, coming up to back his pal. Not knowing what else to do, Take Mitchie tried to explain himself. I was just invited here and… What? The taller original one yelled, cutting the stuttering Take Mitchie off. You got any idea where you are, punk? He harshly grabbed at the front of Take Mitch's school shirt, almost choking the poor male, much to Hina's horror and concern. Take Mitchie-kun. Her hand once more reached for her cell phone. Should I try calling Maney? Musashi Shrine. Who the hell would invite a pissant like you to a Tommen gathering, huh? Violence is wrong, Hina finally shouted as she watched her boyfriend be shaken. But we just might need it, I need to. Hearing the girls yell, Mitsuya looked up from talking with his second-in-command to see Take Mitchie being shaken by some of Tommen's guys with Hina close behind. His eyes narrowed for a split second before going wide. Hang on, isn't that? Mako and Yae cooed at the image of Mitsuya's younger twin sisters in his phone. They're so cute, Mako squealed. Twins, yeah look, they're twins, they're so adorable, it's double the cuteness. You mean double the trouble, Yae jokes as Emma laughs from close by. They're honestly not that bad, I'd argue Mikey's worse. Draken snorted and nodded in agreement. Most kids are better behaved compared to Mikey. Rude, Mikey almost shouted, muffled by the food in his mouth as Draken smacked the boy behind his back. Chew, swallow, then talk, dumbass. Tilda, Mako couldn't help but continue to squeal. But they're just too cute, Tilda, I wish I was still so small and adorable. I take it I likes kids, Badgie boldly noted as Yae nodded to him. Girl's a sucker for the tiny crotch goblins, Yae muttered as Mako sent her a teasing grin. Oh please, I'm not the only one. Yae's literally a kid magnet as much as she likes to keep a resting bitch face to keep people away. Kids are just naturally drawn to her. Her grandmother has to use her to calm kids down when parents bring them in for checkups. I still don't get how that works, Yae darkly muttered as Pa and Pei could only stare at the redhead in awe. So cool. So is she a child whisperer? That's not a thing. I take it your brother is close to our age then, Mitsuya asked Mako as she nodded. Yeah, technically we're Irish twins. Irish twins? Chifuyu asked as Pa looked up from his food. They're Irish. Whoa, Tilda, Pei stared in awe as Mako giggled at the boy's stupidity. No, they're not literally Irish. Yae shook her head. Irish twins just refers to the phenomena of when a mom has her kids in the span of 12 or less months apart. Yep, Mako happily nodded. In the case of Mitch and me, we're exactly 1 whole year apart. Whoa, Pei shouted. I never knew babies could be born so close together. Or would it be far apart? Yes, Mako and Yae said in unison. Jinx. So does this mean the two of you share a birthday? Chifuyu asked as Mako nodded. Yep, she cheerfully admitted before going deadpanned as she muttered. He still owes me my first birthday. You really are never gonna let him live that down, aren't ya? Yae deadpanned in return as Mako threw her arms in the air. Never, she shouted before pulling out her cell phone and showing it to Mitsuya. I mean, look at this majestic crybaby bitch. The fucking audacity. Worst first birthday present ever. Mako pouted, causing Mitsuya to snort as he realized she was just joking as she insulted the boy in the picture she showed him. Looking at the image of the blonde-haired Take Mitchie being easily pinned down by Mako on the beach as some of their guy friends cheered and laughed around them. Take Mitchie, Mitsuya called out, catching the 4 teens' attention as they all turned to him confused. Why yes, Take Mitchie stuttered, confused at who this new stranger was that seemed to know him. At this confirmation, Mitsuya felt his eyes twitch in annoyance as he walked over to the group. What are you scarin' the commander's guest for? He angrily said, kicking the idiot who still held Take Mitchie even after he had called out the boy's name and watched the boy be released. Terribly sorry, sir, they scrambled away. Take Mitch's hand flew to his chest as he coughed and gasped a few times from the rough treatment he'd experienced. Are you okay, Take Mitchie-kun? Hina concernedly asked, hand hesitantly coming up to try and touch the boy's neck, only to stop when he finally calmed his coughing fits down and smiled at her. Yeah. So this is Take Mitchie, Mitsuya thought. I wonder how he caught Mikey's attention. He wondered as he tried comparing the two Hanagaki siblings in his mind. Not the time. He shook his head with a sigh. Come with me. Huh? Takemichi watched the silver begin to walk away. Sure. His eyes became wide though as he realized something. Wait, he's one of the guys from the picture. He thought, his mind flashing to the beach photo from the adult Yae's office. See, could this guy be? He started to pale, wondering if this was possible the person the adult Yae talked of being his sister's future lover. That was until a slight rumbling of a stationary motorcycle caught his ear and stopped his mind from wandering further into conspiracies. Looking up, he was met with the smiling figure of Mikey, dressed like the commander of Tommen he was, and sitting atop a bike. Hey, Takemichi. Takemichi's eyes became wide as the realization slowly sunk in. Sorry for inviting you here out of the blue. All of them? Takemichi's eyes wander, catching sight of Baji grinning at Chifuyu, whose back faced Takemichi's. To Pei and Pa looking over towards him with stiff glare, to Mitsuya and Draken proudly standing on either side of Mikey. All those guys were a part of Tommen. Meini, what did you do? Takemichi panikedly thought, staring at the teens. Draken frowned as he looked towards Takemichi and noted the nervous Hina sticking close by to her boyfriend in shock. Why'd you bring your wifey here? Sorry, Takemichi quickly responded, snapping out of his shocked thoughts. I had no idea it'd be like this. He admitted, scratching the back of his head as Draken walked over to them. Guess that can't be helped. Hina-chan? He smiled and bent down slightly to better accommodate for the smaller girl's stature. Sorry for scaring you the other day. Oh, Hina almost laughed nervously, recalling her first meeting with these two boys. It's fine, don't worry about it. She smiled in return, realizing she and Draken had never apologized the same way she and Mikey had. Also, I'm sorry too. It's fine. Draken simply politely waved off before giving Takemichi a smirk. Got a surprise for you, by the way. Huh? Takemichi blinked a few times, confused as Draken looked away. Oizema ai. Meini, Takemichi all but exclaimed in shock as he and Hina's gaze turned towards the direction Draken was shouting towards. Huh, why is she here too? Yahoo tilde, Mako greeted, walking towards her brother and Hina smiling with Yae nervously close by. Good to see you two together again, Michai. Senpai, Hina gasped as Yae waved to the two. Allo tilde. It was the girl who came up behind the two older girls, though, that had Takemichi freezing in place, though, in shock. Yeah, Emma boredly replied, looking off to the side, as she knew Draken would have only called for if he needed her. This is I's brother, Takemichi, Draken stated, pointing to Takemichi, and his wifey, so make sure you protect her. Oi oi, Mako huffed, glaring up at Draken. Don't just shift my brother's responsibilities to Hina off on Emma-chan. Mako crossed her arms. If you want someone to watch her, then I'll do it. She tried to argue as Emma finally came up to her side. Roger. Emma nonetheless agreed with a sigh, moving her curious gaze to see her friend's supposed beloved stupid brother, and froze as she realized who it was. Huh. It's him. It's her. The two teens thought at once as Mako gestured to Takemichi, smiling at Emma. Emma-chan, I'd like you to meet. Emma suddenly smiled brightly and waved to the fake blonde. Yo, wussy boy, she flirtatiously called out, quietly thinking to herself. I have no other choice. If I'm going down, you'll be coming down with me, wussy. Takemichi's jaw dropped. Yae's eyes became wide as she stared between the two teens. Oh. Hina twitched, a bit annoyed, noting how this obviously attractive female both not only knew, but seemed to be openly flirting with her boyfriend with her tone of voice. Why is she calling you, wussy boy? What? Draken and Mako both seemed to frown, looking towards their respective teens. You know Emma. You know Michai. Both Draken and Mako respectively asked the teen standing next to them, as Takemichi's frightened and nervous gaze now snapped towards his sister's surprised one, before snapping towards his quietly fuming girlfriend. Why, you've got the wrong idea, Hina. He turned to Draken and his sister, both as the pair now stared him down with open glares. Draken-kun, Meini, I don't remember a thing that happened. Yae facepalmed at the boy's stuttering excuse. Ivy, I can't believe this. What is this, a telenovela? She quietly muttered, as snuck a glance between the teens. Actually, now I can't look away. Mako threateningly began, making Takemichi pale. Did you fuck up? What even is fucking up? Takemichi began to stutter out as his sister cut him off. Mako shouted like a buzzer, already calling out his bullshit, as a dark aura seemed to cover her and Hina. You fucked up. He managed to get me down to my underwear, then ran away. Oh tilde, so you did something like that, huh? Hina angrily shook as Takemichi tried to look at the two females as innocently as he could. You know, I'm not sure, I really don't remember. He tried to explain, eyes focusing on his possibly soon-to-be ex as she cracked her neck and knuckles. Huh, Hina-san. Yae popped up behind her, handing the angry Tina bat. Here, use this. Takemichi flinched back, begging some form of god to save him. Hina-chan. Hearing his sister's voice suddenly no longer with an angry tone, Takemichi almost cried, looking towards her with a fuming Hina. Mei, he cried out, hopeful, believing his sister might mercifully save him. I'm saved. Mako stared at the teen with a disappointed deadpan stare, before smiling brightly and running her dumb across her neck execution style. Give him a quick death, she cheerfully said as Yae pulled out her phone from behind the smiling Mako to take pictures. Say, dumbass, Yae boredly cooed as the remaining teens watched Hina release her anger against the boy while she took some pictures. Oof, that's gotta hurt. Where'd you even get the bat from? Draken muttered, eyeing the beating Takemichi took, feeling equal parts impressed and concerned given how easily Hina seemed to be able to handle beating the boy. Yae gestured casually to the gang still standing behind them. Oh, you know, I just batted my eyes to someone and asked nicely. Mako snickered from her friend's side and subtly high-fived her as Draken realized the pun she had made with a deadpan stare. Why? No reason. Draken twitched a few times at this, resisting the impulse to groan at the girl's joke as he looked back at the group. Just needing to know for future reference. Sighing annoyed, Mako glared at the domestic dispute occurring between her brother and Hina. Goddamn Bakamichi, I would be killing him myself if Hina-chan didn't have obvious dibs. I thought I raised him better than this. She grounded out, dragging her hand down her face. To be fair, it is your fault he's so weak to girls, Yae muttered as Mako sent her a glare. Teaching a boy to respect women, and to treat them as you'd wish to be treated, and to never hit a girl unless absolutely necessary, does not mean I purposely raised a boy weak against girls. Isn't that a contradiction? Draken muttered as Mako smirked at him viciously. Not when I'm a woman who knows how to kick most guys' asses 7 ways to hell and back it isn't. Women are just as capable as men at being abusive or violent pieces of shit. Yae nodded, as Emma seemed to hum in agreement. But that's not what I meant. I mean the fact he obviously now has a fetish for girls that can obviously kick his ass. Yae pointed out as Hina threw the bat away, huffing as she glared down at the boy. He does not, Mako huffed. He obviously just likes girls with a no-nonsense attitude and can still be nice and fun. Denial. Yae, Draken, and Emma all thought before Draken sighed and turned to Emma. Oi, she jumped, but Emma kept a practically cool face as she looked up at the much taller male. Yes, Draken. Were you seriously just messing around with Takemichi? He asked, eyes narrowing, as Emma slightly shook inside under his critical gaze. Is this it? She hopefully wondered. Is he finally going to notice me? She turned to him and held her chin up high, and if I was? She boldly challenged, playing with her hair. Yae and Mako now focused on them as they looked between the two. The two teens stared each other down for a good few seconds, Draken's eyes racking down Emma's body as if checking for signs of something, before settling on her eyes when he noticed nothing off. He took a glance to Takemichi, as the boy now sat on his knees beaten as Hina stared him down, then to Mako and Yae, who both seemed to focus on Emma with contemplative looks of their own. Settling his gaze back onto Emma, he finally took note of her tell, seeing a lack of proper pride or mirth in her gaze or posture. He felt his nerves calm as he realized nothing serious must have happened between the two. He clicked his tongue. Tusk, whatever. Just be careful not to let Mikey find out. Wait, seriously? Yae almost seemed to snap as the male began to walk away. So wait, she just said she was in nothing but her underwear in front of Takemichi-kun, and all he has to say to this is don't let Mikey find out. Shouldn't he be, I don't know, concerned about this? Ye asked Mako as the girl hummed unimpressed. Oh, definitely, Mako thought, frowning, but it seems he doesn't plan to show it. She notes watching Draken walk away with a slight stiffness to his back before she glanced at Emma and noted how the girl's eyes flashed with hurt before a mask came into place as she redirected her gaze back to Take Michi and Hina. These two have some serious communication problems. Mako sighed before also focusing her attention back onto the actual couple of their group. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Take Michi struggled to mutter out as Hina simply turned her back to him and began to walk away fuming. Jerk, I don't care. She almost seemed to shout, almost close to tears of anger as she marched away. Noting this, Mako's heart clenched with concern. Hina-chan, why? Mako called out, reaching out for the girl, but was stopped when Ye placed her hands over hers with a shake of her head. I'll go, I know you two are close, but I don't think she'd really like the sister of the idiot who just cheated on her. Ye sent Take Michi a disgusted look at this before looking back to Mako, coming to comfort her. Mako frowned a bit dejectedly. Yeah, you're right. Looking over at her almost crying brother, Mako sighed through her nose, and I guess I should make sure he's all right. Yeah, you should. Ye rolled her eyes without sympathy for the boy. I'll just go help Hinata-chan calm down, while you... She secretly gestured to Emma and Take Michi as the girl awkwardly came over to the beaten boy. See what's going on there like the good big sister you are. I don't think Draken really took what Emma said as seriously as he should have. Ye frowned as Mako nodded in agreement. Yeah, I know what you mean. Looking down at the bowed and kneeling Take Michi, Emma winced internally, unsure what to say to the boy she just got beaten by his own girlfriend. Then again, he did follow her to the karaoke room of his own accord. Yikes! I'm surprised you went along with me when you've got a girl like that. Especially with Mei-chan as your big sister. I know I haven't known her for long, but I'm sorta surprised you took a swing at me now given the way she must have helped raise you. Take Michi twitched at this, you and me both, just what was my past self thinking. But don't get the wrong idea. Emma awkwardly muttered, catching the teen's full attention. I don't like you or anything. You were just the easiest one to go along with. Huh? Take Michi looked up at the girl, surprised, noting a longing gaze off towards the distance. I just wanted to grow up faster and become an adult, that's all. Take Michi turned his gaze towards the direction she looked at, frowning. He won't even look at me. Emma quietly began to become upset, staring at Draken and her brother talking without a care in the world. All he ever cares about is Mikey, bikes, and fighting. Her heart cracked as she looked down at the ground. I thought he'd at least get a little angry. I see, Take Michi thought. She was trying to make Draken-kun jealous. Yeah, I don't understand girls at all. He sighed, just as Mako joined the pair angrily. Sano Emma-chan? Emma jumped and stood up straight in shock. Hanagaki Take Michi-kun? Take Michi did the same, shrieking, the two teens staring at the glaring, crossed-armed Mako in shock as it then hit them. She had just heard everything Emma said. Everything that was just said. Was it true? Take Michi shook in his place. He didn't know what to say. Emma, on the other hand, frowned, embarrassed, and had to look away. After all, she had almost seduced and slept with her new friend's slightly younger brother without knowing. Emma's stomach twisted into knots now, realizing just why Take Michi's eyes and somewhat kind personality when they first met had first stood out for her. Well, Mako seriously said, did you guys really almost fool around just because you wanted to grow up? Her eyes narrowed, and Take Michi almost cried under his sister's disappointed gaze. It's just as bad as Dad's, he thought as Emma looked at her feet. Maybe, she quietly muttered, upset, hands clenched into fists by her side as she thought. Why didn't Draken at least get sorta upset like this? Swallowing his own saliva, Take Michi bowed to his sister. Maini, I'm sorry, I really don't remember what happened. He struggled to not panic and ramble. What do I say? I can't just tell her I don't remember because I'm from the future. What do I do? Doesn't remember, Mako thought. Could this mean he had another? Having noted the near tear-like state Take Michi had taken from being under Mako's harsh glare, and even the honest confusion that continued to plague the boy since he suddenly blackout on her before waking up with her on top as she checked him, Emma felt her guilt overtake her, and she bowed as well. It's my fault, Mako-chan. Huh? Take Michi's gaze snapped towards Emma in shock. I was the one who talked wussy boy, Take Michi. It's Take Mitchie. Take Mitchie wanted to cry, as it started to become apparent that almost no one called him by his actual name since he met Mikey. Into joining me for karaoke to cheer me up. Standing up, Emma looked into the older dark-haired teen's eyes and struggled to not fidget in place as she realized the girl's gaze was almost like that of a firm parent whose child had messed up. I was just looking for a way to become a woman already and get Draken's attention. Your brother was just the one I found the easiest to talk to and to try to get what I want. I see, Mako frowned, walking up closer to the two teens. And did anything happen? We didn't kiss. We didn't even really touch. I stripped without much warning after flirting between a few rounds of songs, but nothing happened before he ran. Emma admitted, looking away thinking. At this point, I wonder if the idiot even had any idea what I was trying to do now. Mako looked between the two and sighed, pinching her nose. Of course. I should have known my brother's inheritance of our mother's puppy dog-eyed face. Take Mitchie blinked a few times, confused. Would somehow get him into trouble someday. Mako sighed frustratedly. These are the days I wish he got our father's resting bitch face like me. The two younger siblings of their respective families turned to look at one another confused. She has a resting bitch face. Suddenly the two were firmly, but not too harshly, smacked on their heads. Ow. What was that for? Emma angrily snapped, flinching when Mako's finger and face came up close to hers. Obviously for being such dummies, you dummies. Grow up faster? What bull? Emma-chan, you're 13. You shouldn't be rushing to grow up, especially not for a stupid guy. And you? Her gaze snapped to Take Mitch's, making him yelp. You're 14 and have a girlfriend. What were you even thinking of going off with a girl randomly to a karaoke? I know you're not that oblivious about sex just 'cause you're a cherry boy. She almost shouted, making him blush. I've seen the dirty mags Makoto and Yamagishi have stashed in your room. You should have known better. He paled at this. You know about those. Mako sent him an unimpressed glare. I clean your room, dumbass. Seriously, neither of you should even be thinking about having sex. But, Emma jumped in, the age of consent is. Yes, I know the age of consent. Mako cut her off, covering her eyes, but that doesn't mean you have to go and have sex to make yourself an adult Emma-chan. Mako moaned, look, I'm not your mom or dad, so I can't really tell you not to have sex if you want to. Secretly under her breath, Mako muttered, and honestly I can't really stop you if that's your choice. Then don't. Emma tried to argue only to bite her tongue when fierce blue met gold. Mako looked Emma firmly in the eyes sympathetically. But what you did could have been dangerous, Emma-chan, for a lot of reasons, and that worries me as your friend. Mako desperately explained, causing the Sano female to flinch in shock as she noticed a misty gleam entering the Hanagaki girl's eyes. Emma, you're a beautiful, strong, kind, smart young girl. Mako gently laid out, cupping the girl's face in her hands. You deserve better than having some loser rando off the street be your first time in some dirty karaoke room. No offense, Mitch. None taken. Take Mitchie could only nod, understanding his sister was trying to make a point, and honestly agreeing with her as he looked at Emma sympathetically. Even if I don't get a woman's heart, at least Mei does. She's honestly making a lot of fair points, he thought. Bumping her forehead against the Sano girl, Mako whispered, I get that you really like Draken, I do. And I support you on that. Like 120%. Hell, your brother does too, I'm sure. Mako slightly gestured over to Mikey as the boy and Draken, though too far away to know what the trio spoke of, did seem to be paying somewhat attention to the interactions occurring between them. But do you really want to get Draken's attention by hurting yourself? How do you think Draken would feel if he found that out? The fact you slept with someone just to make him jealous. Hell, what if Draken was the one who slept with someone to make you jealous? Emma's eyes slightly misted at the thought alone, the mere thought of either scenario hurting her. But how else am I supposed to make him see me? She quietly muttered, leaning into the older Hanagaki female's arms as she now hugged the girl. He doesn't even care. He cares, Mako sighed, glaring over to the boys. He's probably just being a dumb boy. He's not that much older than you or me after all, and he's friends with your brother, so that should say something. Even if he does seem to be the more mature one. Emma snorted in laughter at this. Yeah. They can be real idiots when they're left alone. I'd even say they share a brain cell sometimes. Bet, Mako kindly smiled, caressing the top of the girl's head. And it's no wonder you're so frustrated. People will do a lot of stupid and crazy things when they're in love, but Take Michi could not help but stare in awe of his sister as she pulled Emma away from her embrace to look her in the eyes. It also makes you stronger, so don't just throw in the towel and give up and get desperate without reason. She brushed Emma's hair out of her face. I'll admit I've never been in love before. But you need to love yourself too, Emma, and know that we'll be here to help you fight for your love. So you shouldn't risk yourself like that when we could think of better options to catch Draken's attention that don't include screwing the first easy guy you find. Mako nodded, making the blonde blush. Really, you help me with that. Course, what are friends for? Mako smiled. So, you're not mad at me for doing what I did, or want to stop being my friend? Emma shyly asked. Oh, I'm mad. Mako bluntly stated, flicking the Sano girl in the forehead, making her squeak, but I'm definitely still your friend Tilda. She pulled her into a hug again. Besides, it takes two to tango, and it's obvious you both are feeling as stupid as you were acting. So, I'll forgive you, for now. Mei-chan, Emma cuddled closer into the older girl's arms. Mei-mei, Take Michi stared at his older sister with awe, only to flinch back as she gave him a glare. As for you, the two of us have a long talk ahead of us once we get home. Of course, he mentally cried, cause it can never be that easy for me. Now, Mako huffed, I'm sure Yai's probably calmed Hina down some by now. You want to go and see if we can't salvage things between all of us. You were the one wanting to meet and befriend her, remember? Mako recounted as Emma frowned. She thought for a good few seconds before nodding. Yeah, I'd really like to apologize to her. If I'd known Takemichi here was your brother, let alone dating someone, I'd have never pulled him to the karaoke. Mako smiled. I know, I'm sure Hina will understand too if we explain things right. Let's go. She led the girl away, looking back at her brother one last time to give him the stink eye. And you better be planning a proper apology for her too. You're such a total dumbass and undeserving of her at this point. Yeah, I know. Takemichi nodded without much argument. I really couldn't have said it better myself, Mei-mei. July 19, 2005. Watching his sister be led away by Mako, Mikey hummed to himself as he laid his head on his arms on his bike. Kenshin. Mind telling what that was all about? Mikey asked, taking note of how he'd watched both Emma and Takemichi seemingly be scolded by the older Hanagaki sibling before the girl seemingly went to start comforting Emma and leading her away from Takemichi. It's been a while since I've seen someone scold Emma that way. He muttered and watched Draken frown. Not much to really say. As his sister put it, Takemichi fucked up and Emma apparently had a part in it. He refused to further clarify past this. I see, I guess that's why his wifey and Yeichai ran off then? Though Draken far from had to clarify anything to Mikey, as the Sano male could only already guess what his little sister must have done. She wasn't the wildest of them, nor was she the most irresponsible or immature, but Emma was still his baby sister, and as such Mikey made it a habit to know and even try and understand the girl better than anyone. He had made it his duty to better act as an older brother once their eldest had passed away. Even if he was busy with Tommen and goofing around, he still did his best to be there for her and understand. He knew that whatever had occurred probably wasn't the best, and that he should probably step in and talk to the girl. Yet watching Mako lead the girl away, he couldn't help the slight warmth he felt watching as his sister found support in someone else who could probably better understand her. Someone outside Tommen, or in connection to himself, someone who obviously had strong maternal or familial instincts. Someone like Hanagaki Mako, who seemed to never stop surprising and entertaining Mikey with her honest way of being. He smiled at the memories of his interactions with the Hanagaki female, from his first sight of her knocking someone out, to her flipping him off, to catching his arm and calling out his bluff. Her seeming to understand of his dream for a new era of delinquents, to seeing her knock her own brother out with her own shoe, to her blushing expression whenever he called her cute. Till finally, their last interactions during their beach day ended the walk through memory lane, Mikey found all these memories to be special and notable. As even with so few interactions between them, the Hanagaki female had set up roots in his mind, and a desire within to further expand on their interactions. Coming out of his thoughts, Mikey frowned as he noticed Pa agitatedly pacing back and forth close by. Ken Chin? He became serious and nodded to the taller male, his friend nodding in return, knowing the signal he was giving him. Understood. Draken looked over at the silent Hanagaki male and called out to him, Take Michi, you done. The blonde-haired boy jumped, realizing he had been called over. Sorry to keep you waiting. He began to run over as Mikey got off his bike. All right, gather round, everyone. We're startin' our meeting, Draken loudly announced, and Mikey silently watched as Tommen's division members, led by their vice captains, slowly started to move up the steps to take their positions for the meeting. Emma and the girls quietly waited on the side by the bottom steps, till Mikey led Draken, Take Michi, and the divisions up the steps. Emma only giving the girls the okay to go up with her once she saw her brother reach the top of the steps and nod down to her. That's the signal. Emma gestured to the three girls. We'll be allowed to watch, but we gotta stay back and not cause too much noise, okay? Hina frowned and could only turn her back to the small group. I'll stay here, she quietly muttered, though no longer livid, still upset with her boyfriend and the blonde girl who seemed to be a friend of said boyfriend's sister. I don't feel comfortable going up there after. What happened? Hina-chan, Mako sadly frowned, wishing they had been given the time to clear things up. If you stay, then I'll go up, Ye ordered, making Mako, Hina, and Emma all look at her surprised. Hi. Yai-chan. Senpai. Pushing Mako up the steps a bit, Ye turned to face the confused Hina and Emma with her arms crossed. We're gonna have a small intervention down here. Wait, seriously. The three other girls were barely able to shout over the Tommen members' greetings. Good evening, Commander. Ah, the meeting's about to start, Emma exclaimed as Mako looked at her red-headed friend frowning. Yai, stop playing around. Emma-chan obviously needs to talk with Hinata-chan here over what happened with that idiot brother of yours. Ye, deadpanned, especially if you want to keep being friends with both of them. She watched Mako wilt at this argument. I'm an unbiased arbitrator here, you see. I don't really care for Take Michikun, and I like you too, she pointed to Hina and Emma, about the same as one another and have nothing to skew my opinion. In fact, I can be a right old bitch if I have to. Ye nodded to herself, as Mako looked between the two girls and up the shrine steps. Well, that's true, but wouldn't it be better if we did this some other time together? You're too biased with your connections to these two. Ye, deadpanned, gesturing to the confused Hina and Emma. So leave me to handle this telenovela scenario while you keep an eye on the idiot hanging 10 with the literal biker gang up there. She gestured up the steps. After all, knowing your dumbass brother, he's likely to get himself put in hospital sticking his nose somewhere he shouldn't. He wouldn't. Hina began to try jumping to defend her boyfriend, wincing though as she recalled the very reason she first fell for him. Maney, maybe you should go up there for him. That bad? Emma winced seeing the light brown-haired girl nod. Yeah. Mako winced thinking of all the times her brother has run, metaphorically, into fire. Yeah, I think I'll just. She vaguely gestured up the steps and Ye nodded. Yeah, you should. Just. Mako jogged slightly in place looking at the two awkward teens who Ye kept from going up the steps. Please don't push any buttons. Oh please, I'm not you. Fair enough, I'll let you guys know what happened once the meeting's over. Yai, make sure you guys stay safe. She waved and quickly skipped a few steps up to the top. Reaching the top, Mako's eyes became wide as all the members covered the shrine path. Whoa, eyes scanning the crowd, Mako tried to pick out the familiar faces of anyone she knew, or even her brother. Where are? Shit. She jumped in place a few times trying to look past some of the taller males lining the back. Curse. You, tall, ass, holes. Mako huffed, stopping when she found a small gap between the guys to stand in and finally caught sight of Mikey and Draken looking down at the group from another set of steps. Whoa, Mako silently gasped, staring up at the shirtless commanding male, though it was far from the way he dressed that caught her attention. His eyes. She brought a hand close to her chest and stared up at Mikey. They're completely different from what I've been used to seeing, she thought, staring in awe. The whole mood's different from what it was down there. She glanced back over down the steps where she noted Emma bowing and Hina waving her arms as Ye scratched the back of her head. Even now, comparing the atmosphere down there to this, she shifted her gaze back over to the Tommen commander, hardly noting the blush that came to her face when Mikey's gaze landed on her for a split second. This is the commanding might of Tommen's commander. This is the invincible Mikey everyone respects and fears, she thought, remembering how the Mizo 5 members had talked about the blonde, keeping her gaze on the male. I can't help but wonder how much all of this must weigh on him. We're gathered here today to talk about Mobius. If they go against us, it'll turn into a huge conflict. Mikey firmly and clearly spoke out to the crowd, Mako's eyes narrowing as Take Michi, who'd stood closest off to the side by the steps Mikey spoke from, flinched. Mobius, what's this about a conflict? No one told me about this. He blinked a few times, surprised. Wait, but wasn't this meeting supposed to have something to do with Pachin? Mako thought, concernedly remembering what Emma had told Ye and her. Why bring up another gang and conflict unless? Her stomach twisted into knots as her eyes went wide. Don't tell me. So, tell me what you all think. Mikey smiled at the group as he sat down on the steps. Draken, noting Takemichi's confusion, motioned Mitsuya towards the teen. Explain to Takemichi. Aight. Mitsuya walked up to the blonde and nodded to him. Listen closely. Mobius is a biker gang 2 generations older than us who's been controlling Shinjuku. Huh? Takemichi exclaimed in shock. Tommen isn't the one controlling this place. Tommen is over Shibuya. Shinjuku is a different story. Mitsuya clarified between the areas, plus, Tommen is still a new gang. What a shock. There are actually biker gangs larger than Tommen in this era, even though they're the strongest in the future. Takemichi gaped in shock. And about the dispute. Mitsuya began to try and explain, as Mako rounded the corner of the gathered teens, about to call out for her brother only to gasp in shock. Michi. Whoa, Takemichi yelled in shock as he was kicked from behind, landing face first. He quickly scrambled to get back up as he looked back at his supposed attacker. Ow, that fucking hurt. What's the big? He froze as he was met with Pa's glaring face, and Pei bending down so up close that his own glaring face was right in Takemichi's. Ha, you got a problem? Pei challenged. You're Hanagaki Takemichi, aren't you? Pa asked, glaring down at the boy. He's got the same last name as I, he thought, seemingly not putting 2 and 2 together even as he glared at the younger Hanagaki sibling. Heard you took real good care of our boy, Kiyomasa, Pei shouted, as Pa glared harder down at the boy. How're you gonna pay for that, huh? Pay for it? Takemichi stuttered, confused, just as his sister finally reached them from having run over to defend him. Pachin, Pei Yan, Mako angrily shouted, rounding the 2 boys to put herself between them and her brother's arms spread out protectively. What the hell are you 2 doing? Maney, Takemichi gasped, do you know these guys? Get out of the way, Pa glared. This Hanagaki kid's gotta pay for messing with my guy. Your guy, Mako muttered before glaring at the 2 males. If you're talking about that what's his face, then it was me who took him down before Mikey came around, not my brother. Mako snapped, glaring at the boys. Huh, this wimpy ass is your twin? Pei exclaimed in shock. I don't see the resemblance. 'Cause we're not twins, dumbasses, Mako snapped back. Who are you calling a dumbass? Pa yelled, and Mako held her ground unafraid. I am. Now if you got a problem with my Mitch, then you've got a problem with me. Mako protectively snapped as her brother stared up at her in awe. I can't believe Mei is literally standing up to these guys. No, wait. Yes, I can. Is she insane? Takemichi panikedly thought. Fighting with 2 gang members while their whole gang's around, I thought you were supposed to be the responsible one, Mei. Are you trying to pick a fight? Pa shouted as Mako snapped back. Nah, but I'll frickin' end one if you try me. She lowered her arms and began to shift her stance into a more aggressive state. So back, the hell up. Now, Mako warned, eyes sparking with burning rage, screaming that she would fight if provoked. Watching this scene, Mikey's eyes narrowed as Draken took a step towards the group. Don't, Mikey bluntly ordered, stopping the taller teen. Mitsuya's got this. Cut it out, Mitsuya angrily snapped, quickly stepping in between Mako and the other 2 boys as he realized just how serious the older Hanagaki sibling was about protecting her brother against the other boys. I can't let this escalate further, he thought, sending Pa and Pei scolding glares. Pa, Pei, don't start a fight with I and her brother. They're supposed to be the commander's guests. I thought you were over this with how well we all got along at the beach. You should have known I was related to that incident, so why get pissed off now? Mitsuya rhetorically questioned, though his mind was quickly filling in the blanks. They didn't think a girl like I could have been the Hanagaki Draken talked about socking Kiyomasa. He sent a quick glance to take Michi, as he remained seated on the ground staring wide-eyed between Mitsuya and Meiko. So instead, they've shifted their frustrations on this guy. They didn't even realize they were siblings. Mitsuya almost sighed in frustration, as he once again focused his stern gaze on his fellow captain and his vice-captain. The Kiyomasa incident was nothing but him using Tommen's name as he pleased to set up some underground fights. We're supposed to drop it. Huh? I ain't know anything about that shit because I'm fucking dumb. Pa shouted, getting into Mitsuya's face. Pa-chin's brain is just jello. Okay, Pei shouted in agreement. Meiko's eye twitched at this. Are you serious? Then why the fuck are you getting mad? She yelled as Mitsuya himself snapped with her at the two proud idiots. If you don't know, then don't butt in, you dumbass. Ken-chin. Mikey gave Draken the signal then. He'd had enough of watching his friends snapping at one another for nothing more than deadbeat trash. Hey, Pa, Draken called out, catching the blonde male's attention. Keep your mouth shut. He coldly glared. His warning was clear as day, though. For the Tommen members, any more arguments would lead to him stepping in. Pei bowed to him at this. Sorry, Draken. Chi. Pa, though, simply turned his back on the trio to walk back to his place. Pei quickly and quietly following close behind, though he did take one final glance at the other teens before doing so. Helping her brother up off the ground, Meiko sent an apprehensive glare towards Draken. What was that all about? Don't hold it against them. What an absurd guy. Take Michi quietly muttered, staring after the two teens before looking to his sister. And you know them. They weren't like this when we first met. Meiko frowned, but I did see glimpses of this that night, she thought. Pa's just on edge right now. Draken tried to explain, as Meiko looked up at him frowning. Cause of Mobius, Draken could only nod his head. Mobius' leader is a guy named Asanai. Mitsuya began to explain. He got into a fight with Pa's best friend over some trifling thing. So, the Mobius members ganged up on Pa's friend. He was unable to meet Meiko's gaze as he informed them of what followed. Then they raped his girlfriend right in front of him. Meiko's and Take-Mitch's hearts dropped to their stomachs, disgust. Meiko even gasped and had to cover her mouth, as she tried not to imagine the horror of what the boy described. Then to top it off, they went after his family and took their money. Mitsuya almost growled in disgust, his own nerves on edge just thinking about what Mobius had done. So, as a last resort, he came to Pa for advice. That isn't just a child's fight, now is it? Those bastards, Meiko angrily sobbed. How could they? They didn't even have anything to do with that stupid beef between Pa's friend and Asanai, did they? Yeah, Mitsuya darkly glared alongside Draken. They dragged innocent people into their own shit for no good reason. Mobius is that sort of gang. Meiko sobbed harder in rage, Take-Michi gently pulling his sister close to let her cry her quiet frustrations as he himself shook in shock and disgust. How awful, he whispered, unable to do anything but try to help comfort his sister as he looked towards where Pa now bowed to Mikey. I see. Around this time, there was an even bigger gang than Tommen. What's more? He sent a glance to his sister as she struggled to hold back her tears of anger. They're like the Tommen of the future. Bad news. So, what do you want to do, Pa? Mikey seriously asked his quietly seething friend. We gonna fight. They're 2 generations above our gang. Pa quietly seethed as he replied, his body shaking ever so slightly as the events of the night he received a call from his friend flashed through his mind. Tommen's not gonna walk away unscathed. He tried stating all the cons this declaration of war could cause. I'd end up making trouble for all of you guys. Tears of frustration built up in his eyes, but I'm so pissed off, Mikey. It's so frustrating. He grounded out, struggling not to cry as he shook in place. That's not what I asked. Mikey bluntly stated, are we gonna fight, or what? He clearly asked this time, watching his friend's eyes glare up at him with frustration before he could no longer hold in his pain. I wanna do it, Pa shouted, shutting his eyes tight. I wanna murder all those sons of bitches. He yelled, voice cracking slightly, meeting Mikey's gaze again now with a determined glare. Mikey smiled understandingly at his friend and chuckled slightly. Yeah, I figured. Huh, Pa gasped, realizing what Mikey had done. Everyone stood in silence as the commander rose to his feet. A cool summer breeze passed through the group as everyone stood silently, their full attention directed to what the leader of Tommen would say and do next. "Is there anyone who thinks it'd be too much trouble if Tommen helped out Pa's good friend?" Mikey seriously asked. "Is there anyone who is on the fence about Mobius, even though they fucked up Pa's friend?" Slowly, the Tommen members all began to smirk and grin vindictively, as some even laughed at the mere thought of any of them not helping their brother in arms. "See, there's no one," Mikey shouted, proudly grinning at Pa, the teens sniffling as more tears built up, realizing all of Tommen would be standing by his side for this grudge. The Hanagaki siblings stared in awe, Mako's own tears seeming to finally stop as she heard Mikey's rally cry to his men, "We're gonna crush Mobius." The crowd broke into cheers as the members all threw up their fists. Mikey turned his back to his men as he walked towards the actual shrine to mark the end of their meeting. "August 3rd, the Musashi Festival is where it's all gonna go down," he declared, and all of Tommen roared with life. "Just like that," Mako thought, staring at the back of Mikey's jacket as it moved with him and the wind. "You'll throw yourself into a war." Her eyes snuck a glance to Pa, watching as the teen tried to wipe his tears away with his sleeves before Baji and even Mitsuya came up behind to pat and comfort the young man. She watched as Emma and the other girls finally seemed to appear from the shrine steps, Hina and Yae staying by the gates concernedly looking towards Mako and her brother over the hyped boys. As Emma quickly moved her way through the crowd to her brother, and Draken who now silently talked by the actual shrine building. Emma gestured towards the rallying Tommen members and crying Pa, as Mikey and Draken seemed to gently reveal to the blonde what had passed. Mako's stomach twisted into knots, one hand moving to clutch her brother's hand while the other clutched her racing heart. "Mei-mei?" Takemichi concernedly asked as he noticed a slight flush crossing his sister's cheek as her bangs covered her eyes. Was this too much for her? He worriedly thought, squeezing his sister's hand back in support before gently pulling her away towards his girlfriend and Yae. "Hey, let's go meet back up with Hina and Yae-san. It's been a rough night." Sneaking another glance towards the Sano siblings and Draken, Mako watched as Emma shared a similar reaction to her to the news of Pa's friend, and was pulled close by a seemingly apathetic Mikey for comfort, her hand clutching more tightly to her heart as she caught the male's gaze slightly. "Mikey, I think you're actually the special one," she silently thought, watching the male send her a subtle wave with a small smile from the distance, even as he and Draken made sure to comfort and calm the upset Emma. "And I can't help but wonder." She quietly waved back with her own awkward smile, as everyone slowly began to file down the steps. "How much you're really shouldering." Her mind flashed to the commanding figure he took, as he'd addressed the whole of Tommen, the image of the childish boy she'd been slowly getting to know and hear about through Emma and her own interactions with him, slowly blurring and melding with the image of the Tommen commander. "How much like me are you?" She wondered, the image of Mikey smiling with blood splattered on his face from their first meeting, and Mikey laughing as he'd thrown her in the water with Draken flashed through her mind. "How much have you had to grow up?" His usually dull and almost lifeless coal eyes flashed through her mind. "Even though you're still just a kid too." July 20th, 2005. Takemichi. Laying in his bed unable to sleep, Takemichi quietly glared at his own ceiling in deep thought. Niato said that August 3rd is when the Mikey faction and the Draken faction have a conflict where Draken dies. And now that I've come back 12 years, a conflict between Tommen and Mobius is about to go down. He quietly thought as he slowly became more and more upset. Which means, he almost yelled as he began to tousle his own hair in frustration, "I'm not smart enough to figure all this out." He almost yelled, groaning. Turning onto his side with a huff and a slight grumble, he stared at his wall. What's more, there's no denying it now. Mei had connections to Tommen. He thought, recalling how his sister had appeared so casually with Emma and Yae at the meeting, how she jumped into her nurturing and strict ways when she scolded Emma and him, before comforting the girl over Draken. The way she knew Pa, Pei, and Mitsuya, and if the picture of the future and what he saw today was anything to go by. She knew more members than him, but is this because of me like with Akun, or did Mei somehow get involved some other way? He quietly wondered before he shook his head frustratedly in denial. No. Even if Mei did have connections to Tommen now, there's no way she knowingly or willingly had them in the future. He angrily thought, mind flashing to his sister's reactions to finding out about the rape of Pa's friend's girlfriend and how the teen's family had been attacked. Clenching his fist, he threw his bedsheets off his body and had to get out of bed. There's just no way, he thought, exiting his room. No way. Knock, knock. He softly knocked on his sister's door before quietly opening the door. Peeking inside to see his sister, sitting up in her bed contemplatively holding one of her stuffed animals close. "Maymay," he called out, and Mako's gaze snapped out of her deep thoughts as she looked towards him in shock. "Mitchie, what's wrong? Can't sleep?" she asked, frowning, watching as her brother nodded quietly. "Yeah. Thought so," she said, smiling at the boy's tired, honest admittance. She shifted herself closer to her bed's wall of plushies and opened the covers by her side to pat at the space beside her. "Wanna come sleep next to your Maymay Tilda?" She seemed to tease, hoping to push away whatever clouded the younger Hanagaki's mind. Staring at the spot, though, Takemitch's heart clenched as he recalled days from his youth where he would come crying into his sister's room begging to be let in, to sleep by her side. Silently, he made his way over and dropped face first by her side. Mako bounced on the bed as he landed, looking down at the quiet teen slightly in shock, before humming softly as she reached over to softly run her fingers through her brother's hair. "That bad?" Takemichi grumbled into her pillow. "I see." She continued to run her fingers through his hair and began to hum softly. Feeling all the familiar forms of smell, sound, and touch from his childhood, Takemichi's eyes finally began to droop. Turning himself onto his side to face his sister as she quietly continued to comfort Takemichi's solemn form. "Maymay," he tiredly thought, "I'm so lost on what to do." He silently told her in his mind, "I'm all alone here in the past and don't have Nyato to help me know what to do. I came here to save you. Draken, Hina, and Akun," he thought, curling up more. "But I don't even know where to begin." "Mitch, all I know is that I have to," Takemichi thought, slowly drifting off. "I have to save him and find out how you're connected to Tommen." Mako smiled as she heard a quiet snore leave her brother's mouth. "Works every time," she muttered, quietly pulling the covers up over his chest before softly kissing his forehead. "Sleep tight, Mitch," she quietly whispered before laying down on her back to stare up at her ceiling. "At least one of us should," she thought. The night's events were never far from her mind, as she quietly wondered about Pa, his friend's girlfriend and family, and finally Mikey, Tommen, and the conflict about to erupt between them and Mobius. "I have a real bad feeling about all this." Then she drifted off to sleep, the two Hanagaki siblings remaining close together even as they slept through their own internal turmoil over recent events. The siblings even now still knowing subconsciously that they could try to lean on one another for some form of support, even as they seemed to lack the ability to open up to one another fully. July 20th, 2005, Mako. It was a peaceful morning in the Hanagaki household. "Where are they?" Mako shouted, scrambling around her room without her glasses. She checked her desk. Where? Unmade her bed. Threw open her drawers. They. Looked all around her, and her brothers shared the bathroom. Yet she found no traces of the eye frames she used in her daily life. She screamed in frustration into one of her pillows as she fell onto her bed. "Where are my glasses?" she mentally cried. Looking up, she glared at one of her turned-over plushies. "I know I took them off last night. I put them beside my bed like I usually do, but they're not here." Burying her face back into her pillow, she moaned again. "Damn it, those were my spares too, damn it. I don't want to use my contacts," she cried. "Where did they go?" Stopping mid-groan, she almost jumped from her lying position. "Hold on." She looked around her room. Then her brothers. The kitchen. The living room. The front yard. Mako growled to herself. "Oh, that no good son of a..." Mako shouted to herself, slamming her bedroom door. Marching to her bed, she grabbed her phone and messenger bag off the back of her desk chair. She growled as she quickly changed from her sleep clothes. "The one time, I choose to sleep in and that brat steals my glasses. What? Was parking his fat ass on my first pair last month not enough?" She seethed, pulling on her shorts. "He knows I hate my contacts. Why the heck did he have to steal my spares? He knows I'm not getting my new ones till Mom comes back," she growled, tying her hair up. Looking herself over her mirror, she gave herself a nod before looking to the dreaded contacts she despised. "Fuck that shit. Evil little glorified ant killers." She glared, turning her back to the offending eyewear, flipping them off as she grabbed her things and began to march out of her home. Now, where did that bitch baby go? Calling everyone, she thought the boy could be with made Mako's head hurt as she wandered the town. From Akun, who was apparently with Takuya running errands. Nah, haven't seen him. We tried inviting him to come with us, but he said he was busy. No take Michi. To Yamagishi and Makoto, hanging out somewhere in Shinjuku. Damn, he did that. Does he have a death wish? But yeah, we haven't heard from him. Maybe try Takebana-san. So she called Hina, and was pleasantly surprised by what she heard in the background. Huh, take Michikun's missing with your glasses. Wait, seriously. Emma's voice came from the other side. What the hell is that about? Knowing that boy, something either utterly stupid or suicidal. Ye's tired voice grumbled. Are you guys hanging out? Mako asked, distracted from her original plans as she looked down at her phone in shock. Hina began until Ye's voice came over the phone. It's more like we ran into each other while doing errands and decided to stick together. Naoto-kun's here too. Hello, Mei-senpai. Oh, Mako blinked a few times. Everything going okay? She awkwardly asked, as Ye and Naoto both loudly groaned. You mean outside the boy talk these two have gotten into? It's torture, Naoto shouted. Hey, Hina shouted in return, as Emma seemed to giggle at the siblings' bantering. It's fine, Ye responded, having seemingly taken Hina's phone, as Mako heard the Takebana siblings arguing in the background. Now that Hina knows Emma was trying to make Draken jealous, and Emma apologized, the two seemed to be hitting it off over complaining about the stupidity of the male species and the men who stole their hearts. Of course, this was after Hina also freaked out about Emma's plan being dangerous, but honestly, that was still the hilarious highlight of our intervention. Why do I get the feeling you will never let me live this down? Emma deadpanned, eyeing the red-haired teen. 'Cause it's hilarious, and if we are gonna be friends, I retain the right to remind everyone of their own stupidity. You say that, but then you get all pouty when I do it to you. Mako teased, as Ye grumbled into the receiver. You bitch. Love you too, Tilda. Hearing an incoming call to her phone, Mako frowned as she pulled the device away from her ear to look down at the caller ID. Mikey. What was that? I'm getting a call from Mikey, Mako explained casually, jumping when this somehow caused an uproar. My brother. Wait, seriously, what's he calling for? Ye asked as Emma and her pressed close to one another to listen in on the device as Hina and Naoto stopped arguing to stare at the two girls. I don't know, Mako exclaimed, a bit shocked at the accusatory tone Ye had spoken to her in. He just is. Well, pick up, Emma all but shouted. It might have to do with how you cried last night. Mei-senpai cried. Naoto and Hina exclaimed in shock as Ye whipped her head towards Emma in shock. Excuse me, but why am I only hearing about this now? Who made Mei cry? Oh, right, we never talked about why the meeting happened. Why were you crying? Naoto shouted into the phone, struggling to reach for it as Ye held it out of his reach. Hey, give it, that's my sister's. Can't you see we're busy? Maini, was that why Take Michikun was holding your hand last night? Is everything okay? Hina's worried voice rose over Ye, and Naoto's bantering as Emma kept trying to talk over the two to stop. She blinked, realizing Mikey's call had been missed. Oop, missed his call. She jumped when the device once more began to beep with Mikey trying to get through. Oh, never mind, he's calling back again. He is. Mako winced as Emma seemed to have stolen the phone now. If Ye is yelling, hey, was anything to go by. Mei-chan, you need to pick up now. Why? Because this is Mikey. That boy doesn't willingly call anyone without reason. Emma explained. He'll call me, sure. But most times if he wants to see someone or talk, he'll have Draken call them up or go see them himself. Oh, Mako blinked, is that so? Wait, how does he even know I cried last night? Duh, he noticed, Emma huffed. He asked Draken about it while we were driving home. So maybe he's worried about you? Emma quietly whispered to herself near the end, her expression becoming curious and inquisitive as she thought over how her brother took interest in Mako's well-being. Anyway, I say see what he wants, and if he wants to hang out, go for it. Emma encouraged, a fierce determination entering her eyes as a plan started to hatch in her mind. But my glasses. Snatching the phone from Emma's hand, Ye quickly spoke into the device. Forget your glasses. If your stupid brother has them, I'm sure he'll show back up with them. Go do something outside worrying about that boy. But, give me that. Hina took her phone back finally from the older teen. She sent Emma and Ye both a scolding look as the two girls looked away trying to act innocently. Huffing, Hina turned her back to the pair. Mei-ni, Emma-chan, and Yeu-chan are right. We are, the girls unanimously asked as they looked at one another. I'm sure you're itching to go after Take Michi-kun to get your glasses back, but no one's seen him all day, Hina pointed out. You'd have better luck looking for a needle in a haystack than finding him. Especially if he realizes how mad you'll be over your glasses, he'll actively try to lay low. Mako frowned and grumbled at this. I hate that you're right about that. Pulling the phone away from her ear, she noted once more she'd missed Mikey's call. Missed again, I don't thigh. Is he calling again? Yeah. Good, then I'm hanging up and you can see what Mikey-kun wants. Have fun, Maney. Wait, wah. Hearing the familiar sound of the line going dead only for her phone to still be ringing, Mako stared confusedly at the device. Okay, what the hell is going on today? Is everyone just in a mood or something? She grumbled before finally picking up the phone. I-chan, finally, Mikey loudly exclaimed as Mako had to pull her phone, once again, away from her ear. I've been trying to call you for like a bajillion times already. Mikey, this is the third time you called me, in less than 5 minutes. Exactly, Mikey huffed. I was starting to wonder if you were ignoring me, I-chan. That was so mean. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Mako sighed through her nose. I was already talking to someone on the other line, Mikey. What did you want me to do? Drop everything just to pick up for you? Yes, Mikey boldly replied, making Mako twitch even as she struggled to not laugh or smile at the blunt response. Yeah, no, either wait your turn or wait till I call back next time. Your choice. But Mikey began to whine, making Mako. None of that, young man, Mako playfully scolded as Mikey whined louder from the other line. But I want your attention now. Well, Miko snorted, when you put it like that, how can I say no, Tilda? Yay. Plus, I already finished my other call. So mean, Mikey exclaimed, pouting. I would drop everything for you, I-chan. He huffed before his eyes went wide and his cheeks flushed. Wait, what did I just say? Mikey embarrassedly began to think until Mako's laughter caught his ears. Ahahaha, I'll keep that in mind for next time. Mako giggled before she leaned back on a random crosswalk light. So Tilda, why the sudden insistence in calling me? She asked, looking up to the sky. Not that I don't mind getting a call from friends, but you're not really the type to randomly call someone up, right? She asked, wanting to confirm Emma's words to her. You're right. Mikey nodded, still a bit flustered, as he leaned back against the building he stood outside of. I was calling to see if you wanted to hang out with me and Ken Chin. Blinking at the boy's words, Mako pushed off the crosswalk light. Wait, seriously. I guess Emma-chan was right. She secretly muttered away from the receiver as Mikey nodded to himself. Yeah, think of it as a way to make up for last night. Huh, Mako muttered confused. Make up for what? Looking up at the sky himself, Mikey frowned, recalling how he'd caught Mako breaking into tears from the corner of his eyes as Mitsuya and Draken recounted Mobius crimes against Pa's friend. The way his chest hurt, seeing the girl needing to be comforted by her brother as she felt for the people Mobius had hurt, and how the sight had made him want to try and offer comfort to her like he did Pa and later Emma once he and Draken were able to share with her what had occurred. Shaking his head, he simply smiled and brushed away those thoughts. Oh, you know, just for everything, Pa and Pei's messing with Takemichi, Emma's, whatever that was with Takemichi. Mako quietly twitched at that, and just the whole Mobius crap. Mikey hummed to himself, it must have been a lot, and we didn't even get to say hi or hang out. Frowning at his words, Mako could only nod to herself as she stared down at her feet. You're not inaccurate, Mako reluctantly admitted, but none of that's really your fault either. She quietly muttered to herself, frowning at how Mikey seemed to be taking responsibility for everything that had occurred the night before. Shaking her head, she bookmarked this interesting development away for later. Though I guess I could do with a good distraction after the morning I've been having, and I got nothing better to do. All right, where do you want to meet up? Mako shrugged, deciding to go along with what the others had said to her and just try to enjoy her day, even if she was missing her glasses. Great, Mikey smiled. How do you feel about joining, son? Ahem. July 20th, 2005. Take Mitchie. Okay, so plan of becoming Draken's bodyguard didn't work. Take Mitchie silently thought to himself, tailing after Draken. But I'm not going to give up so easily, he thought determinedly. Plan B. From now until August 3rd, I'm gonna keep my eyes on him the whole time, Take Mitchie thought, and to make sure I don't get recognized. He pulled out the glasses he'd borrowed from his sister and put them on. I'll use these as a disguise to hide in plain sight. He gave himself a once-over in a store window before nodding to himself. This plan is foolproof. He proudly smirked, before quickly going after Draken again, who had made a good distance. Now to just. Huh, what the hell? Draken's annoyed yell causing Take Mitchie to jump. Shit, have I been spotted? Nervously looking around the corner, Take Mitchie felt his whole body turn to stone as his jaw dropped. Ah. Yo, Kenshin, hope you don't mind, but I invited Ai-chan along. Mikey greeted, grinning as he proudly waved from beside Mako. Hey, Draken, Mako casually waved in turn. Draken nodded to the girl politely before glaring at the grinning Mikey. What is I doing here, Mikey? Oh, got bored, so I thought I'd invite Ai-chan since we're just hanging out. Mikey nonchalantly answered, seeming to not note, or more accurately, care about the annoyed twitching from Draken's eye as he looked between the two short individuals. You cheeky bastard, Draken growled, struggling to not just grab his shorter friend by his shirt. You know full well I had plans for us today. Well, now those plans can include Ai-chan. Mikey grinned, looking at Mako. Right, Ai-chan. What the hell is going on? Take Mitchie silently screamed in his mind, clutching onto the store corner's wall tightly. Why is Mei here with these two? Take Mitchie stressfully thought, struggling not to make a scene as he stared at the three teens interacting. I guess. Mako awkwardly chuckles before looking at Draken. That is, of course, if Draken here doesn't mind. Of course not, Mikey happily exclaimed, stopping the taller teen from speaking. Kenshin and I are always hanging out, so it's no big deal if you join us. He grabbed Mako's hand and began to lead her inside the restaurant. So let's go in and eat, you're hungry, right? Now that you mention it, Mako hummed, allowing the boy to lead her inside, as Draken smacked himself in the face to grumble over his friend, blatantly ignoring him. God damn it, Mikey. Sighing into his hand, Draken took a deep breath through his nose as he calmed himself down. Okay, no, you can work with this. Draken muttered to himself as he moved to follow after the two other teens, if nothing else. He smiled as he caught sight of Mikey letting Mako enter the booth first before sitting next to her excitedly. This might actually be a good thing. He thought to himself, I can work with this. Oi, Kenshin, over here. Mikey childishly waved his friend over as Mako seemed to struggle to not laugh at how the restaurant goers were reacting to the grown teens' loud excitement. Hurry it up, you slowpoke. Watching as Draken entered the facility, Take Mitchie collapsed to his knees in shock. I don't get it. He quietly muttered to himself, I really don't get it. He put his head in his hands. Why is Mei seemingly so close to Draken-kun and Mikey-kun? What the heck happened while I was in the future? He thought aloud. Shaking his head, he quickly scrambled to follow the teens in. No, not the time. I need to go in and keep an eye on Draken. Maybe doing that will help explain things. Yeah, that can work. I hope. Sitting quietly sipping his own drink with his back, turned to the trio table, Take Mitchie silently listened as they conversed while waiting for their orders. Sweat dripping down his brows as he realized a key mistake with his borrowing of his sister's glasses for a makeshift disguise. And I'm 100% sure he took my glasses. Mako angrily huffed from around her own drink as Draken stared at her with sympathy. Wow, and he knew you still didn't have your replacements? Draken asked as Mako huffed. Of course, he knew. He was the one who sat on my first pair to begin with and had to explain to our mom why I was suddenly down a pair. She huffed. Damn, Mikey whistled lowly. Talk about a dick move. So seeing how you had to hold the menu away from yourself, does that mean you're not wearing your contacts? Are my eyes red, puffy, or agitated? No, the boys both shook their heads. There's your answer. Mako sighed. If I were wearing them, I'd have struggled to get them in for a good 20 minutes and before crying. A lot. Like my crybaby brother levels of crying. The boys snorted at this, and Mako slammed her fist on the table with an embarrassed blush as she glared at them. Listen, you try sticking a tiny plastic disc thing in your eyes with your fingers and tell me it doesn't feel weird or creepy, or just downright wrong. You have no room to make fun of me. Shit, Takemichi thought, pale. Did that actually happen? I don't remember breaking her glasses, he panikedly thought, not unless she means. His mind went blank and he slammed his face into his table. The day after our birthday, shit, I forgot. Takemichi thought, panicking, right, around this time I accidentally sat on her glasses. He mentally cried, remembering the events that had led to the incident. On a rare occasion where he had woken up before his sister, the past Takemichi smirked mischievously as he planned to scare her awake. Sneaking into her room, quietly and swiftly made his way by her bedside and REWR. Aya. Tia-chon-kei. Had his sister Sucker punch him in the face with her fist when she bolted up screaming in fear. He was sent back, hitting her desk and knocking over her glasses on the floor. His mind spun from the hit, and he fell back. The sickening crack as he landed and broke her glasses echoing throughout the room as the two stared blankly in shock at the air before them. Oh. A dark aura seemed to surround his sister as she looked at him with her disheveled hair making her look like Onryo from the Ju-on series. Taki Maikai? Takemichi whimpered in his place, before scrambling to try and flee screaming with tears. Aga. Takemichi shivered and cringed in place as the memory of the beating he took from that event finally re-entered his mind. I fucked up. Suddenly, a yell broke from the trio's table, causing Takemichi to sit up straight in his seat. What the hell, man? A fight, Takemichi panically thought, looking back towards the group. Huh, what's wrong? Mako exclaimed in shock, looking towards Mikey a bit concernedly. I'll never forgive this. Huh? Draken deadpanned, as Takemichi stared at the group shaking. Is this where the inner strife starts? There's no flag, Mikey grumpily exclaimed, pointing down towards his kid's meal. Huh? Takemichi's sister's glasses slightly slid off his face as he stared at the scene in shock. Lightly smacking Mikey in the back of the head, Mako's eye twitched. Seriously, you're causing a scene over that. Stop being a drama queen. Head having moved a bit due to Mako's smack, Mikey whipped his head towards her with his cheeks puffed out as he whined to her. I am not being a drama queen. I got the kid's meal because I was excited for the flag. I'm terribly sorry. I'll get one for why. Mako cut the man off with a shake of her head. I don't think he'd even accept it from you. She sighed while thinking, like a spoiled brat. HMPH, damn right I won't. Mikey pouted, as Draken calmly, and without really looking, pulled a small flag from his short sleeve to put on Mikey's kid's meal. Look, Mikey, a flag. At this, Mikey, eyes sparkled to life as he cheered with pure childish joy. Wah, way to go, Kenshin. Where'd he get that from? Takemichi awkwardly thought. Draken, you scare me. Mako snorted and struggled to not smile as Mikey seemed to now excitedly eat his kid's meal. Instead, she turned to Draken with a knowing and teasing look and said, Why do I get the feeling you're the reason he's so spoiled? Twitching at this, Draken clicked his tongue. I am no. Kenshin is the best. He always carries a spare flag for me and makes sure I eat. Mikey happily sighed as spoke from around his spoon. Covering her mouth, Mako struggled to not laugh as Draken glared at Mikey before turning to glare at her. Not a woe. Draken mama. Mako accidentally muttered aloud, making Draken slam his fist on the table. As if you're on a talk, MS, tiger mom. Oi, I'm not a tiger. That's your issue. Mikey simply ate his meal with a happy smile, looking between his best friend and Mako as they seemed to argue over their, in his mind, mothering habits. Takemichi himself could only awkwardly turn away from the scene and quietly sip at his soda. Well, at least they seemed to be getting along. He slammed his face once more on his table, making a waitress nearby jump and stare at him confused. Damn it, why are you getting along? Another good 10 to 15 minutes passed before the next scare occurred. Ag, that's it, I've had it. Draken angrily yelled as Takemichi once more looked back to see what was going on. What now? Are they actually fighting? Looking over though, Takemichi just stared in shock at the scene before him. Mako's arm raised up as if she was under arrest, Draken glaring down at her, more specifically the asleep boy using her lap as a pillow. I think he's drooling. Mako shivered before looking up at Draken. Also, why am I suddenly a pillow? He's asleep. Take Michi deadpan before hearing a loud snore. Is he snoring too loud? Would you stop falling asleep right after you eat? Draken angrily muttered, staring down at the teen, as Mako then hesitantly placed her hands on top of Mikey's head. Her eyes sparkled to life, hand gently running through the boy's soft, silky blonde lock. She looked up at Draken, smiling. His hair is so soft. Mikey smiled in his sleep. Turning in the booth, he pushed himself closer to Mako's warmth and touch. I can't eat anymore, he sleepily muttered, as Draken twitched at the teen's sleep talk. Geez, what am I gonna do with you? Miko could only smile, continuing to run her fingers through the boy's hair with the same hum she'd used to lull her brother to sleep. You know, he's actually kinda cute when he's like this. Weren't you the one complaining about me spoiling him before? Draken deadpanned. Ah, Tilda, but Kenshin, look at him, Mako cooed. He looks so sweet and innocent when he's asleep. Yeah, and when he's awake he's right old pain in the... No, Mikey sleepily whined, wrapping his arms around Mako's waist, making her squeak in shock. That's my Taiyaki. You can't have it. Draken, help. Mako began to panic, becoming pale. I'm scared he's gonna start trying to eat me, thinking I'm a giant takoyaki or something. Draken stared at her for a bit, before scratching the back of his head as he looked away. The sad part is, he's actually done that once before to Baji and me. There was a moment of silence, Mako's eyes slowly almost appearing to become glassy as she looked up at Draken, begging. Help, me, she whimpered comedically as Draken gave her a nod of solidarity. I got ya. Working together to untangle the sleeping boy off Mako's person, Mako helped Draken get the boy on his back before using both her and Draken's money to pay for their meal and drinks. You know I could have covered for you, right? Draken asked, as she and him slowly made their way out of the restaurant. Oh, I'm sure, but I think you're already doing enough if you're always paying for Mikey. Besides, I was the one who insisted on getting a parfait. How'd you like yours, by the way? It was good seeing, as I had someone to help keep this dumbass from stealing it all. Draken actually smiled happily, just as Mikey muttered in his ear. I'll take all Kenshin's desserts. Mako watched as the taller teen twitched in annoyance. This, he stopped as he felt Mako place her hand sympathetically on his arm. Just call me up if you ever need a free day away from him. What, like you'll take care of him while I dick around? Or just you and me hang out? Yes, Mako only nodded, and Draken seemed to understand what she meant as he only sighed with relief as they left the restaurant. You know, I'm starting to really like having you around. Ah, Tilda, Mako cooed, before smirking up at the male playfully. You're just saying that 'cause I'm currently not being a complete and utter chaotic gremlin right now. Draken smiled back to her arrogantly. Yep. Fair enough, she laughed. So tell me, was this all you guys were planning to do today? Actually, door closing behind, Take Michi watched as they walked away outside. Take Michi quietly twitched and stared in utter awe and confusion. I guess that's how Mikey-kun usually is, just like a little kid. He mentally wondered, before quickly paying and going after the trio as they conversed from a far enough distance, he couldn't really make out what they were saying in such hushed voices. Draken-kun is pretty amazing though. He's supporting a guy like Mikey-kun every day, he thought, barely noticing as his sister looked up at Draken, shocked over something he said. Nor how Draken looked down at her seriously and a slight bow of his head, before Mako seemed to frown in deep thought before smiling solemnly as she nodded in agreement with something. But if he were to ever lose it, he quietly thought, watching as Draken and Mako both stopped and the girl softly but firmly began to shake the boy on Draken's shoulder. Mikey, wakey wakey. Mikey, we're here. Draken sighed as he felt Mikey stir but grumble to not awaken. Tiredly opening his eyes, Mikey moved his head away from his best friend's shoulder to look up at where the trio had now ended up, a hospital. What are we doing here? Mako's hand on Mikey's back tightened into a fist. The teen's tired coal eyes moved to look at the girl as he tiredly noted the solemn look in her eyes as she eyed the medical facility. We're making a little visit. Take Mitch's stomach dropped as he realized where the three teens were entering. A hospital. July 20th, 2005 Mako. The soft beeping of the heart monitor, the ventilator, and the repetitive dripping from the IV bag all met the trio's sight and ears. Mako's hand moved to cover her mouth in shock, as she struggled to not cry at the sight of the battered and abused girl who lay comatose on the hospital bed connected to all those machines. "How horrible," she quietly whimpered, and Mikey could not help but feel confused as the familiar feelings from the night before came over him. He stared at the beaten girl, and while perhaps feeling a surface level of bad for her, could not help but be confused as to why they were even here looking at her. "Who's this?" "Pa's buddy's girlfriend," Draken clarified as he gently placed a hand onto Mako's head as comfort for the girl. Take Mitch's stomach twisted from around the hall corner, having to step back and look away from the horrid scene as his mind raced with everything he knew and saw. The reason this conflict with Mobius started. Draken looked at a chart hanging outside by the girl's intensive unit but hardly blinked at it. He'd already looked into what had occurred to the girl, and it made his stomach knot and twist in disgust. She's been unconscious for 5 days. What? Mako gasped, but Pa's friend. Only got the nerve to call up Pa less than 3 days ago. I know, Draken muttered. To be fair, the guy was beaten and in shock for a bit of what happened, but tightening his fist in his pant pockets, he stared at the beaten girl as a honey-eyed, golden-haired girl flashed through his mind. 7 stitches in her head, broken teeth, detached retina on her left eye. He began listing off the damage that was done to the poor girl as Mako stared up at him in horror, and Mikey silently stared at the unconscious girl's body. Beating all over her body left her with broken ribs. She'd been like this ever since. That's horrible, Mako sobbed, voicing her brother's thoughts aloud as he watched in shock. Though she had agreed to come with Draken to have Mikey see Mobius, victim in regards to the small gang fight Mikey wished to allow between Tommen and Mobius, seeing the actual damage they had done to one of their victims was almost too much. The girl shook with rage and sadness as she looked between the hospitalized female and the quiet, almost unemotional male beside her. Noting how, though cold, Mikey's eyes never left the victim, though apathetic, he did see what was before him. He just doesn't seem to be putting the 2 and 2 together on why he should care. He's yet to realize. How easily this could have been me, Yaihina? Mako's stomach twisted into knots as one specific female then came to mind. Or Emma-chan, she quietly noted as she saw him frown. This is how Mobius treats its victims. A passerby found her collapsed on the street and reported what had happened. What the hell are you doing here? A growling, fuming, older male voice yelled, as the teens all glanced to see an aged man marching towards them with his wife Panicky following close behind. How dare you waltz in here after putting my daughter in the ICU? He shouted. Honey, please, his wife tried to beg. Get out, you scumbags. Out! He shouted to Draken and Mikey, hardly noticing the shocked Mako being hidden by Draken's larger frame. The teens all turned to fully stand before the 2 parents, Draken and Mikey taking center front as Mako hanged back in shock at the older man's accusations. But they didn't. Draken bowed in respect, Mikey remaining cold and apathetic to the older male's fury. What do you think you're doing? The man growled, gaze focused on only Mikey and Draken. You think bowing is gonna solve this, you little worms? My daughter almost died. Thanks to you bastards, because of trash like you. He screamed, and Mako jumped back in shock as watched the man's wife repeatedly try to calm her fuming husband. But it wasn't them. Mako's mind screamed as she stared at the mourning man. They didn't do this, how can he even say that? For all he knows, we're just classmates of his daughter. She angrily thought, feeling for the man's pain, but the injustice being done against those she had started to consider her friend slowly eating away at her. Don't bow to him, Kenshin, we didn't do anything wrong. Mikey huffed, why's this old man taking it out on us anyway? The older man shook, you vermin. Don't, his wife tried to yell over him. You're nothing but trash, causing a ruckus every single night. Please stop, dear, the man's wife tried once more to yell. Mikey's eyes narrowed as the man's words finally registered in his mind. What? He asked, feeling his anger rise. You cause so much trouble for others and hurt them, then think you can get away with it as adults because you were just kids then. Like hell, you punks. Enough, please stop, Mako exclaimed, noting the anger starting to build in Mikey's form. She tried standing up between him and the raging husband. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Mikey angrily began to take a step forward, hand reaching to move Mako aside as a familiar male's hand came up to force him to bow. Hey, what are you doing? Mikey exclaimed as Draken forced his head down in a bow. We're very sorry about what happened. This is completely our responsibility, Draken seriously stated as Mikey struggled against the taller male's grip. Hey, please stop. The wife had now moved to do what Mako was, and tried to stand before her husband as he lightly shoved her aside. You thinking bowing will make my daughter better, you two pieces of shit. You're a stain on society, you're trash, filth, garbage. What? Mikey angrily tried to shove off Draken's hand as the bow only tightened his hold. Shut your mouth, Mikey. That's enough, Mako finally shouted, stepping protectively before the two Tommen leaders with her arms stretched out much to the two males' shock. You're completely out of line. Draken tried to hiss, as Mako only shook her head. These boys had nothing to do with what occurred to your daughter. Mako snapped. What right do you have to call them trash or even compare them to the actual monsters that did this? You don't know them, they're innocent. Mako shouted up to the man as the man angrily glared down at her. What is there to know? That hair, that tattoo, obviously they're delinquents. That's all superficial, Mako tried to argue, flinching as the man took a step towards her, yelling. It was scum like them that defiled my daughter. Takemichi frowned and shook from his hiding spot as he was forced to witness all this, but she's not wrong. Takemichi silently thought, Mei's not wrong, they didn't do anything. He solemnly thought, unsure what to feel in this whole situation as he was stuck listening to all this happen, especially now that his sister had jumped in, Mei. Lip-quivering Mako could only steady her glare in retaliation as she replied. But they aren't that scum. You have the right to be angry, but not with them. What right do you have to take out your anger on innocent people? Dear, please. The man's wife almost seemed to sob as the man angrily stared Mako down. I don't need to explain myself to a child like you. The man snapped. The fact you're defending them, you must be a part of their group too, aren't you? Before she could even deny the man's claim, the man marched his way forward and firmly clamped his arms on top of her arms. Oi, Mikey tried to break free from his friend's hold at this sudden action, finding Draken grip even tighter as the teen struggled to hold him in place. Kenshin, let me. Pipe down, Mikey, Draken hissed, noting already what Mikey didn't. Mako had not flinched, her eyes trained on the angry father's eyes. She watched as they misted with unshed tears as he shook her. How can you defend this? Do you not realize that associating with these boys will end you up in the same place? His voice began to crack. Look at her. He almost sobbed angrily. That will be you if you stay with these scum. Both Mikey's and Takemichi's eyes widened at the man's words, for Takemichi the sick feeling from his memories of the future making him ill. My daughter's been in a coma ever since. Why, my sweet little girl's face, and her body, have been battered and bruised. The man cried, shaking as he painfully tightened his hold on Mako's arms. She flinched ever so slightly, feeling the bruising grip but said nothing as the man tearfully yelled at her. She never did anything to deserve this. How long do you think it will be before it is you on that bed? The man snapped as he tried to warn Mako away from the two delinquents she defended, and his wife broke down in tears sobbing. Mikey's stomach twisted in knots, a mix of anger and shock all swirling inside him as his eyes took a quick glance back up at the comatose girl. His hands clenched into fists as instead of the stranger girl it was Mako, battered and bruised. Instead of Mako it was his sister Emma. The urge to break someone, anything built inside him at the thought. The image of a familiar grave flashed through his mind as Draken's grip loosened, but his hand still remained on his head in solidarity. This was the reality he needed Mikey to face. This was the harsh truth that easily could have been if they weren't careful. I don't know, Mako finally replied seriously, causing Takemichi's head to snap and to look around the corner he hid behind in shock. Ai-chan, Mikey muttered as he looked up slightly from his forced bow in shock at the girl. Her eyes were sympathetic, tears running down her cheeks as she stared at the mourning parents. I don't know how long it will be before it's me on that bed, or even just me in the dirt. Takemichi's stomach lurched at this. Mei, the image of the wreck that killed her and Hina, his sister's grave, the letter, everything of the dark future hit him at these words. Don't say that. He shook, struggling to not cry. Don't say that, please. He wanted to shout and scream, hand clenching into fists at his side. Life isn't the black and white you adults always try to make it out to seem. She muttered, it's true that associating with these guys will just lead me into trouble. I'm not naive enough not to know that a delinquent's life isn't one filled with violence and struggle. Moving her hands up, she pried the man's hands off her arms, but held onto them tight as she said, but that's not to say life isn't the same way. No matter what society or world we live in, nothing is perfect. You may be right in that being with these guys is what will lead me to suffer a similar fate to your daughter. But I could suffer the same fate just by being like her. Why? Cutting the older man off, Mako tugged the man's hands as she glared up at him. She had nothing to do with delinquents. Right, she almost seemed to ask as the sobbing mother nodded in acknowledgement. Yet this still happened, because innocent people will always suffer because of someone or something. It doesn't matter. Mako seriously frowned, as to take Michi the news coverage from the future replayed in his mind. The dispute between the Tokyo Majin gang has been intensifying in the city. Recently, uninvolved civilians fell victim to the dispute. 6 were injured in this incident. 1 was sent to the hospital, but is in cardiopulmonary arrest. There were 3 fatalities. The difference here, between her and I, is just that I know what I'm walking into if I stick with these guys. Your daughter didn't get that choice. The monsters who did this never gave her a choice. Monsters never do. The man was silent, pulling his hands away. He turned his back on Mako as he realized she, in his mind, could not be reasoned with. Please leave. We never want to see you here again. Turning to his sobbing wife, he gently took her by the shoulders and led her away, leaving the 3 teens alone to stew on the events. Mako's own arm moved to hold herself as she felt the bruises forming under her short-sleeve cardigan, tears slowly falling from her eyes as she bowed like the boys. She knew she'd crossed a line, but could do nothing more than bow in apology. She did not regret her choice, but she could at least try to sympathize with the grieving father who only wished to do to her what he couldn't for his daughter, protect her. We're going to fight Mobius soon. Removing his hand from Mikey's head, Draken glared down at the floor, stewing over everything. He didn't know what to think of what he and Mikey had witnessed, his plan to show Mikey the reality of everything so he understood the weight of his declaration was still in act, but it seemed more had been added to it with the Hanagaki girl's presence. We'll deal with our problems in our own world. All of our crew have families and people important to them. Draken seriously muttered as Mikey's eyes were covered by his bangs. We can't let innocent people get dragged into this. We can't make their friends and family cry. You don't have to bow your head. Just have a heart that cares for others. Taking in his words, soft yet stern words of wisdom, Mikey finally spoke. I'm sorry, Kenshin, Mikey quietly responded, as everything finally seemed to click into place for him. You're so nice, Kenshin. I'm glad to have you by my side. I think I'm starting to understand now, Takemichi quietly thought, why Mikey changed after Draken died, and how Tommen 12 years in the future became such an evil organization. He remembered Akon's words. He wasn't supposed to die. Draken is Mikey's heart. He compensates for what Mikey lacks. He thought, not hearing or seeing as his sister, and the teens turned to face one another. You say, you want to make a new era for delinquents, right? Mako quietly asked as Mikey looked up at the still tear-stained face of the dark-haired teen. Yeah. Closing her eyes, Mako brought her hand to her chest over her heart. To make that era a reality then, you should take what Draken says to heart. Draken stared wide-eyed as the girl solemnly smiled at them. He smiled as he noted the sincerity in the girl's eyes as she looked directly at them. That will be the key, I'm sure. She simply stated, the key to that new era is to not be like the other gangs. She smiled. I know it probably doesn't mean much from someone like me who barely knows anything about Tommen or even you guys, but her eyes met Mikey's and he felt everything around them almost fade away as he focused solely on the girl's next words. From what you've said, from what I've seen, Tommen feels like a crew who cares about one another and their people's loved ones. They're completely different from a lot of the delinquents running around nowadays. Tilting her head, Mako's smile seemed to brighten to Mikey. I really like these delinquents who have kept their hearts. Especially you, Mikey. Huh? The blonde's eyes became wide as he gaped at the girl. You definitely seem to struggle, sure? Her eyes sparkled, and Mikey felt his heart skip a beat. But I think you've certainly got a real big heart underneath it all, Sano Manjiro-kun. Chapter 10. Exiting the hospital, the trio of Mikey, Mako, and Draken seemingly were unaware of one Takemichi following them close behind as he hid behind one of the building entrance's many pillars. Standing there for a bit, Mako rubbed her arms a bit with a slight hiss. Definitely gonna bruise. You okay? Mikey asked, frowning, looking directly at the girl's covered arms as she nodded to him. His cheeks slightly colored from even just this, as the girl's words from within the hospital still muddled his mind. Yeah, it's nothing really. Draken frowned at this and gave the girl a slight bow. Sorry, that's my fault. I should have stepped in when the guy grabbed ya. I didn't think he'd hold you that tight. Mikey glared at his friend at this. Yeah, well, if you just let me. Hey, Mako cut in, waving her hands as she stood between the two. That's enough. I wasn't expecting it either, so it's fine. She gave Mikey a particularly stern look as if to imply to drop his glare. Besides, the man was grieving and obviously distressed. I'm sure even he didn't realize just how tight he was holding on to me. Still, Mikey tried to grumble as the girl sighed. Look, if anything, Kenny here. She gestured to Draken, who blinked a few times, surprised at the sudden new nickname that had now been thrown at him in English. Can just make it up to me if you really feel like it's such a big deal. You don't mind helping me run some errands, right? She looked to Draken, and he nodded, realizing this was her attempt to help pacify Mikey. Yeah, I got nothing better to do today, so I'm good. Draken nodded, just as from down the road Mitsuya drove towards them on his motorcycle. Ah, he's here. Mako waved as the teen pulled up. Hey, Mitsu-kun. Mitsuya nodded at her in greeting as Mikey moved to get on the bike. Hey, I didn't know you were hanging out with these guys. Yeah, you can blame Mikey for that. Mako shrugged as Mikey pouted in her direction. You weren't complaining earlier. And I still ain't. Mako shot back, flicking the boy in the forehead, so stop pouting, you big baby. I'm not a baby. Can you get Pachin to come tomorrow? Draken asked Mitsuya, deciding to ignore the playful banter between Mako and Mikey. Yeah, I'll have Pei go too. Mitsuya agreed as Mako looked between the two boys. Intervention? She casually asked as Draken nodded. You can say that. Does the warehouse near 2nd MS work for you? Mitsuya asked as Draken thought it over with narrowed eyes. Yeah. Nodding, Mitsuya gave Mako a quiet farewell nod, before pushing on the gas so that he could drive forward a bit and U-turning to drive back in the direction he had originally come from with Mikey. Said blonde, waving to Mako and Draken with a see ya. As Mako waved back with her own, bye-bye. Silently watching the scene, Takemichi quickly hid behind the pillar he hid behind when Draken took a second to glare back towards the pillar he hid behind. Seeing where the teen glared at Mako, herself frowned, already knowing what the teen was looking for. Knee, Draken. She watched as the teen's gaze snapped back towards her. Should we go? She pointed to leave, and the male frowned, unsure if she realized they were being followed. As she turned to start to walk away, though, the blonde shrugged, stuffing his hands in his pocket and deciding to simply follow along. Yeah, about these errands you want to do. Watching the teens walk away, Takemichi slowly exited his hiding spot to watch as his sister and Draken left. His mind a mess of information and puzzle pieces as he stared after the pair, specifically Draken, who seemed attentive and active in his and Mako's conversation as they walked. There's no way Mikey and Draken would ever fight each other, he silently thought, staring after them. Draken dies on August 3rd. I need to find out everything I can about Mobius by then, he determinedly thought, a plan already in his mind as he ran in the other direction to the teens. I need to time leap. I need to go see the young Naoto. July 20th, 2005, Draken. Is this all? Draken asked as he and Mako wandered around the grocery store. She nodded. There was a sale today, so I wanted to try and benefit from it. She explained. Is there anything you want? She asked, pointing towards the snacks and junk food aisle. I'll get it for ya. All right, sweetie. Remember, you can grab one treat from the aisle. A random mother nearby cooed as her young child cheered with joy. Draken could not help but twitch as he realized a strange parallel occurring with how the mother spoke to her own child, and with how Mako smiled up at him as she pointed towards the very same aisle the child ran into. "I'm good," he grunted out. "I'm not some baby needing to be coddled with treats just for behaving at a supermarket." Humming at this, Mako tilted her head. "Okay, but I was just meaning there seems to be a sale happening on stuff like dorayaki and shit, and I thought I'd help out with your feeding of Mikey." Draken blushed at this, realizing that indeed there was a sale like that occurring, and that if Mikey heard about it, or was even still hanging around with them, my wallet would be crying. Draken thought, pale as Mako giggled by his side. "Well, if that isn't a mood, I don't know what is." She laughed as Draken sent her a small glare. "What's that supposed to mean?" Winking at him, Mako teasingly said, "The look on your face, it literally screamed. Damn, he'll bitch at me if I don't get this, my wallet's gonna cry." Draken stared at her for a bit before chuckling under his breath. "All right, you got me there." "Thought so?" Mako laughed, walking into the aisle. "Mitchai's the same way if I don't get him chips when I go shopping. Speaking of which, I think I just saw his favorites on sale. Better grab those two. By the way, what flavor do you like?" He stared at the girl for a bit before looking at the options, grabbing at one of the flavors before tossing it into the basket he carried for her. "I don't mind these." "Oh, Tilda, black pepper, nice. You and Yai share a similar taste, I see." Paying for the purchase, Mako split some of the dorayaki and chips between her own bags and one for Draken. "Here you go. I'll take half the dorayaki for myself, and you can have some of the chips for you. Seems fair." Looking at the bag, Draken frowned. Wasn't this supposed to be me making up for what happened in the hospital? How does buying me chips and dorayaki for Mikey translate to me making up for that? Unwrapping a lollipop she got from the store, Mako placed the treat in her mouth with a hum of delight. "Matcha strawberry smoothie. So good." "Oi," Draken angrily snapped, as Mako blinked up at him a few times. "Oh, that. Honestly, I don't really care about you making up for what happened. I mostly said that so Mikey wouldn't get mad. It wasn't really your fault that happened after all." "Yeah, but," Draken frowned as he watched the dark-haired girl continue to walk ahead without much a care in the world. "What's with this chick?" He silently began to wonder. "Ever since we met, it's always been the same shit." He thought, she doesn't look it, especially with how she is sometimes, but she's strangely aware of others and their emotions. Scratch that. His eyes narrowed. She's oddly aware of Mikey and his emotions, he noted before smirking slightly. Well, most times. He recalled the aftermath of Mako's proclamation. "I really like these delinquents who have kept their hearts, especially you, Mikey." "Huh?" The blonde's eyes became wide as he gaped at the girl. "You definitely seem to struggle, sure?" Her eyes sparkled, and Draken silently watched in awe as a blush seemed to actually form on his friend's cheeks. "But I think you've certainly got a real big heart underneath it all, Sano Manjiro-kun." He struggled not to snicker at the memory, recalling how Mikey had to look away covering the bottom half of his face. The boy even sent him a panicked look as he seemed to struggle, for once, at a proper comeback against the smiling girl. Mako seemingly unaware of the effect her words had on the boy as she just gestured for them to leave. Even Draken himself could not help but feel a sense of pride and joy knowing someone else saw the good Mikey had underneath all the aloof air the guy put out. "If nothing else, I'm really starting to like having I around," he thought, recalling how Emma and Mikey both seemed to gravitate to the dark-haired girl whenever she was around. Especially seeing how much those two seemed to like having her around. Plus, it's nice to have someone else help manage those two. He smiled, nodding to himself, recalling how now not only today at the restaurant, but even back on the beach, he was not left alone in dealing with Mikey. Mako actively seemed to take a role in helping keep the boy in line, or even giving Draken a break during both occasions, where he hadn't had to worry about the blonde either stealing his or others' food, or making a major scene. "So Draken," Mako cut in, drawing the teen out of his thoughts, "I know this might seem late or out of left field, but tell me about yourself." "Huh?" Draken stared at Mako confused. "What for?" Pouting, Mako looked up at the sky as they walked. "I don't know," she shrugged. "I just thought, hey, me and this guy are sort of friends, but like we don't know a lot about each other." She looked towards him. "So why not? You know, share a bit about one another." Draken hummed at this. "Okay, I guess I get what you're saying, but what would you even want to know?" At this, Mako hummed to herself. That's a good question." "Oh," she snapped her fingers before pointing to herself. I got it. How about we share a bit about ourselves, like where we were born or like how we grew up? Oh, she pointed to the side of her temple where Draken's own tattoo sat. You could tell me about your tattoo, or even how you and Mikey met. She cheerfully rambled as Draken hummed to himself. I guess, so like in turn you would share. He frowned trying to think of anything that he'd want to learn about her. How'd you and Yai met? He asked. More importantly, how'd you two become friends? Cause no offense outside. His mind wandered to the bat situation from the night before and the fireworks from the beach. This and that. She doesn't seem like the type of person to. The type of person to really make friends with trouble. Mako smirked amused as Draken smirked back towards her equally amused. Hey, your words not mine. Hey, I'm not blind. I know what I am. She shrugged before nudging the taller boy. You first Pete's Draken, spill the tea. How the hell you get the permission to tat half your skull and meet Mikey? Cause if we're talking about unlikely friendships, then you two could definitely count for that too. Who's Pete? Pete's dragon. And what? She gave him a blank stare, as though he spoke in some foreign language or somehow insulted her backhandedly. Okay, dear sir. You and I are gonna have to have a movie night and correct this. Why? But that can wait, tell me your story. Humming to himself, Draken decided to not question the girl's madness. He wasn't repeating that same mistake again, so instead he thought it best to just recount his tale, closing his eyes as the memories of his youth and past slowly washed over him as they walked. All right, let's see. I was born in Shibuya's red light district. No idea who my dad was. My mom was a prostitute. She up and left when I was 2. My home is a brothel. Mako stared up at the boy heartbroken. Draken. If you'll sign, please. Draken recalled one of the many times in his youth he had to sign for a delivery of towels. Sure, he was young, yes, but the delivery men knew him by then, never giving it a second thought if he were the one to sign for things. You're getting taller, Kenny boy. They were so used to him, in fact, that he could safely say that even back then they were on friendly terms with him. Well, I drink milk every day. He remembered replying without much care as he handed the clipboard back, the man checking the papers over before nodding approvingly. Well, see you later. Okay. Hearing the elevator doors for the floor open, 2 of the brothel girls stepping out as they returned home. Mornin', they greeted as they acknowledged the delivery man. Hey there, the man in turn greeted. This was the norm for young Draken. This was the norm even now. Hey. The woman noting him smiled at him teasingly. Get to school already, Ken boy. Need a tug before class? Her friend teased, as he remembered simply grabbing his book bag without so much as blink of the eye at what she suggested. Nope, he simply jogged past them, even as they smiled as he left. See you later. Yeah. That was my 5th grade experience. He recounted. I grew up around pink towels and the smell of lube. He noted how silent Mako was, giving her a quick glance. He was a bit surprised to see that she held no pity in her eyes. Sadness, sympathy, sure. The girl's face was an open book for those emotions, yet as she looked up at him as they walked he also noted something else. Awe, perhaps even respect. Too dark for ya? He asked as the girl simply shook her head. No, she simply said before smiling up at him. Just realizing you gotta be a real tough son of bitch to have grown up that way and still be a respectable young man. He laughed at this. Respectable, now that's a word I never thought I'd hear thrown at me. Oh, come on, Mako huffed. Sure you don't look the part, but like from what I've seen you're a real sensitive and nice guy. Mako pouted. I mean even just today, you sympathized with those parents over their pain and tried to teach Mikey to be more aware of other people's plights. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head at that. Maybe. I'll admit if there was one good thing about being raised in that place. His mind wandered to the many times the women of the brothel would give him legit advice or even open up to him about their issues. It definitely made me more aware of people's issues, especially women. Why do I get the feeling you've had to buy some of those girls tampons or pads? Mako jokingly snickered as he simply snorted. Probably 'cause I have. Seriously. Hey, I was 5, they tricked me. He snapped as Mako just laughed at his embarrassment. Ahahaha, well, at least it's nice to know when you get a girlfriend you'll be able to do stuff like that for her. Seriously, he growled as Mako then snorted. Nee, tell me, did you have to give Mikey a talk when Emma started? Don't you even go there, he yelled with a red face as Mako laughed harder. Oh God, you did, didn't you? No. Ahahaha, she only laughed harder, smacking his back. Draken, unable to do much outside, glare at the girl, who found amusement at his own embarrassment. Still, the annoyance he felt was far from unfamiliar or even bad. If nothing else, Draken found comfort in knowing that his supposedly tragic backstory did not change anything between him and the girl he was starting to consider a friend. So, you wanted to know about my tattoo? Oh, she stopped laughing and smiled up at him curiously. Yeah, tell me about that. Okay, here's a nice little tidbit. My name of Draken and my tattoo. He pointed to his temple with a proud smirk. I got in the 5th grade. Good morning. Good morning, Ken-kun. It's not Ken, the name's Draken. He remembers dubbing himself one day in front of all schoolmates when he came in one day. It was that very day, in fact, he would visit the City Light tattoo parlor to get the dragon tattoo. You sure about this, kid? The owner and artist of the parlor asked when Draken came in with no more than the money and picture for his soon-to-be signature tattoo. Hell yeah, he'd confidently said, with his arms crossed as he sat in the chair, ready to get himself inked. Temples are pretty painful. The man tried to warn. In hindsight, he should have listened to the man's warning more. Just do it already, he'd simply ignorantly and excitedly said, as the man simply got his machine ready with a deadpan expression. Don't come crying later. He'd abruptly dropped the chairs back down to have Draken lying down, and placed the work light directly over top of his head and face, making Draken wince at the bright light that harshly blinded him. Let's do this. He tried to keep a straight face, though, refusing to play the part of a big baby and cry like the man alluded. So even as the man tilted his head aside and prepared to begin tattooing, Draken thought he could handle it. He thought wrong. Ow, 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 ow. Quit fussin', you're a man, ain't ya? Ow. He cried like a bitch. He'd never deny that, at least to himself. They're all done. When the tattoo was done, he hadn't even realized that the guy had stopped till he spoke and brought up his chair. Looking at himself in the mirror that first time after he got tattooed had been a life changer. He remembers staring in awe, tilting his head slightly to get a better look at his new ink and the realization that he'd done it. That he'd really gotten himself tattooed on the temple in the 5th grade slowly sank in. He bursted in joy like a kid in a candy shop. Yo, this is awesome. He'd excitedly shouted, having to get closer to the mirror just to try and get a better look at his tattoo. Tatted in the 5th grade. The man sighed. Damn, you're gonna be one rotten adult. He joked, and Draken could feel nothing but gratitude to the man for doing what no other parlors would. Thanks, I'm gonna go show this shit off. He moved to leave the shop quickly even as the man called out to advise him on the new marking on Draken's temple. It's gonna take a while for the swelling to go down. Got it. I still go back to that same shop now and again to get this baby a touch-up, Draken proudly explained. Whoa, Tilda, Mako gaped, that's pretty cool. She gushed, I wish I could get a tattoo. Why don't ya? He curiously asked as Mako paled. Ah, well, she rubbed her arm embarrassedly. I'm, maybe, sorta, kinda, afraid of needles. He stared at her a good bit like, hospital needles. Yeah. Tattoo needles aren't even like those, he yelled as she only blushed. I know, but my brain can't tell the difference. I hear needles and freeze up. And besides, I don't know what I'd get. Maybe a butterfly or some shit, but like I don't know where I'd get one and I don't want to get one alone. They sound painful and I'd want to hold someone's hand. She comedically cried and whined to him, and Draken could not help but laugh at this. Seriously, man, you're such a cry baby. Shut up, I bet you cried like a bitch when you got yours. I did not, he lied, but couldn't help but laugh at the face she made at him as she glared up at him with a pout. Okay, maybe I did a little, but it's really not that bad. He decided to try to pacify the girl. If you want, I'll help you look into getting one if you're serious about wanting to get one. She blinked up at him, surprised. Whoa, seriously? Yeah, he shrugged. Mitsuya and me can even go with you to hold your hand if you really need the camaraderie. Huh? Mako tilted her head a bit confused. Mitsu-kun, why him? Mako asked as Draken smiled down at her. Simple, you can't really see it since the guy let his hair grow out. But he's got the same tattoo as me on his temple too. In fact, he was the one who gave me the design for mine. So maybe he could help you figure out one for yourself. Whoa, Mako exclaimed. Plot twist. She nodded to herself though. Then again, I guess that sorta makes sense if you guys are friends. Plus the guy just drips style. She muttered before pouting, but I still would feel super awkward if I was the only one getting a tattoo. Draken shrugged at this. I mean, if you're really that worried, why not ask Yai? Mako shook her head. No. Yai already gets herself pierced as is. I don't think she'd really vibe for getting a tattoo. You could still ask her. Mako hummed at this. I guess I'll think it over if nothing else. She smiled in the end, as the two now waited at a crosswalk. So that's a bit about your past, the nickname, your tattoo. She counted down her fingers as she named off the list of things they planned to share. So what about Mikey and you? Draken smiled nostalgically at that. Oh, that? Funnily enough, 5th grade turned out to be the year of all the big changes for my life. Oh, he nodded and looked to the sky. I was taller than most of the middle school kids. He remembers the days where he would pick fights in playgrounds, grinning and cracking his knuckles at any punk who dared to pick a fight with him, charging at them to knock them out with a single mean punch. I'm Ryugyuji Ken from 4th Elementary, call me Draken, he remembers arrogantly proclaiming when he'd take some guys down. You better hide when you see this dragon. Since I got my tattoo in the 5th grade, most of the middle school kids didn't mess with me after that, though even still. Ken, you're getting a bit too cocky lately. You need to lay off the middle schoolers. Don't make us have to kick your ass. Sorry. The Samyama gang dominated this neighborhood back then. They had literally beat the pants off of me before, so I couldn't disobey them. No way, Mako quietly gasped. I can't believe that. Yeah, well, believe it. Draken shrugged. I was just some snot-nosed punk back then. Even if I was tall for my age, that didn't mean I was immune to defeat. Mako nodded at that, fair, but what does this have to do with Mikey? He smirked at this. You know who else is a cocky little shit? The gang's leader had cockily exhaled his cigarette smoke as if he was some top boss. The kid from 7th Elementary. Oh, Mikey. The kid who made a name for himself after he beat down Vatican's leader. He remembers hearing this had caught his attention, how the leader was unamused by this as he dropped and put out his cigarette before ordering him. Ken, drag Mikey's ass over here. No, Mako gasped. Draken grinned proudly at this. Oh yeah. They fucked up. Oh, believe me, they did. He laughed, though I hadn't really realized it at the time. Oh, Tilda, do tell. Who is this kid? He remembered himself excitedly thinking as he ran to find his soon-to-be best friend. Even I don't think I could take down a high schooler, especially a strong one. As soon as I take him over there, he's a goner. Before that happens, I want to throw hands with Mikey first. He'd arrogantly thought, finding the first kid around his age he could at the time in hopes to find Mikey. Hey, you're from 7th Elementary, aren't ya? Why, yeah. I'm looking for Mikey. Know where he is. I just saw Mikey-kun, the kid admitted, looking in the direction he came from before shouting out with a wave as he saw the boy. Mikey-kun. He'd gotten so nervous then, for all his hype and all his arrogance as soon as he knew he was gonna meet Mikey, Draken remembered his younger self almost freezing up. His gaze turning towards the direction the kid waved to see the very aloof young Mikey standing down the path without a care in the world. What? That's not what I imagined at all. The shock that followed would be hilarious in hindsight later on, yet at that time, all he could do was stare at his future friend in complete and utter disbelief. I figured he was a stacked beast way bigger than me. This dude's a runt, he's just a kid. He'd thought as Mikey casually walked over towards him. He's common over here. Shit, should I fight him? Hey, Mikey began from around a lollipop he ate. A bunch of the 48 positions overlap, don't they? There was a moment of silence between them, the other kid having already ran once he realized he had a chance to escape. The only actual sound between Draken and Mikey, then, was Mikey's loud sucking and biting of the candy in his mouth as he boredly stared up at him. Hi. I keep trying to count them and never get to 40. Thoughts? What even is that? So he was like that even back then. Mako deadpanned as Draken nodded in agreement. The guy really needs to learn to give context. In the end, he just tried to brush the strange boy's words. You're Mikey-kun, right? Yeah, I am, so what? The confirmation, though, did little to reassure him at the time, remembering how he almost seemed to stutter when speaking to the blonde. Some middle schoolers I know wanted me to get you. What? Mikey's eyes had narrowed at this, and Draken remember how that back then had made him nervous. Perhaps even back then subconsciously he knew there was more behind the small and aloof form of Mikey. I mean, I'm not gonna force ya. Sure. Huh? It was such a blunt and unhesitating response from the smaller kid. Draken remembers it throwing him off so much. You're the one who asked, so sure. Mikey had simply explained, I'm gonna go set my stuff down at school. And then he turned and left Draken confused and unamused. By the time Mikey had come back to walk with him to meet the Sameyama gang members that wanted to confront Mikey, Draken was all but chalking up the smaller kid as a lost cause. What a frickin' weirdo. I don't even know how to react. I bet this pipsqueak is gonna get the stuffing kicked out of him instantly. Wow, Mako snickered. So young Draken was dumb Draken. She laughed as Draken sent her a glare. Look, I didn't know better. Draken tried to argue. How was I supposed to know what was about to occur? Heya, he called out once he'd led Mikey to the parking lot these members liked to hang in. Behind him, Mikey had been aloof, refusing to even look in the direction of the older males. Yo. I brought the kid. This is Mikey. He stopped mid-sentence as a blur of black and blonde ran past him, watching as Mikey charged the older males. At that moment, Mikey made a beeline for Sameyama. A grin broke on his face as the memory replayed in his mind, Mako listening in silent anticipation as the two now stood outside her home, and jumped. He watched as Mikey's kick landed directly at Sameyama's face, the older male being knocked clean out with only one kick. He and the rest of Sameyama's crew being left aghast, as Mikey slowly stood back up without so much of a care for what he'd just done. Simply pulling out the lollipop he ate to better address them all. So what do some mama's boys who gotta gang up on others want with me? The look he sent then had Draken shivering where he stood. A cocksure smirk and a challenging look in his eyes that warned them all he would take them down without effort. Sameyama's face was so swollen and bloody, Draken was almost sure Mikey had broken some of the guy's teeth with how much the male had gargled and spit out blood while on the floor. Mikey, though, didn't care, and Draken himself at the time. I'm Mikey-sama from 7th Elementary. Was in nothing but awe at this kid, who had taken down one of the guys who'd kicked his ass. Holy shit. The rest of the Sameyama crew ran away, not even trying to grab their down boss as Mikey walked up to Draken. You're Draken from 4th Elementary, right? Huh? It had surprised him, as he hadn't even shared his name with the blonde back then. Why's a badass like you hanging out with those pieces of shit? Mikey had seriously asked, seeming to look straight through Draken's nervous form before smiling up at him. Let's be friends, Kenshin, what do you say? And ever since then. You've been the best of friends. Mako smiled warmly, looking up at Draken, who smiled nostalgically at the tale. Tommen's big too. Yep. She giggled softly. How cute. I can see why you two stuck together for so long now. She hummed, moving to unlock her front door. Oh yeah, Draken hummed in return, following the smaller girl. And why would that be? He asked, curious of what his small tale could have even hinted at to the girl. Taking off her shoes, Mako stopped to hum to herself. Well, she smiled as she turned back to face Draken. You found a kindred spirit. Draken blinked a few times in shock. Yeah, slowly he smiled, I guess we sorta did. Nodding to himself, he then asked the girl, so, what is yours and Yai's tale? July 20th, 2017. Yay. I thought I noticed someone visiting the apartment. Stepping out onto the late-night rooftop of the apartment building she visited, Ye stared quietly at the back of the man who stood silently by the edge of the roof. You're getting a bit sloppy, Mikey-san. You didn't even bring that mad dog of yours or any of your men. Kinda risky, don't you think? Especially given this was May's place. She scolded lightly as she walked forward slightly, stopping before an abandoned photo album laid out between her and the blonde. Her gaze softened as she noticed the album was open to a page filled with old pictures of Tommen. From their middle school days, their day at the beach, and most notably, a few pictures of Draken, Emma, Badgie, and Mako pulled out of the album. Bending down, she carefully collected the pulled-out photos and gently placed them back in their respective pages, nodding to herself as she completed her task. There we go. What do you want, Chai? Mikey unemotionally asked, not even so much as sparing the red-haired woman a glance. Looking away from the pictures, she moved herself forward to where the blonde male stood overlooking the city. Sitting in silence, Ye carefully flipped through the abandoned album, eyes passing through newer and older photos before they landed on a single shot of herself with the now-deceased Mako from their elementary days. Well, this thing sure takes me back. Do you mind if I tell you a story? She received no reply, but smiled to herself. It's not really a fun story. Probably not even a story you'd even care for, she admitted, caressing the old photo, but it's a story. That led me to Mako. Ah, Tilda, a young teen girl exclaimed as she and her lover were handed their newborn daughter in her arms. Look at her. I can't believe we made this. Yasuo, look. We made this. The red-haired girl exclaimed tiredly as her dirty, blonde-haired lover smiled down at the whimpering child in his lover's arms. She's gorgeous, Riene. He smiled to his love, an absolute cutie just like her mom. Huh, the girl known as Riene exclaimed. No way. Are you saying I'm so ugly I'm cute? Riene, don't say that about our baby. But babies are so ugly that they loop back around to being cute, Yasuo. Just look at her. I was born in Okinawa to two high school dropouts, my parents having quit school and ran away together when they discovered my mother was pregnant at the age of 16. Supposedly back then, my mother was under the impression that if my grandparents knew about her pregnancy that they'd have either disowned her or make her get an abortion or give me up. My father was an orphan himself, and they thought themselves wise and independent beyond their years. So they ran away, eloped, and had me. Papa. A young baby Ye crawled to her tired father, the dirty blonde-haired boy-turned-man groaning in his young wife's lap after a long day of work. Oof, he exclaimed as the year-old Ye flopped herself on his stomach. Ah, coming to see your old man. Ye-chan sure loves her, What was that term you're teaching her? Pappy, Riene laughed, and you're not that old, you dork. Very well, I feel it. Baby Ye cooed, burying her face into her father's stomach, as the man used one hand to pull his little girl fully onto his chest. There we go, Yasuo cooed, just lay on me. You'd think being so young would have caused issues between my parents, but honestly from what little I can remember they were a happy pair. I'm sure they fought and struggled, but they were happy. Ye hummed to herself as she tried to recall her childhood. My father worked at a small textile shop, and my mom stayed at home to raise me. We weren't the most well-off family, but, smiling sadly, Ye stared off into the city. 1, 2, 3, whoa Tilda Ye squealed as her father threw her into the air before catching her. 1, 2, 3, whoa Tilda. She laughed louder as her father repeated the process, her mother happily staring at her husband and daughter as the small family of 3 picnics on the beach. We were a happy family, a close family until... Ye heard the sound of glass breaking, looking up from her drawing on the bedroom floor she sat on. A small 5-year-old Ye running from her small bedroom to check on her mother. Mommy! She stopped outside their small home's kitchen, her mother's face pale and running with tears as a broken plate laid beside her, their home's landline receiver on the ground. Mommy, what's wrong? My father was a sickly man. He didn't have the best constitution and was prone to getting sick a lot. That was actually how they met, him being a patient of our family's clinic. Ye smiled bitterly as she looked down at the passers-by down below. A small Ye watched as her mother wailed and cried by her father's side, his face covered by a white cloth. We're sorry, the doctor quietly muttered. It seems he had caught a cold that had turned into pneumonia. We tried everything we could. My father got sick one day and passed away. Mommy, Ye stared at her mother longly, the woman's eyes almost seeming permanently stained with silent tears as she quietly stared at the shrine for her late husband. The house was cold and unkempt, young Ye scared and unsure. Their happy home and family were no more. Bitterly, Ye's hands clutched the album close to her chest. For a time, my mother was ill. She wasn't all there really. If she wasn't crying and struggling to take care of me, she... Ye frowned as her mother cuddled her close. "Oh, look at you," Riene cooed. "You look so handsome, just like your papa Ye-chan. Do you like it?" Ye frowned at this, staring at the male yukata her mother had made her. Yet as she looked up at her mother's green eyes, she almost whimpered as she noticed the trance-like state her mother was in as she looked down at her. Ye's head dropped down as she quietly lied to her. "Yes." She struggled for a time. "Since I was small, I'd always resembled my father. I think, back then, to cope, something broke in her. And she tried pushing the image of my father on me." "Yay, Tilda," Riene cooed while gesturing for her daughter to come close. "Here, Tilda." She put a small hair clip into her daughter's hair to push her bangs away from her daughter's eyes. "There, much better. Wouldn't want my little girl to trip and fall." "From time to time, I wasn't her little girl. I was her little boy. When you grow up, I just know you'll be as beautiful as your papa." Riene joyfully smiled, her daughter now dressed in boy clothes clutching tightly to the shorts she wore as she struggled to not cry at the trance-like look her mother gazed at her with. "I didn't like what my mother was doing. I loved my father. As a child, I might have even wanted to be like him as I grew up. He was my idol, my hero," but she was silent for a second before she wet her lips. "I was still a girl. I still liked what other girls liked. It hurt when a part of me was being denied. It confused me to all hell. I didn't mind playing with boys' stuff or even dressing like one here and there. But the longer my mother had episodes, the harder it became for me to accept them when another part of me was being pushed aside." Ye shrieked, dropping her mother's lipstick. She'd been left alone at home as her mother worked as a waitress at a small tea shop nearby during her school hours. Her mother had seemed to be out later, and Ye was curious about the makeup her mother used to paint her face. She thought to play with the cosmetics the same way she'd seen her mother do so. She was in awe of the bright shadows and beautiful blushes, but the lipsticks themselves made Ye squirm in place as she tried to mimic her mother by applying the crimson color. "What are you doing?" Looking up at her wide-eyed Ye starred in fear as she saw her mother frowning down at her. I. She struggled to stutter out, seeing the familiar unfocused look in her mother's eyes as she shook and tears built up in the corner of her eyes. That isn't a toy," her mother snapped, snatching the offending lipstick from her child's hand. "Boys shouldn't play with makeup." Her mother yelled and Ye's eyes went wide as something seemed to snap inside her. "But I'm not a boy. Ye-chan is a girl. Why do I have to be like Pappy? Why can't I be like Ma?" Smack. Ye's face snapped to the side, eyes wide as tears slowly began to form in her eyes as her pale freckled cheeks slowly burned red from her mother's slap. Slowly, the realization set in, and Ye whimpered loudly, before finally opening her mouth wide as she began to cry. "Wah! Wea Tilda! Ah!" She loudly sobbed and cried, her mother snapping out of her trance as she realized what she had just done and said. "Ye!" Riene fell to her knees, hands reaching out for her child. Ye cried louder, crawling away from her mother. Riene's heart broke, her gaze looking around her and her daughter's shared room, her eyes filling with unshed tears as she noticed the unkempt state of the room. The lack of her daughter's old drawings, the abandonment of toys from when her husband still lived, the shrine of her husband covered in dust and unattended outside the odd pieces of candy Ye had offered as offerings, specifically the candy cigarettes Ye enjoyed with her father. "Ah, I hate you," Ye cried. "I hate MAMI, I want PAPI." Ye loudly wailed, hands flying to her face as snot and tears ran down her face. Riene sobbed at this, jumping to pull her wailing daughter close as she cried into her hair. I'm sorry, Mommy is so sorry, I'm sorry." Wind blowing between the two, neither Mikey or Ye spoke a word to one another as Ye tried to think of what to say next. She wasn't a bad mother. She was hurt. And in turn, she'd hurt me, when my mother realized just how ill she'd become. She tried to do right by me. Riene, Ye's grandmother, stared wide-eyed at her long-missing daughter, Ariane. She cried, running and pulling the tired Riene close. Ye silently looked between the strange woman and her mother as Riene broke down in her mother's arms. "Mama, you should have told us." Ye flinched at the loud yell from inside the room she sat curled up outside of, clutching tightly at the stuffed teddy bear she held onto. "How could you just run away? We would have supported you. Did you really think us so cold we would not still love and accept you and your child?" "Mia more, please." No, Juan, this is not okay. 7 years. Our child she. She brought me to Tokyo to meet my grandparents. Ye recounted, Nana was mad and hurt, but my abuelo he was always the softer one between the two of them, so he'd helped smooth things over the best he could. Stay right there. Ye watched as her grandfather set up a few fireworks, watching as he lit them up before quickly moving back to her side. Cover your ears. He grinned and she quickly did as she was told, watching as her grandfather's work went off. Her eyes sparkled with awe at this, her mother quietly smiling and watching from a distance as her father bonded with his granddaughter. And then, Ye's eyes drooped as her grandmother read her to sleep. Quietly, Riane watched from the bedroom door, smiling solemnly as she stared at the two. She made sure I was fine with them, before leaving to get help. Do you like it here with your grandparents? Riane asked as she brushed a young Ye's hair out of her eyes. Yuha, Ye shyly nodded as her mother smiled at her. Do you like it here to mommy? Riane smiled solemnly. Yes, I do. I've missed being home. It's nice to not have to be alone, right? Ye smiled at her mother as she curled onto her side towards her. Yuha, I wish Pappy could have been here with us. She nervously admitted, unsure if this would set off her mother. Riane's eyes misted with unshed tears. I wish he was here too. Kissing her daughter on the forehead, Riane whispered to the small girl. Yay. Ahem. I'm so sorry. Mommy was bad, mommy was. Sad? Ye asked as Riane struggled not to cry. Nana said, that was why you weren't. You. Riane's voice cracked as she held her daughter close. Yeah, mommy was really sad. Ye, I'm sad too. Ye quietly admitted, curling up to her mother more, making the woman freeze up. I miss Pappy. Riane sobbed, holding her daughter closer. I know, I miss him too. I'm sorry, she kissed her head one last time. I promise, mommy is never ever gonna hurt you like that again. Mommy loves Ye-chan just the way you are, boy or girl. All I want, all your Pappy and I ever wanted was for you to be you and happy. I should have never lost sight of that. Ye sleepily nodded, cuddling closer into her mother's warmth. It's okay, I forgive. She fell asleep, and her mother mournfully tucked her in. She lied. Ye bitterly laughed, never hurt me like that again. The next morning she was gone. My grandparents explained it as her needing help, her needing to find herself outside me and my dad, and redeem herself for her sins against me. What utter bullshit, Ye scoffed. Her eyes softened as she remembered the feeling of abandonment she felt with her mother's sudden departure. She left me. And while she came back in the end, it was years before she did. And the damage she did far from stop just cause she left. Walking silently to school, Ye paused as she noticed a small group of housewives gossiping with one another. Poor Shimizu, having her own bastard of a granddaughter dropped on her. It's her own fault for marrying a foreigner. Just look at the daughter they had, running away, dropping school, and then coming back with a bastard child just to leave with them to raise. I wouldn't be surprised if she isn't just spreading her legs now and. Ye closed her eyes shut tight and ran past the group of women. It was no better at school. Hey, Ye quietly looked up at a particularly smug-looking pair of kids. Is it true? Is it true? Ye frowned at this as the kids laughed. Is it true your mom abandoned you? Ye's hands tightened into fists at this, but she refused to say anything. I was such a dumb kid, Ye reminisced. I was bullied, but that was all I noticed. I heard my mom say they don't even know who her dad is. The bullying began when she refused to react. It always came from the same small group. My mom said her mom's loose. Do you think she's okay? A seat neighbor whispered not far from Ye. Thumbtack in her shoes. Look at her hair. Shimizu-chan's hair is kinda pretty. One girl gushed as they played outside. It looks really soft. Notebooks thrown in the girl's bathroom sink. Those freckles are gross. They look like little specks of stars. Are they real? Being tripped as she walked to her seat. What's with that accent? Ha, she can't even speak good Japanese. I think the way she talks is really cute. Ye took it all and refused to fight. Even her own mom didn't love her. Her grandparents sound so cool. Did you know her grandpa makes fireworks? Why can't Nozo and her friends stop? Her mother's leaving hurt her more than anything ever had. Her father's death was crushing, but she'd thought she'd be fine so long as she still had her mother. "I wish," she silently cried one night in her room, "I wish you never died, Papa. I want to be with you again," she'd thought. I miss. She missed her father. She missed her mother. She missed their home in Okinawa. She missed the simpler days where she wasn't bullied. She missed the days where she didn't feel so alone or abandoned. "I was scared," Ye admitted, leaning against the roof's railing, scared of getting close, scared of being hurt and abandoned. "I was bullied for sure, but that was all I noticed. There were nice people too, but my hurt blinded me to it." She pushed back from the railing. "My grandparents knew this and they struggled to connect with me. They feared pushing me only for me to shut down, so they didn't, and I was alone for a while." She closed her eyes, enjoying the night breeze to sweep over her, all alone. That was until. "Shut up," she'd snapped finally one day after school, unable to take the bullying anymore. "Leave me alone. What did I ever do to you? Why can't you leave me alone?" She couldn't remember why she snapped. This group of kids were the ones she usually had to lag behind or walk ahead of when going home. But they were the major instigators, she could remember that. Something was said, something was done, and she snapped at them finally. She was on the ground next thing she knew, pinned by the two boys as the girls giggled and laughed, grabbing at her red hair. "It's so icky. Real ugly." "Ni bakashizu," a girl snickered. "Want a haircut?" Ye's eyes became wide and her eyes filled with tears, struggling to push the kids off her. "Let me go." Snip. 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 She came. Mikey seemed to finish for Ye, realizing where the tail was partially going as the woman smiled nostalgically. "Memo." The main girl who chopped at Ye's hair laughed, pulling away. She looked down at Ye's messily cut hair and laughed. "Now you look like a boy." "She's even uglier." Her friends laughed, and Ye shook in the laughing boy's hold as she quietly cried. "No," she whimpered, mind flashing to how that was the one thing her mother had never taken from her, even as she had her episodes. One of the one things her father gushed and praised her for at all times while he still lived, the way he'd do her and her mother's hair for festivals while she'd fight with her mother to do his. "Papa." Silent tears ran down her face. Suddenly, a bright purple backpack came flying from nowhere, slamming into the scissor-wielding girl's face, with a loud "WCP. KYH. Rika-chan." "Huh." The boy's hold on Ye loosened, and the sound of rapid footsteps approached from behind her, barely looking back. Ye's eyes went wide, as a small, curly, pigtailed girl with black hair flew by in a flying kick, hitting one of them down to the ground. Before she picked up a handful of dirt from the park ground and threw it into one of the other girl's eyes. "IH. Enoziosi-chan." "You," the other boy froze in shock, shrieking as Ye stared up in shock at her dark-haired savior as she glared venomously at the boy. She stomped her foot menacingly towards the boy's direction, and he screamed in fear, letting go of Ye's other arm as he tried to crawl away. "Ha ha, HANAGKIMEKO," the boy screamed in fear, as the pigtailed girl glared down at the boy unimpressed. "What are you jerks doing?" Mako growled, looking towards the other girl she had not touched. The girl shrieked, shaking in place. Wait. Mako's hands coming up to crack her fist as she mockingly said. We, shut up," the uninjured pair screamed. "I'll tell you what you were doing. You were harassing poor Yai-chan." "Yeah, Yai-chan." Ye's head tilted in confusion and shock. "Scum," she heard the boy she kicked in the face groan and stomped harshly on his back, making him scream. "You trash, picking on the weak. I hate bullies like you." She harshly grabbed the boy by the back of his school back and shoved him towards the girl she'd blinded, making the girl scream. "It's people like you." She shook where she stood. "Who really? Piss me off." She shouted in broken English, pushing her hoodie sleeve up. "You have 5 seconds to apologize and get lost and never bother Yai-chan again." "Huh?" Ye gasped. "Is she serious?" "If you don't," she cracked her knuckles, "well, you can't say I didn't warn you." 1. "She can't be." 2. "I don't even know this girl." 3. Mako stomped her foot as the small group of bullies scrambled to get to their feet. "Why is she?" 5. She skipped 4, winding up her fist as she prepared to hit one of the bullies, only for the group to burst into tears, crying and screaming as they ran, yelling. "We're sorry. Don't hurt me." Mommy. Apparently back then. Ye laughed softly. Mako was known as the Chibai Kaminu around our elementary school. She was known for getting into fights with bullies, and in particular, was fiercely protective of Takemichi-kun and Takuya-kun. We weren't in the same class back then, so she didn't know about the bullying happening to me, and since I was new, it took her a while to hear about it. Ye recounted fondly, but when she found out this was happening, and that the teachers had done nothing to stop it yet. Yeah, you better run, young Mako shouted, waving her fist. Next time I'll make you pee your dumb pants off. Wah, what just happened? Ye wondered as suddenly she froze up in fear as Mako's bright blue eyes snapped towards her. Eep. Mako's angry pout vanished, and her eyes softened as she got down on her knees. Are you okay? Her hands hovered around Ye's frozen form. Ah, your hair, there was so much. Oh, those bastards, how could they? Mako raged before looking at Ye guiltily. I'm so sorry, I should have gotten here sooner, but I had to tell my brother to go home without me, and then I almost got lost while trying to tail you guys to see if you were really getting bullied. What is she, a stalker? Ye gasped, doing her best to lean away from Mako even as the girl seemed to do nothing but invade her personal space without a care. Why would she even? Shaking her head, Ye slapped Mako's hands away. Get away from me. Mako stared at the girl for a good few seconds. You're crying, she muttered, and Ye's face became red as she tried pushing the girl away harshly. I said go away, she tried curling into herself. Leave me alone. Ye sobbed, I wanna be alone. Mako frowned at this. That's sad. Why do you want to be alone? Clutching tightly onto the album in her arms, Ye whispered, I was scared. She quietly admitted, so scared to accept others into my life, so scared to be left behind, I convinced myself it was better to suffer alone. A silent tear ran down her face. Snip. Snip. Ye sniffled, hearing the sounds of scissors cutting, looking up, and she froze at what she saw. Holding up her pigtail, Mako struggled to cut through the hair. Stupid. Safety. Scissors. Ye gaped at the girl, quietly confused at what she saw. WH. What are you, why? Looking away from the hair she was cutting, Mako looked at the girl, smiling brightly as she said, So you're not alone. Ye's eyes became wide. Snip tilde. Ah, I got it. Mako dropped the cut-off tail, pulling her hair tie out before moving to the next one. Now the other. Stop, Ye threw herself towards the girl and froze as the other pigtail was more easily cut through. Ah. Mako blinked a few times before smiling. Whoa, that one was actually easier, thanks Yai-chan. Staring down at the mix of black and red chopped-off hair, Ye's eyes slowly went back up towards the smiling Mako. Yai-chan. It's my nickname for ya, Mako proudly nodded. I heard you're new and haven't been able to make a lot of friends in your class. She frowned, puffing up her cheeks, and then of course there were those bullies. HMPH. She shook her head, so I thought, hey, why don't I come in and help? She grinned, flexing her arm proudly. I'm pretty strong if I say so myself, so I thought I'm gonna help Yai-chan and be your friend. Friend, Ye thought before bitterly looking away. No thanks, I don't want friends. Mako stared at the girl in shock before puffing up her cheeks. Denied, she shouted, making Ye turn to her in shock. Hi. I said, I deny your rejection. Ye blinked at her a few times. Huh, what do you mean you deny my rejection? You can't do that. I just did, Mako stubbornly huffed, crossing her arms. Are you insane? Laughing to herself in the future, Ye looked to Mikey. She was crazy even back then, stubborn, crazy. She looked to the sky, and loyal and determined beyond all belief. Yai-chan, good morning, Mako shouted, waving to the red-haired girl outside their school. Bam! The whole class jumped as their classroom door slammed open. Popping her head in, Mako began to energetically wave at Ye. Yai-chan, let's have lunch together. Hanagaki-san, why are you out of your class? Ops. Don't just ops me, how did your teacher? Granted, she was a lot more wild back then, final year of elementary school and all, but she was determined. Why won't you leave me alone? Ye whispered one day as the pair sat in the shade during a sports festival. Mako hummed to herself, looking over to her crying brother. Watching as their mother was the only one of their parents to attend the event tried to tend to hurt the boy. Cause it hurts. Ye slowly looked up from her crossed arms at the girl. It hurts being alone. Looking down at Ye, Mako smiled sadly. At least, that's what I thought when I saw your eyes. She pushed, 'cause no one else did, Ye whispered. She pushed, and it got harder and harder to not see that I wasn't alone. Oh my, Ye's grandmother exclaimed, seeing her granddaughter's chopped hair. Ye, what happened? Bam! Ye jumped as she watched her grandmother growl at the school's principal and teacher. I demand you do something. Look at my granddaughter. How could you have allowed things to reach such extremes? Well, what do you think? It's nice, see? Her grandfather smiled down at her as he showed her his shop. Want to help your abuelo plan some fireworks? Sensei, Nozo-chan just stole Shimizu's pencil case. Huh, I did not. This is mine. The girl tried to lie as Ye stared wide-eyed as some of her classmates tried taking back the new pencil case she'd gotten. Yeah, huh, I saw her do it. Me too. Walking out of class, Ye stopped as she noticed Mako lightly scolding her pouting little brother before noticing her. Ah, Yai-chan, hey, wanna hang out with me and Michai? Nee, Michai, this is the friend I was telling you about, see? We both got short hair to prove it too. Mako grinned at her confused little brother as the still dark-haired boy looked between the two girls curiously. I still don't get why having short hair would make you friends. Dummy, I told you it was so Yai-chan wouldn't feel alone. Mako hissed at the boy, pinching his arm. Ah, hey, that hurt. Oh, cry me a river, it wasn't that bad. Ye stared at the now short-haired girl, lips trembling. She struggled to smile back instead, walking up to the two siblings and shyly grabbing onto the slightly shorter girl's sleeve. Opening and closing her mouth as her cheeks became flushed. She stopped, feeling a gentle hand on her head. She blinked a few times as she looked up to see Mako smiling at her as she rubbed her head. Hey, it's okay. I understand, Yai-chan. Ye stared up at her in awe, smiling shyly as she let Mako take her hand into hers. July 20th, 2017. Mikey. Is there a point to this story? Mikey coldly cut in, as Ye simply pulled out a small photo from the album to hold out to him. The point is that I understand you're in pain. Your friends understand you're in pain. The picture was of Tommen's founders, making Mikey's eyes narrow in frustration. So, she stopped as the collar of her shirt was harshly grabbed by him. Gah, she paled, as she was met with the deathly dark stare in his eyes. Do you want to die? He almost seemed to hiss as he stared into Ye's terror-filled orbs. None of you. Mikey? A long silver lilac-haired male called out as he stepped onto the roof, his lavender eyes widening as he notices the scene before him, most notably the look in the male's eyes as he tightly held onto Ye's collar. Mikey. The man began to cautiously walk onto the rooftop. What are you doing here, Mitsuya? Mikey coldly asked, not even redirecting his gaze towards the dragon-tattooed male. The adult Mitsuya looked between Mikey and the frozen Ye. Wetting his lips before he spoke, I got a call from Ye, Mikey, Kisaki's on the move. At this, he quickly and harshly released Ye's collar with a shove. Ye coughed a few times while holding her throat. Mikey's dark gaze became even more grim and fierce as he looked over at the male. Where? Yokohama, least that's what our intel says. Mitsuya stopped as the male calmly yet quickly walked past him on a warpath. Call the others, Mikey coldly ordered, neither looking back as he heard Ye fall to her knees or even how Mitsuya turned to run to her side. He had only thought on his mind, Kisaki-teta, he almost growled. The image of Mako's smiling face, as she held up the ultrasound of their unborn child, flashed through his mind. His sister Emma's last smile to him, as she all but died in his arms. Baji's fallen body, his killer's blood on Mikey's hand as he killed him, and finally. No, he stared in shock at the scene before him. His sister wailing on the hospital floor, Mako barely catching the girl as she collapsed crying with her, the members of Tommen by his side all bursting into their own shock, rage, or tears as the words repeated in his mind. No, Draken. We're sorry, but it was too late. Ryuguji-ken is. I will kill you. The murderous impulse runs through his veins at full force. Nothing would stop him from getting his revenge.